Chapter 1. The Fury Against the Beautiful Wife. Woo! Akun, I implore you, show mercy and save my sister. If we don't give them something to eat soon, they might perish in the commune's cow shed. Outside, the biting wind howled, embodying the spirit of desolation. Within a dilapidated rural cottage, a woman of exquisite beauty and graceful form knelt on the heated brick bed, tears glistening like pear blossoms as she clutched the arm of the man before her, pleading fervently. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down, and she wore a tattered, faded checkered shirt on her upper body, while her lower half was clad in coarse cotton pants. Due to malnutrition, her youthful complexion appeared slightly gaunt. Being on her knees accentuated her alluring figure, yet the man before her remained unyielding, his ears deaf to her entreaties. He reached for a nearly empty bottle of Luzhou Laojiao from the small table beside him, uncapped it, and took a hearty swig, followed by a bite of the corn cake in his hand, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. With a cold smirk, he gazed at his wife and slowly remarked, "Xu Rong, are you truly oblivious to our circumstances? Every household is struggling to feed themselves. I have no surplus grain to save your three sisters. If it comes to that, perhaps it's best they marry quickly. At least someone will care for them, ensuring they won't starve. If they marry, we might even benefit from it." Upon hearing this, Xu Rong shivered with indignation and swiftly retorted, "Akun, absolutely not. The men in the village who would marry my sisters are either disabled or old bachelors. As the eldest sister, how can I stand by and watch them plunge into such a fiery abyss?" Indeed, in the early 1980s, men capable of providing had already taken wives and started families. Those remaining were either incapacitated or ne'er-do-wells, disregarded by all. Seeing his wife's obstinacy and realizing his proposal bore no fruit, the man's expression darkened, and he replied with a sullen tone, "Then I am powerless to assist. Life or death, let fate decide." Witnessing the man focus solely on his own indulgence, indifferent to their marital bond, Xu Rong felt despair wash over her. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand and, silent, slowly rose to leave. "Wretched woman, I haven't dismissed you. How dare you stand? It's nearly noon. Aren't you going to prepare me a bowl of noodles? One corn cake will hardly suffice." The man issuing commands was named Tang Kun, a villager from Shanshui and the sole high school graduate in the village. However, his laziness led him to squander his days with a group of idle companions, resulting in a life of poverty. The stunning beauty before him was Xu Rong, his wife of over a year. She had initially intended to leave in search of her sisters, hoping to find a solution. Yet, recalling her husband's volatile temper, which often resulted in violence or verbal abuse whenever he was displeased, she hesitated, turning back to him, and in a conciliatory tone, pleaded, "Akun, we only have 2 gene of white flour and 30 gene of corn flour left. Besides, you've just eaten a corn cake. How about I prepare something tonight?" Upon hearing this figure, Tang Kun's face contorted with fury. He set down the bottle of liquor and seized the woman attempting to flee, locking his gaze onto her beautiful eyes with an expression of murderous intent. Each word dripped with menace as he questioned, "Xu Rong, I distinctly recall that we had 10 kilograms of white flour and 50 kilograms of cornmeal at home. How is it that only this little remains after such a short time?" As he raged, Xu Rong's eyes darted away, unable to meet his gaze, silence enveloping her. "Speak," he demanded. "Have you been secretly sending provisions to those 3 burdensome younger sisters of yours behind my back?" Tang Kun's mind raced back to the gossip of the neighbors, who claimed his wife was clandestinely aiding her sisters, prompting him to interrogate her with renewed fervor. "I haven't." In that moment, Xu Rong would rather die than confess. She understood all too well that revealing the truth would not only fail to save her 3 sisters, but might also lead to her being unceremoniously cast out by the man before her. "You wasteful woman," he spat. "You still refuse to admit it? Do you think I am oblivious to the amount of food we have at home just because I haven't been in the kitchen? You've secretly given food to your sisters, and what am I to eat in the coming months?" As Tang Kun spoke, he observed Xu Rong's silent tears, her head bowed in shame, unwilling to meet his eyes. Realizing the neighbor's rumors were indeed true, his anger flared, and he forcefully tossed the woman aside. Seeing Xu Rong tumble onto the heated brick bed, he mounted her without a shred of compassion, raising his hand and striking her exquisite face with reckless abandon. "Akun, have mercy on me," she pleaded. I promise I won't do it again. At that moment, fear gripped Xu Rong, terrified that he might strike her as he had done previously, leaving her injured and unable to protect her three beloved sisters. She grasped his fists, her expression a portrait of desperation. Yet, having had a few drinks and his mind swirling with thoughts of the food she had taken, Tang Kun's fury only intensified. How could he relent when their already difficult household now bore the burden of 3 additional mouths? Help! She cried. Kun, if you don't stop now, someone will die. The dilapidated room echoed with her terrified, torn pleas. He'll kill you, he roared. Let's see if you dare waste again. In that moment, Tang Kun resembled the fierce warrior Wu Song, refusing to relent, unleashing a relentless barrage of blows upon the woman's frail form. Alas, what a wretched fate, lamented Wang Shuzhen, the neighboring widow, as she heard the man's furious shouts and the woman's desperate pleas for mercy. Shaking her head, she sighed. As a woman herself, Wang Shuzhen wished to help the unfortunate soul, yet such incidents had occurred repeatedly. The last time she intervened, she had inadvertently received a blow herself, and a memory of that encounter filled her with trepidation. Half an hour later, the cacophony in the room gradually subsided. Tang Kun gazed at the woman lying motionless on the Kong, her eyes brimming with tears, her expression one of utter despair, and suddenly came to his senses. I must not kill this wretched woman, he thought. Otherwise, not only would I pay with my life, but I would also be left without anyone to prepare my meals. The thought of such a dreadful scenario made Tang Kun slowly rise to his feet. He gave the woman a gentle kick on her backside and barked irritably. Get up already. Feigning death, are we? He continued. Go and prepare lunch for me. As for the past, I shall overlook it this once and consider it settled. From now on, if you dare to secretly take grains without my permission, I will break both your legs. In that moment, Xu Rong felt a profound sorrow that stemmed from the death of hope. She had intended to plead with her man for a morsel of grain to save her 3 unfortunate sisters. Little did she expect that not only would she fail to procure any food, but she would also endure another beating, nearly paying with her life. Alas, in this vast world, is there truly no way for us sisters of the Xu family to survive? Hearing her man's furious shouts, Xu Rong wiped her tears away, her eyes devoid of life, and staggered into the kitchen, staring blankly at the pots and pans before her, feeling utterly despondent. Chapter 2. Back to 1983, confronting the despairing woman. Women. They certainly require discipline. Indeed, 3 days without a good reprimand, and they might as well tear down the roof. Observing his beautiful wife before him, even after having given her a thorough scolding, Tang Kun felt a sense of pride as she obediently went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. The man settled slowly into his seat, intending to put away the bottle of Luzhou Laojiao, reserving it for another occasion. After all, in this era, acquiring a fine bottle of liquor was no small feat. This particular bottle was won in a game of cards with his friends just days prior, and they had already indulged in it several times. Otherwise, given Tang Kun's current financial situation, enjoying even a modest drink would be impossible. However, having just vented his fury on his wife, he felt agitated and decided to take several swigs from the remaining liquor. He then reclined on the heated Kong, a look of contentment washing over his face, waiting for his wife to finish making the noodles and rouse him. In the kitchen, Xu Rong's pretty face was swollen, tears streaming down as she diligently stoked the fire and prepared the meal. In this time, rural cooking relied primarily on firewood, with no gas or electric stoves in sight. The humble kitchen bore the marks of long-term use, the walls charred by smoke. At this moment, Xu Rong carefully scooped a spoonful of white flour from the bag with a wooden spoon, then opened the cornmeal bag to mix in 2 scoops, beginning to knead the dough with fluid motions, demonstrating her familiarity with the task. Clearly, although she was renowned for her beauty, being the most striking bride in the surrounding villages, she was not one to shy away from domestic labor. In less than half an hour, she had expertly cut the noodles to the thickness of chopsticks, ready to be boiled once the water heated up. Yet deep down, Xu Rong understood that the meager amount of noodles would yield only 2 bowls, likely sufficient for Tang Kun alone, leaving her to sip on the broth. It wasn't tea that she didn't wish to eat, but she was acutely aware that if she didn't practice frugality, they would all suffer from hunger and cold by year's end. More importantly, Xu Rong aimed to save her rations for her three younger sisters, who were living in the cattle shed, to help them through this tough time. In reality, the Tang family owned a few acres of land, and if only Tang Kun devoted himself to farming, they could sustain the family. Though life would be hard, at least they would not starve. Who could have imagined that when she first married, Tang Kun had been diligent, the sole high school graduate in the village, a handsome man. Xu Rong had hoped that by marrying him, she would enjoy a better life and have the opportunity to care for her sisters. Little did she know that her husband would succumb to the village gossip, claiming that their year of marriage had produced no son, likening her to a hen that could not lay eggs. Gradually, Tang Kun's attitude shifted, and he began to distance himself from her, spending his days in the company of disreputable friends, neglecting his responsibilities. Instead of working the fields, he squandered his time drinking and gambling. Consequently, the burden of life fell squarely on Xu Rong's shoulders, reflecting on the early loss of her parents and a lack of support for herself and her sisters. She felt despondent as she sat by the stove, her eyes moist with tears, lost in a haze of despair. Alas, these excruciating days drag on with no end in sight. The sound of boiling water suddenly jolted the woman back to her senses, prompting her to hastily rise and lift the pot's lid. She then proceeded to drop the freshly cut noodles into the pot. Ah, why does my head ache so? On the heated Kong, Tang Kun slowly regained consciousness, his eyes barely open as he instinctively pressed his fingers against his temples, murmuring to himself, "Secretary Liu, please bring me a glass of water." However, after calling out for what felt like an eternity, he was met with silence. The absence of a response left Tang Kun bewildered. It is well known that his secretary, Lu Lina, was practically glued to his side, both an administrative assistant and a personal secretary, always present. On any ordinary day, after a night of indulgence, he wouldn't even need to ask. His alluring secretary would have already arrived to provide a soothing massage and a cup of honey water, long before he could utter a word. "Where am I?" With no satisfactory answer in sight, Tang Kun opened his eyes wide, taking in the dilapidated and sparsely furnished room around him, his expression one of shock. He then glanced down at his tattered clothing, the realization dawning on him as he gaped in astonishment. What on earth is happening? Wasn't I celebrating the company's listing at a lavish business banquet? How'd I end up here? Where are my designer garments? After the initial shock wore off, panic set in, and Tang Kun jumped off the Kong, meticulously surveying his surroundings. In the derelict room, aside from a wash basin and a few battered trunks, the only piece of furniture that caught his eye was a nearly new sewing machine. Why does this all seem so familiar? Everything here mirrors the home of my youth over 4 decades ago. Could it be that I have truly traveled back in time? The terrifying thought brought forth equal parts fear and elation. Without a moment to spare for footwear, he dashed barefoot towards the sewing machine. Lifting the cover, he examined it closely. Indeed, it was the Butterfly brand sewing machine he had purchased with his entire savings. In the 1980s, owning a Butterfly sewing machine was a dream for every household. Acquiring one required not just money, but also a purchase voucher. This was the most significant dowry he had arranged to marry his wife, Xu Rong. Fearing he might make a fool of himself, Tang Kun quickly turned to the calendar hanging on the wall. It boldly proclaimed 1983. The month had already turned to June, with today being the 3rd. I cannot believe it. I, Tang Kun, have finally returned. From a billionaire with a fortune of over 100 million to a down-and-out man over 40 years ago, Tang Kun felt not a shred of disappointment. Rather, he was overwhelmed with excitement and joy. In his previous life, due to his wife, Xu Rong's clandestine assistance to her 3 younger sisters, and the subsequent delay in carrying on the family line, he had foolishly succumbed to village gossip, resorting to violence against her. Furthermore, he had callously ignored the 3 sisters who sought his help in their time of need. As a result of lacking support, Feng, the elder sister-in-law, was ruthlessly humiliated by local ruffians, ultimately succumbing to despair and taking her own life. The second sister-in-law, Su Yan, faced with the harshness of survival, reluctantly married an old bachelor from the village, enduring a life of misery. The youngest sister-in-law, Jiao, disillusioned with the world, ran away from home, embracing a reckless existence as a well-known courtesan in the underworld. Witnessing the tragic fates of her three sisters, who either perished or fled, and knowing that those left behind fared even worse, Xu Rong found no glimmer of hope in her life, especially with her husband, Tang Kun, being a scoundrel. In a moment of despair, she quietly consumed pesticide, seeking to end her suffering. Reflecting on the sins he committed in his previous life, Tang Kun was filled with regret. This regret became a lifelong anguish for him. Despite later becoming a billionaire, living without worry, and having all that he desired, he felt an overwhelming emptiness and discomfort when recalling the past. Given a second chance at life, he vowed that such tragedies would never happen again. Grateful to the heavens for granting him the opportunity to amend everything, Tang Kun eagerly searched for the whereabouts of his beloved wife. In that moment, memories of his past flooded back. Remembering how he had brutally beaten Xu Rong earlier, and had not comforted her, but instead sent her to the kitchen to prepare a meal, he rushed towards the kitchen, anxious that she might despair and take the wrong path once again. Upon entering the kitchen, he found that Xu Rong had already prepared 2 steaming bowls of noodles, resembling offerings. His beautiful wife was quietly crying while scribbling something on a piece of white paper resting on her thigh. "Honey." Upon hearing the man's voice at the door, Xu Rong was startled. Seeing Tang Kun rushing towards her, she feared he would strike her again, plunging her further into despair. She dropped her pencil and paper, grabbing a nearby green bottle, preparing to ingest its contents. To his horror, Tang Kun realized it was pesticide. Acting with all his strength, he quickly dashed to her side and snatched the bottle from her hands. Fortunately, Xu Rong's previous injuries slowed her reaction, allowing him to intervene in time. "Tang Kun, just let me die. I can no longer endure this life. I truly wish to end it," she sobbed, fully aware that her intentions were exposed. Seeing the situation unravel, Tang Kun felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He could not bear to see his beloved wife in such despair, so he discarded the bottle, stepped forward, and enveloped her in his arms, speaking tenderly, "My love, I was wrong. Will you forgive me? From this moment on, I promise to heed your wishes, and we shall live well together." Taken aback by his sudden shift from aggression to tenderness, Xu Rong stood in stunned silence, grappling with the unexpected turn of events. Is it possible that all of this is but a dream? Chapter 3. Come, let us bring some food to my sister-in-law. Tang Kun, what are you saying? Is this truly happening? Surely, I am not dreaming? Since our marriage, it is the first time I have heard my husband apologize. The first time I have witnessed such a gentle demeanor from him. Xu Rong is utterly bewildered, hardly daring to believe the reality before her. How could I have been such a fool? Merely offering a comforting word has moved my wife to a state of disbelief, as if in a dream. Where can one find such a wonderful woman? Recalling his own past coldness and misdeeds, Tang Kun felt a pang of regret. He nodded earnestly, cradling her face in his hands, and pressed a fervent kiss upon her forehead. Gazing into her beautiful eyes, he smiled and declared, "Dear wife, all of this is indeed real. This is not a dream. Here I stand before you, a living man." In that moment, everything felt tangible. Xu Rong, blushing at the thought of the kiss, lowered her gaze, fearful that raising her head would cause the enchanting scene to vanish into thin air. "Wife, over the past 6 months, I have come to realize my own disgrace. I should never have believed in rumors, nor should I have squandered my time with those unworthy companions, leaving the burdens of our home solely upon your shoulders. Xu Rong, I, Tang Kun, solemnly vow to you that I will mend my ways, strive to provide for our family, and I will ensure that you suffer no hardship, nor will I allow Xu Feng, Xu Yin, and Xu Jiao to endure hunger or cold, or to be bullied. Is that agreeable?" Upon hearing Tang Kun's words, Xu Rong was taken aback, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at the man she had lived with for a year, her voice trembling with disbelief. "Kun, is this true? Are you truly willing to help my sisters?" Tang Kun nodded vigorously, raising his right hand high and swearing, "A man's word is his bond. I shall never go back on it. Should I break this oath, may the heavens strike me down." Before he could finish, Xu Rong had already pressed her delicate hands against his lips, her eyes glistening with emotion as she exclaimed, "Kun, I believe in you." Woo. In that moment, Xu Rong was in tears, not out of despair, but from the overwhelming joy that filled her heart. In her eyes, she did not seek for her husband to achieve great success. She only wished that he would not abuse her, that he would show her a modicum of affection. Even if they had to endure hardship together, Xu Rong felt blissfully content, seeing the sorrowful visage of the woman before him, her cheeks swollen and tears streaming down her face. Tang Kun's heart ached as if pierced by a knife. He gently wiped away her tears with his sleeve and softly asked, "Wife, does it still hurt? If you wish, you may slap my face a few times to vent your frustrations." Upon hearing this, he took her delicate hand and playfully brought it to his cheek, ready to endure her reprimands. "Kun, don't. The pain inflicted upon you resonates deeply within my heart. I place my unwavering faith in my man." Upon witnessing the scene, Xu Rong hurriedly intervened, gently offering her solace. Her beloved had finally turned away from his reckless ways. What if he were to falter again, reverting to the cold-hearted persona of his past? Would she be doomed to suffer once more? Observing the beauty before him finally believe in him. Tang Kun glanced at the fallen bottle of pesticide and the letter on the white paper, swiftly picked them up, and cast them into the fire pit, chuckling as he said, "My dear, one must not seek death in such a manner. Trust me, our future will undoubtedly be vibrant and prosperous." Having been granted a second chance at life, as a once wealthy tycoon, Tang Kun was brimming with confidence to alter his current predicament. What a farce it would be if, with 4 decades of extraordinary experience, he could not emerge as a leader in this new era. He might as well end it all. Reflecting on how close he came to despair, and remembering that he had 3 sisters to care for, Xu Rong felt a surge of trepidation. Heaven had finally opened its eyes. She prayed that the divine would ensure Tang Kun's heart would remain steadfast. Little did he know of the wish nestled within her heart. Upon seeing the noodles on the cutting board, he smiled gently, gazing affectionately at his wife, and said softly, "Darling, the noodles are nearly cold. Let us eat while they are warm. We can attend to important matters afterward." After saying this, Tang Kun took her hand and led her briskly to the wash basin, swiftly cleansing their hands, for they had both touched the highly toxic pesticide moments before. At this juncture, Xu Rong resembled a marionette, allowing her man to guide her delicate hand, first washing her graceful fingers, and then witnessing Tang Kun present her with a generous bowl of noodles. "Kun, I'm not hungry. You eat first." However, scarcely had the words left her lips when her stomach audibly protested, turning her cheeks a vivid shade of crimson. Tang Kun erupted into hearty laughter, replying, "Wife, do eat while it's warm. We shall each have a bowl, and afterward we could deliver some food to my sisters-in-law." Hearing this delightful news, Xu Rong sprang to her feet, her face alight with joy as she exclaimed, "Kun, you are so kind to my sisters. Rest assured, Xu Feng, Xu Yin, and Xu Jiao have all grown up. They can assist us with farm work and will ensure the family does not suffer." Tang Kun, well aware of her concerns, smiled reassuringly and replied, "Fear not, my dear. From now on, whatever food we have, there will be enough for them as well." The 2 bowls of noodles, shared by the young couple, took a full half-hour to finish. The reason for such a lengthy meal was that Tang Kun wanted to wait until Xu Rong had finished before dividing his own noodles to share with her. Little did he know, the beauty before him had the same intention. Despite her rumbling stomach, she refused to eat heartily, gazing deeply into his eyes as if she had never seen him before. It was only when he gently urged her that Xu Rong finally smiled and polished off her bowl, leaving not a single strand behind. This marks the first time in over a year that the woman has truly filled her belly. "Darling, let us go. These bags of white flour and cornmeal should be delivered to my sisters-in-law. They are in greater need than we are." Upon witnessing Tang Kun hoisting all the stored provisions from their home, Xu Rong was taken aback and rushed forward to intervene. "My dear, if we send all the food away, what shall we eat afterward? Perhaps we should keep some for ourselves." Ironically, just moments before, the woman had secretly hoped for her husband to show benevolence and share some food with the sisters. Yet now, she found herself opposing that very desire. Haha, rest assured, the food at home will only multiply by tomorrow. With that, Tang Kun undeterred by his wife's skepticism, slung the provisions over his shoulder with his right hand while clasping Xu Rong's delicate hand with his left, merrily making his way toward the commune's cattle shed. In that moment, despite her slightly swollen face, Xu Rong's eyes sparkled with joy, her body pressed closely against her husband, her heart brimming with sweetness. Is the sun rising from the west today? Or has that rogue Tang Kun truly undergone a transformation? The charming widow Wang Shuzhen, having just stepped out, unexpectedly stumbled upon this blissful scene, her expression one of astonishment. Chapter 4. The sisters' ordeal with rascals. At the eastern edge of the village lay the cattle shed of the Shangshui commune, once a temporary abode for the commune's cowards, facilitating the care of the village's livestock for the sake of earning labor points. However, following the land being allocated to households, it gradually fell into disrepair. The four Su sisters, fleeing from famine, arrived at Shangshui village, where the eldest, Xu Rong, under the auspices of village chief Wang Baofa, wed Tang Kun, thus securing a new home. Meanwhile, the three younger sisters, Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao, found themselves without suitable accommodations. Eventually, the kind-hearted village chief arranged for them to temporarily reside in the commune's cattle shed, shielding them from the elements. Though Xu Rong wished to welcome her three sisters into her new home, Tang Kun's dwelling consisted of but a single room and 2 beds. It was hardly fitting for the four sisters to share the earthen Kong on their wedding night. Such a scandal would surely invite ridicule. Moreover, with her sisters present, how could Xu Rong hope to enjoy her nuptial night or fulfill her duties to the Tang family? Fortunately, the sisters found solace in the cattle shed, albeit its simplicity. They fashioned beds from hay and patched the gaping holes with old wooden boards. By day, they ventured into the hills to forage for wild vegetables, and on fortunate occasions, they might even discover mushrooms to stave off hunger. As the eldest, Xu Rong discreetly pilfered some grain from home to secretly support her sisters, allowing them to scrape by. Su Feng, with your striking beauty and slender figure, why not marry me? Proclaimed Wang Ergo, accompanied by his 2 companions Jiao and Wei Jun, who persistently blocked Su Feng's path, attempting to entice the lovely maiden into submission, disdainfully regarding the short and scrupulous man before her. Su Feng felt no attraction to such a character. While her circumstances were dire, she considered herself too exquisite to pair with a notorious village ruffian. Yet, with only her sisters for company in the cattle shed, and a husband like Tang Kun who treated Xu Rong with cruelty, the sisters were left vulnerable. Aware that Wang Ergo was harassing her, Su Feng dared not retaliate, fearing the potential repercussions, and merely shot him a cold glance. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Ergo was captivated by her allure, his throat constricting with desire, while Zhao Daju and Wei Jun also salivated at the sight. Particularly Zhao Daju, gazing at the woman with her enchanting curves and then glancing at Su Feng's 2 sisters behind her, suddenly grinned and said, Su Feng, why not submit to our leader? Not only will you be free from worry, but Su Yin and Su Jiao will also have their fill. Upon finishing, Zhao Daju exchanged knowing looks with Wei Jun, who immediately caught on and chimed in, indeed. Su Feng, you have followed our leader Wang Laoda, and your sister Su Yin is taken up with the Zhu. Then let the youngest sister, Su Jiao, live with me. You 3 should seriously consider whether this dilapidated cattle shed is a suitable dwelling for such exquisite beauties as yourselves. Living in our home, sleeping on a warm Kong, is that not far more pleasant? Upon hearing this, Su Feng let out a cold snort. If you weren't perpetually idle, perhaps we sisters would give it some thought. Yet, despite having your own house, you are often left with empty stomachs. How could you possibly provide for the 3 of us? Shall we resort to theft or robbery? Wang Ergo Zhao Daju and Wei Jun were utterly unprepared for Su Feng's sharp retort, which struck at their vulnerabilities without mercy. Momentarily taken aback, the 3 ruffians found themselves a loss for words. After all, their clandestine activities of thievery and robbery were undeniable truths. Seeing their pitiful state, Su Feng's contempt for them deepened, and she coldly declared, Wang Ergo, Zhao Daju, Wei Jun, you 3 should abandon this futile pursuit. We are about to prepare lunch, so you should leave immediately. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to call for help. First, she had scorned them, exposing their wounds, and now, Confronted by a mere woman who dared to issue an eviction order, Wang Ergo was filled with rage. He stepped closer, irritation etched across his face, and shouted, "How dare you, foul woman, refuse to show me respect? If you insist on being so ungrateful, do not blame me for resorting to violence." Having uttered these words, Wang Ergo nodded towards Zhao and Wei Jun, a lewd grin spreading across his face as he suggested, "Brothers, they say there's no time like the present. These three women are quite attractive. Let us conduct our business right here." Upon hearing Wang Ergo's proposal, and noting that they were at the eastern edge of the village where few would pass by, Zhao and Wei Jun exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. They exclaimed, "The boss speaks wisely. Boss, Su Feng is yours. The youngest Su Jiao is left for Wei Jun. I have my eye on Su Yan. She resembles a celestial being, and with her ample figure, she is surely destined to bear sons." Realizing that the three ruffians were closing in on them with their lewd expressions, Su Feng's heart raced with panic, yet she forced herself to remain composed. Sternly warning, "What do you intend to do? If you approach any closer, I will call for help." Behind her, her sisters Su Yan and Su Jiao had never witnessed such a scene and were trembling in terror, cowering behind Su Feng and daring not to utter a word. This display only emboldened the three ruffians further. With a sweeping gesture, Wang Ergo bellowed, "Brothers, act accordingly. Whether or not we feast tonight depends on your skills." As he spoke, he lunged towards the beautiful young women before him. Jiao bore a lecherous grin as he fixed his gaze upon his target, Su Yan, akin to a fierce tiger stalking its prey, advancing step by step. Wei Jun, already salivating, rubbed his hands together and leered at the youngest beauty, Su Jiao, whispering with a smirk, "Little lady, why are you hiding? Come here to me." At that moment, Su Feng was oblivious to her two younger sisters, fiercely battling against Wang Ergo, while shouting loudly, "Su Yan, Su Jiao, run! Quickly call for help." Upon hearing their elder sister's command, Su Yan and Su Jiao finally reacted, just as they prepared to flee for assistance, only to be seized by Zhao and Wei Jun, leaving them no chance of escape. "Sister, help!" Su Feng had just managed to push Wang Ergo away when she suddenly heard her sister's cries, her heart momentarily thrown into chaos. Before she could rush to their aid, Wang Ergo seized the opportunity, capturing her in his grasp, rendering her unable to escape. In that moment, despite their desperate struggles, the three women could not match the strength of the three men. Wang Ergo effortlessly hoisted Su Feng over his shoulder, disregarding her cries and attempts to strike him, striding purposefully towards the barn. Realizing the imminent danger she faced, Su Feng bit down hard on the man's neck, causing Wang Ergo to grimace in pain. "Wretched woman, truly an untamed tigress," he shouted in anger, violently flinging the woman off his shoulder, sending Su Feng crashing to the ground like a rag doll. Seizing the moment, he stepped forward, raised his hand, and struck her hard enough to render her unconscious. With the woman finally still, a lewd smile crept across his face as he declared, "Even if the king himself appeared today, I, Wang Ergo, shall have my way with this beauty." Observing their leader's ferocity, Zhao and Wei Jun followed suit, forcefully bringing down the struggling women, delivering several resounding slaps. Sister, Su Yan and Su Jiao, though subdued by Zhao and Wei Jun, kept their eyes fixed on their unconscious sister, desperately calling out, "What are you shouting for? If you don't behave, we'll take care of you too." Seeing their leader had knocked Su Feng out and carried her into the barn, Zhao and Wei Jun scolded in unison, their own quarry weeping and wailing. Realizing that their elder sister had fallen victim to this fate, and fearing that they too would be powerless to escape, Su Yan cried out to the heavens, "Heaven, why are you so unjust?" Chapter 5. Tang Kun. Either repay the debt or use your sister-in-law as collateral. Darling, did you hear that? It sounds like the cries of San Mei. After leaving the old Tang residence, Xu Rong and her husband Tang Kun, who was shouldering a sack of grain, strolled cheerfully toward the commune's cow shed. After all this time, it was a rare occasion for a woman to enjoy such harmonious companionship with her man in public. However, just a dozen meters from the cow shed, Xu Rong abruptly heard the distant cries of a woman, which startled her greatly, prompting her to exclaim. Upon hearing this, Tang Kun halted in his tracks, straining to listen, and indeed caught the sound of a woman's cries, his expression instantly darkening. How could he forget the tragic fates of his 3 sisters-in-law from his previous life? Wait for me here, my dear. I shall go investigate, Tang Kun said softly, setting down the sack of grain as he addressed his wife. Hurry over and check. We must not let the sisters suffer any indignities. Xu Rong replied anxiously, her heart racing as she sensed the gravity of the situation. Tang Kun dashed forward with purpose. A minute later, he spotted his former companions Jiao and Wei Jun, both of whom were carrying 2 women and wearing lewd grins, preparing to unleash their malice in the cowshed. Witnessing this scene ignited Tang Kun's fury. How fortunate he had arrived, or else his 3 sisters-in-law would undoubtedly have faced dire consequences. As he charged forward, Tang Kun picked up a sturdy stick from the ground, stealthily approaching the 2 men. Su Yin, slung over Jiao Deju's shoulder, raised her gaze in despair, desperately wishing for a miracle. To her astonishment, she spotted her brother-in-law Tang Kun rushing toward her, filling her with joy. As she opened her mouth to call out, Tang Kun's piercing gaze silenced her instantly, and she obediently closed her lips. Jiao Deju, you scoundrel! Let go of my sister-in-law. Upon reaching Jiao Deju, Tang Kun delivered a swift kick to the man's back, sending him crashing to the ground in utter surprise. He then seized Su Yan's arms, pulling her away from the brink of collapse and ensuring her safe landing. Tang Kun, how could it be you? Wei Jun, who had already entered the cow shed with Su Jiao slung over his shoulder, turned around and was met with the sight of his friend Zhu sprawled on the ground, Tang Kun glaring at him with fierce intent, sending shivers down his spine. Su Jiao is my sister-in-law, so you best be wise and set her down, Tang Kun declared, his voice low and menacing. Otherwise, I will make short work of you. Before Wei Jun could respond, Su Yin, teary-eyed, clutched his arm tightly, urgently pleading, brother-in-law, the second sister is still inside. She has already been taken in by Wang Ergu. You must save her quickly, or it may be too late. Damn it, no wonder I haven't seen the eldest sister. She has already fallen into the clutches of that scoundrel Wang Ergu. Tang Kun thought, this cannot stand. I must rescue Su Feng first, otherwise, how could I face my wife Xu Rong if Wang Ergu truly succeeds? Upon contemplating this, Tang Kun seized a stick and, disregarding Wei Jun's obstruction, struck the opponent's thigh with a decisive blow and rushed inside. Wei Jun, stung by the attack, cried out in pain, heedless of anything else, and unceremoniously cast Su Jiao aside from his shoulder, vigorously rubbing his injured limb. Su Jiao, having narrowly escaped, stumbled out and reunited with her sister, Su Yan. As Tang Kun burst into the barn, he discovered that Wang Ergu had already unbuttoned the blouse of his sister-in-law, Su Feng, revealing her fair, smooth skin adorned with a vividly red belly band, preparing to indulge in a moment of intimacy. What close call! Noticing that the nefarious act had not yet been completed, Tang Kun exhaled a sigh of relief and shouted loudly, Wang Ergu, how dare you? Release Su Feng at once. In truth, the moment Tang Kun had kicked Jiao, Wang Ergu had recognized his old friend. However, realizing he was outnumbered 3-1, he had dismissed the threat. Who would have anticipated that both Jiao Deju and Wei Jun failed to impede Tang Kun? This left Wang Ergu in a state of frustration. The exquisite pleasure was tantalizingly within reach, yet he could not indulge. Who could fathom such a sentiment? Casting one last glance at the stunning beauty before him, and then at the approaching Tang Kun wielding a stick, Wang Ergu swallowed hard and humorously remarked, Tang Kun, we are all good friends here. Why must we create conflict among ourselves? These enchanting ladies are indeed your sisters-in-law. But have you ever truly cared for them? How about this? Today, the 4 of us can take turns enjoying their company. After all, brothers are like limbs, and women like garments. Upon hearing Wang Ergu's proposition, Tang Kun was momentarily taken aback. It was unfathomable that, even at such a critical juncture, this scoundrel would entertain such a whimsical thought. At that moment, even Su Yin and Su Jiao, standing at the entrance, were first flushed with embarrassment, then filled with anxiety. They were well aware of their brother-in-law's character. Fearing that Tang Kun might acquiesce to Wang Ergu's outrageous demands, thus putting the three sisters in peril. The two beauties turned to Tang Kun with pleading gazes. Tang Kun returned a reassuring glance to the sisters, then fixed a fierce glare upon Wang Ergu. How dare he use his sister-in-law as a pawn? Wang Ergu, do you wish to invite death upon yourself? If not for his arrival from another world, perhaps this incarnation of Tang Kun might have indeed entertained Wang Ergu's request, aligning himself with the wicked. However, he had returned precisely to avert such tragedies, and there was no way he would concede to Wang Ergu's absurd proposal. Thus, gripping the wooden stick tightly, he bellowed, "Wang Ergu, I now present you with two choices. First, vacate the room immediately, taking Jiao Dezhu and Wei Gang with you, and we shall consider this matter settled without further ado. Second, I will shatter your legs with this stick and subsequently escort you to the police station to confess. Choose wisely." Seeing her brother-in-law exude such commanding authority for the first time left Su Yin and Su Jiao utterly astonished. At this moment, the gazes of the two women directed towards the man were imbued with admiration, their hearts brimming with an overwhelming sense of security. Seeing Jiao Dezhu and Wei Jun gradually rise, Wang Ergu chuckled heartily, tauntingly remarking, "Tang Kun, I am at a loss to understand your sudden change in disposition. However, one undeniable fact remains. We are 3 against 1. If we truly decide to unleash our wrath, you would hardly stand a chance against the 3 of us." As Jiao Dezhu and Wei Jun stood up, Tang Kun had already sensed their movements. With a mere sidelong glance and a cold smirk, he retorted, "Wang Ergu, you are correct in stating that you are 3. Yet, you are well aware of my temperament. Should I truly decide to become ruthless, I may not be able to vanquish all 3 of you, but I can certainly incapacitate you, you wretched scoundrel, with ease." Tang Kun, standing at a height of 1.78 meters, towered over Wang Ergu by half a head, exuding an imposing presence. Moreover, he wielded a weapon in his hand. Wang Ergu was not oblivious to the fact that if Tang Kun were to act on his threat, the one to suffer would undoubtedly be himself. Furthermore, the opportunity to target the women had already slipped away. Should the authorities learn of his violent actions towards the Su sisters, dire consequences would ensue. With this thought, Wang Ergu's bravado diminished significantly. He contemplated leaving immediately, planning to deal with Tang Kun at a more opportune time. However, upon catching sight of the unconscious Su Feng, her snow-white skin and alluring form, along with her ample bosom, he felt a pang of reluctance. With a shrewd glint in his eye, he fixed his gaze on the ever-watchful Tang Kun and coldly stated, "Tang Kun, do you remember that you owe me, Wang Ergu, 80 yuan from our wager? Now, you have 2 choices. Repay me at once or forfeit your sister-in-law as collateral." Chapter 6. For Blossoms share one bed in the 1980s. The sum of 80 yuan was by no means insignificant. It is noteworthy that at that time, the monthly salary of a city worker barely amounted to 30 or 40 yuan. In the countryside, it could represent the annual income of many individuals. In this life, Tang Kun was naturally unaware that this gambling debt was evidently a trap. It was a scheme orchestrated by Wang Ergu, Jiao Dezhu, and Wei Jun, who conspired to lure Tang Kun into the game of Xia Jinhua with the initial intent of acquiring his beautiful wife, Xu Rong. However, having traversed time and space and now standing as a billionaire from the future, how could Tang Kun be oblivious to such tricks? The pressing concern at present was to fend off this pack of hungry wolves. After all, how could he contend with the combined forces of the 3? While sustaining some injuries was inconsequential to him, if the 3 sisters, Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao, were to suffer grave losses, losing their virtue, where would he find justification for such an outcome? In truth, at that moment, the most anxious individuals were not Tang Kun, nor were they Jiao Dezhu or Wei Jun. Instead, it was Su Yin and Su Jiao. Upon hearing that their brother-in-law had incurred such a substantial debt, and realizing that Tang Kun was utterly destitute, the 2 beauties were terrified that he might impulsively offer them as collateral. That would be akin to escaping a wolf's den only to fall into a tiger's lair. Observing the two sisters, who looked as if they were on the verge of tears, and contrasting their plight with Wang Ergo's smug demeanor, Tang Kun let out a cold snort. Wang Ergo, although you have set this trap with an 80 yuan gambling debt, enticing me into your scheme, it was my folly that led me here. This debt, I shall acknowledge. Upon hearing their brother-in-law admit to the gambling debt, Su Yin and Su Jiao were truly alarmed. They hastily stepped forward, urgency etched on their faces, and exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, if you dare to betray us, we would rather die than comply with your wishes." Realizing that his sisters-in-law had misinterpreted his intentions, Tang Kun smiled gently and explained, "Su Yin, Su Jiao, rest assured, even if I am a rogue, I would never stoop to such despicable acts. As long as I am here, no one shall dare to harm you. Unless, of course, someone truly wishes for mutual destruction." Feng Yegu, known as a notorious ruffian in the village, was not a fool. Sensing the lethal glint in Tang Kun's eyes, he discerned the underlying warning in his words. Thus, he coldly retorted, "Tang Kun, if you wish to play the hero, I shall oblige. As long as you can present 80 yuan, we shall depart immediately, never to trouble you again. However, should you fail to repay, simply exit this room and allow us 3 brothers to enjoy ourselves, and this debt shall be wiped clean. What do you say?" Knowing full well that Tang Kun could not produce the money, Wang Ergo pressed forward with his scheme, unwilling to relinquish the succulent prize within reach. "Feng Ergo, you audacious. You dare to covet my sisters-in-law? Dream on. As for repaying the debt, I certainly cannot do so immediately. You must grant me some time to gather the funds." Realizing that Tang Kun remained impervious to persuasion, and knowing that the possibility of a romantic encounter had vanished, Wang Ergo and Jiao Deju exchanged glances, a plan forming in their minds. With a slight smile, they presented their terms. "Tang Kun, I can afford you some time to collect the money. However, this comes with conditions. Although it is the early 1980s, a time when many struggle for basic necessities, Tang Kun is unusually confident about raising the funds. If you grant me time, everything will be manageable." He immediately responded, "Speak. I shall give you 10 days. Within this period, if you can truly repay the 80 yuan, I, Wang Ergo, guarantee that I will never trouble your sister-in-law again. But if you fail, not only will the 3 of us enjoy the company of these 3 beauties, but your wife, Xu Rong, will also be summoned to serve us. Tang Kun, will you accept this condition?" For Wang Ergo, obtaining 80 yuan is a lucrative venture. After all, it is a clever ruse of turning nothing into something. Should Tang Kun agree and fail to procure the funds, not only would the 3 Su sisters, Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao, fall victim to his grasp, but he could also indulge in the beauty of Tang Kun's wife. What is not to gain? Wang Ergo's malicious intent was not lost on Tang Kun. Yet unfazed, he confidently replied, "Fine, it's a deal." Su Yin and Su Jiao were taken aback, their faces draining of color. "Brother-in-law, you mustn't," they exclaimed. "Where will you find such a sum?" Seeing their worried expressions, Tang Kun smiled gently and leaned closer, whispering, "Su Yin, Su Jiao, do not fret. I have a plan. A mere 80 yuan is no challenge for me." At that moment, the Su sisters, gazing at their self-assured brother-in-law, were torn between disbelief and faith. "Ha! Truly loyal. Tang Kun, we shall meet again in 10 days. Let us hope you can settle your debts then. Otherwise, the 4 golden flowers of the Su family may fall into our hands." The chuckles of Jiao Deju and Wei Jun fill the air, envisioning the scene of being attended by 4 stunning beauties. Su Yin and Su Jiao turned away in anger, refusing to cast another glance at their brother-in-law Tang Kun. The flicker of admiration they had briefly felt for him vanished without a trace. With the agreement reached, it was time to depart. Tang Kun's immediate priority was to drive away the wolves before him. Hearing their consent, he seized the moment and issued an eviction order. Reluctantly, Wang Ergo cast one last glance at the Su sisters, gesturing for Jiao Deju and Wei Jun to follow. "Let us go." Once they were a distance away, and with cold sweat already trickling down his back, Tang Kun discarded the stick he had been holding and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yin and Su Jiao Quickly help your second sister get dressed. Your elder sister is still outside, and I must go fetch her immediately. Fearing that Wang Ergo and his band of ruffians might resume their harassment of his wife, Xu Rong, Tang Kun, regaining his composure, promptly instructed his younger sisters-in-law. Understood. As they observed a pack of hungry wolves gradually retreat, Su Yin and Su Jiao hurried forward, diligently tending to their second sister. By the time Tang Kun returned, carrying sacks of provisions and accompanied by his wife Xu Rong, Su Feng had already dressed and awakened, hearing firsthand from her two younger sisters all that had transpired. Upon seeing her brother-in-law again, Su Feng regarded Tang Kun with a gaze fraught with complexity, gratitude intertwined with resentment, and a profound sense of disappointment. My dear sisters, you have endured much hardship. On the way back, Tang Kun succinctly recounted the earlier events to his wife Xu Rong. Seeing her three younger sisters safe and sound brought tears to Xu Rong's eyes, as she embraced them, weeping uncontrollably. Influenced by their elder sister's emotional outburst, both Su Yin and Su Jiao succumbed to tears, and even the usually strong Su Feng found herself weeping profusely, observing the four sisters in a heartfelt embrace. Lost in their sorrow, Tang Kun did not intervene, but merely shook his head, his heart aching for them. Let out, cry, and release the grievances that weigh upon your hearts. It will bring you some solace. Half an hour later, the women's sobs began to subside. As he gazed upon the four sisters, their delicate faces flushed and eyes shimmering with tears, he took note of the dilapidated barn that was riddled with holes. Considering their isolated location at the edge of the village and the notorious behavior of Wang Ergo's gang, Tang Kun made a decisive resolution. My dear, let's take Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao back home for the night. Our house has a warm calm, and it is far safer. If Wang Ergo fails to keep his word and takes advantage of our absence to harass Su Feng and the others again, it would be disastrous. At first, the four sisters rejoiced at this prospect. However, they soon considered the implications of sharing a warm Kong and a single quilt with the only man among them, and their expressions turned bashful. Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao suddenly became shy, lowering their heads and falling silent. Though they could share warmth and companionship, who would not relish that? Yet, recalling the uncomfortable scene earlier, Xu Rong bit her lip, initially intent on declining the offer. But fearing that she might hurt her husband's kind intentions, she ultimately whispered, Darling, could we have a moment to discuss this among ourselves? Chapter 7. The beautiful sisters-in-law move into the Tang family. Tang Kun had anticipated that his proposal would garner unanimous approval from the women, allowing him to garner some goodwill and transform his previously tarnished image. However, to his surprise, his wife displayed a bashful demeanor and did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, she wished to confer quietly with her sisters. Observing the expressions of his three sisters-in-law, Tang Kun quickly realized that the four lovely ladies had misconstrued his well-meaning intentions, prompting a wry smile to escape his lips. Alas, how could they have misjudged his thoughts so scandalously? Did they truly believe he was that desperate? It was both amusing and exasperating. Despite the four women's modest attire, their youthful beauty and varying figures, each possessing their own charm, could easily lead to misunderstandings. With this in mind, Tang Kun maintained a cheerful demeanor upon hearing his wife's response and gently remarked, My dear, that is only natural. Moreover, this is merely my suggestion. You four sisters should deliberate on it together. I shall step outside for a breath of fresh air. As the sole man in the humble abode finally exited, the atmosphere within became lively. Su Feng, Su Yin, Su Jiao, you all heard what your brother-in-law said. Let us discuss how you truly feel about this. Xu Rong, the eldest, though aware that some words might hurt, chose to pose the question to her younger sisters, allowing them to decide whether to move or not. Upon hearing their sister's straightforward inquiry, Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao exchanged glances, reluctant to be the first to speak for fear their opinions might sway the others. Feng, you are the second eldest. Why don't you go first? With her man having recently shown a kinder disposition, Xu Rong did not wish to keep Tang Kun waiting, so she opted for a more direct approach. Elder sister, before we answer, I must know how you sustained that injury on your face. Did that scoundrel Tang Kun do this to you? Su Feng's concern stemmed from her gratitude after Tang Kun had valiantly rescued them. Yet, the gamble between him and the ruffians had quickly diminished that gratitude. Now, with the crisis averted and noticing her sister's swollen cheek, she inquired with genuine care. Realizing her sisters still held onto their previous impressions of Tang Kun, Xu Rong succinctly recounted the profound transformation he had undergone that day. What? He offered us all the food? Sister, when did brother-in-law become so generous? Is this true? Su Yan exclaimed, astonished. In the past, not only would he have never offered such a bounty, but even the slightest pilfering of cornmeal would have elicited his wrath. Xu Rong cast a knowing glance at her younger sister and replied with a radiant smile, "Oh, you silly girl, do you think I would deceive you? Your brother-in-law, quite inexplicably, seemed to transform into an entirely different person after a midday nap. To be honest, even I found it hard to believe initially. However, isn't this the change we have longed for?" Upon recalling her brother-in-law's recent courageous confrontation with the likes of Wang Ergu, Jiao and Wei Jun, Su Jiao suddenly comprehended the situation and remarked with a smile, "No wonder our brother-in-law had the audacity to fend off those rascals today. It turns out there was more to it. In the past, he would hardly have dared to extend a helping hand. He would have been grateful just to avoid exacerbating the situation." At that moment, as they gazed at the two discarded bags on the ground, reflecting on the harrowing scene they had just witnessed, the words of their eldest sister, Xu Rong, faced no skepticism from them. "Eldest sister, I have made up my mind. I will heed brother-in-law's advice and move over to live with you. Not only is this place drafty and leaky, but we are also frequently harassed by the local ruffians, living in constant fear. In any case, I cannot endure it any longer. If we have a house to live in, we can enjoy the warmth of a cozy Kong and share our lives together. Who wouldn't welcome that?" After listening to her sister's explanation, it was Su Jiao, the youngest, who decisively advocated for the family to relocate and care for one another under the same roof. Su Feng, the second sister, could only smile wryly at this and turned to the youngest sister, saying, "Su Jiao, your words sound delightful. But if we four sisters were to share the same Kong with brother-in-law, while it may constitute a family, how would it bode for our prospects of marriage once this news spreads? We must remember, the opinions of others can be quite daunting." Xu Rong, the eldest, nodded slightly in agreement, realizing that this was indeed why she had not immediately supported her husband in welcoming her sister's move. After all, as sisters, even if the Tang family had ample rooms, she would never allow her sisters to suffer elsewhere. However, upon hearing the second sister's concerns and observing that the eldest seemed to share similar thoughts, Su Yin, the third sister, shook her head and voiced her own reflections. Eldest sister, second sister, in this current world, where we often struggle to find sufficient food and clothing and are sometimes bullied by local thugs, I must ask, what holds greater value, our pride or our lives? As you witnessed today, had brother-in-law not appeared in time, we might have already succumbed to the humiliation at the hands of Wang Ergu and his crew. Thus, I propose that since brother-in-law suggests we move, we should heed his advice. Even if Wang Ergu comes to collect debts, with our numbers, we can support one another. Upon hearing her third sister align with her perspective, Su Jiao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she responded, "Precisely. It is far more crucial to live well. Moreover, if I fail to encounter a suitable partner in the future, I, Su Jiao, would rather remain single for life than settle for less." Xu Rong was profoundly moved by the resonant words of her younger sisters, Su Yin and Su Jiao. Indeed, when one is on the brink of starvation, who can afford to concern themselves with superficial matters? Moreover, in 10 days' time, Wang Ergu and Zhao Daju would surely come knocking for debts. If Tang Kun were not by their side, who could predict the unforeseen calamities that might ensue? Reflecting on the transformation of her man today, the eldest, Xu Rong, decisively declared, "Sisters, we shall move in. Since your brother-in-law believes he possesses the means to resolve the current crisis, we must unconditionally place our trust in him. We cannot allow him to feel disheartened, can we?" The only dissenting voice among the three, Su Feng, upon seeing both her elder sister and younger sister in agreement to relocate, let out a relieved breath and smiled gently, saying, "Very well, in that case, let us seize the midday hours and move at once." In truth, There was hardly much to transfer from the cow shed. Moving would be a mere formality. Dear, just bring along the essentials for my sisters. There is no need to bother with the bedding. Once Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao settle in, I shall remain at home, though it may be rather inconvenient. This place will serve as my temporary abode. Upon hearing Tang Kun's words, not only was Xu Rong deeply touched, but even the previously hesitant Su Feng regarded her brother-in-law with newfound respect. As for Su Yin and Su Jiao, their expressions displayed satisfaction, as if their eyes were proclaiming, "Look, our brother-in-law is indeed a man of integrity." Little did the three enchanting sisters anticipate that this day's relocation would profoundly alter the trajectory of their lives henceforth. Chapter 8. A veil apart, Kun. How can that be? If you truly reside here, wouldn't the backbone of our four sisters be shattered by others? It is no small feat for our man to have turned over a new leaf and to cherish himself. Xu Rong would never commit the ungrateful act of allowing her sisters to occupy the Tang family home while banishing her own husband to this drafty, leaky cow shed. If the villagers were to catch wind of this, they would surely gossip behind our backs. Moreover, with Tang Kun as the head of the household, how can a woman hope for a better life without the support of her man? In truth, Tang Kun's remarks stem from a deep-seated belief that his woman would never agree to such a notion. The hearts of people in those times were inherently kind. They lacked the cunning seen in later generations. He merely mentioned it in passing, garnering the admiration of his sisters-in-law while showcasing his masculine spirit. What could be more delightful? Upon realizing that her brother-in-law Tang Kun truly contemplated residing in the cow shed, the second sister, Su Fengxiao, felt a flush of embarrassment. Summoning her courage, she gazed softly at the man before her and said, "Brother-in-law, please heed my sister's words and return home. The weather is about to turn cold. And if anything were to happen to you, what would my sister do? Furthermore, if you do not return, how could the three of us possibly show our faces moving in?" As expected, upon hearing Su Feng's plea, the third sister Su Yin and the fourth sister Su Jiao immediately chimed in unison, "Yes, brother-in-law." Seeing the four enchanting women gazing at him with such earnestness, filled with a plea, Tang Kun felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With his goal finally achieved, he smiled gently and replied, "Very well then, although our Tang family's old house may be cramped, a single earthen bed can certainly accommodate us all. My dear wife and sisters-in-law, I assure you, once we earn some money, we will build a new house. By then, I will strive for each person to have their own private room. How does that sound?" Upon hearing Tang Kun's vision, the Su sisters were initially filled with surprise and radiance, but soon their expressions dimmed. While they were content with the man's intentions, the reality was that as the least fortunate in Shuangshui village, they could barely fill their stomachs. The thought of spacious new homes felt like a distant dream. Tang Kun, perceptive to the concerns of the four beauties, smiled knowingly without further elaboration. Having lived a second life, he understood the future trends of the world. In a few years, not only would they have new homes, but driving a small carriage would also be within reach. He held immense confidence in his capabilities. Some things could be achieved through diligent effort. There was no need for further words. So, what were they waiting for? It was time to move. Upon hearing the words move, the four sisters, disregarding their aches, erupted in joyous cheers. Subsequently, Tang Kun took the initiative to shoulder 2 bags of grain, then lifted the large iron pot from the cow shed with his left hand, and was the first to step out of the dilapidated shelter. Heavy burdens rested upon the shoulders of the men, while the four sisters, some clutching blankets, others carrying pots and pans, and still others shouldering various household items, followed Tang Kun with expressions of excitement. Given the scant possessions of the sisters, it was less a move than a familial visit. "Xu Rong, what brings you here? Are you moving?" As Xu Rong reached the courtyard gate, she encountered her neighbor, the charming widow Wang Shuzhen, who was stepping out to fetch water. Upon noticing the Su sisters transporting their belongings inside, the widow raised an eyebrow in surprise, casting a discreet glance at Tang Kun's retreating figure, and could not resist inquiring softly, "Wang Jie, my husband and I are here to bring my sisters home. Do come visit us when you have the time." Xu Rong replied cheerfully, leading her sisters through the threshold of the Tang residence. Could it be that Tang Kun had truly turned over a new leaf? Or did he harbor ulterior motives regarding his three sisters-in-law? After pouring the water, the widow, still clutching her basin, murmured to herself, her face etched with skepticism as she returned indoors. My dear, to celebrate the joyous occasion of our sister's relocation, do prepare a feast. Remember, do not hold back. Use up the remaining flour to treat them to a splendid meal. Observing everyone entering the house, Tang Kun assisted the women in arranging their belongings, then, with a wave of his hand and a beaming smile, made his suggestion. All right. The eldest sister, Xu Rong, could hardly contain her excitement at her husband's attentiveness to her three sisters, and she readily agreed. Feng, Xu, and the youngest, Jiao, stepped into the house, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Although the home was modest and contained few valuables, it was undeniably a significant improvement over the cowshed. Moreover, there was the comforting warmth of a heated calm. At that moment, witnessing her husband's generosity and seeing her sister preparing to cook, the three sisters quickly chimed in. Sister, let us help you. As the four sisters engaged in cheerful banter, some kneading dough, others washing vegetables, and some tending to the fire, the atmosphere in the room transformed. Infused with a distinctly feminine charm, Tang Kun gazed upon them, filled with a sense of gratitude. At long last, the tragedies of a past life were not to be repeated. Now, it was time for him to defy fate. The four sisters worked together, and within half an hour, 5 bowls of steaming noodles were promptly served on the Kong table. Observing his wife place the largest bowl before him, while each of the 4 women held a small bowl, Tang Kun felt a surge of emotion. He quickly lifted the large bowl before him and divided the noodles among his sisters-in-law, smiling as he explained, Please enjoy. I had corn cake for lunch and a bowl of noodles. I'm not hungry at all. Xu Rong, Xu Feng, Xu Yan, and Xu Jiao gazed at their bowls brimming with noodles, their eyes glistening with moisture, slightly reddening. Sensing their emotional struggle, Tang Kun chuckled heartily and said, You sisters eat first. I shall make a trip to the village chief. Husband, what business do you have with the village chief? Xu Rong inquired, a look of confusion crossing her face. Naturally, I'm borrowing a gun. Tomorrow, I shall venture into the mountains to hunt. In the future, our goal is not only to satisfy our hunger, but also to enjoy meat daily, thus enhancing our meals. So it is. As they gazed at the departing figure of their brother-in-law, Xu Feng, Xu Yan, and Xu Jiao clutched their bowls of noodles, tears streaming down their faces as they savored every bite. Sister, this is the most delicious and filling bowl of noodles I have ever had in my life. I truly hope we can indulge like this every day, Xu Jiao exclaimed, having devoured her noodles and drained the broth. Me too, Xu Yan chimed in, letting out a satisfied burp. The eldest, Xu Rong, felt a pang in her heart at the sight and generously divided her portion of noodles, pouring half into each of her 3 sisters' bowls, beaming at them like a loving mother. Soon, nightfall enveloped the village. As darkness descended, Tang Kun returned home, cheerfully shouldering a hunting rifle. In this era, firearms were still permitted in rural areas, and it was not uncommon for villagers to venture into the mountains in search of game. Darling, did the village chief really lend you a gun? Xu Rong asked, her eyes bright with surprise upon seeing the long firearm on her husband's back. Indeed. However, if we catch something, we must give half to the village chief. Xu Feng, upon hearing this, was left speechless. Isn't that a bit too greedy of him? Tang Kun chuckled and explained, Xu Feng, remember, sometimes a loss can be a gain. Besides, without the village chief lending us a gun, how could we hunt? And it was your brother-in-law who proposed this. As the evening grew late and they prepared for their mountain expedition the next day, all the sisters nodded in agreement. However, as the man closed the door with a loud thud, the atmosphere in the room grew awkward. The house was well sealed against wind and rain, and they could comfortably lie on the warm Kong to sleep. Yet, the thought of sharing a warm bed with a man made Xu Feng, Xu Yan, and Xu Jiao's faces flush with heat. After all, they were all unmarried young women. Despite Tang Kun being their brother-in-law, there was no blood relation. Noticing their bashful expressions, Tang Kun paused for a moment before an idea struck him. Wife, let us tie a rope across the Kong and hang a curtain in the middle. We'll sleep on this side, and the sisters can sleep on the other. Seeing her husband's gestures and the flushed faces of her sisters, Xu Rong quickly understood. Before long, an old blue curtain was hung on the rope, dividing the spacious Kong into two distinct worlds. On one side, Tang Kun and Xu Rong embraced as they slept, while on the other side, the three Xu sisters huddled under the same blanket. Being at home and on a warm Kong, Xu Rong wore nothing but a red belly band, her fair neck and arms exposed. Meanwhile, her three sisters remained fully clothed. Husband, you are truly too kind to us sisters. Your generosity, Xu Rong, I will never be able to repay in this lifetime. In this moment, enveloped in darkness, Xu Rong nestled in Tang Kun's embrace, her lips brushing against his ear as she sweetly murmured, "My dear husband, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, now would be the perfect time." To hold such an exquisite beauty in his arms, any man of sound mind would find it impossible to resist. Moreover, burdened by a sense of indebtedness to this woman from a past life, Tang Kun's heart raced with exhilaration. Sensing his restless hands exploring her delicate form, Xu Rong blushed deeply at his words, yet under the cover of night, their actions remained obscured from prying eyes. "Darling, my sisters are still nearby. Let them drift off to sleep first, and then I shall give myself to you, all right?" With her husband displaying such understanding, Xu Rong could not possibly tarnish his pride. After all, she was in the bloom of youth, and one cannot suppress their natural desires. With a mischievous grin, Tang Kun responded, "Well then, I shall collect a bit of interest first." With her consent granted, he pulled her closer into his arms. As the clock struck 2 in the morning, the stillness beyond the curtains confirmed that no one stirred. The couple began to engage in a secretive exchange. "Dear, be gentle, or I shall have no face to show tomorrow." Tang Kun remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He then wrapped his arms around Xu Rong's waist, drawing her into his embrace. Fearing the sisters might overhear, Xu Rong stifled her sounds, daring not to make a peep, surrendering herself to the whims of her beloved husband. Chapter 9, An Unforgettable Night, Sister. "I urgently need to relieve myself. Will you accompany me?" Tang Kun and Xu Rong were oblivious to the fact that, just a curtain away, the three sisters had yet to succumb to slumber. Their excitement at having escaped the dilapidated cow shed and finally resting on a long-forgotten warm Kong was palpable. More significantly, despite the couple's carefulness, the subtle sounds and movements of the night inevitably reached the ears of the three sisters. Though they were untouched by worldly experiences, they were of an age to understand quite well what their brother-in-law and sister were engaged in. In the 1980s, poverty was prevalent, and it was not uncommon for families to sleep on a single earthen Kong. Such circumstances were far from unusual. At this moment, upon hearing her younger sister's predicament, the second sister, Feng, felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Unable to contain herself, she pinched Jiao beside her and reprimanded her softly yet sternly. "You silly girl, this is truly an ill-timed moment. Hold it in. Wait until dawn to go out, understood?" In rural homes, doors were often secured with wooden bolts after everyone had fallen asleep. If Jiao were to step out now, it would create quite a ruckus. Should their sister and brother-in-law discover that the three of them were still awake, how would they face one another come morning? Though Jiao was desperate, she grasped the implication of her second sister's words and clenched her eyes shut, forcing herself to endure. In fact, prior to sleeping, the eldest, Xu Rong, had placed a chamber pot in the room for everyone as convenience. However, with Tang Kun lying on the warm Kong, Xu Rong had the liberty to do as she pleased, while Jiao dared not relieve herself just behind the curtain. The thought of being overheard was mortifying. An hour later, Tang Kun, wearing a contented expression, lay beneath the covers, embracing his wife, and drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Xu Rong, glistening with fragrant sweat and flushed with warmth, nestled against her husband, silently praying, "May heaven show mercy and grant me a delightful surprise this time. I hope that soon. The heavens will bless me, Xu Rong, with a child of my own." Having been married to Tang Kun for over a year, Xu Rong's womb had shown no signs of life, subjecting her to the whispers and gossip of the villagers. This had brought immense shame upon her husband, leading to violent outbursts and unrelenting abuse. After enduring such hellish torment, with her husband finally turning over a new leaf, Xu Rong naturally yearned to present Tang Kun with a joyful surprise. Finally, sensing that silence had fallen on the other side of the curtain, Xu Feng, Xu Yan, and Xu Jiao collectively sighed in relief. What a long and arduous night it had been. Xu Feng turned over, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips as she gently closed her eyes, soon succumbing to a deep sleep. Coo. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the cracks of the door. While everyone remained in slumber, the crowing of roosters from the village heralded the dawn, rousing Tang Kun first from his sleep. Seeing his wife still peacefully asleep, a gentle smile gracing her face, the man softly planted a kiss on her forehead. He then quietly descended from the bed, retrieved his hunting rifle, and prepared to venture into the mountains for a hunt. The three younger sisters, hearing Tang Kun's departure, gradually rose from their slumber, attempting to feign nonchalance, though the dark circles under their eyes betrayed their restless night. After holding inner discomfort all night, Xu Jiao hastily jumped from the warm bed without properly dressing, closed the door behind her, and was the first to use the chamber pot. The sound of rustling quickly filling the room. Upon waking to find her husband absent, Xu Rong felt a rush of sweetness in her heart. As she descended from the bed, she noticed her three sisters displaying unusual expressions, which piqued her curiosity. However, she soon dismissed the thought and immersed herself in the morning chores, beginning to prepare breakfast for her sisters. Sister, brother-in-law, still owes Wang Ergo and the others 80 yuan in gambling debts. With less than 10 days left, how can we possibly repay such a substantial amount? Xu Feng, the second sister, could no longer contain her concern and voiced her worries. After all, Wang Ergo had made it very clear that if Tang Kun failed to repay the debt, not only would the three of them be collateral, but even the eldest sister, Xu Rong, would suffer the same fate at the mercy of a band of ruffians. The third sister, Xu Yan, and the fourth sister, Xu Jiao, upon hearing this distressing news, lost their appetite and quietly gazed at their eldest sister, awaiting her response. Xu Rong was well aware of her sister's anxieties. Though she herself felt uncertain, she smiled warmly at them and gently reassured, "My dear sisters, if your brother-in-law dares to promise, he surely has a way to resolve this. Let's put our faith in him for now." Upon hearing this, Xu Yan and Xu Jiao felt a measure of relief, but Xu Feng, only a year younger than Xu Rong, was not easily placated. With a wry smile, she said, "Sister, while brother-in-law has taken the hunting rifle and gone into the mountains, even if he manages to bring back some game, it can only be traded for food, not for money. In our village, apart from the village chief's family, who else has spare cash?" Xu Feng's analysis left Xu Rong and the others visibly anxious. Indeed, even if their men were to hunt successfully, converting the game into cash remained an insurmountable challenge. At this time, anyone daring to engage in private trade would face severe consequences, for speculation would not go unpunished. Goods could be confiscated, and the individuals involved could find themselves imprisoned. This was the very reason Wang Ergo had been so brazen in his gambling. As the grim reality dawned on her, Xu Rong felt a wave of panic wash over her. She turned to her second sister, Xu Feng, and inquired, "Sister, you're always so decisive. What do you think we should do?" At that moment, Xu Feng's expression hardened, and with a steely gaze, she slowly uttered, "Sister, the only course of action we have now is to flee and evade our debts." What? Upon hearing the astonishing news, Xu Rong, Xu Yan, and Xu Jiao were taken aback, exclaiming in unison, "Eldest sister, we must not allow Wang Ergo and his cohorts to succeed. Rather than resigning ourselves to fate, it is far better to take a bold stand." Xu Rong, filled with reluctance, softly inquired, "What about your brother-in-law?" Xu Feng smiled gently, gazing at her elder sister, and cheerfully replied, "Sister, your husband treasures you dearly. Naturally, he will lead us to safety." Chapter 10. The Hunt for Wild Boar. Xu Feng. "This matter is too significant for me to decide alone. Let us wait for your brother-in-law to return from his hunting expedition, and then we shall deliberate together. If we truly cannot procure the funds, we can, if you so desire, allow your brother-in-law to discreetly escort us away to evade our debts. What do you think? Upon hearing the elder sister's words, without waiting for Su Feng to respond, the third sister, Su Yin, and the fourth sister, Su Jiao, nodded in agreement. Elder sister, I believe your reasoning is sound. This plan should only be employed as a last resort. After all, brother-in-law's home is right here. Even if we flee, where can we possibly go? Seeing the consensus among her sisters, Su Feng could only nod slightly in acquiescence. In truth, the women harbored an innate reluctance to be uprooted. After all, the good life had only just begun, and Su Feng was not inclined to relinquish it easily. Yet, the recollection of Wang Ergu, Jiao, and Wei Jun nearly publicly humiliating the three sisters filled Su Feng with trepidation. Fearing a similar occurrence might transpire once more, she proposed that they escape the current turmoil and seek refuge elsewhere. Little did Su Feng realize that Wang Ergu and his companions had not only ensnared brother-in-law Tang Kun in a trap, incurring immense debts, but they had also laid eyes on her, the younger sister. How could Tang Kun possibly let those scoundrels go? However, those who aspire to achieve greatness must consider matters meticulously. As for the quest for vengeance, Tang Kun preferred to keep it from the women for now, lest it complicate matters further. The man awaited a special opportunity. Just as the women gathered for breakfast, Tang Kun, carrying the old village chief's hunting rifle, excitedly ventured into the dense forest. His exhilaration stemmed not only from his awareness of the animals' hiding places within the thicket, but also from a profound realization he had in his previous life. After the despairing suicide of his wife, Xu Rong, he understood that the first step in altering his fate was to frequently hunt in the mountains. Ultimately, he would covertly sell the game he caught in the city's black market, thereby earning his first pot of gold. Moreover, another reason for Tang Kun's excitement lay in the fact that he could once again grasp a firearm. For men, aside from beautiful women, few possessions are held in higher regard than weapons. Tang Kun distinctly remembered that in a short while a nationwide crackdown would ensue, lasting several years. During that time, various unlawful activities would face the full force of the state, and even the firearms hidden among the populace would be seized with vigor. Thus, Tang Kun knew he must seize this opportunity to acquire his first fortune in this life, change his destiny, and lead the women towards prosperity. With the memories of his past life, he surveyed the unchanged landscape of the dense forest and smiled. Today, he would hunt a few rabbits to enhance the meals for his wife and sister-in-law. With practiced ease, Tang Kun navigated the underbrush and soon detected the presence of rabbits. He raised his rifle, held his breath, aimed carefully, and with a resounding bang, a wild rabbit fell to the ground. Tang Kun hurriedly pursued, producing a rope and deftly binding the wounded hare before securing it to his waist. Perhaps startled by the commotion, a second hare soon entered the man's line of sight. Without hesitation, Tang Kun seized his hunting gun and repeated his earlier success. Bang, bang, bang. In less than an hour, Tang Kun had successfully captured 3 hares. A bountiful harvest indeed. Perhaps he should hunt a few more. After all, he ought to share half with the old village chief. And it seemed his own household had little left. With this thought in mind, Tang Kun inspected his gear and resumed his search for more game. While scanning the area, he suddenly heard a deep growl. Alarmed, he recognized the ominous sound of a wild boar. His heart raced as he turned to see a sizable boar glaring at him from a short distance away. As a farmer's son, Tang Kun was acutely aware of the dangers posed by wild boars. When enraged, they could rival even tigers and bears. After all, there exists a saying, 1 boar, 2 bears, 3 tigers. Yet, contemplating the prospect of abundant meat and even the possibility of selling it for profit, he steeled himself for the risk. Cautiously, Tang Kun approached his target, skillfully seeking cover before raising his gun to aim. However, the boar seemed to sense him and charged forward with alarming speed. In a panic, Tang Kun fired, the bullet striking the boar's shoulder, yet its tough hide absorbed the impact without bringing it down. As the boar barreled towards him, cold sweat dripped down Tang Kun's forehead. He swiftly sidestepped, barely avoiding the beast. How dare it be so brazen? Just wait and see how I take you down. Seizing the fleeting moment as the boar rushed past him, Tang Kun quickly reloaded his weapon and stepped back, taking advantage of the boar's turn to shoot again. Fortunately, This time he struck a vital spot, and the boar collapsed with a resounding thud. To ensure it was truly incapacitated, Tang Kun, undeterred by the danger, fired 3 more shots at its eyes and belly. Seeing the boar finally lie still, he exhaled deeply, wiped the sweat from his brow, and collapsed onto the ground to recuperate his strength. Today had indeed been fortuitous. This boar must weigh at least 300 to 400 pounds. With 3 hares and 1 boar, he would have sustenance for quite some time. Despite his significant haul, Tang Kun had no intention of heading to the black market to sell his catch just yet. Firstly, the quantity was too meager. He knew that a trip to the urban black market would consume considerable time and energy. More importantly, he needed to address the immediate concerns at home, alleviating the women's worries about their predicament and his own burdens. After resting for a moment, Tang Kun rose and slowly approached the lifeless boar. Transporting such a large creature back alone would be no easy feat initially. He attempted to drag the boar, but its weight combined with the uneven terrain made the task exceedingly difficult. Looking around, he spotted some sturdy branches, and an idea sparked in his mind. He gathered several suitable branches and tore down some vines to create a rudimentary tool resembling a sled. Subsequently, Tang Kun exerted considerable effort to hoist the wild boar onto the sled, securing it tightly. As for the 3 hares, he tied them around his waist. Once everything was prepared, Tang Kun began to pull the sled back. Although the journey was still arduous, it was somewhat easier than before. However, before he had traversed even half the distance home, the makeshift sled collapsed, leaving the hefty wild boar immobile once more. Curse it, what was he to do? The weight of the prey proved to be a misfortune. If he returned alone to fetch assistance, what if other hunters took advantage of the situation? Would he not be left with nothing? Yet, to continue transporting it seemed an exhausting endeavor, and he could not venture far. At that moment, Tang Kun sat upon a stone, gazing at the prey before him, panting heavily, and could not help but mutter, "Damn it, others traverse realms with systems or spaces. Why do I not receive a single response? Is it that systems are selective in their favor?" Chapter 11. The Arrival of the System Ding. The Master-S summons have been received. The system space is currently binding. As Tang Kun muttered under his breath, a peculiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Well, fortune has smiled upon me. I, too, possess a mysterious system. However, he pondered, was the system merely lying in wait, only to reveal itself upon my utterance? This system space is truly lethargic. A direct low rating is in order. System binding complete. Report to the host. Apart from living beings, the system space can store an unlimited amount of resources, eternally maintaining a constant temperature. Upon selection of specific individuals by the reward system, any resources they consume can be multiplied at will and directly stored within the space. Furthermore, in light of the host's previous complaints and the subsequent low rating, the system space's additional functionalities are temporarily disabled and remain in a state of gradual unlocking. By heavens, it seems the system possesses quite the temperament. It appears I have unwittingly provoked it. Upon hearing that the system space could accommodate limitless resources, Tang Kun was elated. Truly, what one desires appears to manifest. However, upon realizing the system's remarkable intelligence and its capacity for emotional responses akin to humans, Tang Kun found himself utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, as long as resource storage is assured, the identity of the specific individuals can be addressed later. Subsequently, after familiarizing himself with the utilization of the system space, Tang Kun concentrated his thoughts and effortlessly summoned 300 to 400 pounds of wild boar into the space. Upon witnessing the successful completion of his endeavor, he erupted into jubilant cheers. Truly, the heavens have opened their eyes. With the system space at his disposal, the exchange of resources has become far more convenient. Even as he ventures into the world, he need not fear others coveting his secrets. Having accomplished his tasks, Tang Kun had intended to continue his rampage, but upon glancing at the sun, he realized it was now noon. Hearing the grumbling of his stomach reminded him that he had barely eaten anything since rising at dawn. Well, there's always tomorrow. Today's harvest has been significant enough. One must not be overly greedy. With this thought in mind, Tang Kun devised a plan. After tidying up, he resumed his search for suitable branches and gathered some vines, preparing to fashion yet another rudimentary tool for transport. With the system's space in hand, the man's actions were merely a precaution to better conceal his secret. For if the villagers, or even his wife and sisters-in-law, were to discover that he possessed a mysterious system, or worse, learn of his rebirth, it would undoubtedly lead to his own undoing. After walking for some time, he saw the entrance of Shangshui village gradually coming into view, ensuring no one was around. Tang Kun cautiously released his quarry from space. He then exerted himself to drag the hefty boar towards the village entrance. As it was midday, many villagers had already returned home, either resting or preparing their lunch. This left Tang Kun's plan to seek assistance in transporting his catch in tatters. Oh well, it seems I must endure a bit more hardship. Unbeknownst to him, one might wonder how his wife and sisters-in-law felt upon witnessing such a bountiful catch. Tang Kun trudged homeward, burdened by the weight of the wild boar, each step an arduous endeavor that left him breathless, forcing him to pause intermittently. As he neared his abode, he spotted his wife, Xu Rong, peering anxiously from the doorway. Behind her stood the striking figures of her three sisters, Xu Feng, Xu Yan, and Xu Jiao. Kun Ge, you have returned, Xu Rong exclaimed, her concern palpable as she hastened toward him. We were all terribly worried about your delayed return. My dear wife, here I am, he replied with a grin, wiping the sweat from his brow. And today's haul is quite impressive. Upon hearing his words, Xu Rong's gaze fell upon the substantial wild boar sprawled on the ground, rendering her momentarily speechless. Darling, did you truly bring down this wild boar? That seems incredibly perilous. At her exclamation, the three sisters approached, particularly Xu Yan, who gasped in admiration. Brother-in-law, you are truly remarkable. To single-handedly take down a wild boar is no small feat. It was evident that while the sisters were intrigued by the impressive catch, only Xu Rong was genuinely concerned for Tang Kun's safety. In that moment, Xu Feng and Xu Jiao encircled their brother-in-law, their eyes wide with astonishment at the alluring prize. They could hardly fathom that their seemingly gentle brother-in-law had ventured alone into the thick woods and emerged victorious, besting a wild beast. Such prowess was almost legendary, rivaling that of the storied Wu song. Oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the minds of the women before him, Tang Kun pondered the necessity of sharing half of his bounty with the village elder. Recognizing the impracticality of handling such a considerable catch alone, he turned to Xu Feng and instructed, Xu Feng, swiftly make your way to the elder's home and inform Wang Baofa that I have slain a wild boar. Ask him to come assist us. Understood, brother-in-law, she replied eagerly, dashing off with excitement. In that moment, Xu Rong beamed with joy, rushing forth to present her white handkerchief, tenderly wiping the sweat from her husband's brow. Meanwhile, Xu Yan and Xu Jiao circled the lifeless boar, their mouths watering at the sight. Since their arrival in Shangshui village, the sisters had endured hunger, rarely tasting meat, and now the prospect of a hearty meal was tantalizing. Turning around, Tang Kun caught sight of his sisters-in-law's eager expressions and chuckled. Xu Yan, Xu Jiao, what are you gazing at? Once we've prepared the meat, let your sister cook it up, and tonight we shall feast. Caught in the act of drooling, the two beautiful sisters blushed, embarrassment creeping into their expressions. Xu Rong, witnessing this heartwarming scene, felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Before long, the news reached the old village head, Wang Baofa, who hurried over with Xu Feng, accompanied by several young men, while neighbors from the vicinity also arrived upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing the wild boar lying on the ground, the old village head's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Tang Kun, exclaiming with admiration, Tang Kun, you truly are remarkable. Tang Kun chuckled heartily in response. Old village head, we agreed beforehand that I would split any game I catch with you. So now you may summon someone to help with the butchering. Hearing Tang Kun's thoughtfulness, Wang Baofa couldn't help but express his sentiment. What a fine lad. You truly embody the spirit of an educated man in our village. So generous. When I played matchmaker for you back in the day, it seems my judgment as the old village head was not in vain. Upon hearing the old village head's praise, Tang Kun and Xu Rong exchanged a knowing smile. While Wang Baofa continued to commend him, he gestured grandly for those around to come forward and assist. Once they had all worked together to carry the wild boar into the courtyard, and after the water had boiled, the old village head, Tang Kun, and the others began the process of cleaning and butchering the game. Over an hour later, the large, plump pig was rendered completely clean by their collective efforts. Old village head, this is your rightful share, Tang Kun said with a grin, pointing to the 150 pounds of fresh pork on the ground as he looked at Wang Baofa beside him. The old village head, unable to refuse, accepted it while once again praising Tang Kun for his thoughtfulness and generosity, as the onlooking villagers gazed on with envy. The children, in particular, were salivating at the sight, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. It is worth noting that in this day and age, fresh meat is exceedingly rare. Even in rural households where some raise pigs, they often refrain from consuming them, opting instead to trade them for much-needed grains to survive. Fortunately, with the four Xu sisters busy preparing meals, Tang Kun had no need to lend a hand himself. After changing his clothes, the men quickly ate a little before lying down on the Kong to drift into a deep sleep. Today's endeavor had indeed been exhausting. Chapter 12. Finally, meat at last, dear sister, with so much meat at home. Could you please cut a little more? The brother-in-law has even suggested that you cook extra, so we can all feast heartily. I implore you. In the kitchen, the youngest sister, Jiao, noticed that their elder sister had only sliced 5 pounds of meat, merely a pound per person, ready to be cooked. Discontent washed over her face as she hurriedly approached Xu Rong, tugging at her arm and pouting adorably. 1 pound of meat is hardly sufficient. It wouldn't even fill the gaps between our teeth. At that moment, Xu Rong held a chunk of meat in her left hand while wielding a kitchen knife in her right. Hearing her younger sister's plea and glancing at Su Feng and Su Yin, who were tending the fire, she felt a pang of sympathy, realizing it had been ages since they had savored the taste of meat. With a sigh, she relented. All right, but this is a one-time indulgence. My dear sisters, even though we now have an abundance of 150 pounds of pork, the days ahead are still long. The provisions earned through your brother-in-law's toil must be cherished. Understanding their elder sister's sentiment, the 3 younger siblings nodded dutifully. Satisfied with their response, Xu Rong smiled. She then placed the meat into the pot and promptly turned around to slice about 10 more pounds from the wild boar hanging from the beam. If her sisters were craving meat, why not let them indulge? Besides, her husband had explicitly instructed her to prepare more before retiring for the night. After all, Tang Kun was no longer the man who would scold and strike her without cause. This newfound confidence allowed Xu Rong to take matters into her own hands. Ah, how fragrant! After simmering for about an hour, the pork began to emit an enticing aroma, filling the kitchen with its delightful scent. In that moment, not only did Su Jiao rave about the smell, but Xu Rong, Su Feng, and Su Yin also wore smiles as they gazed at the steaming pot, their mouths watering. The 4 beautiful sisters had no inkling that the savory aroma of the pork had wafted beyond their kitchen, permeating the air and reaching their neighbors. Mother, I want to eat meat too. In the adjacent home, the widow Wang Shuzhen saw the longing in her 5-year-old son Dodo's eyes, and her heart shattered. Ever since the storekeeper had gone hunting and been tragically killed by a black bear, their household had struggled. Not only was meat a distant luxury, but even a full meal had become a significant challenge. Once, Wang Shuzhen had been a vision of beauty, her figure voluptuous, her skin fair and tender, renowned throughout the village as an exquisite bride, the object of many men's dreams. However, due to the scarcity of food, her once ample form had gradually withered, and her beautiful eyes had lost their luster, devoid of vitality. In truth, it was not just her son who had caught a whiff of the enticing meat. Wang Shuzhen herself had been yearning for it for quite some time. After all, their home was but a stone's throw from Tang Kun's. Hearing her son's plea and witnessing his drooling expression, the lovely widow enveloped his frail little body in her arms, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she softly whispered, "My dear, that meat is from someone else's home. We mustn't covet it. Do you understand? Just hold on a little longer, and I shall prepare corn cakes for you, all right?" Upon hearing this, Do nodded understandingly. Noticing her mother's tear-streaked face, she hurriedly comforted her. "Mother, do not cry. When I grow up, I will cook meat for you every day, all right? Hearing her son's thoughtful words and comforting demeanor, Wang Shujin smiled with gratitude and quickly replied, "Very well. When my son grows up, I shall live a happy life." In the Tang family, the four Su sisters had prepared a large basin of pork and brought it into the main room, setting the table with bowls and chopsticks. Xu Rong gently roused her husband, softly saying, "Hekin, the meat is ready. Please wake up and eat." Tang Kun rubbed his sleepy eyes and was suddenly met with the sight of his three beautiful sisters-in-law, all smiling at him, while his wife, Xu Rong, held a warm towel, signaling for him to freshen up. He felt a bit embarrassed. To be watched by such exquisite beauties was both thrilling and somewhat awkward. In an effort to divert their attention, Tang Kun composed himself and chuckled, "Wife, since the meat is ready, why are you all waiting for me? You should eat." Xu Rong shot him a playful glance and gently replied, "Kun, you're the head of the family, and besides, it was you who hunted the wild boar. If you do not eat, how can we sisters enjoy it?" What an understanding woman she was, not only beautiful, but also gentle and considerate, far surpassing the women of later generations. In the future, many men would have to bear the burden of providing for their families, and in some extreme households, they would even be expected to cook for their wives upon returning home after work. Such pampering only fosters bad habits. "Wait, dear, why did you only cook such a small amount of meat? It won't be enough for the 5 of us." Tang Kun, having finished washing his face, picked up his chopsticks and was surprised to see merely a dozen pounds of meat in the small basin, looking incredulously at his wife. Hearing this, the youngest sister, Su Jiao, exchanged a strange smile with her elder sister, as if to say, "See, I understand my brother-in-law's thoughts better." Xu Rong, well aware of her husband's concern for her sisters, smiled brightly and explained, "We must make our resources last. With so much meat at home, if we are frugal, it should last us well into the new year." Tang Kun, recognizing her intentions, laughed heartily and declared, "No, from now on, we must have meat with every meal. Rest assured, as long as I, Tang Kun, am here, there will be more than enough meat at home." Xu Rong shook her head with a wry smile, inwardly skeptical. After all, one could not always return from the hunt with a full bounty. The three beautiful sisters-in-law, Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao, however, felt warmth in their hearts. Following their brother-in-law meant there would be meat to eat. In truth, regardless of whether he could fulfill this promise, hearing such words filled the three women with a profound sense of security. Sometimes, a woman truly values a man's attitude above all else. "All right then, we shall follow your lead. Let us eat while it's hot." Su Zong, regardless of her thoughts, felt it imperative to give the man the respect he deserved. Just as Tang Kun was relishing his meal with the beautiful women, a notification echoed in his mind, prompting him to detect a specific individual. In that moment, Tang Kun's heart surged with joy. It dawned upon him that the family before him was indeed the individual selected by the system. With the realization that the resources consumed by his women could be multiplied at will, he thought, why wait any longer? He promptly proceeded to bind the system. The notification confirmed the specific individual has been bound. Henceforth, any resources consumed by Xu Rong, Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao can be multiplied at will and directly stored in the spatial realm. With this extraordinary capability, Tang Kun mused that his aspiration to amass wealth and become a billionaire might be realized far sooner than he had anticipated. "Kun, what's the matter with you?" his wife Xu Rong inquired, while his sister-in-law Su Jiao added, "Brother-in-law, your smile is quite frightening." It was only upon hearing their voices that Tang Kun recognized his earlier exuberance had caused him to lose his composure. Noticing the 4 pairs of beautiful eyes fixed on him with expressions of skepticism, he quickly regained his demeanor, suppressing his excitement, and addressed the 4 lovely ladies, wife, sisters-in-law. "I'm perfectly fine. Please indulge in the meat. Eat your fill." Chapter 13, Brother-in-law, I want to hunt with you upon learning that the system could double rewards. Tang Kun took a couple of bites, set down his chopsticks, and cheerfully addressed the ladies. "All right, I've had my fill. The meat in this bowl now belongs to you sisters." His wife, Xu Rong, and her 3 sisters were taken aback. It is well known that during the 1980s, Men had astonishing appetites, especially in the countryside, where they were the primary labor force. However, Xu Rong quickly realized that her husband was deliberately offering his share to her and her sisters, filling her heart with profound gratitude. Heaven has finally shown mercy. Who would have thought my husband, Xu Rong, could be so considerate? Since Tang Kun has honored me in such a way, I must ensure I impress him tonight, allowing him to truly experience a woman's tender affection. With this thought, Xu Rong cast a grateful glance at her husband and turned to her three sisters, smiling. What are you all waiting for? Dig in. Meanwhile, Tang Kun watched the four stunning beauties devour their food with fervor, his eyes sparkling with excitement, more thrilling than his own meal. So this is the essence of beauty. Indeed, the ancients were not mistaken. In less than 10 minutes, the bowl of wild boar meat was completely consumed by the Xu sisters. As they caught sight of each other's grease-laden mouths, they giggled. Suddenly, realizing their brother-in-law was watching, the three younger sisters turned bashful, their cheeks flushing crimson. Xu Rong consumed 2 gene of pork, system rewards 4 gene, already stored in the host's system space. Xu Feng consumed 2.5 gene of pork, system rewards 5 gene, already stored in the host system space. Xu Yin consumed 3 gene of pork, system rewards 6 gene, already stored in the host system space. Xu Jiao consumed 3.5 gene of pork, system rewards 7 gene, already stored in the host system space. Wow, double rewards. Had I known, I would have eaten earlier, missing out on 4 gene of pork. After seeing the additional 22 gene of pork in the system space, Tang Kun was initially overjoyed, but soon fell into regret. Yet, his mindset quickly returned to normal. One must not be overly greedy. Pausing for a moment, he recalled the remaining pork at home, and a smile spread across his face. If the system has such magical effects, does that mean I won't need to hunt on the mountain anymore? As long as the 4 sisters continue consuming resources, with each reward doubling, the stock in my space will soon become astronomical. The thought of this outcome nearly made Tang Kun dance with excitement. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? The third sister, Xu Yin, who was closest to him, turned her head and, noticing his animated expression, couldn't help but ask softly, Yin, I'm fine. You all clean up the dishes. I'll step outside for some fresh air. With that, Tang Kun, ignoring the puzzled stares of the sisters, quickly jumped down from the warm calm, donned his worn cloth shoes, and swiftly exited the house. Sister, did you notice something seems off with brother-in-law today? Upon noticing that her brother-in-law had stepped out of the house, Xu Feng could not help but murmur softly, Is something amiss? Xu Rong immediately grew vigilant, anxiously inquiring. It is worth noting that their man had finally turned over a new leaf, treating both her and her sisters with kindness. And the woman was unwilling to risk even the slightest mishap that could jeopardize their current happiness. For reasons unknown, the brother-in-law appeared somewhat mysterious today, frequently smiling in a way that sent shivers down one's spine. Upon hearing Xu Feng's comment, Xu Rong found herself both amused and exasperated. She could not resist delivering a playful slap to Xu Feng's pert backside, chiding her with laughter. You mischievous girl, your brother-in-law has finally reformed. Do you wish for him to revert to his former self, treating me with scorn and neglecting you all? Xu Feng remained silent, while Xu Yin and Xu Feng hurriedly waved their hands in protest, exclaiming, Please, not at all. The current brother-in-law is the version we cherish most. This is the true brother-in-law. If he returns to how he was, that would be a fate worse than death. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xu Feng replied, Sister, perhaps I was overthinking it. By the way, brother-in-law is going hunting alone in the mountains without any assistance. Why don't we go along tomorrow? We can look out for each other. Xu Rong, upon hearing this, did not respond immediately. A wife should simply support her husband in whatever he commands. Sister, that's a splendid idea. When brother-in-law returns, let us discuss it together, shall we? Even if we cannot be of significant help, at the very least, we can assist him in transporting his catch. Recalling how Tang Kun had dragged a wild boar weighing several hundred pounds back alone today, panting heavily, Xu Yan's suggestion quickly garnered unanimous approval. Absolutely not. There are many ferocious animals in the mountains. It is far too dangerous for you to accompany me. Half an hour later, When Tang Kun returned home and heard the sister's request, he coldly declined. His refusal stemmed not only from the genuine peril present in the mountains, but also from his desire to keep his secrets hidden from the women. What a joke it would be if these four dazzling sisters accidentally discovered the mysterious space he possessed. How could he possibly explain that? Kun, please take us along. After all, an extra pair of hands is always beneficial. At a crucial moment, considering her husband's struggles, wife Xu Rong proposed with concern. Dear, the issue is that I only possess a single hunting rifle. If several dangerous creatures appear in the mountains simultaneously, will I be hunting or rescuing you? Upon hearing his words, the women fell into stunned silence. Indeed, if such a scenario were to arise, wouldn't their presence only complicate matters? Brother-in-law, how about this? I will go with you alone. Having too many people can indeed create chaos, but one person should be manageable. The speaker, apart from being assertive, was none other than Su Feng, the sister with the highest combat prowess among the four. Su Feng's unwavering determination stemmed from her desire to prevent her brother-in-law, Tang Kun, from perceiving her and her two sisters as utterly ineffectual, mere burdensome figures in everyone's eyes. The women aspired to affirm their worth through diligent efforts, striving for acknowledgement from their brother-in-law. Very well, since you are so resolute, accompany me to the mountains tomorrow. However, Su Feng must understand that once we ascend, all decisions will be at my discretion. Noticing the unwavering resolve in Su Feng's eyes, Tang Kun realized that if he were to refuse her any further, it might deeply wound her sincere intentions. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Yet, upon agreeing, the man felt compelled to stipulate his conditions. Su Feng, upon hearing this, smiled and nodded repeatedly, assuring him, brother-in-law, I promise to heed your every word. Seeing this, her younger sister, Jiao, contemplated the excitement of hunting in the mountains, while remaining at home seemed dreadfully dull. Unable to restrain herself, she muttered, brother-in-law is so biased. He takes the second sister along, but disregards us. Tang Kun and his wife, Xu Rong, exchanged amused glances and chuckled heartily. Very well, starting tomorrow, let us rotate each day. He declared, wife, the exact order shall be determined by you. Chapter 14. The greatest wish of my sisters-in-law, I wholeheartedly support my brother-in-law's proposal. Upon learning that she would accompany him on hunting trips, the younger sister-in-law, Jiao, was visibly exhilarated and eagerly raised her delicate hand. The prospect of personally engaging in the hunt also greatly pleased the third sister-in-law, Yin, who nodded repeatedly in agreement. Tang Kun, witnessing this warm and harmonious scene, gazed at his wife, Xu Rong, with a beaming smile filled with contentment. To be frank, in my previous life, the four extraordinary beauties before me met tragic fates. Some perished, others fled, and a few resigned themselves to their fates, resulting in a shattered family and profound sorrow. Although Tang Kun eventually became a billionaire through his own efforts, living a life free from want, he carried a lingering sense of regret and guilt for decades, finding little joy in his existence. Yet in this life, seeing the radiant smiles of these enchanting women brought him a happiness that surpassed even the joy of earning his first million. The nightlife of the 1980s could be described as exceedingly dull. Due to the impoverished conditions, some families lacked electricity altogether, relying solely on kerosene lamps for illumination. Fortunately, Tang Kun was the only high school graduate in the village and had secured electric lighting for his home early on. However, once nightfall descended, boredom quickly set in, leaving him at a loss for how to pass the time. In that moment, a young man sat amidst four charming ladies on a warm Kong bed, all lost in thought, with the atmosphere growing somewhat somber. To enliven the mood, Tang Kun had a sudden inspiration and cheerfully suggested, how about we play a riddle game tonight? Whoever loses must perform a little act for everyone. What do you say? The sisters perked up at the novelty of the idea and eagerly agreed. Xu Rong volunteered to pose the first riddle. A winding vine climbs up, adorned with strings of pearls. It's a type of plant. After finishing, she beamed at everyone, awaiting their guesses. As the most educated person present, Tang Kun knew the answer to this simple riddle. However, He refrained from seizing the opportunity and instead smiled at his three sisters-in-law, thinking that if they couldn't guess it, he could always step in later. To his surprise, as soon as Xu Rong finished, Xu Yin immediately chimed in. It must be grapes. Sister, that was too easy. Xu Rong, noticing this, turned to her husband for help, exclaiming, Kun, you're the cultured one. Give these three girls a more challenging riddle to ponder. Tang Kun, pleased with her request, chuckled and intentionally presented a slightly more difficult riddle. A small golden jar holds golden dumplings. Eat the dumplings, and you spit out white pearls. Upon hearing this, the group fell into deep contemplation, with Jiao tilting her head in thought, unable to arrive at an answer after a long while. Ultimately, it was Xu Rong who, with a smile, revealed the answer. Kun, it must be oranges. Tang Kun nodded with amusement. Jiao pouted in dissatisfaction, declaring, Humph, I will definitely win the next round. Meanwhile, Feng and Xu Yin stifled their laughter. In this manner, the family gathered together, their laughter and joy filling the air, not only alleviating the tedium of time, but also strengthening the bonds among them. After more than an hour, observing that everyone seemed weary from their merriment, and recalling that they would embark on a hunt at dawn, Tang Kun smiled gently and said, It's getting late. Let's all rest early. Upon hearing this, Jiao, unable to suppress her lament as the delightful moment drew to a close, sighed, Sister, brother-in-law, how wonderful it would be if we could enjoy such days every day, sated and joyful. Tang Kun chuckled heartily, assuring them, Fear not, our lives will undoubtedly improve. Not only will we feast on meat at every meal, but we shall also reside in new homes and perhaps even drive our own small car. The women's eyes sparkled with hope, and Xu Rong nestled against Tang Kun's shoulder, softly whispering, Kun, as long as our family can be together in peace. That is already a great happiness for me. The dreams of new houses and cars are luxuries I dare not wish for. Tang Kun understood that his beloved was unaware of the changes the future held and did not believe in the vivid future he painted. Instead, he held her delicate hand tightly, basking in the warmth of their shared happiness in that simple yet affectionate atmosphere. Witnessing the affection displayed openly by her brother-in-law and sister, and recalling the awkward incident from the previous night, Feng, Xu Yin, and Jiao felt a wave of shyness wash over them. They promptly lowered their heads and hurriedly pulled the blue curtain between them, retreating to the other side to rest. One could only hope that the couple would behave tonight. Otherwise, restful sleep would be a distant dream once more. Clearly, the hopes of the three younger sisters were once again dashed. After another hour, noticing that the three sisters seemed to have drifted into slumber, Xu Rong, filled with gratitude for her husband, took an unusually proactive approach this time. Quietly, she climbed onto Tang Kun's body, like a siren, seductively enticing him. Darling, I wish to have a child. Will you grant me this wish? With the allure of her affection and the weight of village gossip in mind, as well as the memory of his previous life as scoundrel, Tang Kun found it difficult to refuse. He could only suppress his own impulses, striving to remain silent and hoping to plant the seeds of hope within his beloved. Second sister, third sister, I am at my wit's end, Jiao whispered in frustration. Does the elder sister not realize that brother-in-law must rise early to hunt tomorrow? Could she not be a bit more considerate? Hearing her younger sister's murmurs, Feng could not help but pinch her, whispering a warning. Do you think you're the only one who cares about brother-in-law? Are you not aware that our elder sister has yet to conceive, and many in the village have been gossiping? Once she has a child, I doubt anyone would dare to speak out of turn. I would silence their tongues. At her second sister's reminder, Jiao suddenly understood and quickly fell silent. Meanwhile, Xu Yin, pretending to be asleep, recalled the village's belief that women with ample figures bore sons more easily. She could not resist the urge to touch her own curvaceous form, sighing, Oh, if only my sister had a figure like mine. It is likely that a plump little child has already been born. This has become a shared longing in the hearts of the three sisters at this moment. On this night, many are destined to remain restless, unable to find tranquility until the house is finally devoid of strange sounds. However, unlike before, on the other side of the curtains, even when they hear unusual noises, the sisters no longer harbor any feelings of rebellion within their hearts. Chapter 15. The Hero's Rescue and the Moment of Terror at the Break of Dawn. With the rooster's crow echoing through the village, Tang Kun gently pushed aside the enchanting figure in his arms. Gazing at Xu Rong's blissful expression, he quietly dressed and slipped out of bed. He intended to quietly awaken his sister-in-law, Xu Feng, but upon casting a glance beyond the curtain, he was taken aback to see only Xu Yin and Xu Jiao peacefully asleep. Where has Xu Feng gone? He pondered aloud as he cautiously opened the door and stepped outside. Brother-in-law, you're awake. Hurry and wash your face. Tang Kun looked up to find Xu Feng already dressed, standing at the entrance with a warm towel in hand, beaming at him. Since they were family, Tang Kun felt at ease, accepting the towel with a smile as he softly inquired, Xu Feng, when did you rise? Why are you up so early? Upon hearing his question, Xu Feng's cheeks flushed, and she stammered, Oh, I just got up. In truth, she had awakened an hour earlier as dawn broke, and had ventured outside to exercise in the yard, unable to sleep a wink the previous night due to the sound she had heard. Excited about the day's hunting adventure with her brother-in-law, she decided to rise early. Let us go. It will take us a while to reach the mountains. We can eat on the way, Tang Kun said, shouldering his hunting rifle and carrying a water jug and corn cakes, smiling at Xu Feng. Yes, Xu Feng replied, understanding and following closely behind him, the two of them resembling a youthful couple as they exited the small courtyard. The village of Shui was about 5 or 6 miles from the mountains. As they strolled along the rustic path, munching on corn cakes, laughter filled the air. Last time, Tang Kun had made the trek alone, feeling as if time lingered. However, with the charming Xu Feng by his side this time, the journey seemed to fly by, and before they knew it, they had entered the depths of a dense forest. Xu Feng, there are many dangerous animals in the mountains. Remember not to wander off and stay close behind me, all right? Tang Kun cautioned, rifle in hand, scanning the surroundings for any signs of prey. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I'm a grown-up now, Xu Feng replied, perhaps emboldened by her first taste of meat the night before or her shifting perception of Tang Kun. Her demeanor relaxed and playful. Tang Kun smiled, satisfied, and focused all his attention on the hunt. Before long, perhaps startled by their presence, a plump wild rabbit dashed from the underbrush. With swift reflexes, Tang Kun raised his rifle and fired, the shot ringing out as the rabbit fell. Haha, we finally have a catch, Tang Kun exclaimed, rushing over to retrieve the rabbit. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. Xu Feng's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at him, marveling at their first prize. Shall we have rabbit for dinner tonight? Before Tang Kun could respond, a deep growl suddenly echoed from a distance. Tang Kun's expression shifted, and he whispered, This is not good. It seems to be wild boars, and there are several of them. The gunshot must have startled these beasts. Wild boars are notoriously fierce, and if they set their sights on us, we would be in serious trouble, especially since there's a whole group. The last time he single-handedly took down a wild boar, luck played a significant role. Hastily, Tang Kun pulled Xu Feng behind a large tree, gripping his hunting rifle with utmost readiness. Beside him, Xu Feng trembled with anxiety, her ample bosom heaving rhythmically. Indeed, soon enough, 3 wild boars, 2 large and 1 small, slowly approached, and Tang Kun's palms were slick with sweat, while Xu Feng dared not even breathe. Goodness, it seems like a family of 3 has ventured out to forage. When they were about 5 or 6 meters away, the wild boars suddenly turned and dashed in another direction, seemingly drawn by something else. Tang Kun exhaled in relief, his heart racing as he remarked, That was truly perilous. If those 3 wild boars had charged at us, we would have been in deep trouble. Xu Feng nodded, still shaken. Suddenly noticing beads of sweat on Tang Kun's forehead, Xu Feng hesitated briefly before producing her handkerchief and gently wiping his brow. Tang Kun, taken aback by her gesture, was momentarily puzzled, but with his hands firmly clutching the rifle and the prospect of hunting ahead, he acquiesced. It was the first time Xu Feng had such intimate contact with a man, and her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. After wiping away the sweat, she quickly withdrew her hand. Xu Feng, prepare the rabbit. Let us try our luck again. They continued cautiously deeper into the forest. As they walked, Tang Kun's gaze sharpened upon spotting a spotted deer grazing not far off. He held his breath, signaling Xu Feng to remain silent, then slowly raised his rifle, taking aim before firing. With the crack of the gunshot, the deer staggered and collapsed. "Brother-in-law, you've hit again," Xu Feng exclaimed in delight upon witnessing the deer fall. As Tang Kun approached the deer to inspect it, a complex array of emotions stirred within him. Previously, hunting had merely been an act of survival, but now, faced with the exquisite beauty of the deer, he felt an unexpected pang of remorse. Yet, with family awaiting sustenance, he shook his head to dispel such thoughts. "This deer will provide our family with several days' worth of food. We must hurry back." With that, he secured the rabbit to his belt, hoisted the deer onto his shoulder, and prepared to descend the mountain. After all, if he were to hunt more game, he wouldn't be able to carry it all. It would be unthinkable to reveal his system space in front of his sister-in-law. Yet, sometimes, fate has other plans. At that moment, a massive black bear emerged from nowhere, blocking their path. What in the world? Why do we keep encountering dangerous animals today? Tang Kun's heart raced to his throat. This bear was far more formidable than the wild boars. "Brother-in-law, what do we do?" Xu Feng clutched Tang Kun's clothing tightly, her voice trembling with fear. "Xu Feng, quickly move away from me and find a safe place to hide. I will deal with this beast." After Tang Kun finished speaking, he took a deep breath and placed the sick deer on the ground, firmly grasping his hunting rifle with both hands. The black bear, sensing the impending threat, stood upright and let out a fierce roar. Suddenly, Tang Kun recalled hearing from the village elders that bears are afraid of fire. He quickly rummaged through his pocket, retrieving a match to ignite some dry grass nearby. As the flames erupted, the bear indeed retreated a few steps. "Run," Tang Kun urged Xu Feng as they maneuvered around the bear. However, they had hardly gone far when the bear resumed its pursuit. Gritting his teeth, Tang Kun fired a shot at the bear, hitting it squarely in the thigh. Infuriated by the injury, the bear chased them with renewed vigor, though its speed had diminished. Seizing this fortuitous moment, Tang Kun and Xu Feng sprinted desperately. In their frantic escape, Xu Feng stumbled over a tree root and fell to the ground. As she was pulled down by the momentum, Tang Kun instinctively discarded his rifle and caught her in his arms, allowing himself to fall first. They tumbled down the steep slope together. The bear, observing the scene for a moment, shook its head and turned away, sauntering off into the woods. "Brother-in-law, wake up!" After several minutes, Xu Feng slowly opened her eyes, only to find herself nestled in Tang Kun's embrace, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. However, her joy quickly faded when she noticed that he lay motionless with his eyes closed. Remembering the harrowing encounter they had just endured, tears welled up in her eyes, and her brows furrowed in distress. After shaking him for what felt like an eternity, Tang Kun finally stirred, gradually opening his eyes, which made her smile through her tears. "Brother-in-law, you're finally awake. You scared me to death." Seeing his sister-in-law in tears, Tang Kun laughed heartily, slowly rising to his feet and gently wiping the tears from her face. "Xu Feng, why are you crying? Your brother-in-law is quite resilient." The sudden sensation of a man's hand on her cheek made Xu Feng's ears burn with embarrassment, prompting her to spring to her feet and attempt to flee. Yet, she stumbled and fell again after just a few steps. "Xu Feng, what's wrong?" Tang Kun exclaimed, concern etched on his face as he hurried to her side. "Brother-in-law, I think I twisted my right ankle." Relieved to hear it was not a grave injury, Tang Kun exhaled deeply. He quickly knelt beside her, cradling her right foot as he deftly removed her shoe and sock, rolling up her pant leg to reveal slight swelling around her ankle. "It's all right. Let me massage it for you." Ignoring her protests, he gently began to knead the swollen area. With a man holding her foot, Xu Feng felt a mix of embarrassment and pain, remaining silent. "Oh, it really doesn't hurt as much anymore." Chapter 16. Descending the mountain with the enchanting sister-in-law after being gently massaged by Tang Kun for a considerable time. Xu Feng joyfully realized that the pain in her right foot was gradually subsiding. "Brother-in-law, you are truly remarkable, possessing some knowledge of medicine," she exclaimed. Tang Kun merely smiled faintly and replied, "Silly girl, this is not medicine, but rather common sense. However, this can only provide temporary relief. You must avoid walking for now. Otherwise, your injury will worsen. Even upon returning home, you need to lie on the Kong and rest for several days. Upon hearing Tang Kun's serious words, Su Feng's face paled instantly, brimming with concern. Brother-in-law, what should we do? How will we return? Observing his sister-in-law's distressed demeanor, Tang Kun sighed, lamenting her naivety and lack of life's hardships. He chuckled and said, "What else can we do? I shall carry you back home." The thought of being carried home by her brother-in-law, a young woman of good standing, would surely incite gossip among the villagers if they were to witness such a scene. The mere thought of such embarrassment filled Su Feng with a mix of shame and anger. Yet, faced with the circumstances, what alternative did she have? Surely, she could not hop back on one foot, especially considering the arduous 5 or 6 li mountain path ahead. If she attempted such a feat, she would surely injure her other foot as well. Brother-in-law, we have worked so hard to hunt the rabbit and the spotted deer. We cannot afford to lose our hard-won spoils. Tang Kun, well aware of her concerns, chuckled softly and reassured her, "Su Feng, do not fret about the game. Rest assured, I will hide the spoils first and then carry you home. All right?" At that moment, Su Feng, too shy to speak, simply nodded in agreement. Tang Kun, noticing her response, smiled gently and then proceeded up the sloping mountain path. Fortunately, as time had not elapsed significantly, the hunting rifle, rabbit, and deer remained untouched. The black bear had not claimed these lifeless creatures, seeing that the surroundings were devoid of others. Tang Kun focused his thoughts and swiftly stored the plump rabbit and spotted deer within the system space. He then hurriedly made his way back to Su Feng, knowing full well the dangers lurking in the deep mountains, especially with his sister-in-law injured. Encountering a wild animal could spell disaster. Brother-in-law, you have finally arrived. After spending over half an hour alone in solitude, Su Feng would be lying if she claimed not to feel fear. The sight of Tang Kun approaching swiftly filled her with excitement, and she called out to him. In that moment, the presence of a man beside her instilled an overwhelming sense of security within her. "Su Feng, do not be afraid. Your brother-in-law is here," Tang Kun reassured her, then glanced at the sky, noting that it was already midday. He gently assisted his sister-in-law to her feet, turned around, and softly urged, "Su Feng, come on, let's go." Gazing at the man's back, Su Feng bit her lip, ultimately steeling her resolve as she climbed up, wrapping her arms around Tang Kun's neck. Her delicate face pressed against his back, too shy to look up. Oh, how intriguing this is! As the sensation from her touch registered, Tang Kun wore a bewildered expression. Perhaps it was due to the loose clothing he typically donned that he had failed to notice. Being carried by a man for the first time, Su Feng felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, her cheeks blooming a vibrant red, akin to a ripe apple, exuding an undeniable charm. "Brother-in-law, could you let me down? Let's take a break." Halfway through their journey, Su Feng, concerned about tiring Tang Kun, suggested softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm not tired. How heavy could you possibly be?" With a beautiful woman like her on his back, Tang Kun felt no weariness. Instead, he responded with a cheerful smile, brimming with delight. "Sister, brother-in-law, could you please set me down? I need to take care of something." In truth, Su Feng's suggestion to rest was motivated not only by her concern for Tang Kun, but also due to a pressing need. Having drunk too much water during their ascent and wishing for an opportunity to discreetly relieve herself. Unbeknownst to her, the man before her was oblivious to her intent, prompting her to shyly utter her request. "Oh, very well." Tang Kun, equally embarrassed, hastily set Su Feng down, stepping aside to give her privacy. After a few minutes, upon hearing Su Feng's call, Tang Kun resumed carrying his sister-in-law as they continued their journey. Perhaps sensing the awkwardness in the air, Tang Kun playfully remarked, "Su Feng, doesn't this resemble Zhu Beiji carrying his wife?" Despite the modest means of their era, classic tales like Journey to the West were well known in both urban and rural settings. Upon hearing Tang Kun reference Zhu Beiji, Su Feng chuckled lightly and retorted, "Brother-in-law, Zhu Beiji was carrying his own wife. I am merely your sister-in-law, so please don't get it mixed up." Alas, what was intended to lighten the mood only served to intensify the awkwardness and ambiguity between them. In that moment, Tang Kun regretted his attempt at humor, while Su Feng lamented having inadvertently killed the conversation. Brother-in-law, I was just joking. You're not upset, are you? Noticing Tang Kun's silence as he continued to carry her, Su Feng cautiously inquired, glancing at his face. Of course not. I was worried you might be overthinking it. With laughter, the conversation resumed, restoring a cheerful atmosphere. Brother-in-law, you're truly wonderful. Reflecting on her sister's smile and the fact that she and her sisters no longer had to endure the dilapidated communal barn. Finally enjoying meat and no longer suffering from hunger or cold, Su Feng spoke earnestly. Su Feng, it is I who should be thanking you and your sisters. Upon hearing Tang Kun's words, Su Feng was taken aback. Little did she realize that in her previous life, after being tormented by Wang, Ergo, and others, she had succumbed to despair and taken her own life, triggering a chain of events. As a result, Xu Rong, the wife, succumbed to the poison of dichlorvos, passing away in bitterness. The third sibling, Xu Yan, married the village's old bachelor, enduring a life of sorrow, while the fourth sibling, Xu Jiao, ran away from home, leading a life of degradation. In the previous life, although the man ultimately became a billionaire, it remained an unhealed wound in Tang Kun's heart. However, now that he has been reincarnated, the trajectory of his life has irrevocably changed, unbeknownst to Su Feng. At this moment, upon hearing Tang Kun's words, Su Feng mistakenly believed her brother-in-law to be considerate and did not dwell on it further. Chapter 17. The intimidation of Wang Ergo and the fright of Jiao, the Zhu brother-in-law. Please put me down. If the villagers see you carrying your sister-in-law, no matter the reason, there will be endless gossip. I cannot bear such humiliation. Su Feng softly implored as she spotted the village entrance in the distance. Su Feng, let me impart a lesson to you that you must remember well. In this world, no matter your actions, you will never satisfy everyone. We need only to be true to ourselves. Why should we concern ourselves with others' opinions? Remember, we live for ourselves, not for others. Tang Kun's sudden philosophical discourse left the beauty utterly astonished, momentarily forgetting her struggles and words, her heart tumultuous with disbelief. Was this truly her once tyrannical brother-in-law? Why had he transformed so unexpectedly into a courteous, understanding, and cultured individual? Upon hearing Tang Kun's words, Su Feng indeed ceased her resistance, her face aglow with confidence as she allowed the man to carry her home. Hey, isn't that Tang Kun? Where has he been? Is that not your wife, Xu Rong, he carries, but Su Feng instead? You wouldn't dare to be sleeping with your sister-in-law, would you? Ha ha ha. Just as they were nearing home, they unexpectedly encountered the last people they wished to see. Not far ahead, Wang Ergo, Zhao, and Wei Jun squatted by the roadside, engaged in jovial banter. Upon noticing Tang Kun with a shotgun slung across his chest and Su Feng on his back, they greeted them with mocking derision. At that moment, Su Feng's face flushed crimson, her cheeks pressed against Tang Kun's back as she shut her eyes, wishing to be unseen and unbothered. Observing this, Tang Kun bellowed, "Good dogs don't block the way, clear off." His sudden exclamation startled the trio, but they quickly regained their composure, emboldened by their numbers. Wang Ergo retorted with irritation, "Tang Kun, what are you so proud of? What is wrong with me saying a few words to you? Besides, you still owe me 80 yuan from our bet. When are you going to pay up? We three are waiting to spend it." Wang Ergo, our agreed deadline has not yet passed. Why are you in such a rush? Get lost. Recognizing the hopelessness of the trio of ruffians before him, Tang Kun chose to bypass them and leave. Tang Kun, I know you hunted a wild boar yesterday. But what of it? You still can't manage to scrape together 80 yuan, can you? Ha ha ha. We three are counting down the 10 days. By then, not only will I enjoy your 3 sisters-in-law, but I will also savor the delights of your wife. Ha ha ha. Jiao Zhu and Wei Jun erupted into laughter alongside him. The 4 sisters of the Su family represent their ultimate vulnerability. At this moment, upon witnessing the brazen insolence of Wang Ergo, Tang Kun's expression darkened, and he gently set down the woman behind him. With a steady resolve, he raised a shotgun before him, aiming it at the 3 men, and coldly declared, "Wang Ergo, Jiao Zhu, Wei Jun, Do you truly believe I would hesitate to pull the trigger right now? Seeing her brother-in-law act recklessly, Xu Feng, disregarding her foot pain, clung to Tang Kun's arm in a panic, urgently imploring, "Brother-in-law, please don't. Taking a life is against the law, and it comes with dire consequences." The three men, upon realizing Tang Kun was serious, were instantly filled with dread. However, as Xu Feng stepped forward to intervene, Wang Ergu's fear dissipated, replaced by a defiant glare. "Tang Kun, if you have the guts, go ahead and shoot. I refuse to believe you would actually do it." In response, Tang Kun smiled faintly, leaning closer to his sister-in-law's ear, whispering, "Xu Feng, step aside. I intend to frighten these three rascals to death." Understanding her brother-in-law's composure and sensing his intent, Xu Feng slowly released her grip and ceased her objections. You. Xu Feng, have you lost your mind? You truly intend to let him do this? Are you not concerned about your brother-in-law going to prison and your sister becoming a widow?" Jiao Daju stammered, observing Tang Kun's menacing approach. Wang Ergu and Wei Jun, witnessing the scene unfold, lost their earlier bravado and fell silent. Tang Kun disregarded their fears, pressing the barrel of the shotgun against Wang Ergu's forehead, deftly chambering around. He then placed his finger on the trigger, poised to act at any moment. "Tang Kun, you wouldn't dare?" Wang Ergu's forehead gleamed with cold sweat, yet he remained obstinately defiant. Bang! Bang! With a slight smile, Tang Kun pulled the trigger. The sound echoed, causing Wang Ergu to faint from sheer terror. Undoubtedly, the shotgun was devoid of any ammunition. On the way back, having carried his sister-in-law, Xu Feng the entire journey to avoid accidental discharge, Tang Kun had already removed the bullets. After all, what man would dare act so brazenly otherwise? Having been granted a second chance at life, he would not squander it on scoundrels like Wang Ergu. Nonetheless, the earlier display of decisiveness in chambering around and firing certainly intimidated the trio of ruffians. Particularly, Wang Ergu had collapsed, while Zhao Daju was so frightened he wet his pants, and Wei Jun trembled, struggling to maintain his balance. Observing their pitiful state, Tang Kun let out a cold laugh, holstered his weapon, and once again hoisted Xu Feng onto his back, striding purposefully towards his home. "Brother-in-law, you are so formidable. This is how a man should be," Xu Feng exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "I suspect that from now on, Wang Ergu and Wei Jun will likely avoid you at all costs." Tang Kun chuckled heartily in response, murmuring to Xu Feng, "From this day forth, no matter who dares to bully the four of you sisters, I will confront them fiercely, and I shall not relent until my last breath." Upon hearing Tang Kun's words, Xu Feng felt a profound sense of impact, her heart brimming with happiness. To encounter such a remarkable man, her sister was indeed fortunate. How wonderful it would be if she, Xu Feng, could also find a man as exceptional as her brother-in-law in the future. Xu Feng, being in the prime of her youth, brimming with vitality, was in a period filled with dreams and longings for love. Once deprived of basic necessities, she now found herself in a state of comfort, awakening new spiritual desires. Tang Kun, moving forward with purpose, could hardly fathom the myriad thoughts that occupied the mind of the woman upon his back within just a few fleeting minutes. "Ah Kun, you finally returned." Upon seeing her man enter the home, Xu Rong's face lit up with excitement. However, her joy swiftly turned to alarm as she noticed Xu Feng perched on Tang Kun's back. With concern etched on her features, she inquired, "Xu Feng, what has happened? Are you hurt? Where are you injured?" Su Yin and Su Jiao, alerted by the commotion, hurriedly rushed out of the house, their expressions filled with dread. With life finally taking a turn for the better, the women were eager to avoid any misfortune. Sensing her elder sister and younger siblings' distress, Xu Feng quickly straightened herself, smiling as she reassured them, "Sister, please don't worry. I'm perfectly fine. I merely twisted my ankle." Hearing her sister's words and seeing her man nod in affirmation, Xu Rong finally exhaled in relief. With a hint of anxiety, she remarked, "Thank goodness it's just a sprain. A couple of days' rest should suffice." Tang Kun then carefully placed Xu Feng on the warm Kong, while the three sisters, Xu Rong, Xu Yin, and Xu Jiao, busied themselves with caring for her. Xu Rong fetched a warm towel to begin a gentle compress, while Jiao climbed onto the Kong, bringing over blankets for Feng to lean against. Dang, silent yet perceptive, understood that her sisters hadn't had lunch, and thoughtfully brought cornmeal and boiled wild boar from the kitchen, urging Tang Kun and Feng to nourish themselves. Sister, third sister, fourth sister, do you know? Just a moment ago, at the doorstep, brother-in-law dealt quite decisively with heir and his gang. I suspect they will never dare to bully us again. Feng exclaimed. What exactly transpired? Xu Rong asked, curiosity evident in her demeanor. With a bowl in hand, Feng began to recount the dramatic events in vivid detail, narrating how Tang Kun had intimidated heir and his companions. After hearing Feng's account, not only was Xu Rong moved, but both Xu Yin and Jiao gazed at Tang Kun with admiration and warmth illuminating their eyes. Chapter 18. Do not worry about money. Why do you all look at me like that? Is there something on my face? Feeling the collective gaze of four beautiful eyes upon him, Tang Kun shook his head with a wry smile and couldn't help but tease. Hee. The youngest sister-in-law, Jiao, was the first to break into laughter, though she refrained from saying more. His wife, Xu Rong, slowly leaned closer to her husband, her delicate hand resting on Tang Kun's arm, concern etched on her face as she said, Darling, you've worked hard, but please, do not act so impulsively in the future, all right? Ergu, Jiao, and Wei Jun are nothing but a bunch of good-for-nothings. Why risk your life against them? If something were to happen to you, what would we do? Hearing the gentle reprimand from a woman for the first time, Tang Kun felt not anger, but a warm glow within. Truth be told, even the strongest of men require the care of others. Wife, it's all right. I know what I'm doing. Seeing her sister daring to scold her brother-in-law, and the brother-in-law surprisingly not retaliating, but instead wearing a joyful expression, Feng, Xu Yin, and Jiao exchanged satisfied smiles. It seemed that their brother-in-law had finally turned over a new leaf. In that moment, Xu Rong experienced the joy of being the mistress of the house for the first time, her smile wide and uncontainable. Brother-in-law, there was something Ergu said that wasn't entirely wrong. Suddenly, Feng, reclining against the bedding, uttered this statement, drawing everyone's attention. Second sister, Ergu is nothing but a scoundrel. One cannot expect pearls to emerge from a dog's mouth. How can you take his words seriously? At that moment, Jiao would not tolerate anyone slandering her sister and brother-in-law. Upon hearing Feng's words and recalling Ergu's remarks, Tang Kun immediately grasped her meaning, a smile illuminating his face as he asked aloud, Feng, are you worried about the 80 yuan gambling debt? Indeed, Feng not debt, acknowledging her brother-in-law's understanding of her deeper concerns. Brother-in-law, well, we can now hunt in the mountains and nearly enjoy meat at every meal. These hunting spoils can only be exchanged for grain in the village. But where will we procure such a sum of money? You are well aware of the village's situation. Many struggle to make ends meet, let alone have any spare cash. As Feng spoke, the smiles of Xu Rong, Xu Yin, and Jiao vanished, replaced by expressions of worry. Yes, we need not worry about food and drink, but there is hardly any money at home, not to mention the substantial sum of 80 yuan. Even producing 1 or 2 yuan is a challenge. Ha ha ha, you all are such worrywarts. Rest assured, I have a plan regarding the finances. There is no need for you to be concerned. Noticing the somber expressions on the four sisters, Tang Kun chuckled heartily and reassured them. Brother-in-law, do you truly have a solution? Hearing her brother-in-law's confident declaration, the spirited Jiao quickly approached him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Observing the situation, Tang Kun could not help but touzle Jiao's bangs affectionately, nodding with a smile as he said, Jiao, rest assured, when the 10-day period concludes, not only shall we repay Ergu and the others their 80 yuan, but I dare say we will have some left over. What a jest! As a reincarnated soul, if I cannot even earn a mere 80 yuan, it would truly be a life wasted. In my past life, the women before me endured untold hardships, never once dreaming of a life of ease, and their fates were tragically grim. In this lifetime, I am determined to rectify all past regrets, and thus I shall devise a meticulous plan Indeed, as soon as these words left Tang Kun's lips, the four Su sisters instantly beamed with joy. Their spirits lifted once more. Very well, you all rest at home. I shall venture into the mountains one more time to retrieve the hidden game. A performance must be thorough. Although the rabbits and cicadere were already secured within his system space, rendering an additional trip unnecessary, Tang Kun knew that if he were to suddenly produce the concealed prey, the deception would crumble. My dear, with Su Yin and Su Jiao to care for Su Feng, perhaps I should accompany you to the mountains, Xu Rong suggested, unable to suppress her concern for her husband, who had turned over a new leaf. After all, it must be exhausting for you to carry so much alone. That simply won't do. It's a round trip of over 10 miles, far too distant. Besides, it's merely one rabbit and one cicadere, not excessively heavy. Tang Kun replied, you all should remain home to look after Su Feng, and, while you're at it, prepare the wild rabbits we caught yesterday. We enjoyed wild boar last night. Today, let us savor rabbit meat. Remember, 2 rabbits, leave not a single one behind. If we are to feast, let us do so heartily. Seeing her husband as confident demeanor and hearing his hearty laughter, Xu Rong could only acquiesce with resignation. Sister, life is so blissful now. If only it could be like this every day. The 3 sisters gazed at Tang Kun's retreating figure, bearing the hunting rifle, their minds adrift. Coming back to her senses, the 3rd sister, Su Yin, could not help but murmur, it will be surely. They say an elder brother is like a father, and an elder sister like a mother. At that moment, Xu Rong responded tenderly, embodying the spirit of a nurturing mother. Let's hope for better fortune this afternoon. After finishing his lunch, Tang Kun departed hastily, driven not only by the need to uphold his ruse, but also by a desire to hunt alone. After all, with his sister-in-law trailing behind, he felt an obligation to protect her, which could easily distract him and hinder his ability to conceal any game. The reason he did not refuse her company was that he was acutely aware that Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao had all grown into adulthood. Their sensitivity and strong sense of pride made them eager to prove their worth. Should he decline their goodwill, it would likely yield the opposite effect. Thus, this was the true reason behind Tang Kun's eventual agreement to accompany the 3 sisters, a matter of enduring a bit more fatigue. More than an hour later, Tang Kun reappeared in the dense mountains, a hunting rifle slung over his shoulder. He meticulously searched for traces of game amidst the thickets when suddenly he noticed movement in a patch of grass. Approaching stealthily, he discovered a plump pheasant. Just as he was about to raise his gun to take aim, the bird, sensing impending danger, took flight. Not one to let a cooked duck slip away, Tang Kun hastily pursued it, only to unexpectedly stumble upon a hidden cave during the chase. Curiosity piqued, he ventured inside, where an enchanting aroma of herbs wafted through the air. Could there be something of value within? Eagerly, he began to explore and, to his astonishment, discovered several precious wild ginseng plants tucked away in a corner of the cave. Ah, what a treasure that could fetch a handsome sum. Elated, Tang Kun carefully harvested the ginseng, placing it into his system space. Continuing his exploration in the mountains, he spent the afternoon firing numerous shots, successfully bringing down a variety of game, including pheasants, wild rabbits, and several spotted deer. How exhilarating it is to hunt alone. As the sky darkened, concerned that the women might be anxious from waiting, Tang Kun descended the mountain, laden with his bountiful harvest and a contented smile upon his face. Chapter 19. The charming widow comes to share a meal for urban dwellers. The 5 or 6 miles of mountain paths may seem like a lengthy journey. Yet, for those accustomed to rural life, it is merely a trifle, a matter of moments. Within less than an hour, the empty-handed Tang Kun caught sight of the myriad lights illuminating Shangshui village from afar, ensuring the surroundings were devoid of any onlookers, and with the night fully descended. He hastily retrieved the plum deer and the plump rabbit he had captured that morning from his system space, ready to return home with his bounty. As for the other game he had acquired in the afternoon, he intended to keep that a secret, planning to surprise the womenfolk in a few days. Otherwise, the hidden secrets he harbored could very well be revealed to the world. Kun, you have finally returned. Hearing her husband's footsteps, Xu Rong rushed out of the house, her face etched with worry. She had assumed that Tang Kun had merely gone up the mountain to fetch their catch and would return swiftly. However, as darkness enveloped the sky, his absence had left Xu Rong and the others in a state of anxious anticipation. The dense mountains and forests were rife with perilous wildlife. In recalling Su Feng's account of their morning hunt, where they had first encountered 3 wild boars and then been chased by a black bear, how could Xu Rong not be alarmed? Regrettably, in this era, there were no means of communication. They could only wait helplessly. How different it was from later times, where a simple video call could reveal one's precise location and current activities, making it exceedingly convenient. Haha, but here I am, sensing the concern in his wife's voice. Tang Kun chuckled heartily in response. Upon seeing her husband return safely, Xu Rong's worry melted away, replaced by a smile, though she shot him a playful glare. She promptly took the game from his hands and carried it straight into the kitchen. Sister-in-law, the rabbit meat is already cooked. We've been eagerly waiting for you to return and indulge, Su Jiao exclaimed, her mouth watering at the thought, clearly having anticipated this moment for far too long. Su Yin observed the scene, shook her head, and gently patted her younger sister's bottom, muttering under her breath, "All you think about is food. Can't you see brother-in-law is back? Why not help by fetching some hot water for him to wash his face?" How thoughtless. With a cheeky grin, Su Jiao turned to see Su Yin already carrying a porcelain basin filled with hot water and a white towel, promptly snatching it from her hands and hurrying to Tang Kun. "Brother-in-law, the hot water is ready. Please wash your face," she said softly. Then, she turned and made a silly face at her elder sister. Being the doting sister she was, Su Yin could only shake her head in exasperation before turning away, her hips swaying as she returned indoors. Tang Kun observed the playful banter between the sisters with clarity. Su Yin was gentle and considerate, while Su Jiao was spirited and clever. Both had their unique charms. He relished the lively atmosphere among his family, feeling that this was the essence of home. Hence he remained silent, a broad smile adorning his face. "Time to eat. Kun, you must be starving. Hurry and taste the flavors." 2 plates of rabbit meat, 1 plate of wild boar, and 5 bowls of cornmeal were laid out on the table. Xu Rong, disregarding the eager gazes of her younger sisters, pushed the most delectable dish directly towards her man, her face radiating warmth. "Sister, you are truly biased," protested the youngest sister, Su Jiao. "I single-handedly cleaned and cooked this rabbit meat this afternoon. Do you wish for my brother-in-law to feast alone?" The only dissenting voice belonged to the youngest sister, Su Jiao. Upon hearing her words, Tang Kun chuckled and replied, "Good food is meant to be shared. Come, our great contributor, you should take the first bite. Surely that will satisfy you." As he spoke, he picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of rabbit meat into Su Jiao's bowl. "Now that's more like it. How delicious!" Su Jiao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she eagerly picked up the rabbit meat and savored it, completely oblivious to her own image. Su Zong, Su Feng, and Su Yin exchanged glances, shaking their heads at their younger sister's unabashed enthusiasm. "Come, everyone dig in." With only Tang Kun as the sole male at the table, he made sure to maintain balance, serving pieces of rabbit meat to Su Feng and Su Yin before cheerfully placing a piece in Xu Rong's bowl, saying, "Wife, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. You've worked hard. Enjoy." Noticing that her husband's bowl contained only noodles, Xu Rong kindly added several pieces of rabbit meat to Tang Kun's bowl, gazing at him with affection, utterly content. The 3 sisters, witnessing this tender scene, lowered their heads to eat, not daring to utter a word, lest they disturb the romantic moment between their brother-in-law and sister. "Dowdu, is that you? Come in." After Tang Kun had taken a few bites, he inadvertently glanced towards the door and was taken aback to see a small head peeking in. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Dowdu, the son of the charming widow Wang Shuzhen from next door. He quickly waved his hand, warmly beckoning the little one inside. Hearing the commotion, the 4 sisters turned to see Dowdu's big, dark eyes fixated on the rabbit meat on the table, drooling in anticipation. The women were well aware that the little fellow was utterly tempted. In fact, ever since Xu Rong had begun cooking the meat in the afternoon, the enticing aroma had wafted over to Dowdu's home. Initially, the little one had managed to hold back, but now, as everyone feasted with abandon. The mouth-watering scent had him salivating uncontrollably. Seizing the moment when Wang Shuzhen was distracted, he had stealthily approached, peering through the door. Although Xu Rong had yet to bear children, she possessed a kind heart. Seeing the little one's longing expression, she promptly set down her bowl and chopsticks. Walking directly to Dao and taking his small hand, leading him to the table. She then fetched another set of bowl and chopsticks, generously serving Dao several pieces of rabbit and wild boar meat. Dao, do enjoy. Upon hearing her encouragement, Dao glanced shyly at the 5 adults, but ultimately succumbed to the allure of the food, disregarding everything else as he eagerly grabbed the rabbit meat, fervently feeding himself. Upon witnessing this scene, memories of her own recent days of hunger flooded Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao, the 3 sisters, with emotion. Their eyes glistening with unshed tears, their appetites lost as they gazed longingly at the gluttonous Dao. Alas, were it not for the brother-in-law's reformation, they too might find themselves in a similar plight as Dao, indiscriminately devouring anything available. In the adjacent room, Wang Shuzhen returned from the restroom only to be met with the startling realization that her beloved son had vanished. Surprised, she wondered how her child could have disappeared in the brief moment she stepped out. The small earthen house offered little hiding space. After searching the main room, she hurried to the kitchen, only to find no trace of him, her face paling in alarm. Dao, where are you? Meanwhile, the delighted Dao, savoring his meal, heard his mother's call and paused, contemplating a return home. However, upon noticing the plentiful meat still in his bowl, he hesitated, observing the child's reluctance. Tang Kun could easily discern his thoughts. With a gentle smile, he looked at his partner and softly suggested, "Darling, please fetch Wang and let her know Dao is here." When Wang Shuzhen rushed over in a flurry of worry, she was taken aback to see her son not only safe but indulging in a feast. "Mother, there's so much meat here. Come eat," Dao exclaimed with innocent joy, blissfully unaware that they were dining in someone else's home. "Tang Kun, my sister, I truly apologize for the trouble. I will take Dao home now." In these times of scarcity, with every household struggling, how could Wang Shuzhen bear the thought of her son consuming another's food? She hurried forward, expressing her gratitude to Tang Kun and Xu Rong, preparing to take her son home. "Sister-in-law, there's plenty of meat at our place. Why not stay and have some? Besides, Dao looks so thin and undernourished. He needs to eat well," Tang Kun cheerfully insisted, noting that he and his family were not lacking in provisions and considering that they were neighbors. Wang Shuzhen, once renowned as a beauty, possessed a strong sense of pride. Initially intending to leave immediately, she reconsidered upon seeing her son enjoying his meal so heartily and reflecting on his frail condition. "Tang Kun, I cannot thank you enough. I'm not hungry. Let Dao eat," the charming widow said, affectionately ruffling her son's hair, her face aglow with maternal love. Just then, unexpectedly, her stomach growled audibly, betraying her embarrassment. She quickly covered her belly, a flush of mortification crossing her face. Clearly, even the mature and graceful woman found herself with an empty stomach, responding instinctively to the enticing aroma of meat. Chapter 20. Brother, how could I ever desire your flesh? At this moment, Wang Shuzhen's delicate face was flushed crimson, overwhelmed by a profound sense of shame. The fiercely independent woman could never have anticipated that she would find herself humiliated before so many onlookers. Gazing at the blushing widow before him, Tang Kun was rendered utterly speechless. He had never imagined that the neighbor next door could possess such breathtaking beauty. Her visage was exquisitely sculpted, akin to a finely crafted jade, with porcelain skin radiating a gentle blush reminiscent of a flower blooming at dawn. Even more enchanting were her large, glistening eyes, which seemed to harbor boundless affection. A mere glance could ensnare one's very soul. Her lustrous, ebony hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, with a few strands occasionally falling delicately across her cheeks, adding an effortless allure to her beauty. Were it not for her somewhat slender frame, a consequence of malnutrition, she would appear as a celestial being descended to earth, a vision of unparalleled beauty. If the 4 Xu sisters resembled resplendent white lotuses, Then Wang Shuzhen embodied a fairy who had stepped forth from a dream, exuding a ripe charm akin to that of a luscious rose. Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao, who had previously regarded the widow with sympathetic eyes, suddenly noticed their brother-in-law's dazed admiration for the stunning young woman, and their expressions shifted subtly, especially Su Feng, who could not help but emit a deliberate huff. "Honey," upon hearing her sister-in-law's call and realizing he had momentarily lost composure, Tang Kun gently beckoned Xu Rong, signaling her to bring another set of chopsticks and a bowl to alleviate Wang Shuzhen's awkward predicament. Xu Rong instantly understood, fetching the utensils from the kitchen with a warm smile, encouraging Wang Shuzhen to sit at the heated calm. "Sister-in-law, please eat while it's hot. We are all neighbors here. There's no need to stand on ceremony." Feeling the warmth and hospitality from Tang Kun and Xu Rong, and glancing at her son Do's eager expression, Wang Shuzhen decided to abandon her reservations. With a grateful heart, she accepted the bowl and chopsticks and began to eat. However, after taking a bite of the rabbit meat, her eyes suddenly glistened with tears, nearly spilling over. Why is she crying after just one bite of meat? This scene left Tang Kun and the four Su sisters utterly astonished, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to console the woman at the table. "Mother, why are you crying?" Do, with his mouth smeared with grease, noticed his mother's tear-streaked face and immediately grew alarmed. "Do, I'm fine. I'm just moved. To be honest, since your father passed away, I haven't tasted meat in years." Upon learning the reason behind the widow's tears, Tang Kun and Xu Rong sighed with relief. Meanwhile, the onlookers felt immense empathy, particularly the Su sisters, who could deeply relate. Had it not been for Tang Kun's unexpected return to his senses in recent days, the lives of the four golden flowers might have been far more challenging than that of the widow, and they certainly would not have enjoyed meat at every meal. "Sister-in-law, please don't cry. You must believe that the days ahead will undoubtedly grow increasingly prosperous. In the future, should Do wish to indulge in meat, he is always welcome to come over." As a reborn individual, Tang Kun was acutely aware of the societal changes that lay ahead, and he promptly offered gentle reassurances. "My dear brothers, I apologize for having caused you amusement. How could I trouble you every time?" Upon hearing Tang Kun's comforting words, the charming widow wiped away the tears from her face with the back of her right hand, feeling a twinge of guilt as she spoke. To be frank, the fact that she and her son had shamelessly mooched a meal was already enough to humiliate a woman as proud as she. She could not constantly rely on others for sustenance. After all, the situation in Tang Kun's household was not particularly splendid either. Once the widow gathered her emotions, everyone gathered around the table, sharing laughter and enjoying their meal. Especially as Tang Kun recounted amusing anecdotes from his hunting expeditions, the women listened with rapt attention. "Uncle Tang, may I accompany you on your hunting trips in the future?" Suddenly, Do's interjection left everyone momentarily speechless. "Do, you are still so young. Why would you suddenly wish to accompany your uncle on a hunting expedition? Besides, your uncle just mentioned that there are many dangerous animals in the mountains. Aren't you afraid?" To their surprise, Do set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with both hands, and earnestly replied, "Because if we catch some game, our family will be able to enjoy meat at every meal. Mother once said that Do should grow up to be a man of great stature. I will soon be 6 years old, so I'm already a little man. I want to provide meat for Mother and protect her from those wicked people." Seeing Do, who had been shy just moments ago, speak such profound words, not only was the widow Wang Shuzhen taken aback, but Tang Kun and the four sisters from the Su family were also left in astonishment. They could hardly fathom that a mere 5- or 6-year-old boy could exhibit such maturity and consideration, surpassing that of many adults. Truly, the children of the impoverished assume responsibility early on. Tang Kun was filled with myriad emotions, but upon recalling Do's last statement, he suddenly thought of something and pressed on, "Do, tell uncle, who is bullying you and your mother? It is that scoundrel Wang Ergu. They often knock on our door late at night, and sometimes they even lay their hands on my mother." To his surprise, before Do could elaborate further, the widow, both embarrassed and angered, swiftly embraced her son, signaling him to cease his words. Clearly, Tang Kun and the four sisters from the Su family understood that any connection to Wang Ergu would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Moreover, given Wang Shuzhen's striking beauty and captivating charm as a widow, it was indeed peculiar if Wang Ergu and his ilk did not take an interest in her. Alas, it is often said that widows attract much strife. It seems this adage holds true. In this era, a woman's beauty may not necessarily be a blessing. In that moment, Tang Kun was overwhelmed with thoughts and shook his head. After all, the temperaments of those three ruffians, Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao, had just been vividly demonstrated. Had it not been for brother-in-law Tang Kun's timely intervention, forcefully driving them away, the three sisters would have surely fallen into their trap and lost all dignity. At this moment, upon hearing that Wang Ergu had also provoked the alluring widow, the sisters cast sympathetic glances towards Wang Shuzhen and her son. These three brutes. Once I find the opportunity, I shall make them pay dearly. Hearing Dodo's words and witnessing the widow tightly clutching her son, Tang Kun was instantly consumed by rage as he recalled the scene of Wang Ergu's trio assaulting his sister-in-law. He slammed his right hand onto the Kong table, causing the dishes to rattle violently. Brother Tang Kun, sister Xu Rong, we truly apologize for disturbing you today. It is getting late, so we shall take our leave. Upon seeing Wang Shuzhen preparing to return home with her son, and remembering the child's earlier remarks, Tang Kun strode into the kitchen. He picked up a cleaver and deftly sliced off a dozen pounds of meat, presenting it to the widow with a gentle tone. Sister-in-law, I know it's not easy for you. Please take this meat home for the child to enjoy. You understand that Dodo is still very young, and it would be utterly inappropriate for him to accompany me on a hunting expedition. The child is in a crucial growth phase and must receive adequate nutrition. As Tang Kun held the hefty bundle of pork, Wang Shuzhen looked on in astonishment. Once she regained her composure, she hurriedly declined, saying, Brother, everyone is facing difficulties. How could I accept your meat? Furthermore, as a widow, it seems we cannot be of much assistance to you. Chapter 21. A reluctant request sister-in-law. What do you mean by that? We are neighbors, and it is only natural to help one another. With the meat already prepared by our master, please take it. Besides, little Dodo is quite pitiful and urgently needs nourishment. At this critical moment, Xu Rong stepped forward, directly taking the wild boar meat from her husband Tang Kun's hands, casually placing the string of meat into the slender widow's hands, and sincerely remarked, To be honest, although Xu Rong had yet to conceive, witnessing Dodo's eager expression stirred her compassionate heart, leaving her feeling quite unsettled. Feeling the genuine kindness from a young couple, and glancing at her frail son beside her, Wang Shuzhen could no longer persist in her refusal. Instead, she gratefully lifted the hefty bundle of pork, repeatedly expressing her thanks to the two. Meanwhile, Dodo's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing the fresh meat in her mother's hands, her smile radiating joy. Ah, we are all unfortunate souls. Watching the mother and child gradually depart, Xu Rong couldn't help but express her heartfelt sentiments. Dear, I'll tidy up first. I shall pay a visit to the village chief, Tang Kun declared, striding directly toward the kitchen. Brother-in-law, it's getting late. What business do you have with the village chief at this hour? Before Xu Rong could inquire further, her sister-in-law, Su Jiao, approached Tang Kun, her expression laced with suspicion. Su Feng, who was recovering on the bedding, and Su Yin, who was helping her sister clear the tableware, both perked up their ears to listen. Naturally, I must deliver the game to him. Have you forgotten? We borrowed the village chief's hunting rifle and agreed to share half of the spoils. We cannot be untrustworthy. The thought of relinquishing half of their hard-earned game weighed heavily on Su Jiao, prompting her to mutter, Brother-in-law, you are being too earnest. Yesterday, we already distributed 200 pounds of wild boar meat to Wang Bao, along with a large fat rabbit. That is quite generous. To be honest with these provisions, we could procure a dozen hunting rifles. I believe we should let today's catch go. Surely, the old village chief is not such a miser. After Su Jiao finished, she cast a glance at her three sisters, hoping for their swift support to prevent Tang Kun from making a foolish decision. However, upon hearing Su Jiao's words, Xu Rong merely shook her head with a wry smile, continuing to diligently clear the dishes without uttering a word. In the eyes of women, such matters should be left to their men. What need is there for a solitary woman to meddle? Seeing that her elder sister remained silent, Feng and Xu Yan naturally chose not to make a fuss, wisely opting to remain quiet. Noticing the silence enveloping the room, Jiao, feeling exasperated, stamped her foot in frustration, her delicate face flushed with anger. Then I shall not concern myself with it. After all, it is rare for our family to enjoy a morsel of meat, and yet brother-in-law is so extravagant, giving away this and that. Since you are the head of the household, I, as your little sister-in-law, have no right to voice my opinion. Upon witnessing his sister-in-law's genuine anger, Tang Kun, instead of responding with ire, approached with a warm smile and elucidated, Jiao, my dear sister-in-law, I fully comprehend the arduous nature of our endeavors in securing these prized catches. However, although our resources may be scant, our aspirations must remain lofty. We had previously agreed that half of our bounty would be bestowed upon the venerable village elder, and we must uphold that promise without fail. Reflect for a moment. Had the elder not lent us his firearm, would we have enjoyed such a bountiful harvest? Moreover, our excursions into the mountains for hunting have significantly depleted our ammunition. Thus, we must not claim that which does not rightfully belong to us. Otherwise, when adversity strikes in the future, who would be inclined to assist a person who reneges on their word? Remember, we must always maintain a far-sighted perspective. Only in this way can we forge a path that is both extensive and smooth in the days to come. After absorbing her brother-in-law's thoughtful discourse, Jiao realized that she had been overly preoccupied with immediate gains, while this man before her possessed a vision that extended far beyond the present, causing her cheeks to flush. Yet, unwilling to lose face, she cleverly retorted, "Brother-in-law, I concede that your reasoning is remarkably sound. In light of this, why do we not procure a hunting rifle from others? Wouldn't that yield even greater rewards?" Indeed, upon hearing this suggestion from the younger sister, Jiao, Feng, and Xu Yan were all momentarily enlightened. Just days prior, their household had barely any provisions, leaving little room for such considerations. However, with several hundred pounds of meat now stored, they felt emboldened. If they were to acquire a rifle, wouldn't all future catches then belong solely to them? Sensing the fervent gazes of the womenfolk, Tang Kun understood that they were indeed swayed by the prospect. With a hearty laugh, he remarked, Jiao's insights are as clear as crystal. She would excel in commerce. Pleased by her brother-in-law's affirmation, Jiao beamed with pride. However, before she could bask in her moment of triumph, Tang Kun continued, "Yet, our current hunting endeavors are merely a temporary measure. Perhaps before long, we shall uncover new avenues to prosperity." What? The moment his words left his lips, the women were rendered speechless. "Darling, hunting in the mountains is undoubtedly a lucrative venture, and considering we can enjoy meat at every meal, why should we cease our efforts?" At this moment, Xu Rong could no longer contain herself. She set aside her bowl and chopsticks, rushing over with a look of urgency. It was essential to note that, having finally experienced an upturn in their fortunes, she was unwilling to revert to their previous, arduous lifestyle. Tang Kun surveyed the four sisters thoughtfully and spoke slowly, "As we have successfully secured our game and enjoyed our meals, have you not noticed that the number of hunters venturing into the mountains has been steadily increasing? With so many people hunting, the risks are heightened, and the availability of game will inevitably diminish. Moreover, our initial foray into hunting was merely a stopgap measure. Rest assured, once our debts are settled and we possess a surplus of provisions, I promise to uncover a more advantageous path forward. I will absolutely ensure that you do not suffer from hunger or cold. Please trust me on this." After hearing Tang Kun's words, the four sisters of the Xu family exchanged glances. Despite their underlying concerns, they nodded in agreement. Tang Kun was well aware that the women were not entirely sincere. Until they witnessed tangible results, their confidence would remain tenuous. Undeterred, he entered the kitchen, divided his spoils, and shouldered half of them, making his way to the home of the village elder, Wang Baofa. "Little Tang, why have you brought me so much meat?" Wang Baofa exclaimed. You may take the hunting rifle. I was already quite satisfied with the 200 pounds of wild boar meat I received yesterday. Upon seeing Tang Kun once more carrying a sick of deer and wild rabbits into his home, the elder was momentarily taken aback. Having lived for most of his life, he had never encountered such a sincere young man. Overcome with emotion, he quickly attempted to decline. Old village chief, this simply cannot be. Wang Baofa protested. As we agreed in the beginning, we must adhere to our promises. Noticing Tang Kun's steadfast demeanor, Wang Baofa nodded appreciatively and said solemnly, Tang Kun, I have always known you to be a man of great ambition. With your capabilities, it seems that Shangshui village is merely your starting point. Henceforth, should you require assistance with anything at home, do not hesitate to call upon me. I guarantee I will handle it thoroughly. Upon hearing these words from the elder, Tang Kun finally smiled. The next phase of his plans would indeed require the village elder's unwavering support. After accomplishing the essential tasks, he hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way home. However, just a few meters from his doorstep, illuminated by the moonlight, he unexpectedly spotted a striking figure approaching him. Sister-in-law, where are you headed at this hour? As the woman drew closer, Tang Kun realized it was the charming widow, Wang Shuzhen, and he inquired curiously, Brother, sister-in-law has been waiting for you here. The widow's first words left Tang Kun momentarily speechless. Waiting for me? Could it be that after merely delivering some wild boar meat, this enchanting beauty wishes to offer herself? Noticing Tang Kun's astonished expression, Wang Shuzhen's face flushed with embarrassment. Brother, today the two of us enjoyed the meat you provided, and we even took some home, which feels quite excessive. After much contemplation, I believe this may be somewhat unfair. Therefore, sister-in-law has a humble request and hopes you can oblige. A humble request? Tang Kun replied, his expression one of skepticism. Yet with a smile he added, Sister-in-law, please feel free to speak your mind. Whatever is within my capacity, I will certainly agree to. Chapter 22. I too wish to accompany you up the mountain to hunt and sustain myself. Brother, I observed yesterday morning that you ventured into the mountains with Feng for a hunt. Now, Feng has twisted her ankle and is unable to move freely. Tell me, could you possibly take my sister-in-law along tomorrow morning? I yearn to join you in the hunt to fend for myself. Please do not misunderstand. I do not ask for much, merely a morsel of sustenance for the two of us. The charming widow concluded her plea, her enchanting eyes shimmering with emotion as she cast a meaningful glance at Tang Kun, then blushed deeply and lowered her head, awaiting a response from the handsome man before her. Was this the nature of her request? It appears I overthought the matter. At that moment, Tang Kun found himself in a quandary. Just yesterday, 3 of his sisters-in-law had expressed their desire to accompany him up the mountain to assist him. After much persuasion, he had managed to dissuade the sisters, ultimately agreeing that only one person could accompany him each day. Although Feng was injured, his wife had arranged for the third sister, Yin, to accompany him tomorrow, if he consented to the charming widow's request and brought another woman up the mountain. What would his wife, Xu Rong, think? What would his sisters-in-law say? Wouldn't this put him in a most uncomfortable position? Wang Shuzhen had believed that her modest request would be readily granted by Tang Kun. To her surprise, after waiting for quite some time, the man remained silent. When she looked up, she noticed the troubled expression on Tang Kun's face, causing her heart to sink. Brother, have I put you in a difficult position? If it truly is inconvenient, then let it be. The charming widow spoke, her gaze dimming. Soon thereafter, she began to softly weep, her shoulders trembling. A pitiful sight that stirred compassion. Oh dear, here was a captivating and graceful young widow crying in the darkness, a sight both enchanting and heart-wrenching. Tang Kun stood before her, apprehensive that if the villagers were to witness this, they might misconstrue him as a scoundrel taking advantage of the woman. If he were to be misunderstood, he feared there would be no way to clear his name, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. In a moment of urgency, he gently placed his hands on the widow's shoulders, offering solace. Sister-in-law, please do not weep. If my wife and sisters-in-law see this, I truly would find it hard to explain. Feeling the warmth of the man's hands and hearing his words, Wang Shuzhen slowly raised her tear-streaked face. wiping away her tears with her hands, and managed a rueful smile. "Brother, I have caused you trouble. Let us pretend this conversation never happened. You carry on with your tasks. I shall return." Alas, the cruelty of fate. Whatever will be, will be. As he gazed at her frail form, Tang Kun, who could not bear to see a woman in tears, sighed deeply and finally inquired, "Sister-in-law, if you accompany me up the mountain to hunt tomorrow, what shall become of Dodo?" Upon hearing Tang Kun's question, Wang Shuzhen, who had just turned away, brightened with joy, quickly regaining her composure. She returned to Tang Kun's side, her face alight with excitement. "Brother, Dodo has always been well behaved. You need not worry. I have made all the necessary arrangements. Moreover, our families live close, and my sister-in-law will be at home. There will be no issues." As the conversation reached this point, Tang Kun found himself with little choice but to respond, "Very well. Sister-in-law, you shall accompany us to the mountain tomorrow. However, it will require an early start, as we must traverse 5 or 6 miles of rugged terrain to reach our destination." Upon hearing Tang Kun's consent, Wang Shuzhen's face blossomed into a radiant smile. As she envisioned a future where her son would enjoy meat for every meal, she eagerly reassured him, "Brother, rest assured, I will rise early tomorrow and absolutely will not hold you back." With their plans set, the two parted ways, each returning to their respective homes. Little did Tang Kun and the charming widow know, amidst their laughter and conversation, 6 pairs of dark eyes were covertly observing their every move. Once Tang Kun and Wang Shuzhen vanished from sight, Wang Ergu, Jiao, and Wei Jun slowly emerged from the underbrush. "Damn it all. I never imagined that Tang Kun was secretly involved with that widow, Wang Shuzhen." Wang Ergu fumed. "No wonder she has been so obstinate against me. It seems this scoundrel has been scheming behind my back." Shui village, home to over 2,000 residents, was renowned for its 6 beautiful flowers. Notably, the Xu sisters claimed 4 of these coveted spots, leaving Wang Shuzhen to represent one of the remaining 2. The last was universally acknowledged as the village flower, Wang Ernie. With her sweet visage and captivating figure, Wang Ernie remained unwed, with suitors almost trampling her family's doorstep, yet she turned a blind eye to every one of them. The young beauty had boldly declared, "I will marry no one but a city dweller. I will not wed anyone without a stable job." Aspiring to elevate herself to a higher status through marriage, she was the cherished daughter of the village chief, Wang Baofa. Given the prominence of the Wang clan in Shui village, Wang Ergu, a mere dared not entertain thoughts of her. Thus, Wang Ergu and his companions turned their attention to the Xu sisters and the charming widow, Wang Shuzhen. Initially, their plan was to ensnare Tang Kun through gambling debts, ultimately securing Xu Rong, and subsequently enjoying the company of Xu Feng, Xu Yin, and Xu Jiao. However, just as their scheme was on the verge of success, Tang Kun unexpectedly transformed into a fiercely protective figure, akin to a mother hen, safeguarding the 4 beautiful flowers, nearly risking his own life in the process. This infuriated Wang Ergu to no end. Left with no other option, they decided to target the charming widow to vent their frustrations, biding their time to eventually capture the Xu sisters. Yet, upon returning from an evening of cards and drinks, they stumbled upon Wang Shuzhen and Tang Kun together again, igniting their fury. That Tang Kun, where does he find such luck? First, he marries the stunning Xu Rong and brings her 3 sisters into his home. Who would have guessed he was also entangled with the charming widow? His fortune is truly remarkable. Jiao Daju's words only served to stoke Wang Ergu's rage further. "Just wait. I will find the right opportunity, and I will make sure to eliminate that scoundrel Tang Kun, regardless of the Xu family's 4 sisters or the enchanting widow Wang Shuzhen. None can evade the grasp of our fraternity." As thoughts of the women's captivating beauty danced in their minds, Jiao Daju and Wei Jun felt a surge of desire, their throats tightening and saliva pooling. "Boss, when shall we strike and seize Tang Kun?" Wang Ergo, upon hearing this, shot a fierce glare at his companion and whispered, "Why the haste? That scoundrel still owes us gambling debts. Once the 10-day deadline passes, and if Tang Kun fails to repay, we can rightfully claim those 4 stunning beauties. As for that flirtatious Wang Shuzhen, she will inevitably fall into my grasp." Jiao Daju's spirits soared at this revelation. Meanwhile, Wei Jun murmured, "Boss, I've heard that Tang Kun has been hunting in the mountains daily. What if he manages to repay the debt?" Wang Ergo scoffed. "If he truly manages to repay on time, I will devise a means to eliminate this troublesome pest. The women Wang Ergo, have set my sights on will not escape." Chapter 23. Sister, you must keep a close watch on your brother-in-law from now on. Little did Tang Kun know that his brief exchange of words with the charming widow had drawn the covert scrutiny of his old adversaries, including Wang Ergu. This entire scenario unfolded unbeknownst to both Wang Shuzhen and Tang Kun himself. Upon returning home, he found the women had already tidied up, washing the dishes and engaging in lively conversation while seated on the warm kong. "Brother-in-law, tomorrow it's my turn to accompany you on the mountain hunt. I hope we have splendid luck and manage to catch plenty of game. I certainly won't lag behind like second sister did when she twisted her ankle." With a gleeful smile, the youngest sister, Su Yin, expressed her excitement upon seeing Tang Kun return, casting a triumphant glance at the recovering Su Feng. Su Feng, upon hearing this, glared at her younger sister with indignation, retorting, "You little rascal, do you think I wanted to get injured? It was merely an encounter with a black bear that led to my misfortune, for my life was at stake." Of course, she couldn't dare to mention how Tang Kun had protected her during the critical moment, rolling down the slope together and tenderly massaging her foot afterward. Fearing it might incite misunderstandings from her sister, Xu Rong. Observing the playful banter between her two younger sisters, the eldest, Xu Rong, did not intervene, but instead wore a joyful expression. Wasn't it a delightful affair to have the family gathered together in such spirited chaos? Brother-in-law, do you have any captivating tales from ancient times to share tonight? Please regale us with a couple. As Tang Kun removed his shoes and prepared to join them on the kong, his sister-in-law, Su Jiao, thoughtfully lifted the covers, inviting him to sit between her and the eldest sister, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Tang Kun smiled gently and settled in. It turned out that during these tranquil nights, they had previously engaged in riddle games, followed by Tang Kun recounting well-known stories, which had enchanted the sisters and transformed the otherwise dull evenings into lively gatherings. Indeed, as Su Jiao spoke, Su Feng and Su Yin quieted down, while Xu Rong and Su Jiao leaned against Tang Kun, eagerly awaiting the next tale, their eyes brimming with expectation. Tang Kun relished this warm atmosphere, chuckling heartily as he declared, "Very well. Tonight I shall tell you the tale of Sun Wukong's battle with the white-boned spirit." Inside the room, Tang Kun spoke eloquently, weaving the narrative that captivated the women's hearts. Outside, the night deepened, soon enveloping them in darkness. "All right, it's getting late. Everyone should retire early," he advised. "Su Yin, don't oversleep, where your brother-in-law may not wake you." After an hour of enthralling storytelling from the classic journey to the west, Tang Kun waved his hand, signaling that it was time to rest. "Humph, always underestimating me," Su Yin murmured in response to Tang Kun's counsel. She promptly drew aside the blue curtain hanging in the middle, yanked the covers away, and lay down, closing her eyes in preparation for sleep. Seeing this, Su Feng and Su Jiao exchanged knowing smiles and also lay down to rest. "Honey, why are you here again?" In the stillness of the night, Xu Rong, in a state of drowsiness, suddenly felt her partner's large hands wandering restlessly. Unable to contain herself, she murmured softly. Tang Kun leaned closer to her ear and retorted, "Isn't this all you're doing? Who asked you to make me drink deer blood so late at night? With my vigor ablaze, who else can I seek out but you, my beautiful darling?" Upon hearing this, Xu Rong immediately realized the implications. Peeking cautiously toward the other side, she sensed that her younger sisters had long succumbed to slumber, and thus she gently replied, "Alas, I truly owe you from my past life. Please, keep it down a bit. We mustn't wake those three troublemakers. Otherwise, you might find it impossible to approach them again." Tang Kun chuckled in response. "Rest assured, my dear, I am well aware." However, in the quiet of the night, the commotion of the couple did not escape the ears of the three younger sisters. Yet, Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao collectively chose to ignore it. At times, The sounds even hinder their sleep, as their hearts yearn for their sister to achieve her desires and bear them a little nephew. The next morning, as Su Yan accompanied her brother-in-law Tang Kun out the door, preparing to venture into the mountains for hunting, she spotted the charming widow Wang Shuzhen waiting for them with a smile, leaving her momentarily astonished. "Sister Wang, why are you up so early?" Upon hearing Su Yan's inquiry, Wang Shuzhen glanced at Tang Kun and instantly understood that he had not informed the sisters of her joining them for the hunt. With a smile, she replied, "Su Yan, your brother-in-law is kind-hearted and willing to take me along to help you all. What is this all about?" The moment Su Yan learned that the alluring widow would accompany her brother-in-law, she became immediately cautious, though the young beauty was not yet married. She was an adult and understood the implications of her brother-in-law bringing a widow along without reason. She turned to Tang Kun with a questioning gaze, hoping he would provide clarification for both herself and her sister. "Su Yan, it's like this. You know the situation at Sister Wang's home. Last night, after returning from the old village chief's house, she asked us for assistance. We are neighbors after all, and besides, Dodo is quite pitiful. It would seem unreasonable not to help. It's also good for you to have company on the way." Su Yan initially wanted to retort, "If you can take two women, why not call Su Jiao over too?" After all, Su Jiao was family, while the widow was an outsider. However, she soon remembered that her sister Xu Rong was Tang Kun's true partner, and she was merely his sister-in-law. Moreover, men have their pride. Since her brother-in-law had already agreed to help someone else, if she were to interject, what would that say about her? How would others perceive her? Contemplating this, Su Yan merely nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. As someone who had experienced similar situations, Wang Shuzhen could easily discern the discontent simmering within the young girl. Yet, in her quest to ensure her son enjoyed a better life, she chose to feign ignorance, pretending not to notice. Thus, Tang Kun, wielding his hunting rifle, led the way, followed closely by Su Yan and Wang Shuzhen. "Brother-in-law, I have a bit of a stomachache and need to use the restroom. You all go ahead. I assure you I will catch up shortly." Just 10 minutes into their trek, Su Yan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and pretended to be unwell. Hearing that his sister-in-law was experiencing discomfort, Tang Kun expressed genuine concern, promptly inquiring, "Su Yan, is it serious? Perhaps you should return to rest. Wang and I can manage on our own." "What a joke. With just the two of you, wouldn't that lead to more complications?" Su Yan retorted, "It's nothing. I just need a moment in the restroom. Brother-in-law, you all go ahead. I won't delay you." Noticing Su Yan's insistence and sensing that her ailment was not grave, Tang Kun eventually nodded in agreement. Wang Shuzhen, however, was no fool. As a woman herself, she was well aware of the thoughts swirling in the young lady's mind. The audacity to suspect her and Tang Kun of impropriety. This sister-in-law was truly overthinking things. While she internally chuckled at the absurdity, her expression remained composed and silent. "Su Yan, didn't you go hunting with your brother-in-law? What brings you back here?" At that moment, Xu Rong, Su Feng, and Su Jiao had risen and were tidying the bedding on the heated kong. They were startled to see their younger sister rushing in. "Sister, something's wrong." The first words out of Su Yan's mouth sent shockwaves through the three beauties in the room. "Su Yan, tell us what happened. Did something happen to your brother-in-law?" Xu Rong's immediate concern was for her man, Tang Kun. "Not at all. Sister, the widow next door, is also hunting with us today. She said she had arranged it with brother-in-law last night." "Ah, so that's what it is. I was worried for nothing." Upon hearing her sister's explanation, Xu Rong finally exhaled in relief, casting a reproachful glance at Su Yan. "You silly girl, you startle me. Do you have any idea how frightened I was?" Meanwhile, Su Feng and Su Jiao quickly comprehended Su Yan's hurried return. After a moment's thought, Su Feng hastily remarked, "Sister, I noticed last night that brother-in-law's gaze towards that widow was rather peculiar. First, he gifted her over 10 pounds of meat, and today he took that vixen up the mountain. Something is definitely amiss. Sister, you must be vigilant. Your man must not be lured away by other women." Chapter 24. I trust your brother-in-law. Oh, you all are making a mountain out of a molehill. We are neighbors, after all, and regarding the circumstances at Dodo's home, surely you all are not oblivious. The reason your brother-in-law distributed such a generous amount of meat last night was out of kindness and compassion. As for taking Sister Wang up the mountain to hunt, surely he is merely extending a helping hand to those less fortunate. Let us refrain from calling her a seductress. Such language is unbecoming. If Sister Wang and your brother-in-law were to hear such talk, how would we face anyone in the future? Seeing her elder sister appear unfazed and even defending the brother-in-law, Xu Feng felt a sudden pang in her heart. Alas, her sister is far too kind-hearted. This simply cannot continue. I must counsel her more earnestly. Otherwise, if her brother-in-law were to be seduced by that alluring widow and revert to his former dreadful self, it would indeed be tragic. With this thought, Xu Feng disregarded the pain in her feet, rose abruptly, and grasped Xu Rong's arm, speaking earnestly. Elder sister, please do not underestimate the situation. Last night, Dodo, tempted by the aroma of meat, barged in, and your brother-in-law, out of sympathy, offered some meat. That is understandable. But why at the break of dawn today is he taking that widow hunting without informing us? He had ample opportunity to mention it last night. Why has he chosen to remain silent? He would rather take an outsider with him than bring along his own sister-in-law. Does that not raise a red flag? Hearing her second sister echo her sentiments, the youngest sister, Su Yin, quickly added her voice. Elder sister, I concur with the second sister. Our brother-in-law is not only tall and handsome, but also a skilled hunter, ensuring our daily meat supply. What woman would not be drawn to such a man? Especially that flirtatious widow? Initially, the youngest Su Jiao thought her sisters were overreacting and wholeheartedly supported Xu Rong's perspective. However, after listening to the heartfelt words of Xu Feng and Su Yin, she swiftly altered her stance, fixing a serious gaze upon Xu Rong and anxiously imploring, Elder sister, do exercise caution. They say men are like cats, prone to stray and indulge in infidelity. If your brother-in-law truly falls for another woman, you will have cause for tears. In that moment, realizing that her three younger sisters were united in their lack of faith in Tang Kun, the eldest Xu Rong found herself both amused and exasperated. You all ought to consider this more carefully. Sister Wang is indeed attractive and possesses a fine figure. Yet she has borne children and is several years older than your brother-in-law. What would he possibly find appealing in her? Moreover, do I not possess qualities that surpass hers? We, the Xu sisters, are not inferior to anyone. Let us have a bit of confidence, shall we? In truth, there was another reason Xu Rong chose not to voice. It was the lingering sensation that these past few days her husband had been particularly enamored with her, lingering and reveling in her presence. Age, appearance, and figure, all of which rival the enchanting widow Wang Shuzhen, constitute Xu Rong's greatest source of confidence. Observing her elder sister's obstinate demeanor, Xu Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao grew increasingly anxious. Just as they prepared to voice their concerns and offer further persuasion, Xu Rong waved her hand dismissively and coldly declared, Enough. I understand your intentions. Remember, do not mention this matter again. If your brother-in-law discovers that we secretly doubt his loyalty, he would be profoundly hurt and disappointed. Rest assured, I have faith in his character. With their elder sister's firm stance, Xu Feng and the others recognized the futility of further discussion and could only manage a bitter smile and shake their heads. Su Yin, how long have we been delayed? Are you not planning to ascend the mountain? Hurry back and ensure your brother-in-law does not sense anything amiss. Otherwise, I shall give you a sound thrashing. Noting the sullen expression on her younger sister Su Yin's face, Xu Rong issued a direct command. Oh, I understand. I shall go at once. Though Xu Rong was the eldest, embodying the role of a mother, Su Yin still felt a twinge of apprehension and obediently turned to leave. I shall accompany you, declared the second sister Xu Feng, her eyes glinting with mischief as she signaled Su Jiao to assist her in departing. The youngest Su Jiao, though the most youthful, was perceptive enough to grasp the underlying intentions of her second sister and promptly rose to support Xu Feng, exiting the door alongside Su Yin. These three girls truly exhibit a preposterous concern. They dare to believe that I, a stunning beauty, could be overshadowed by a mere widow. It is utterly laughable. At that moment, as Xu Rong tidied the bedding, she murmured softly to herself. Outside, Xu Feng seized Su Yan's arm, glancing back at the doorway to confirm that their elder sister had not followed. She leaned in close to Su Yin and whispered, Yin, since elder sister seems so trusting of that charming widow and disregards our counsel, we three must take this matter seriously. From now on, we must keep a vigilant watch over that woman, allowing her no opportunities whatsoever. Especially you, when you accompany your brother-in-law up the mountain. Make sure to keep a close eye on her. Do you understand? Su Yin recognized the weight of her responsibility and nodded vigorously, responding softly, Second sister, just watch. I refuse to believe that the four sisters of the Su family cannot outmaneuver a mere widow. Chapter 25. A harmonious pair, hunting with ease brother-in-law, wait for me. After a brief yet vigorous sprint, Su Yin finally caught up with Tang Kun and Wang Shuzhen, panting softly. Noticing the beads of sweat on her forehead and the flush on her cheeks, Tang Kun halted, his voice gentle as he inquired, Yin Zi, is your stomach still hurting? Wang Shuzhen, the charming widow beside him, observed with a knowing smile, her gaze lingering on the lovely Su Yin, secretly reveling in the unfolding scene. Feeling a warmth in her heart at her brother-in-law's concern, Su Yin quickly nodded and replied, Brother-in-law, it doesn't hurt anymore. Time is of the essence. Let us hasten our journey. With that declaration, as if to assert her claim, she cast a glance at Wang Shuzhen, stepped forward, and linked her arm through Tang Kun's. Her chest proudly puffed out, wearing an expression of triumph. Unperturbed by the affectionate gesture from his sister-in-law and reassured by her good health, Tang Kun walked alongside her. Meanwhile, Wang Shuzhen, trailing behind, observed Su Yan's graceful figure and her alluring silhouette with a bemused shake of her head. Seizing the opportunity while the two were distracted, she stifled a giggle, reflecting on the absurdity of the situation. How amusing it is that such a stunning beauty is vying for attention with a widow like me. Accompanied by two exquisite women, Tang Kun felt a sense of joy as they traversed the lush wilderness. However, unbeknownst to him, whether intentional or incidental, Su Yan's arm occasionally brushed against his, stirring his youthful passions. As a man in the throes of vitality, he found it difficult to resist such repeated provocations. Several times he contemplated withdrawing his arm, but the sight of his sister-in-law's smiling visage quelled those thoughts. As long as she is happy, what does it matter? Besides, I have nothing to lose. Su Yin, no longer a naive girl, was keenly aware of the shifting dynamics in Tang Kun's demeanor, her heart racing with excitement. It seemed that, in comparison to her sister, the enchanting widow held little advantage. At that moment, her anxieties began to dissipate. Yinzi, let's change our hunting grounds this time. The previous locations have likely scared away all the game. Taken aback by Tang Kun's suggestion, Su Yin paused briefly before nodding in agreement. Sensing the man's gaze upon her, seeking her input, Wang Shuzhen chimed in with a smile, Brother Tang, you are our guiding star. We shall follow your lead. Seeing no objections from the two beauties, Tang Kun nodded slightly and proceeded towards an alternate path. Yet, as they continued, a small stream suddenly emerged ahead, obstructing their way. Bending down to assess the water's depth, Tang Kun was met with Su Yan's delicate voice beside him. Brother-in-law, my shoes are already quite worn. I cannot afford to get them wet. What shall we do? Tang Kun, upon hearing this, could only shake his head in exasperation. The stream was shallow, not reaching beyond his calves. There was nothing overly complicated about it. Yet, given that the speaker was his sister-in-law, he found himself at a loss for words. At this moment, Wang Shuzhen smiled and remarked, Sister Yinzi, if it comes to that, I can carry you across. Su Yin, taken aback by the widow's unexpected words, widened her eyes in surprise. The outcome the woman desired was far from this. Just as the three of them were to stand still, a rustling sound emanated from the grass by the stream. Tang Kun, Alert, feared it might be a snake, and quickly gestured for the two women to remain silent. To their astonishment, a wild rabbit suddenly sprang forth, causing Su Yin to scream in fright and leap into Tang Kun's embrace. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her waist. Upon discovering that it was merely a rabbit, the charming widow Wang Shuzhen stifled a laugh. Realizing her loss of composure, Su Yin blushed and stepped away from Tang Kun. Clearing his throat, Tang Kun suggested, shall we take a detour? Thus, the trio meandered along the stream in search of a path to cross or circumvent the water. During this time, Su Yin and Wang Shuzhen exchanged playful banter, while Tang Kun played the peacemaker, guiding them deeper into the dense forest. As their journey progressed, the intricate dynamics among the three grew increasingly complex and intriguing. As they walked, they stumbled upon a clearing in the woods, marked by numerous animal tracks. Tang Kun whispered, "It seems there is plenty of game here, so let us proceed with caution. Stay behind me, and do not wander off or startle anything, lest we alarm the prey." Su Yin clutched the hem of Tang Kun's garment and confessed, "Brother-in-law, I am frightened. I want to stay close to you." Wang Shuzhen glanced at her disapprovingly and said, "Sister Yinzi, you are no longer a child. Why are you still so timid? Perhaps you should follow me instead?" Su Yin, refusing to grant her that opportunity, feigned ignorance and remained steadfastly at Tang Kun's side. Consequently, Tang Kun guided Su Yin stealthily toward the potential hiding spots of the prey, while Wang Shuzhen, understanding the situation, followed closely behind in silence. Before long, Tang Kun spotted a small deer and raised his rifle, poised to take aim. Just then, Su Yin inadvertently stepped on a twig, startling the deer, which darted away without a trace. Tang Kun said in disappointment. Su Yin felt a pang of regret for ruining the chance, her face flushed with embarrassment. With two women trailing him, he realized that he needed to focus on hunting while also tending to their needs, which would prove challenging. Thus, he decisively halted and proposed a plan. "Yinzi, you and Sister Wang should stay here. Once I catch something, I will call for you to help carry the spoils, all right?" Su Yin and Wang Shuzhen exchanged glances and, finding the idea agreeable, nodded in agreement. Before departing, Tang Kun thoughtfully provided them with 2 sticks for temporary defense, then swiftly vanished into the nearby thicket. Bang! 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 Shortly thereafter, the sound of gunfire echoed in the vicinity. "Oh, brother-in-law has already caught something," Su Yin exclaimed excitedly. Even though they could not see him, the sound of the gun igniting her anticipation. Su Yin and Wang Shuzhen waited for a brief moment, when suddenly they heard the shouts of a man, prompting them to walk in the direction of the gunfire. Not long after, they spotted Tang Kun approaching from afar, dragging a spotted deer behind him. Su Yin, filled with excitement, rushed over and exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, you are truly remarkable." Wang Shuzhen also stepped forward to assist in carrying the prey, observing that his only task was to hunt while the women handled the transport of the catch. Tang Kun smiled slightly. Indeed, it was evident that a collaboration between men and women made the hunt less burdensome. Chapter 26. A bountiful return. Let us return and distribute the spoils. Brother-in-law, do wipe your brow. After the 2 lovely women had placed the catch in nylon bags, Su Yin noticed Tang Kun drenched in sweat. She promptly retrieved her handkerchief from her pocket and approached the man to tenderly wipe away his perspiration. With others present, Tang Kun instinctively recoiled to avoid any misunderstandings. However, upon seeing Su Yin's expression darken, he immediately leaned closer, took the handkerchief from her, and smiled, saying, "Yinzi, I can manage on my own." "Absolutely not. You have worked so hard hunting. What harm is there in me providing a little service?" If the charming widow were not nearby, Su Yin would not have been so insistent. Yet, after her brother-in-law had nearly embarrassed her earlier, how could she simply let it go? Thus, Wang Shuzhen, feeling somewhat despondent, turned away, while Su Yin, filled with satisfaction, continued to wipe the man's fragrant sweat, creating a rather awkward scene. "Never mind, there are 3 of us here. Let us shoot a few more rabbits and deer, which will make it easier for the women to carry back." With this thought in mind, Tang Kun took a sip of water and then handed the iron flask to Su Yin, addressing the 2 women. "Yinzi, Wang saw, I may venture a bit further. Will you wait for me here?" Having already bagged a deer shortly after entering the mountains, Wang Shuzhen was elated. Upon hearing Tang Kun's plan, she quickly replied, "Brother, you can go without worry. Sister Yinzi will be in my care." Truly, the beautiful young woman understood the unspoken implications of her words. Tang Kun smiled with satisfaction, shouldering his rifle, and once again ventured into the dense woods. What gives him the right to act so mature? Just because he's a few years older than me? Su Yin muttered quietly as she watched her brother-in-law's figure disappear. Wang Shuzhen pretended not to hear, choosing instead to sit on a tree stump and await good news. Once deep in the forest, Tang Kun heightened his vigilance. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a colossal wild boar foraging through the soil. This was a rare sight indeed, and Tang Kun carefully took aim, firing a shot that struck the boar in the eye. The creature let out a deafening roar, instantly going berserk and charging wildly. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Tang Kun fired several more shots. After 5 or 6 rounds, the boar bled profusely from its eyes and abdomen before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Fearing it was not yet dead, Tang Kun approached and fired 2 additional shots. This wild boar is significantly larger than my first catch. It must weigh at least 400 pounds. Surely, it will fetch several $100s in the city. With this thought, he waved his hand and stored the prize in his system space. After securing the wild boar, he prepared to search for more game when he suddenly heard a faint whimpering sound. Following the sound, he discovered a wounded little fox struggling desperately in a trap. The little fox's fur glimmered a fiery red, reminiscent of a blazing flame, and its eyes were filled with terror and pleading. Moved by the creature's plight, Tang Kun hesitated for a moment, refraining from firing his weapon. Instead, he set down his shotgun and fashioned a rudimentary rope from vines, descending into the trap with utmost care to embrace the little fox. Upon a meticulous examination, he discovered that the creature had only sustained minor abrasions on its legs and was otherwise unharmed. Thus, he resolved to capture it alive. Swiftly and efficiently, Tang Kun bound the fox's legs to prevent it from seizing an opportunity to escape. Having already hunted a deer and captured a large wild boar, he felt a sense of fulfillment, his spirits particularly buoyant in this moment. As he retraced his steps, he took the opportunity to hunt for rabbits along the way, and to his delight, he successfully shot 4 wild hares. Indeed, the heavens are on my side today, he chuckled, reveling in his fortune. Over an hour later, he gradually approached the area guarded by the 2 women. "Brother-in-law, where are you?" Su Yan's voice grew increasingly frantic as he neared, tinged with a hint of desperation. It seemed the 2 women had been anxiously awaiting his return. Realizing this, Tang Kun quickened his pace, carrying his bounty and leading the little fox towards their calls. "Brother-in-law, you're finally back," Su Yan exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement as she breathed a sigh of relief upon spotting him. The beautiful widow, Wang Shuzhen, remained silent, yet her worried gaze spoke volumes. Truth be told, standing in the dense forest without a man for nearly 2 hours would unnerve anyone. Who wouldn't feel fear or concern? "Have you been waiting long?" "Don't worry, I'm fine. Look what I have here." As he spoke, Tang Kun revealed the little fox from behind him. "Ah, it's a fox." Su Yan and Wang Shuzhen were taken aback by the sight. "Brother, where did you find this fox? You're incredible for capturing a live animal." At that moment, even the typically reticent widow expressed her admiration with awe. It was a serendipitous encounter. Tang Kun recounted the events briefly, expressing his desire to raise the little fox upon their return. Su Yan immediately cheered and showed her support, affectionately petting the fox's head. Although Wang Shuzhen found the situation somewhat peculiar, she refrained from opposing it, acknowledging her role as a mere bystander without the authority to decide. "Wow, brother-in-law, I never expected such a bountiful day." Su Yan counted their spoils, realizing they not only had the deer, but also 4 wild hares and a live fox. Her joy evident as she felt their outing was far from wasted. Witnessing this scene, Wang Shuzhen also wore a smile, knowing that with so many spoils, even if they ended up with just a single rabbit, it would all be worth it. In truth, the 2 beauties were unaware that the wild boar hunted by Tang Kun was the true centerpiece of the feast. The prey before them was merely a supporting character. Today, they return laden with bounty. Come, let us head home now, and upon our return, we shall meticulously distribute the spoils. With that, Tang Kun distributed the 4 rabbits he held, giving them to Wang Shuzhen and Su Yan, while he himself donned his hunting rifle across his chest, hoisted a deer upon his right shoulder, and led a little fox by the left hand. Burdened with their abundant catch, the trio chatted and laughed merrily on their way back. Even Su Yan, in her exuberance, ceased to deliberately target the charming widow beside her, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. Chapter 27. Tomorrow, I shall venture into the city, my dear. You have finally returned. Why have you come back so late today? We were quite anxious. As Tang Kun, Su Yan, and Wang Shuzhen arrived at the village entrance, they spotted the Su sisters, along with Dodo, who had evidently been waiting for quite some time. After all, it was customary for their men to return from hunting by noon. This time, with 3 of them gone, the sun was nearly setting, causing much concern among the onlookers. Sensing the worry in his wife's voice, Tang Kun gently set down the spotted deer he had carried on his shoulder and handed the little fox he had been holding to Su Jiao and her companions. Speaking softly, "My love, we ventured quite far this time, which is why our return was delayed. I apologize for causing you all this worry." In truth, Xu Rong was already overwhelmed with happiness at the sight of her husband returning safely. Just as she prepared to respond, she was suddenly captivated by the astonished voices of Dodo and Su Jiao. "Brother-in-law, this little fox, so vibrant and red, is utterly adorable. Where on earth did you find such a creature? You have truly outdone yourself." As Su Jiao and Dodo fawned over the little fox, their excitement was infectious, prompting smiles from everyone present. "You silly girl, what are you still doing here? This is the village entrance, not our home. Your brother-in-law and the others have had a long day and need to rest." Xu Rong playfully reprimanded her younger sister, unable to suppress a smile at her sister's delight. I may have lost my composure a bit earlier. Please do not take offense, brother-in-law. By the way, may I keep this little fox to play with for a few days?" Life in the 1980s was often dull, and the sight of such a lively little creature brought immense joy to the young beauty. "Sister, I want to play too." Dodo chimed in at the opportune moment, revealing his own eagerness. The charming widow looked at her son with affection, her face beaming with joy. "Of course, I brought it back for you to enjoy," Tang Kun declared. "But it is getting late. Let's all hurry home." After speaking, he picked up the nylon bag containing the spotted deer once more and led the group toward their yard. Su Jiao and Dodo, one big and one small, excitedly followed behind, holding the little fox. After about 20 minutes, the group finally returned to the small courtyard, exhausted from the day's endeavors. Tang Kun intended to rest quickly. However, upon seeing the dirty animals and realizing the game had not yet been properly distributed, he walked over to the catch and began to allocate it. "Wang saw, I propose we divide today's haul into 3 portions. Besides our 2 families, the 3rd share will go to the old village chief. Does that seem fair to you?" Upon hearing Tang Kun's proposal, everyone was taken aback. The idea that he and his brother-in-law would share equally with the widow was surprising. Su Yan, feeling disgruntled, was about to confront Tang Kun, but was stopped by her sister Xu Rong's disapproving glance. As for the charming widow, Wang Shuzhen, she never anticipated that merely tagging along would yield such an abundance of spoils from the dashing and valiant man before her. Overcome with excitement, she exclaimed, "Brother Tang Kun, this simply cannot be. You are our cornerstone. I merely lend a hand. If you insist on this, I shall not dare accompany you on hunts in the future." Witnessing the widow's understanding and sensitivity, Tang Kun smiled, and Xu Rong nodded in satisfaction. In that moment, Su Yan also came to a sudden realization. "Oh my goodness, how fortunate that my sister stopped me earlier. Otherwise, I would have been the most embarrassed." In truth, Tang Kun's earlier remarks were a deliberate test of Wang Shuzhen's character. Had she been indiscriminate in her acceptance, it would have assuredly meant the end of future collaborations. After all, no one wishes to partner with a greedy individual. However, the widow's perceptiveness instead garnered Tang Kun's respect and ignited a desire to assist her in overcoming her plight. "Sister Wang, please keep this rabbit for now. Once I have prepared the sick deer and divided it, I shall bring it to you. As for the little fox, seeing how fond Su Jiao and Dodo were of it, it would naturally be kept as a pet for the time being." Tang Kun's arrangement was met with universal delight. "Brother Tang Kun, you all should rest early. I shall take Dodo home now. Tomorrow morning, sister-in-law will join you on the hunt, if that is agreeable," the charming widow concluded, preparing to lead her son Dodo back home. With the little fox around and Tang Kun's household bustling with energy, there was no way Dodo would want to return home just yet. Observing the little one's reluctance, Tang Kun smiled gently, saying, Sister Wang, let Dodo stay and play here. Moreover, you need not rise so early tomorrow, nor venture up the mountain. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Tang Kun's words, not only did Wang Shuzhen's face pale, but even Su's four sisters displayed expressions of astonishment. Brother Tang Kun, what do you mean by this? Do you find sister-in-law unsatisfactory? I assure you, I work efficiently and will not hold you back. Upon hearing the man's refusal for her to accompany him on the hunt the following day, Wang Shuzhen became genuinely anxious. Her face flushed as she tossed aside the wild rabbit and stepped closer to Tang Kun, speaking in a flustered tone. After all, a woman wouldn't want to forfeit such a bountiful harvest by missing out on hunting alongside the man. Brother-in-law, it is my turn to hunt tomorrow. Do you intend to change your mind? At this moment, Jiao also grew displeased, abandoning the little fox to approach Tang Kun, her face stern as she confronted him. Seeing the women's reactions, Tang Kun finally understood that they had all misunderstood him. Thus, he shook his head with a wry smile and clarified, You all are overreacting. It is my fault for not being clear earlier. The truth is, I plan to head into town early tomorrow. Everyone could take a brief respite for a day or two until I return. After hearing Tang Kun's explanation, the women finally breathed a sigh of relief. Greetings. I had thought that I would never venture into the realm of hunting again. How unnecessary my worries were. By the way, brother-in-law, why must you venture into the city when all is well at home? Jiao's inquiry resonated with the sentiments of the others. 5 pairs of beautiful eyes turned in unison towards the man, awaiting further explanation. Jiao, have you forgotten that your brother-in-law still owes Wang Ergu and his companions 80 yuan in gambling debts? Should he fail to repay it, as per the initial agreement, you 4 sisters may very well be offered as collateral. Do you wish to spend your days with that scoundrel Wang Ergu? At the mere mention of his name, recalling the recent near misfortunes faced by the 3 sisters at his hands, Jiao shuddered and vehemently shook her head. At that moment, even the enchanting widow Wang Shuzhen, upon hearing that detestable name, wore a grim expression filled with resentment. Thus, brother-in-law must make a trip to the city tomorrow to procure some funds. I cannot bear to see my lovely sisters fall into the clutches of those ruffians, suffering immeasurably. Feeling the protective intentions of her brother-in-law, Feng, Su Yan, and Su Jiao found their eyes moist with emotion, overwhelmed with gratitude. Were it not for the presence of others, they would have lunged into the man's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Xu Rong, the wife, felt a blend of anxiety and profound affection within her heart. This man is finally transformed. He is indeed worthy of my lifelong devotion. Observing the care bestowed upon the 4 Su sisters, the charming widow, Wang Shuzhen, wore a face of envy and melancholy. Alas, how fortunate it is to have a man by one's side. Yet here I am, still so young, destined for a life of solitude. Oh heavens, how profoundly unjust you are. Chapter 28. The widow's secret savings. The subtle shifts in the widow's expression did not escape the notice of Tang Kun and Xu Rong. Yet, the reality of the situation rendered words futile. They were uncertain how to offer solace and opted to feign ignorance. Brother-in-law, I have heard that the village is quite far from the city. It would take over 2 hours on foot. You are heading to the city tomorrow to sell goods, and it may not be convenient for you to go alone. Perhaps I should accompany you? Your sister needs to manage things at home, and second sister Feng has injured her foot, making it difficult for her to walk. Little sister Su Jiao is even younger than I am. At this crucial moment, third sister Su Yan stepped forward once more, volunteering her assistance. Observing this, Tang Kun chuckled heartily and replied, Yanzi, I shall be just fine going to the city alone tomorrow. I can borrow a cart from the village chief, which will make the journey much easier. However, to his surprise, the usually obedient Xu Rong deviated from her normal demeanor and voiced a contrary opinion. A Kun, with 4 young ladies at home, it should be manageable. Let me accompany you. Having me there to push the cart would lighten your burden on the way. Seeing his partner eager to join him in the city, Tang Kun felt a surge of urgency. It was vital to keep his secrets hidden. The cart would merely serve as a distraction. The true treasures lay concealed within his system space. If Xu Rong accompanied him, What would that mean for his secrets? Yet, her reasoning held merit, and Tang Kun could not overtly refuse. He needed to concoct a plausible excuse. After a moment's contemplation, he moved closer to her and whispered, "Wife, I have heard that the black market in the city offers higher prices. This could be deemed a risky venture. If a striking beauty like you were to accompany me, it would complicate matters significantly. After all, your beauty is truly captivating and would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. As a man, I would have much greater freedom to navigate this situation alone." Indeed, Tang Kun's words not only flattered his wife, but also provided a rational justification for her to relent. Xu Rong and the others nodded in agreement, ceasing their insistence. With the matter settled, Xu Rong suddenly remembered that her husband had yet to eat. "Su Jiao, please fetch hot water for your brother-in-law, so he can wash his face and prepare for dinner. I will head to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Dodo, you shall stay at home and dine with your aunt." After instructing her younger sisters, Xu Rong turned to Dodo, who was playing with a little fox, and smiled warmly. "Oh, thank you, Aunt." Dodo, upon hearing Xu Rong's invitation to dinner, glanced at her mother, who smiled back and nodded in approval, prompting the child to respond eagerly. After all, with the delightful little fox around, the little one was already enchanted. As everyone began to bustle about, thoughts of Tang Kun's entanglements with Wang Ergu flitted through the widow Wang Shuzhen's mind. Biting her lip, she finally mustered her resolve and approached Tang Kun, softly saying, "Brother Tang Kun, if it is convenient for you, I would appreciate it if you could visit my home shortly. I have something to discuss with you." Suddenly hearing the beautiful young woman in front of him invite him to her home, Tang Kun was left utterly bewildered. Even Su Yin and Su Jiao, who had just brought hot water, wore expressions of confusion. Could it be that this enchantress truly harbors feelings for my brother-in-law? No, I must keep a close watch on her. Although uncertain about the reason Wang Shuzhen sought him out, Tang Kun readily agreed, saying, "All right, Sister Wang, I'll wash my face first and be there shortly." After all, a woman had extended an invitation. He certainly did not wish to offend her or put her in an awkward position. Satisfied with his response, Wang Shuzhen picked up the wild rabbit and, swaying her curvaceous hips, returned home with enthusiasm. "Sister, did you know that the alluring widow just invited our brother-in-law to her house? There must be something amiss." Seizing the moment while Tang Kun washed his face, Su Jiao quietly returned inside and voiced her suspicions to Su Feng, who was recuperating on the heated con. "What? Such a thing happened?" Su Feng exclaimed. Jiao, you must summon Yin Zi immediately. I have questions for her." Before long, Su Jiao stealthily returned with her sister Su Yin. "Yin Zi, quickly tell us, during your hunting trip today, did that seductive fox attempt to lure our brother-in-law? Or did he deliberately approach her, exchanging glances?" Upon hearing this, Su Yin promptly replied, "Sister, there was absolutely none of that. I followed him closely the entire way." Not receiving the answer she desired, Su Feng expressed her surprise. "This is indeed strange. It's already mealtime, and that vixen invited our brother-in-law to her home without attempting to avoid us. Could it be that we have wronged her?" Meanwhile, at Wang Shuzhen's home, the enchanting beauty returned, placed the wild rabbit down, swiftly washed her face and hands, and then climbed onto the heated con. Sensing the absence of anyone outside, she quickly unbuttoned her blouse, revealing a red belly band beneath. After disrobing, Wang Shuzhen removed a small piece of cloth sewn onto the belly band, extracting a significant amount of cash. It is worth noting that in the 1980s, such a sum could purchase a great many items, wielding considerable purchasing power. Anticipating the man's arrival and fearing it might vanish, the captivating widow hurriedly donned her belly band and clothing, restoring her appearance to normal. "Sister Wang, I'm coming in." To her surprise, just as Wang Shuzhen finished dressing, Tang Kun had already arrived at the courtyard. Hearing the man's voice, she instantly leapt off the heated con, slipped into her cloth shoes, and hastened to the door. "Brother, please come in." Feeling the hostess's warmth, Tang Kun entered without suspicion. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted that although the house was sparsely furnished and devoid of valuable items, it was impeccably tidy and spotless. Truly, she is a virtuous and dutiful wife. Alas, it is a pity that her husband passed away too soon. In her previous life, she succumbed to the village's second-rate men for the sake of her children, ultimately earning the reputation of being a woman of ill repute. Though his heart was troubled, Tang Kun's demeanor remained as tranquil as water, betraying none of his inner turmoil. "Sister Wang," he inquired, "you mentioned needing something from me. Might I ask what it is?" The situation of solitary man and woman sharing a room was inherently awkward, compounded by the fact that he had noticed his sisters-in-law, Su Yin and Su Jiao, stealthily trailing behind him. Tang Kun was determined to leave no room for scandal, so he chose to address the matter directly. "Brother, your kindness towards us is overwhelming. Alas, I am powerless to assist you." She proffered a 10 yuan note, the entirety of her funds, insisting, "Please do not disdain this meager sum. Accept it as repayment. In the future, steer clear of ruffians like Wang Ergu and Jiao Dezhu." As she spoke, she firmly placed the bill in his hand. Tang Kun, feeling the warmth lingering on the note, gazed at Wang Shuzhen with surprise. He couldn't help but scrutinize her, aware that men and women of the 80s often concealed their money in their upper pockets or even in their undergarments. Sensing his gaze, the widow blushed deeply, her eyes cast down in silence. "Sister Wang, this is your lifeline. I cannot accept it," he insisted. "Rest assured, Wang Ergu's mere 80 yuan is nothing to me." Realizing he was becoming flustered, Tang Kun steeled himself, firmly grasping her delicate hand and resolutely returning the note. "Brother, if you refuse this money, you may truly offend me," she replied. "As long as you continue to live earnestly, avoiding those like Wang Ergu, I believe that with your abilities, your circumstances will surely improve. This sum, I have faith you will repay in no time." Indeed, her words were comforting, a testament to her experience. At that moment, holding the still warm note and gazing upon the gentle and virtuous woman before him, Tang Kun's heart was tumultuous with emotion. Such a wonderful woman, raising a child alone. It was a profound pity. Chapter 29. A chance encounter with the village beauty. "Sister Wang, I have taken the money in advance. Such kindness deserves no verbal gratitude. I shall repay you in due time." In truth, given Tang Kun's current predicament, a mere visit to the city would not only suffice to clear his gambling debts, but also allow him to save a considerable sum. However, one must not easily dismiss a woman's goodwill. Failing to reciprocate could lead to awkwardness between both parties and a gradual estrangement among neighbors. "My brother, let us not rush. Repaying debts is of utmost importance. By the way, it is getting late. Your sister-in-law must be preparing dinner. It would be inconvenient for me to host you for a meal." Upon witnessing the man finally take the money, Wang Shuzhen felt a warmth in her heart, sensing that she had truly assisted him and repaid a favor, which brought her immense satisfaction. After their farewell, Tang Kun's emotions were particularly complex as he strode purposefully towards his home. "Your brother-in-law is coming out. Quickly return." Noticing Tang Kun exiting the widow's abode, Su Yin and Su Jiao, who had been secretly peering from the doorway, hastily pretended to be occupied, carrying a basin and, in a flurry, spilled its contents on the ground before scurrying back indoors. These two young ladies, Tang Kun was already aware of their presence, and witnessing their frantic retreat amused him greatly. "Kun, come to the Kong for dinner. Everyone has been waiting for you." Upon returning home, he discovered that his beloved had already set the dinner upon the Kong table. At that moment, not only were Xu Rong, Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao present, but also little Dodo, the guest. Yet, as the head of the family had not yet returned, no one had touched their chopsticks, all waiting for him. "All right, everyone, let us begin our meal. Dodo, do not stand on ceremony. Feel at home," Tang Kun declared, picking up his chopsticks and first serving Dodo a piece of meat. Subsequently, he ensured that each of the Su sisters received a serving as well. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, with the delectable pork and rabbit meat gracing their plates, Xu Rong beamed with joy. This was what true living was about. In contrast to the calm contentment of the eldest sister, Xu Rong, her younger sisters, Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao, while savoring the delicious food, appeared somewhat distracted. Each beauty secretly yearned to discover the reason behind their brother-in-law's visit to the alluring widow next door. Alas, their brother-in-law seemed wholly engrossed in the culinary delights. showing no inclination to divulge any details, which left the three ladies in a state of anxious curiosity. After all, it would be rather inappropriate for them to inquire directly. Tang Kun, perceptive as ever, was fully aware of the sisters' unspoken thoughts. Yet, he chose to remain silent, using the opportunity to refine their characters. Brother-in-law, why did Dodo's mother seek you out just now? At last, Jiao could no longer contain her impatience, and, feigning nonchalance, was the first to pose the question. Tang Kun smiled gently, and then produced the large sum of money he had borrowed, placing it on the Kong table. Upon seeing such a substantial amount, the eyes of the Xu sisters sparkled with excitement. Xu Rong, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly inquired, Kun, where did you acquire this money? As Tang Kun savored his meal, he cast a glance at Dodo, who was relishing her food with an oil-laden mouth, and remarked with a smile, Sister Wang has taken out her savings to help us settle Wang, heir, Go's gambling debts. Upon hearing this, the room fell into a profound silence, save for the sounds of Dodo enjoying her meal. Brother-in-law, why would she lend you such a substantial amount of money without reason? Suyin persisted with her inquiry. What do you think? Tang Kun retorted with a grin. Xu Rong, well aware of her husband's implied meaning, recalled the whispers from her three sisters, who had previously expressed grievances about Tang Kun's particular attention towards the widow next door. As she witnessed the three of them being silenced, a smug look crossed her face as she turned to her sisters, explaining, Do we even need to ask? Human hearts are tender. Your brother-in-law is so kind to Dodo's family, and they're simply expressing their gratitude. Besides, who wishes to be entangled with scoundrels like Wang Ergo? The three women, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of shame, lowering their heads in silence. Alas, it appears we have wronged her. Who would have thought that this charming widow is so understanding and virtuous? We must ensure she is not ridiculed again. The three sisters, Feng, Yin, and Jiao, though silent, shared nearly identical thoughts. All right, I am full. While the village head is still awake, I shall swiftly borrow the cart, with tasks awaiting him. Tang Kun rapidly finished the noodles in his bowl and cheerfully declared, Kun, return promptly. Xu Rong, seeing this, was the first to rise from the calm, thoughtfully picking up her husband's cloth shoes and handing them to him. Wife, I can manage. Tang Kun felt a swell of gratitude for such considerate care. It was known that in later times, some women could be quite the burden, doing nothing yet finding fault. The women of this era were indeed far superior. Soon donning his shoes, Tang Kun hoisted the rabbit along with the portioned venison and strode towards the home of the village head, Wang Baofa. Old village head, I come to trouble you once more. After placing down his catch, Tang Kun greeted Wang Baofa with a beaming smile. Witnessing the offerings Tang Kun had brought, not only did Wang Baofa beam with satisfaction, but his wife also wore a broad grin. Their family had merely lent out a hunting rifle, and in return, they had enjoyed a bounty of wild boar, rabbit, and venison. Such fortunate circumstances were rare indeed. Oh, little Tang, you are always too courteous. In the future, do not feel compelled to bring gifts for every catch. Upon hearing the old village head's words, Tang Kun nodded in understanding. After a brief pause, he directly stated, Old village head, I intend to head into the city tomorrow. Might I borrow your cart? Instantly, the village head realized Tang Kun's intention to sell his game in the city. Remembering the gambling debts between Tang Kun and Wang Ergo, he readily replied, Little Tang, as long as you ask, feel free to use it. Take it for as long as you need. Indeed, the intricacies of human relations have been deftly managed. In such a scenario, nothing poses a challenge. Having successfully arranged matters, Tang Kun was quite elated. After all, although he could have entered the city unencumbered, thanks to his spatial system, the absence of a cart would raise suspicions among his family. How would he conceal his ventures during the clandestine transactions? Old village chief, I shall take my leave now. With the coveted tools in hand, Tang Kun pushed the cart and prepared to depart. However, upon turning around, he was taken aback by the sight of a strikingly beautiful woman approaching. Her graceful figure and exquisite features captivated him. She wore a floral blouse adorned with delicate embroidery at the cuffs, her hair neatly arranged with a wooden hairpin, with a few strands artfully framing her radiant face. This enchanting woman was none other than Wang Ernie, the renowned village beauty and the pride of Shuigang village. The villagers often extolled Wang Ernie's beauty, and upon this encounter, Tang Kun found the rumors to be undeniably true. Despite being from the same village, they were not acquainted. Wang Ernie, known for her lofty demeanor, merely cast a fleeting glance at Tang Kun before hastily retreating. What a rude girl, Tang Kun thought, but before he could dwell on it, Wang Baofa quickly interjected. Do not take offense, my friend. Seeing my beloved daughter behave so, I must apologize. If it were anyone else, the old village chief would not have gone to such lengths to explain. As Tang Kun gazed at the woman's retreating figure, he couldn't help but marvel at the hidden gems within this small village, teeming with beauty. Oh, how fortunate it would be if this young man were to win Ernie's heart. Upon returning to the house, Wang Baofa reflected on the spoils brought by Tang Kun. Sighing softly, Father, he is merely a poor scholar. Why would you push our daughter into the flames? She retorted, I shall only marry someone from the city, at the very least a young man engaged in official duties. To this, Wang Baofa responded with a wry smile, Ernie, you're still young. You must cultivate a broader perspective. This Tang Kun is destined for greatness. He is surely not an ordinary individual. If you doubt your father's discernment, you may simply wait and see. Wang Ernie, taken aback, was left pondering her father's unexpected admiration for the young man she had just encountered. Chapter 30. The first visit to the city having departed, Tang Kun remained blissfully unaware of the captivating exchange between the father and daughter. Little did he anticipate that the village elder, Wang Baofa, held him in such high esteem. The man, pushing a cart, swiftly returned to his modest courtyard. Upon entering, he spotted his sister-in-law, Jiao, playfully teasing a small fox that was kept in captivity. Observing the fox's despondent gaze, Tang Kun shook his head with a wry smile and stepped directly into the house. Kun, since you will be heading to the city early tomorrow, let us forego our tales of ancient and modern times tonight and retire early instead. A well-rested spirit will keep you alert on the road tomorrow, his wife, Xu Rong, greeted him amiably as she entered the room. At that moment, Feng and Su Yin, who had been chatting and laughing on the warm calm, exchanged glances filled with disappointment upon hearing their elder sister's suggestion. Truth be told, listening to their brother-in-law recount fascinating stories of yore had become a cherished evening ritual. What joy it would be to hear a tale and then drift into a comfortable slumber. Tang Kun, noticing the subtle shift in the expressions of the two lovely women, chuckled heartily and replied, No worries. Sleeping too early will only leave you more tired. Besides, we were in the midst of a tale of Sun Wukong battling the white bone demon. If we leave it unfinished, I fear the longing in your eyes could summon tears. Upon hearing this, Su Feng and Su Yin blushed profusely. While the reality was indeed as he described, why had he chosen to voice it? They were now adults. Was he not intentionally placing them in an awkward position? Xu Rong, observing her husband's insistence, smiled playfully and teased. Oh, he is merely concerned that you might tire yourself out. Yet, you show no appreciation whatsoever. Truly a dog-biting Eldongbin, unable to recognize a good heart. This was the first time Tang Kun witnessed his wife's playful banter. Gazing at her captivating beauty, he felt a stirring within and pulled her into his embrace, leaning close to whisper in her ear, My dear, should we rest now? The others will undoubtedly sleep in late. How then shall we indulge in our affections? Startled by his sudden embrace and the teasing words, Xu Rong exclaimed, Are you mad? Let me go. Su Feng and the others are still here. She added, Moreover, if we engage in such activities tonight, will you have the strength to venture into the city tomorrow morning? Tang Kun glanced at his sister-in-law on the comm, noticing that they had already covered themselves with blankets and were whispering to one another, which made him smile faintly. Look, no one is watching us now. Xu Rong turned to see her sisters discreetly shielding her view and couldn't help but shake her head with a wry smile. You, very well. We shall discuss this later tonight. Sensing her lack of opposition, and with no one paying attention, Tang Kun gently cupped his wife's exquisite face in his hands and planted a fervent kiss on her cherry lips. In that moment, Xu Rong found herself both resisting and yielding. After a swift kiss, the man promptly released her, behaving nonchalantly as he cheerfully leapt onto the warm calm. In that moment, Xu Rong felt as though her mind was engulfed in a haze, as if she were floating amidst the clouds. However, recalling the sweetness of the previous moment, she sensuously licked her lips, exhilarated by the unexpected thrill of such a kiss. Noticing that her brother-in-law had already settled on the warm calm, Feng and Xu Yin finally lowered the quilts they had been balancing atop their heads, letting out a long sigh. They cast a resentful glance at Tang Kun, silently reproaching him for occasionally showering everyone with romantic gestures. All right, let the storytelling commence. Tang Kun feigned ignorance, adeptly shifting the subject. As anticipated, upon hearing that the grand tale was about to unfold, Xu Rong removed her cloth shoes and promptly took a seat. "Dao, it's time to return home and sleep," came the voice of Wang Shuzhen from the neighboring courtyard. "Oh, I'm coming." Upon hearing his mother-esque call, Dao replied immediately, reluctantly waving goodbye to Su Jiao before heading back home. Brother-in-law, you couldn't even wait for me to come in before you started." Upon returning to the room, she discovered Tang Kun animatedly narrating a story, captivating the three elder sisters. Su Jiao, unable to contain herself, muttered a remark before securely closing the door and climbing onto the warm Kong, ready to become a devoted listener. The night unfolded in its familiar fashion. After recounting tales from ancient to modern times, they drew the curtain in the middle, extinguished the lights, and settled in for rest. However, on one side of the blue curtain, the three younger sisters feigned sleep, while on the other side, the young couple, Tang Kun and Xu Rong, engaged in their clandestine activities, like two mice indulging in their secretive delights, tirelessly laboring through the night. Time flew by, and just as Tang Kun had barely slipped into the realm of dreams, he was roused by the crowing of a rooster. Aware that he had important matters to attend to that day, he hastily got out of bed, quickly dressing himself before stepping outside. "Hey Yin, why are you up so early? Aren't you going hunting today?" Upon exiting, he found someone in the kitchen. Entering, he was greeted by his sister-in-law, Xu Yin, who was busily tending to the fire and preparing breakfast. Unable to resist, he inquired, "What are you up to?" Upon seeing her brother-in-law enter and recalling the delightful dream she had the previous night, Xu Yin's cheeks flushed, and she dared not meet his gaze. With her back turned, she replied, "Brother-in-law, since you'll be heading into town shortly, I made you some breakfast and boiled a few eggs for your convenience on the road." What a thoughtful sister-in-law she was. Certainly, Tang Kun would never blame his wife, Xu Rong, for being lazy. In truth, she had always been diligent, but after several nights of his relentless antics, it was no wonder she lacked the energy to rise early. "All right, when I return, I'll bring you all some gifts," Tang Kun declared, and without waiting for a response, he took advantage of the moment to place the wild boar and deer meat he had prepared the night before onto the cart. As for the system space, it contained over 1,000 pounds of fresh game. The abundance was a result of both Tang Kun's stealthy endeavors and specific rewards from the system, ensuring a significant profit could be made. Fortunately, the system space maintains a constant temperature throughout the year, ensuring that the captured prey remains unspoiled. This is the true reason behind Tang Kun's confidence in accumulating his provisions. After finishing breakfast and bidding farewell to Xu Yin, Tang Kun feigned nonchalance as he wheeled his cart out of Shanshui village. Meanwhile, Xu Yin stood at the gate, her gaze fixed upon the man as he gradually departed. Once he had exited the village, Tang Kun surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any onlookers, and promptly summoned his thoughts to store the cart and the wild boar meat within the space, thus lightening his load. He then set off on foot towards the city, taking the opportunity to revel in the scenic beauty along the way. To be honest, in this lifetime, Tang Kun had only ventured as far as the town. He had never entered a city, deeming it unnecessary and fearing the expenditure. However, he found solace in the memories of his previous life, which afforded him a sense of calm. Chapter 31. Infiltrating the black market in less than 2 hours, Tang Kun swiftly entered the unassuming northwestern town. The city, reminiscent of the 1980s, boasted few towering edifices, predominantly featuring modest 5- to 6-story buildings. The streets were sparsely populated with vehicles, most of which were bicycles, while a greater number of individuals chose to commute on foot. At this time, the most luxurious vehicles on the road were merely Santana and Hongqi sedans, alongside a number of jeeps traversing back and forth. In stark contrast to the prosperity of later years, this was truly a different era. However, despite its backwardness, Tang Kun felt an exhilarating thrill within. After all, having been granted a second chance at life, he cherished this opportunity immensely. Drawing from the memories of his previous life, Tang Kun did not merely skim through the city's scenery. Instead, he navigated through winding paths and directly arrived at a clandestine trading market located in the southern part of the town. This site was secluded, with several intersections discreetly guarded, ensuring the safety of the black market dealings. After all, should their hard-earned goods be seized, not only would the supplies be lost, but the individuals could also face arrest, leading to disastrous consequences. Upon entering the market, Tang Kun distinctly sensed several pairs of eyes scrutinizing him intently. He understood that these individuals were assessing whether he was an undercover officer or a plainclothes detective. Drawing on his past experiences, Tang Kun maintained an air of composure, showing no signs of alarm. Within the black market, he discovered a plethora of goods, ranging from everyday necessities to rare household appliances. Of course, Tang Kun was acutely aware that the prices here were significantly inflated compared to those outside, which was precisely why he had chosen to come here. This time, he was the seller rather than the buyer. In truth, the black market was not as shrouded in mystery as the rumor suggested. It bore a striking resemblance to the street stalls of rural towns. After merely a brief exploration, Tang Kun had already made a complete circuit. Many vendors displayed only a fraction of their wares, reserving the majority for discreet locations, ready to flee at a moment's notice, much like the street vendors of later generations. As for larger transactions, they were typically negotiated privately at alternate locations. In his previous life, many feared the city management authorities. In this life, it was the ever-watchful Uncle Hat. "Sir, would you be interested in wild boar meat?" After perusing the market, Tang Kun finally focused his attention on a middle-aged man who appeared to be well-dressed. Upon hearing of the wild boar meat, the man's eyes lit up, and he immediately inquired, "How much do you have?" Given the scarcity of resources at this time, anyone possessing a substantial quantity of goods held real power. Tang Kun smiled slightly and replied softly, "I have as much as you desire." Such bold claims, the middle-aged man remarked, sizing Tang Kun up thoroughly. Noticing the young man's ordinary attire and lack of notable background, he pointed a finger and said, "I want 100 pounds. Do you have that much?" "Of course. What price are you willing to offer?" Tang Kun responded, his demeanor calm, a smile illuminating his face as he gazed steadily at the man, exhibiting no signs of trepidation. In his previous life, Tang Kun ascended to the ranks of billionaires, with his initial fortune originating from humble beginnings as a street vendor. Thus, he possessed a wealth of experience. "While the market price is 1 yuan per jean, I can offer you an additional 10 cents per jean. What do you say?" Upon hearing this price, Tang Kun simply turned and walked away without uttering a word. His intention was to compel the seller to raise the price. "Brother, why are you leaving? The price is negotiable. How about I increase it by another 10 cents? The middle-aged man, having encountered a potential mark, was not willing to concede easily. With his unique connections, he could double the price with a mere flip, making a substantial profit, 10 big notes. This amount could suffice for an average person's salary for 2 to 3 months. At 1.5 yuan per jean, I require at least 100 jean, no negotiations. If you need more, I can offer a lower price." The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback by Tang Kun's offer, then inquired, "Young man, how much stock do you actually have? Why the boldness?" Eager to profit from the pork, Tang Kun did not mind revealing a bit of his stock, extending 10 fingers. 1,000 jean? How many wild boars have you culled?" Realization dawned on the middle-aged man, his expression one of astonishment. 1,000 jean of pork represented a considerable sum. "Little brother, I can't consume this much alone. Could you perhaps wait while I gather a few helpers to share in this bounty? However, you must guarantee the quality of the goods, and I can offer you a maximum of 1.2 yuan. Acknowledging that 200 yuan was a significant amount, sufficient for his needs, Tang Kun nodded slightly and replied, "Brother, I can only give you 1 hour. No extensions." Upon hearing Tang Kun's agreement, the middle-aged man beamed, exclaiming, "It's a deal. I'll be back in a few minutes." Without waiting for a response, he dashed off, evidently to borrow money. With a buyer for the wild boar meat secured, Tang Kun felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. While waiting, he casually scanned the area, seeking potential buyers for venison and premium wild ginseng. "Brother, do you have any other fine goods? Do share." Tang Kun's earlier hushed conversation with the middle-aged man, though discreet, had attracted the attention of several affluent buyers nearby. Noticing Tang Kun's youth juxtaposed with his seasoned business acumen, several individuals approached him, eager to explore new opportunities for profit. As Tang Kun observed, the individuals before him were clad in suits, some even sporting polished leather shoes, which pleased him greatly. "Boss, are you interested in venison? It's quite beneficial for those who consume it. Also, I have aged wild ginseng available." The earlier sale of wild boar meat had already astonished the crowd, and the mention of venison and wild ginseng left them utterly astounded. "Yes, we definitely want it. Brothers, my name is Jiao. Please start with a price." The youngest among them responded first, his words cutting through the air. The other two quickly grasped the cue and chimed in, "Indeed, you should state your price first." Having traversed back in time, Tang Kun was uncertain of the current market rate and feigned calmness, suggesting, "Why don't you each propose a price? Naturally, the highest bidder will prevail. If this collaboration proves successful, there will be plenty of goods in the future." Upon hearing this, Jiao exchanged glances with his companions before confidently declaring, "Brothers, I offer 2 yuan per jean. I'll add 10 cents. I'll increase it by 20 cents. Indeed, the trio, once allies, began to turn on one another, driven by their greed. Tang Kun remained silent, observing the fierce competition among them. To him, the more intensely they vied for the deal, the greater his own advantage would be. "Step aside." As Tang Kun watched Jiao and the others engage in their bidding war, a commanding voice resonated from a distance. He turned to see a burly man with a scarred face approaching menacingly. Trailing behind the scarred man was the middle-aged man who had earlier departed with enthusiasm, now wearing a look of dejection. Chapter 32. The Grand Patron, Master Chui. It is truly Master Chui. Step aside quickly. Upon hearing the voice Jiao, who had just been bidding with his companions, suddenly changed his expression and hastily stepped aside. Observing this scene, Tang Kun realized that the scarred face must be a significant figure in this establishment. Otherwise, amidst so many people, they would not show such deference and willingly clear a path. "May I inquire your surname, young man?" The scarred face, despite his fierce appearance, spoke with an unexpectedly cultured tone, a stark contrast to his earlier imposing demeanor. Tang Kun understood that this difference in treatment was due to the fact that he was the seller. "My humble surname is Li." On their first meeting, Tang Kun naturally refrained from revealing his true identity. After all, this was the city, and he was on the other party's territory. Exercising caution here was undoubtedly wise. One must remember that in the 1980s, societal order was quite chaotic. Theft, robbery, and even gun violence were frequent occurrences. Is it any wonder that such a crackdown would later astonish future generations? In just 3 years, over 1.7 million criminals faced legal repercussions. "Greetings, Brother Li. I am Chui Xinghe, known in the underworld as Master Chui," he stated, extending his robust right hand towards Tang Kun. "Hello, Boss Kui." Tang Kun replied with composed assurance, neither overly humble nor arrogant, as he extended his own right hand to briefly clasp the other's, acknowledging the greeting. Noticing that the young man, despite his youth, remained calm and exuded confidence, Chui Xinghe's eyes sparkled with a hint of admiration. "I heard from my associates that you have a considerable amount of goods that require liquidation. Is this true?" Upon hearing this, Tang Kun glanced at the middle-aged man before him and nodded slightly. "Brotherly, I will purchase all your goods. Moreover, we shall adhere to the prices you propose." In that moment, Master Chui exuded an air of confidence, embodying the persona of a wealthy and assertive businessman. "That won't do. Boss Chui, everything has its order. I have already negotiated with this gentleman for 1,000 pounds of wild boar meat, and I intend to sell it all to him." Tang Kun stated, pointing at the middle-aged man. Haha, I am well aware of that. If it weren't for a Gue coming to borrow money earlier, I, Cui Xinghe, would not have known that a significant seller like you had emerged in the black market. However, a Gue and his associates are not powerful enough to take it all at once. Thus, I must step in personally. Brotherly, rest assured, I am a man of my word, and my prices are absolutely fair. Although Tang Kun recognized the potential danger posed by the other party, he pondered that selling to anyone was still selling. Moreover, having such a formidable patron was precisely what he desired. With this thought in mind, he smiled and said, Boss Cui, as long as this elder brother has no objections, I certainly have no further reservations. Haha, splendid. Upon hearing this, Master Cui snapped his fingers and turned to the middle-aged man, saying with a smile, Gue, brotherly awaits your decision. The middle-aged man forced a smile and promptly replied, Brotherly, what Lord Cui said is indeed true. I truly lack the capability and cannot muster such a substantial sum. It would be better for you to proceed with the transaction with Lord Cui. Although he understood that Gue had his own troubles, it was of no concern to him. Satisfied with the response, Tang Kun smiled slightly and stated, Very well, Lord Cui, as long as you express your willingness, I am more than eager to collaborate with a formidable patron like yourself. However, you are aware that I have a considerable inventory, and for such a hefty payment, I must see your sincerity before we proceed with the transaction. Upon hearing this, Cui Xinghe laughed heartily and said, Brotherly, who in the world of Jianghu does not know of the illustrious reputation of Lord Cui? However, this is indeed our first transaction, and with the payment amounting to over 1,000, you make a valid point. Allow me to demonstrate my capabilities. Suyao, Cui Xinghe called out, turning to a woman behind him. This woman appeared to be no more than 22 or 23, with a sweet countenance and an alluring figure. Dressed elegantly, she radiated beauty that left onlookers astounded. Responding to Cui Xinghe's signal, Suyao produced 2 stacks of cash from her handbag, each bill pristine and crisp. Upon a rough count, there appeared to be around 5 or 6,000, equivalent to several million in contemporary terms. Wow, Lord Cui truly is affluent. The surrounding individuals widened their eyes in astonishment, their expressions brimming with desire as they began to whisper among themselves. Cui Xinghe anticipated that revealing such a sum would surely intimidate the young man before him. To his surprise, Brotherly remained impassive, his expression as tranquil as water, neither pleased nor distressed. Could it be that this man possesses a remarkable background? Even Cui Xinghe, seasoned as he was, felt a twinge of doubt. Little did Cui Xinghe know, in his previous life, Tang Kun was a billionaire who would not be swayed by such trivial finances. Wait a moment, Lord Cui. I shall bring the items to you right away. Reassured by the evident wealth of his counterpart, Tang Kun smiled. Brotherly, my office is nearby. Shall we proceed there instead? It was precisely because of the crowd that Tang Kun had opted for this location for the transaction. Following his counterpart could result in not only the potential loss of goods, but perhaps even peril to his life. Although he harbored these thoughts, Tang Kun still responded with a smile. Lord Cui, the Jianghu has its own rules. This is a renowned black market, and it is best we conduct our transaction here. Rest assured, I have plenty of good items. As long as our collaboration is pleasant, you may determine the location for future dealings. What do you think? Cui Xinghe was no fool. He quickly grasped the underlying implications of Tang Kun's words and let out a hearty laugh. Haha, how refreshing. I, Cui, especially admire rising talents like Brotherly. Very well, I shall await you here for our first meeting. I hope there will be opportunities for long-term collaboration in the future. May our endeavors flow steadily like a gentle stream. Tang Kun nodded slightly, then turned and departed from the trading market. After a few agile maneuvers, he sensed that no one was following him. Observing the desolate surroundings devoid of pedestrians, he discreetly retrieved all his belongings from the spatial pocket at a secluded corner. Gazing upon the cart laden with wild boar meat, sika deer meat, and premium wild ginseng, Tang Kun smiled with satisfaction. It has arrived. Finally, it has arrived. Within half an hour, Tang Kun reappeared at the scene, where the crowd awaited him with bated breath, gasping in astonishment. Upon seeing the cart indeed brimming with wild boar meat, Cui Xinghe smiled and exchanged a knowing glance with Su Yao beside him. Let us weigh it, Brother Li. As you suggested, wild boar meat at 1.5 yuan per pound. As for the deer meat, let us set it at 2 yuan per pound. And for this fine wild ginseng, I propose a generous offer of a large unity. Hearing the reasonable pricing from his counterpart, Tang Kun nodded in approval. Indeed, Elder Cui is remarkably generous. Let us proceed as you have suggested. Having secured a profit, Tang Kun did not hesitate to flatter, seizing the moment to offer compliments. After all, kind words cost nothing. Chapter 33. Carrying a fortune after all, this is a black market where one can find everything imaginable. Moreover, since Master Cui has spoken, it wasn't long before someone approached with a hefty scale to begin weighing. Master Cui, we have 180 pounds of sick deer meat. 2 individuals, bearing the weight of the scale, prioritized the measurement of the least quantity of sick deer meat. One of them respectfully looked at Cui Xinghe to confirm the amount. Upon hearing this, Cui Xinghe turned his gaze to Tang Kun and smiled. Brother Li, would you like to take a look at the scale? Tang Kun chuckled heartily in response. This is Master Cui's territory. Who would dare to act recklessly? Although it was their first transaction, he had faith in Master Cui's integrity. The reason Tang Kun felt this way was partly because he had a rough idea of the weight of the items on the cart. More importantly, despite the somewhat chaotic social order of the 1980s, incidents of dishonesty were rare. Many still possessed a sense of conscience. Seeing that neither party objected, the 2 men holding the scale proceeded to pack the sick deer meat and began weighing the wild boar meat next. Master Cui, the total for the wild boar meat is 180 pounds. Due to the sheer volume of wild boar meat, they divided it into 3 separate weighings. Upon hearing this figure, Tang Kun finally smiled. In fact, the reason for such a bountiful haul was not only due to his hunting efforts, but also the unexpected rewards from the system space. It is worth noting that his mysterious system had already bound itself to Xu Rong, Xu Feng, Xu Yin, Xu Jiao, and the charming widow Wang Shuzhen. The rewards from the system varied. Sometimes they were doubled, and at other times they exceeded 4 or 5 times, depending entirely on the system's whims. Through several trials, Tang Kun had unexpectedly discovered that the system seemed particularly fond of beautiful women. Otherwise, why were all those bound to the system stunningly attractive? Not a single man was included. Reflecting on how he had incurred no losses from the 5 women, but rather received double compensation, Tang Kun couldn't help but smile broadly. Such fortuitous events are rare to find in the world. He even wished for more beautiful women to come and seek resources from him. Mr. Li, here is 140 yuan. Please count it. Once the specific amount was known, Su Yao quickly verified the quality of the wild boar meat, sick deer meat, and premium wild ginseng, and soon confirmed the total. From a stack of banknotes, she deftly counted out 210 bills and then retrieved 40 yuan in change from her purse, smiling as she handed it to Tang Kun. No need to count. In truth, while Su Yao was counting the money, Tang Kun had been attentively observing and had already tallied it in his mind. However, when the man received the money from Su Yao, he unexpectedly felt her little finger gently brush against his palm. Although somewhat taken aback, he did not reveal any emotion on his face. After all, the formidable figure of Cui Xinghe stood nearby. Who knows the true identity and intentions of the woman beside him? What if it were a trap? Moreover, although the woman before him was undeniably beautiful, she paled in comparison to his wife, Xu Rong, and even fell short of the charming widow, Wang Shuzhen. Brother Li, the transaction has been completed. Why not join me for a drink? It would be a good opportunity for us to get acquainted, suggested Cui Xinghe, as he observed Tang Kun stow away the 2,000 yuan into his pocket, prompting envy from the onlookers. Yet, with unwavering composure, Cui Xinghe approached Tang Kun, a smile illuminating his face as he patted the man's shoulder and made his proposal. With such a substantial sum in his possession, Tang Kun dared not follow his counterpart nor venture into his domain for drinks. That would be akin to sending a meat bun to a dog, an endeavor with no return. Although his thoughts diverged, Tang Kun maintained his politeness, replying, Cui Yi, I trust that our paths will cross again in the future. Furthermore, I have made prior arrangements with a few acquaintances for an evening gathering. In truth, In this unfamiliar city, Tang Kun knew not a soul, and the mention of friends was merely a pretext to gracefully decline the invitation. As anticipated, upon hearing Tang Kun's words, Cui Xinghe smiled slightly, glancing at the beautiful Su Yao beside him, and responded, "Very well. It is said that we do not truly know one another until we have clashed. There will certainly be opportunities in the days to come. Brotherly, my office is situated in the small villa just ahead. Many here are aware of it. Should you decide to return, please inform me in advance." Tang Kun welcomed this request, for having a powerful patron like Cui Xinghe would undoubtedly save him a great deal of time and facilitate the expansion of his business ventures. "Rest assured, Cui Er, when I next enter the city, you'll be the first I seek out." With their formalities concluded, Cui Xinghe needed to hasten away with his spoils to avoid drawing unwanted attention, while Tang Kun, burdened with his fortune, sought to vacate the tumultuous vicinity. Despite being in the city and amidst a marketplace, everyone understood the mix of characters present. The line between legitimate transactions and those of the black market was stark, representing two disparate realms. Alas, it seemed today had been a futile endeavor. As Cui Xinghe departed with his entourage and Tang Kun maneuvered his cart away, not only was the middle-aged man visibly disheartened, but by June also sighed in disappointment. They had anticipated a lucrative gain, only to have their plans thwarted by Cui Er's timely intervention. In that moment, the middle-aged man lamented internally, "Had I known, I would not have sought a loan from that scoundrel. His heart is truly as dark as it gets." After swiftly exiting the black market and ensuring he was alone, Tang Kun hastily stowed the cart within his space. Reflecting briefly, he retrieved 40 yuan in change from his pocket and, seizing the opportunity, also placed the substantial sum of 2,100 yuan into his system space for safekeeping. Little did he realize that this prudent act would soon prove to be a fortuitous salvation. Chapter 34, Encountering Robbery. The female thief blocks the way. "Boss, another prey has appeared." In a dilapidated old building situated a kilometer away from the black market trading hub, a burly man hurriedly entered a room, his face alight with excitement as he inquired, "Oh, what is the background of our counterpart? Are they formidable?" Upon hearing the words of the imposing figure, a young man in the room promptly rose to his feet, approaching with a serious expression as he pressed for further clarification. "No harm done. In my view, he is merely a rustic simpleton who has unexpectedly stumbled upon fortune." The burly man spoke as he approached the leader, standing respectfully at her side. In the living room, a strikingly beautiful young woman sat gracefully upon the sofa. She possessed a slender figure, dressed impeccably, exuding an air of gallant confidence, and appeared to be in her early 20s. At that moment, the woman reclined on the sofa, crossing her legs, skillfully twirling a flying knife in her right hand, reminiscent of a formidable female leader from a gangster narrative. Clearly, this woman was none other than the esteemed leader, Ling Chuyan, referred to by the burly man. "Old ghost, please elaborate on the specific circumstances." Ling Chuyan remained motionless, continuing to spin the flying knife in her hand, and spoke coldly. Subsequently, the burly man known as Old Ghost recounted everything he had seen and heard in meticulous detail. "What? Over 2,000 yuan? And there was only one person on the other side?" Before Ling Chuyan could speak, the young man by the side of the Old Ghost, a Bing, exclaimed in astonishment, his face alight with excitement, as if the sum of money had already become his possession. Ling Chuyan, upon witnessing this, cast a cold glance at her subordinate and reprimanded, "A Bing, are you truly so exhilarated over such a trifling amount? This is merely our living expenses for a week. How could one make such a fuss? What a shameful display. In the future, as you accompany me through the world, do ensure you do not bring embarrassment upon yourself." Good heavens! It is essential to understand that in the 1980s, having 10,000 yuan was unequivocally synonymous with immense wealth. Over 2,000 yuan was indeed considered a substantial sum. In an ordinary household, it is likely that 1 or 2 years' worth of expenses would be insufficient. Yet, surprisingly, Ling Chuyan seems to regard it with indifference, demonstrating the immense ambition of the female thief. "Boss, this fellow is truly a treasure on 2 legs. Shall we take action now?" I have already instructed Old Dark to follow that individual. Otherwise, if this succulent prize were to attract the attention of others, it could lead to considerable trouble. After a long-awaited encounter with a hefty pig, the old ghost eagerly suggested, fearing that a rival might seize the opportunity. Old ghost, are you implying that this fellow has struck a deal with Master Chui heir? Has Master Chui sent anyone to keep an eye on this fellow? Master Chui, renowned in the underworld, commands immense power, straddling both the realms of light and darkness. Naturally, Old Ghost is well aware of what his leader values and promptly responds, Boss, I have already verified the situation. For reasons unknown, Master Chui has chosen not to intervene this time. Otherwise, I would not have set my sights on this individual. I am well aware of the unwritten rules of the streets. Upon hearing that Chui Xinghe did not interfere and that the target was a solitary individual, the prospect of earning over 2,000 yuan stirred a sense of ambition within Ling Qiuyan. What was there to hesitate about? Immediately contact Lao He. Action must be taken without delay. This prey is as good as mine. After Ling Qiuyan declared, she rose and led the two companions out of the house. Upon departing from the southern black market, Tang Kun suddenly felt his stomach grumble. The man glanced skyward, estimating it was already afternoon. He initially intended to pull out the boiled eggs prepared by his sister-in-law, Su Yin, to sate his hunger. Yet, he quickly reconsidered, now that he possessed a fortune. Why should he be so frugal and deprive himself? Money was merely a pile of paper, only truly valuable when spent. That was the essence of its purpose. Besides, with his current capabilities, earning a bit more money was merely a matter of course. At this juncture, Tang Kun noticed a restaurant not far ahead and boldly stepped inside. Once inside, he chose a seat by the window, surveying the establishment's environment. He observed that although it was simple, it was remarkably tidy and clean. Given that it was already afternoon, the number of diners was sparse. Shortly thereafter, a waitress approached with the menu, and Tang Kun felt a surge of delight upon glancing at the prices. A colossal bowl of beef noodles was a mere 28 yuan. How incredibly inexpensive. Hey boss, I'll have a bowl of beef noodles and add a piece of meat for an extra yuan. The beautiful waitress was momentarily stunned by the young man's generous order. After all, she had never encountered such generosity before. Generally, patrons who came in to eat noodles considered it extravagant to order an additional bowl, let alone add meat. Noticing her astonishment and lingering gaze, Tang Kun quickly understood. He produced a large denomination note to settle the bill in advance. Upon seeing the substantial bill, the waitress realized that this handsome man was indeed wealthy. She took the money and turned to fetch change. Meanwhile, Ling Qiuyan and her companions, following the lead provided by Lao He, arrived outside the same restaurant. Peering through the window, they saw Tang Kun leisurely awaiting his meal. Ling Qiuyan exchanged glances with her companions, and they stealthily entered the restaurant, masquerading as ordinary patrons, and chose a table close to Tang Kun. Old Gue and a Bing exchanged furtive glances, ready to act at Ling Qiuyan's command. Ling Qiuyan, however, boldly approached the man, a smile gracing her face as she sat down across from him. Handsome, I'm quite famished. Might you treat me to a bowl of noodles? Upon hearing the beautiful girl's request and sensing the three piercing gazes fixed upon him, Tang Kun quickly recognized he was being targeted by thieves. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, responding with a smile, of course. Boss, add another bowl of beef noodles. Seeing the charming man's generous compliance, Ling Qiuyan was momentarily taken aback, her face reflecting surprise. This man did not even inquire who she was before readily agreeing. Was he genuinely magnanimous, or simply a fool? At that moment, her curiosity piqued. She settled into her seat. Comrade, your noodles are ready. This is your change. Please count it. Shortly after, the waitress brought 2 bowls of noodles, a plate of sliced beef, and a change of over 8 yuan, placing them all on the dining table. Thank you. Tang Kun smiled faintly at the waitress and directly pocketed the change. All of this was observed by Ling Qiuyan, Old Ghost, a Bing, and others. After securing the money, Tang Kun promptly placed a large bowl of beef noodles in front of Ling Qiuyan, then lifted the plate and poured half of the beef in her bowl, reserving the remainder for himself. Without uttering a word, he indulged in his meal. seeing the beef in her bowl and glancing at the dashing and handsome man before her. Ling Qiuyan felt a surge of emotions, at a loss for words. To be honest, throughout her life, no one had ever shown such concern for her. Despite her current status as a female leader, it was merely a bond forged by interests, a mutual exploitation. Yet, contemplating her identity and the group of subordinates she needed to support, Ling Qiuyan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Brother, although you treat me to noodles today and even share half the meat with me, I assure you, I want to go easy on the over 2,000 yuan you possess. With a resolve forming in her heart, Ling Qiuyan dismissed her sentimental thoughts, picked up her chopsticks, and began to eat heartily. Having sensed the other party's identity, Tang Kun devoured the beef noodles with great speed, finishing them in no time. He wiped his mouth and cast a meaningful glance at the beautiful woman across from him before departing without delay. Ling Qiuyan pretended not to notice and continued to savor her beef. Only after feeling Tang Kun exit the restaurant did she turn to her subordinates. Let us go. Hurry up. At Ling Qiuyan's silent cue, Old Ghost, Old Black, and a Bing promptly followed her lead. Handsome guy, I haven't paid for your meal yet. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? More than 20 minutes later, Tang Kun, hiding in various places, was inevitably cornered by Old Ghost and the others in a narrow alley, surrounded tightly, with no escape. Soon, the familiar voice of a woman echoed from behind him once again. Chapter 35. Where has your money gone? I said, my dear lady, for the sake of a mere bowl of noodles, there is no need for such a grand display. Upon hearing the woman's voice, Tang Kun slowly turned around, gazing into Ling Qiuyan's beautiful eyes, and playfully remarked with a sense of helplessness. In that moment, Ling Qiuyan's smile blossomed like a flower, her right hand brandishing a flying knife as she gracefully approached the man, her expression brimming with pride. Handsome, you may not know this, but I, Ling Qiuyan, never forget a kindness in the world. Today you treated me to noodles and even added meat. I shall remember this bond. As for the payment, I shall collect it from you shortly. How does that sound? With such clear words from the young woman, Tang Kun quickly realized that the wool comes from a sheep. Miss, since this is our first encounter and we bear no grudges from the past, what exactly do you intend to do? Please be straightforward. He was reluctant to surrender easily, as the money he possessed was hard-earned. Seeing his reaction, Ling Qiuyan chuckled softly, retracting her flying knife, her fingers caressing the handsome man's cheek, and smiled. I heard you came into some fortune, so we naturally came to share in your windfall. You seem quite amiable, so we won't resort to force. Be proactive and present what you have. Rest assured, I will ensure you have enough for your return journey. For you, I, Ling Qiuyan, shall make an exception. Tang Kun was unaware of the true implications of her words, but Lao Gui and the others were fully aware. Having followed their leader for many years, they had never witnessed a woman show mercy to anyone. Typically, when they took action, it was without leaving a trace. No coin would remain, and even a mouse would leave in tears. After all, even when out robbing, luck played a significant role. Very well, since you have stated your intentions so clearly, I shall concede today, considering it a fortunate opportunity to make a few friends. After careful consideration, Tang Kun decided to acquiesce. After all, he possessed a mere 38 yuan, while the remaining 2,100 yuan had long been hidden in his system space, safe and sound. At that moment, he felt fortunate for his earlier caution. Seeing that the man was reasonable and finally relenting, Ling Qiuyan smiled, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Strangely, the image of him serving her meat lingered in her mind, making it hard to forget. Deep down, she did not wish for any misfortune to befall the man before her. She knew that if Tang Kun did not comply, and Lao He and a Bing decided to act, it would surely result in either death or injury. Here, I have only this much money left. You may take it all. Shortly thereafter, Tang Kun presented all the money he had, placing it directly before the woman. 38, 44 yuan. Why is there only this little? What about the other 2,000? Upon seeing the meager amount in Tang Kun's hand, Ling Qiuyan was taken aback and questioned him directly. Even the trio of Lao Gui, Lao He, and a Bing were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. Indeed, they had attracted the attention of someone in the black market. Yet, Were these thieves dispatched by Master Chui? Or were they simply other rogues from the underworld? In that moment, Tang Kun felt a surge of joy within, grateful to the heavens for bestowing upon him a mysterious system space. Otherwise, the busyness of recent times would have been utterly in vain. Miss, do I appear to have such a fortune on me? If you doubt it, feel free to search. At this juncture, Tang Kun decided to free himself from restraint, willingly inviting the search to expedite his escape. Search away. Upon hearing this, Ling Chuyin cast a sidelong glance at Lao Gui, retracted her flying dagger, and began a meticulous search of Tang Kun. However, after numerous attempts, she found nothing of value. In her concern that Tang Kun might be deceiving them, she disregarded the propriety between genders and even searched his undergarments. Yet still, nothing was discovered. Seeing the innocent expression on Tang Kun's face, Ling Xiuyin's countenance turned cold as she pivoted to glare at Lao Gui, Lao He, and a Bing, her eyes glinting with malice. Lao Gui, what is going on? Where's the money you spoke of? Have you conspired to mock me? Noticing the fury of his superior, Lao Gui hurriedly stepped forward. A look of confusion etched on his face. Boss, this is impossible. We clearly witnessed this fellow transacting in the black market, where Miss Su Yao, secretary to Master Chui, personally counted out 140 yuan for him. A moment of realization dawned upon Tang Kun. No wonder he had been targeted. These individuals had been present at the scene. So, where did the money go? Lao Gui glanced at his boss, then back at Tang Kun, remaining silent as he approached Tang Kun once more to search him again. After 2 or 3 more examinations, even inspecting the soles of Tang Kun's shoes, not a single coin was found. Pretty boy, speak up. Where did you hide the money you received? If you don't answer honestly, I swear I'll end you. Seeing Lao Gui press a dagger against Tang Kun's neck, Ling Chuyin considered intervening but ultimately refrained, mindful of her own position. Fine, as long as I am here, if we can ascertain the whereabouts of the money, I shall ensure his life is spared. In truth, when Tang Kun had fled from the restaurant, he had already devised a plan. Hearing their inquiries, he remained unperturbed, offering a wry smile as he spoke. Noble heroes, that money is not mine. I merely work for someone else, earning a meager wage. After purchasing the pork, I handed over 100 yuan to the rightful owner. Upon hearing that the money was no longer in his possession, Lao Gui's face twisted with anger as he barked. Quickly, tell me who you gave the money to. Where are they? Realizing the urgency in their demeanor, Tang Kun hastily replied, they are nearby, in the vicinity of the black market. I don't know who they are, just a few middle-aged men. They asked me to sell goods and promised me a commission of 40 yuan, so I complied with their request, under the duress of his own dagger. Tang Kun spoke with an air of sincerity, devoid of any traces of deceit, which compelled the old ghost to believe him. He then turned to the young man, known as Old Black, and inquired, Old Black, you have been tailing this fellow. Did you catch sight of him at any point? Upon hearing this, Old Black scratched his head, unable to contain his nervousness, and replied, Second brother, I was afraid of alerting the snake in the grass, so I dare not follow too closely. There were indeed some turns where I could not see clearly. I thought that as long as I kept track of this fellow, the money would remain secure. Who could have anticipated such an extraordinary turn of events? At that moment, the truth finally came to light. Ling Chuyin regarded Tang Kun with an exceptionally complex gaze. However, Ling Chuyin might struggle to comprehend that the substantial sum of 2,100 yuan was currently in the possession of the man before them, even though they could not perceive it. Well, given the circumstances, taking away 30 yuan would at least signify that our journey was not in vain. Handsome lad, consider the remaining 8 yuan as repayment for your beef noodle soup. Chapter 36. Tang Kun, I hope we meet again. What the hell? They actually took my money for a favor. However, considering the attractive female thief before me, who seems quite reasonable, I shall let this matter slide. With a plan forming in his mind, Tang Kun observed as the old ghost snatched away the 30 yuan he had, leaving him with a meager sum of just over 8 yuan. Instead of feeling anger, he smiled and said, Thank you, Miss Ling, for sparing my life. Once the matter was settled, Ling Qian prepared to leave swiftly with the old ghost and the others, as highway robbery is hardly respectable. Should it come to light, it could easily lead to trouble. Yet, upon hearing the man's words and seeing the calm demeanor of the handsome stranger, along with recalling their peculiar encounter at the restaurant, the woman halted in her tracks. With a smile illuminating her face, she approached Tang Kun and said, "You, handsome fellow, are quite amusing. Pray, what is your name?" "I, Ling Chuyin, find myself intrigued by you." Tang Kun, upon hearing this, offered a slight smile and replied, "I am unchanging in name and character, known as Tang Kun, Tang from the great Tang dynasty, and Kun from the universe's endless expanse." Ling Chuyin, savoring the name, murmured Tang Kun, "A splendid name." Hearing the female thief commend his name, Tang Kun responded candidly, "Your name is rather splendid as well." Nearby, the old ghost, old Hay, and Ah Bing were taken aback. Their expressions twisted with anger at the audacity of this man to flirt with their boss. They prepared to step forward and teach this presumptuous fellow a lesson, only to be halted by Ling Chuyin herself. Oh no, their leader. Could it be she has developed a crush on this pretty boy? In that moment, the three exchanged alarmed glances, dismayed. A female thief showing interest in a man she had just robbed. If word of this spread, how would they maintain their reputation in the underworld? At this juncture, Ling Chuyin was indifferent to her subordinate's thoughts. Her captivating eyes locked onto the man's, and she smiled, saying, "Tang Kun, it brings me great joy to meet you today. You should now be quite aware of my line of work. I have a modest reputation in the southern part of the city. If you ever find yourself in trouble, just invoke my name, and fortune shall favor you. I hope we have the opportunity to meet again. Farewell." True to her status as a formidable leader, Ling Chuyin did not await Tang Kun's response. With decisive strides, she disappeared into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. Good heavens, that was genuinely terrifying. Fortunately, I had prepared an excuse in advance to fool those people. Otherwise, I would surely have faced a dire predicament today. In truth, Tang Kun's calm demeanor had been a mere fade. After all, surrounded by three burly men, with blades glimmering ominously, who could truly comprehend such a harrowing sensation, had it not been for the intervention of the female thief. Losing money would have been the least of his worries. A slight injury would have been the best possible outcome. Tang Kun let out a long sigh as he stepped out of the narrow alley, preparing to head home. Suddenly, he was startled by a commotion not far ahead. Raising his head, he discovered a group of ruffians bullying an elderly vegetable vendor. Having just encountered a perilous situation himself, and being unfamiliar with the surroundings, Tang Kun initially hesitated to intervene. However, recalling the words of the female thief Ling Chuyin, a spark of determination ignited within him. He strode forward boldly, approaching the ruffians and declaring loudly, in broad daylight, "How dare you lay a hand on an elder? Are you aware of whose territory you are trespassing upon? This is the domain of my friend, Ling Chuyin. Do you not fear that she will come to know of this and deal with you severely?" Upon hearing this, the ruffian's expressions shifted, clearly aware of Ling Chuyin's notorious reputation. Nevertheless, one of the leaders scoffed, stepping closer to Tang Kun and whispering, "Don't think you can frighten us by invoking a name." At this, Tang Kun's heart wavered, uncertain whether Ling Chuyin's name held any real weight. Yet, seeing the hopeful gaze of the elderly man, he steeled himself and retorted, "If you doubt my words, just wait and see. Boss Ling will soon send someone to take care of you." As if on cue, just as Tang Kun finished speaking, a few figures emerged in the distance. It was Lao Gue and his companions. After their successful heist, they had not ventured far and, upon hearing the ruckus, had come to investigate. Upon sighting the approaching figures, the ruffians, believing them to be Ling Chuyin's associates, hastily abandoned the stolen money and fled in fear. The elderly vendor quickly picked up the fallen bill, looking at Tang Kun with immense gratitude. Tang Kun smiled, thinking to himself how effective Ling Chuyin's name truly was. Meanwhile, Lao Gue and his companions exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend why Tang Kun had invoked Ling Chuyin's name. However, recalling how their boss treated this handsome youth with courtesy, they refrained from further inquiries and promptly turned to leave. Originally, Tang Kun had intended to exchange goods for money at the black market and then purchase gifts for the women before returning to the village. Yet after the recent robbery, he realized that returning directly at this hour would mean navigating through the darkness. In the afternoon, these thieves had dared to rob openly, and if night fell completely, chaos could ensue. After contemplating his options, he sighed softly. Well, since I am here, I might as well make the best of it. It would be wiser to find a small inn to rest for the night. Tomorrow, after a hearty meal and purchasing the gifts, I shall return to Xu village at dawn. Chapter 37. A night at the inn. The women await with anticipation with this thought in mind. Tang Kun fully embraced the moment, wandering through the city's streets and alleys, simultaneously investigating the market and familiarizing himself with the current conditions, while also seeking a suitable inn for the night. Meanwhile, within a quaint little building in the south of the city, in a uniquely decorated, spacious, and well-lit room, a man and a woman were engaged in hushed conversation. At this moment, Master Chui sat on the sofa with his secretary, Su Yao, perched on his lap, her body nestled against him, exuding a captivating charm that starkly contrasted with her previous icy demeanor in the black market. Yao, what do you think of this brotherly? Who is he really? How does he possess such an abundance of rare resources? Master Kui inquired, his large hands roaming across the woman's form, causing her to sigh softly in response. Upon hearing Chui Xingha's question, Su Yao mustered her thoughts and replied gently, Master, this fellow is merely a bumpkin. Why would someone of your stature pay him such heed? Chui Xingha, upon hearing this, let out a cold snort, thrusting the woman aside as he rose with a frosty demeanor. After all this time by my side, you still show no progress. Women truly are long-haired and short-sighted. Seeing Chui Xingha's ire, Su Yao, rather than being offended, stood up with a smile, her delicate hands wrapping around him as she playfully chided, Master, I'm just a bit confused. Would you kindly enlighten me? Seeing her obedient demeanor, Chui Xingha pinched her cheek affectionately, chuckling, Very well, I shall explain it to you. In my view, this brotherly is likely not an ordinary person. Su Yao, intrigued, asked softly, Master, what leads you to that conclusion? Firstly, any common person who encounters me would be paralyzed with fear. Yet this fellow, despite his humble attire, possesses an impressive aura, showing no fear whatsoever, as if he stands on equal footing with me. Little did Chui Xingha realize that Tang Kun was far from an ordinary individual. He was a true reincarnate and a billionaire in his next life, having already witnessed the grand tapestry of life, and thus would not be intimidated by a mere local tyrant. Su Yao had been present at the scene and, recalling Chui Xingha's words, nodded slightly. Moreover, this fellow even mentioned that he intends to trade in the black market again. This indicates he still has stock. Su Yao, think carefully. Can a man with ample resources and such confidence truly be a mere country bumpkin? Upon hearing Chui Xingha's analysis, Su Yao's expression shifted to one of realization. Master, is this the true reason you have hesitated to engage in underhanded dealings and let that fellow go? Do you mean to say we should cast our lines for bigger fish? Seeing that the enchanting woman finally grasped his intentions, Chui Xingha laughed heartily, giving her a playful slap on her pert backside, exclaiming, Ah, you are indeed teachable. Su Yao, you must remember, at all times there are mountains beyond mountains, and there are individuals beyond individuals. As we navigate through the world, if we aspire to endure, we must adopt a more discreet demeanor. Until we have thoroughly discerned the other party's connections, we must not act rashly. Moreover, having encountered such a substantial patron, I am eager to profit handsomely through this individual. As the secretary and financial officer to Chui Xingha, Su Yao could not be oblivious to the fact that although the man before her had acquired wild boar and deer meat at exorbitant prices in the black market, his unique channels allowed him to resell it for a staggering profit of over 2,000 yuan within just 2 hours. It was akin to a money-printing machine. Otherwise, why would Su Yao, who possessed immense confidence in her physique and appearance, willingly align herself with a convict like Chui Xingha, submissively acquiescing to his whims? Second Master, if that's the case, this fellow is indeed our golden goose. I wonder when Brotherly will visit us next? She mused with an air of anticipation. Upon hearing this, Chui Xingha chuckled heartily and jested. What this? Seeing that pretty boy looking more handsome than me has stirred some thoughts in you? Realizing her inadvertent slip of the tongue, Su Yao swiftly composed herself, donning a charming smile as she replied, "Second master, how could that be? In the southern part of the city, who doesn't know that I, Su Yao, am your woman?" Cui Xinghe let out a cold snort. Abruptly pushing the alluring figure before him onto the sofa, he coldly remarked, "As long as you know that, what are you still dawdling for? I am in quite a temper right now. Come over and help me cool off." Witnessing his fury, Su Yao began to unbutton her blouse, slowly crawling toward Cui Xinghe, commencing her task of undressing him. Before long, the room was filled with their heavy breaths. "Achoo! Who is speaking of me?" Tang Kun pondered, wondering if his wife, Xu Rong, had already begun to miss him after only half an hour of separation. As he approached a small inn, he inadvertently sneezed, muttering to himself, "Comrade, please reserve a room for me." Upon entering the inn, he noticed a young woman seated at the counter, surrounded by keys hanging from the walls. He approached her, smiling as he inquired, "Do you have single rooms or dormitory rooms?" The young woman glanced at him and directly asked, "Single room or shared room?" Unfamiliar with the market rates, Tang Kun earnestly asked, "How much for a single room, and how much for a shared one?" The woman replied succinctly, "A single room is 5 yuan per day, and a shared room is 1 yuan. So inexpensive?" Without hesitation, Tang Kun responded, "Then I'll take a single room. Room 202. The woman collected the payment, retrieved a key from the wall, and handed it to Tang Kun. He took the key and ascended the stairs. Upon opening the door, he found a room small, yet reasonably clean and tidy. After tidying up a bit, he lay down on the inn's large bed, beginning to contemplate his forthcoming plans. Meanwhile, Cui Xinghe had already concluded his business. Su Yao languidly leaned against Cui Xinghe, whispering, "Second master, should we not assign someone to keep an eye on that Mr. Li?" Cui Xinghe lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and nodded with a smile, replying, "Indeed. The next time we encounter him, let us send a few clever lads to discreetly follow him and ascertain his background. Remember, we mustn't let him catch on." Time passed swiftly, and soon the night deepened. At the eastern end of Shushui village, the sisters Xu Rong and Xu Yin waited anxiously, having seen no sign of Tang Kun. "Elder sister, could it be that brother-in-law is staying in the city? It's so late, yet there is still no trace of him. Perhaps we should return home. It is exceedingly cold here." Upon hearing the words of her younger sister, Xu Rong glanced at the time and, with a resigned nod, began to walk back, casting occasional glances behind her, yearning for the sight of her beloved figure. Chapter 38. Shopping frenzy in the heart of the city. At this very moment, Tang Kun was blissfully unaware that his wife, Xu Rong, and his sister-in-law, Xu Yin, had been waiting for him at the village entrance for the better part of the day. With important matters to attend to the following day and a journey back home ahead, the man had turned off the lights early and slipped into a deep slumber. The comfort of staying in a hotel. After a night of restorative rest, Tang Kun awoke early the next morning, even before the roosters crow, appearing invigorated and refreshed. After completing his morning rituals and organizing his belongings, he neatly folded the bedding and made his way downstairs. Upon returning the key, he exited the small hotel with ease. Having earned such a considerable sum, he pondered what gifts would delight his family the most. As he strolled towards the street food stalls, intent on satisfying his hunger, his mind raced with thoughts of what to buy that would please his wife and sisters-in-law. After all, having ventured into the city after such a long time, he could not afford to disappoint the women in his life. Ultimately, he decided it was futile to overthink it. He would simply seize whatever caught his eye. With a clear resolution, he spotted a stall selling steaming fried dough sticks and soy milk, accompanied by freshly made tea eggs. His eyes lit up, and he could not help but salivate. In the 1980s, these were indeed culinary delights. Now, with a wealth of money at his disposal, he felt no hesitation. He pulled out a 5 yuan bill and promptly purchased 4 fried dough sticks, a bowl of soy milk, and 2 tea eggs, all for less than 1 yuan. After breakfast, a thought struck him. His wife Xu Rong had once mentioned the particularly fragrant peach crisps sold on the street, while his sisters-in-law were always tempted by the malt sugar figurines. Thus inspired, he set off to seek out a pastry shop and a craftsman selling sugar figurines. Fortunately, the city was not vast. Before long, he stumbled upon an old-fashioned pastry shop, its shelves brimming with traditional confections. Tang Kun meticulously selected a large bag of peach crisps and, after completing his purchase, handled it with care. Not long after, he discovered an elderly man at a street corner skillfully crafting sugar figurines. The lifelike creations brought a smile to Tang Kun's face. Imagining the joy on his wife's and sisters-in-law's faces, as well as the jubilant little figure of Dodo and her rosy, cherubic cheeks, he bought 6 adorable sugar figurines, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Moreover, since he was in the city, it was imperative to visit a general goods store to procure new clothes for his wife and sisters-in-law. After all, one's appearance is paramount. Recalling that his wife, Xu Rong, still wore her faded old garments, while his sisters-in-law rotated their patched clothes to save fabric, and their shoes were worn to the point of being threadbare, a wave of guilt washed over Tang Kun. In his past, he would have been indifferent, consumed by self-interest, neglecting the well-being of the women in his life. If one were to live again, it is imperative to ensure that women lead more prosperous lives. Otherwise, what would be the point of such a journey through time? A life well lived, amassing wealth, ought to be devoted to providing comfort and happiness for one's loved ones. With this thought in mind, Tang Kun entered the general merchandise store, ready to indulge in a shopping spree. Although the items of the 1980s lacked the vibrant variety of later years, the array of products in the store still dazzled him. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his way to the women's clothing section, scrutinizing the innovative yet quintessentially 1980s garments. Suddenly, a floral dress caught his eye, a delicate print that would perfectly complement Xu Rong's gentle demeanor. Without a second thought or inquiry about the price, he purchased it. This scene left the surrounding shoppers, both men and women, utterly astonished. Tang Kun then wandered around, deliberately selecting several brightly colored shirts and cotton trousers for his sisters-in-law. The thought of the joy on their faces when adorned in new attire brought an involuntary smile to his lips. Naturally, new clothes necessitated new shoes. He strode directly to the footwear section and was pleasantly surprised by the abundance of popular fabric shoe styles from the 80s. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose a pair of exquisite embroidered fabric shoes for Xu Rong and selected butterfly-adorned shoes for his sisters-in-law. "Comrade, I see you are buying so much for the women. Don't you need anything for yourself?" One of the female sales clerks, noticing Tang Kun's generosity, couldn't help but murmur. Indeed, how could he have forgotten about himself? Tang Kun lightly tapped his forehead, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Comrade, you're a woman. Your taste should be impeccable. Please recommend a few items for me." Upon hearing this, the sales clerk's face brightened with a smile as she replied, "Of course." She then guided Tang Kun towards the men's clothing section. As he scanned the rows of racks displaying 1980s-style menswear, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Suddenly, he spotted a deep blue Zhongshan suit, its sharp lines exuding an air of sophistication and gravitas, which instantly captivated him. He thought to himself, donning the suit would certainly elevate his presence, especially when paired with black leather shoes, truly a perfect ensemble. If he were to accompany his wife, Xu Rong, it would undoubtedly turn many heads. The sales clerk, perceptive to his interest in the Zhongshan suit, smiled and remarked, "Comrade, your taste is commendable. This outfit suits you well, though it does come with a hefty price tag." Unfazed, Tang Kun waved his hand dismissively and boldly declared, "Price is of no concern. Just style me as you see fit." Ultimately, under the clerk's guidance, Tang Kun acquired not only 2 suits and 2 pairs of shoes, but also a plethora of cosmetics for the women in his life. After completing his shopping, he emerged from the department store, thoroughly satisfied and brimming with joy. The thrill of shopping is simply exhilarating. In any case, indulging women results in a doubled reward from the system. It not only yields no losses, but indeed proves to be a significant profit. However, after a considerable while of carrying numerous items, Tang Kun began to find it rather inconvenient. Thus, he glanced around and, seizing the opportunity, stepped into a narrow alley. When the coast was clear, he swiftly stowed all his possessions back into the system's space. Task accomplished, with satisfaction swelling in his heart. Tang Kun prepared to depart directly and return to Shangshui village. Ding ding dong. To his surprise, just as he took a couple of steps, he spotted a young man not far ahead, riding a brand new bicycle. On the back seat was a youthful and beautiful girl as they weaved through the streets. The couple, a perfect match, rode along with laughter and conversation, exuding happiness. Well, given that Shangshui village is so far from the city, it certainly wouldn't be practical to walk each time. I might as well purchase a bicycle. Just imagine having Xu Rong seated on the back. It would surely delight her immensely. Chapter 39. Trading a shotgun for a cannon, riding a bicycle back to the village, reflecting on that warm and romantic scene. Tang Kun couldn't help but chuckle softly. A man of action, he strolled through the city streets, his gaze flitting about as he began to search for a nearby bicycle shop. Fortunately, after a mere 10 minutes of wandering, he stumbled upon a bicycle store, its entrance adorned with an array of bicycles. Excitedly, Tang Kun stepped inside, his eyes gleaming as he beheld the brand new bicycles on display. In these times, possessing a bicycle was akin to acquiring a luxury car in later years, a truly significant achievement. "Comrade, do you have a bicycle in mind?" A shop assistant, noticing the customer's arrival, greeted him warmly. Tang Kun circled the bicycles, his fingers gently caressing the handlebars and frames, as if he were touching rare treasures. Ultimately, he settled on a classic black Phoenix brand bicycle, a model celebrated for its practicality and in vogue in the current market. "How much for this bicycle?" he inquired. The assistant, beaming, extolled the merits of the bike, and Tang Kun nodded in agreement, ultimately deciding to make the purchase. "It's not expensive, just 180 yuan, the assistant replied with a smile. Indeed, that was the price. Tang Kun was well aware that in the 1980s, a Phoenix bicycle was considered a luxury item. He promptly pulled out 18 large notes, counted them, totaling 180 yuan, and handed the money over to the assistant with ease. He expected the assistant to be overjoyed, but to his surprise, the assistant wore a troubled expression and quietly said, "Comrade, we don't accept cash here. Didn't you know?" Tang Kun was taken aback, realizing he had forgotten that during the 1980s, purchasing large items required purchase coupons. Even cash would not suffice. What to do? Had he known, he would have ensured to acquire more coupons during his earlier transaction with Master Chui. Regardless, he was determined to secure this bicycle, with a plan forming in his mind. Tang Kun maintained an air of composure, while quickly devising a solution. There's always a way. Fixated on the assistant, he smiled and said, "Comrade, I am fully aware that a purchase coupon is required. However, I left it at home in my haste this morning. Would you be so kind as to make an exception?" Seeing the situation, the assistant shook his head firmly, compassionate yet resolute. "Comrade, this is a substantial purchase. Why not return tomorrow with your coupon? It wouldn't be too late then." What a preposterous suggestion. He was not a city dweller, and with the distance from Shangshui village to the city being so great, a round trip would take at least 4 to 5 hours, an enormous waste of time. The hour for his rendezvous with Wang Ergu was drawing near, and he had many other matters to attend to. He could not afford any delays. "Comrade, I have to head out to the countryside shortly. Could you assist me, please? How about this? I'll give you a couple of large bills, and you help me come up with a solution, all right? You work here, so you must have some connections." Upon hearing Tang Kun's words and noticing the discreet 20 yuan he slipped into his hand, the young clerk glanced around to ensure no one was watching, swiftly pocketed the money, and smiled, saying, "Comrade, we all have our struggles. Let us have some mutual understanding. Since you put it that way, I'll lend you my vehicle purchase voucher." What a joke. 20 large bills represented half a month's salary. Not only could he earn money, but he could also do a good deed. Why not take advantage of the opportunity? Thus, a seemingly impossible transaction was swiftly concluded, much to everyone's delight. Tang Kun grinned widely as he pushed his bicycle out of the shop. The man awkwardly mounted the bike, feeling the gentle breeze against his face, pedaling vigorously towards home, his heart brimming with anticipation. He imagined the surprised expressions on Xu Rong and his sister-in-law's faces upon seeing the new bicycle, and he felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. "Hey, look! That guy riding the bike. Could it be that scoundrel Tang Kun?" Little did Tang Kun know. As he rode triumphantly across the street, the trio of Lao Gui, Lao He, and a Bing, gossiping in a corner of the city, unexpectedly spotted him. Lao Gui, with his keen eyes, noticed the cyclist bore a striking resemblance to Tang Kun and hurriedly ran over to inform Ling Chuyan, who was lounging in a chair, soaking up the sun. What? The handsome lad we robbed yesterday is now riding a bicycle? Ling Chuyan exclaimed in shock, immediately sitting up. Lao Gui, are you certain it's him? Before Lao Gui could reply, Lao He and a Bing rushed over, confidently asserting, Boss, there's no mistaking it. Not only has he bought a bicycle, but it's also a brand new Phoenix model. At least 180 yuan. He must have played us for fools yesterday. However, I still can't figure out where he hid the money. Upon hearing this, Ling Chuyan's expression shifted slightly. Internally, she mused, what a cunning fellow. He appears so composed while spinning lies, even managing to deceive me. How infuriating. Despite her thoughts, she commanded, you three go check it out. If it really is him, bring him to me. I'm quite curious about how he managed to evade my discerning gaze. In reality, eager to return home quickly, Tang Kun adapted to riding the bicycle and sped away. Within the span of a conversation, he had vanished from sight. After pursuing for some distance, Lao Gui and the others found themselves at a bustling intersection, ultimately returning empty-handed. Boss, we couldn't catch up. He has already escaped. Observing the panting trio, Ling Chuyan sneered. Remember this. The next time you encounter this Tang Kun, seize him without hesitation. Remember, under no circumstances must we harm him in the slightest. Once Ling Chuyan departed, Abing could not help but murmur, my dear friends, have you noticed anything amiss? The old ghost and old black exchanged puzzled glances and inquired, Abing, what seems to be the matter? The boss appears to have taken quite an interest in this Tang Kun. Could it be that he has genuinely developed a fondness for this pretty boy? Meanwhile, Tang Kun rode his bicycle at a brisk pace. The journey that took over 2 hours to arrive now took less than an hour for his return. Oh, what a thrill! Spotting the village entrance gradually coming into view, Tang Kun hastily dismounted, pushing his bicycle beneath a small tree by the roadside. Ensuring the coast was clear, he promptly summoned a cart from his spatial realm, along with various items purchased from the city. He then placed the bicycle atop the cart and, with a swagger, proceeded onward. Chapter 40. The women were stunned by the good news, sister. It's already afternoon. Brother-in-law has been gone for nearly 2 days. Why hasn't he returned yet? Is he perhaps out gallivanting again? One must remember, in the city, the temptations are far greater than here. Inside the house, the second sister, Feng, remained resting on the bedding due to a sprained ankle. Xu Rong, Xu Yin, and Jiao sat at the edge of the Kong, engaged in hushed conversation, though their spirits were far from high. For the past couple of days, they had not caught a glimpse of brother-in-law Tang Kun, and Jiao, the younger sister-in-law, lacked the inclination to play with her small fox figurine, her gaze now tinged with a hint of melancholy as she began to voice her grievances. Jiao, be quiet. Your brother-in-law has worked hard to turn over a new leaf. He is now caring and capable of providing for the family, and our lives are improving day by day. Do you wish to return to the past? How dare you speak ill of him? You must be too comfortable in your current life. If your brother-in-law were to hear this, wouldn't it break his heart? In a critical moment, Xu Rong stepped forward, fervently defending her partner. Upon hearing her elder sister's reprimand, Jiao's face fell, her expression one of unjust dismay. Sister, how could anyone curse brother-in-law? We have all witnessed his transformation during this time. I merely worry that with newfound wealth, he might revert to his former self. You know our family has no relatives in the city. Where could he possibly be wandering at night? When he left, there wasn't much on the cart. Even if the goods were hard to sell, a day should suffice. But now, dusk is approaching, and still, there is no sign of him. As Jiao concluded her remarks, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. In truth, at that moment, the eldest sister, Xu Rong, felt an anxiety greater than anyone else's. Deep down, she feared not only for her man's safety, but also that he might, as her younger sister suggested, revert to his selfish ways, neglecting the family. Enough of such talk. Let's avoid unsettling thoughts. Yin, Jiao, I'm feeling a bit unwell today. Nightfall is near, and I anticipate your brother-in-law should return soon. Why don't you head to the kitchen and prepare something to eat? understanding their elder sister's displeasure. Su Yin and Su Jiao remained silent, promptly rising to head towards the kitchen. Brother-in-law, when did you arrive? To their surprise, as Su Yin and Su Jiao lifted their heads, they spotted Tang Kun standing at the door, a beaming smile illuminating his face. Instantly, they were filled with delight and rushed towards him. Kun, upon hearing her sister's exclamation, Xu Rong leaned out to see, and indeed, it was the man she had longed for. A radiant smile spread across her face as she hurriedly closed the distance, throwing herself into his embrace. They say that absence makes the heart grow fonder. The 2 days of Tang Kun's absence led the women to realize that, in this lifetime, they could hardly imagine being apart from him. Witnessing her elder sister unabashedly throwing herself into brother-in-law's arms, Su Yin and Su Jiao exchanged awkward glances, quickly retreating to the edge of the Kong to engage in conversation with the second sister, Su Feng. However, although the 3 sisters-in-law attempted to ease the awkward atmosphere through conversation, it was evident that their minds were elsewhere, as they strained to eavesdrop on the dialogue between their sister and brother-in-law. Kun, why you been gone for so long this time? It's truly maddening. If I didn't know your exact whereabouts, I would have rushed into the city to find you. Listening to the lamentations of the woman in his arms, Tang Kun chuckled and replied, My dear, it has only been a day and a half. Look, I'm back safe and sound. What is there to worry about? Little did he know, upon hearing his nonchalant demeanor, Xu Rong became so incensed that she began to stomp her feet. Are you not aware that a day apart feels like 3 autumns? Kun, you are now the pillar of our family. Please do not leave us to worry alone in the future, all right? After hearing Xu Rong's heartfelt words, Tang Kun finally realized that his woman truly cared for him, filling his heart with a sense of gratitude. In his previous life, she had lost faith in him, ultimately succumbing to despair and taking her own life after witnessing the tragic fates of her sisters. In this life, however, due to his return, she had become exceptionally affectionate and attentive, which brought immense satisfaction to Tang Kun's heart. All right, no more tears. And you 3, stop pretending. Come out and see what wonderful gifts your brother-in-law has brought you. Having seen their brother-in-law return, Su Yin and the others had already forgotten their earlier concerns. But upon hearing his words, they suddenly realized that the man before them had gone to the city to earn money. They excitedly rushed out of the house, only to be utterly astonished by the items on the cart in the yard. Wow, it's truly a bicycle, and a Phoenix brand at that. Su Jiao, the fastest, was the first to exclaim. Su Feng, who had been resting on the Kong, could not contain her excitement upon hearing that her brother-in-law had bought a bicycle. Ignoring her still recovering injuries, she bounced out of the house. The moment she laid eyes on the brand-new bicycle, tears of joy streamed down her face. While others may not have understood, Su Feng was well aware of the bicycle's cost. She had once seen the daughter of the town's wealthiest man riding one at the market, and had felt a pang of envy. After discreet inquiries, she was astonished to learn that a bicycle could cost between 1 to 200 yuan. Su Feng had calculated that such a substantial sum would surely suffice for years of use. She never imagined that so little time had passed, and her brother-in-law had already managed to purchase a bicycle. All right, we can play with the bicycle later. Let us first bring everything inside. I assure you all will be satisfied. As many items were packed in bags, Su Yin and Su Jiao were unaware of the treasures contained within the 2 nylon bags. They were simply thrilled to push the bicycle around, circling the yard. Observing this, Tang Kun called out, urging his sisters-in-law to assist him in moving the items. Upon hearing her brother-in-law's call, Su Jiao quickly realized what she needed to do, carefully placing the bicycle down, lifting a bag, and joining her third sister, Su Yin, to carry it into the house. Xu Rong and Su Feng, upon witnessing the exuberant demeanor of their 2 younger sisters, could not help but smile broadly. Wow, there are clothes, shoes, and an assortment of delectable treats. Brother-in-law, are all these for us? After unveiling all the items, the 4 Su sisters were truly astonished by the heap of treasures before them. The women could hardly fathom that the man in front of them, having merely ventured into the city, would return with such delightful surprises. Hearing Su Yan's eager inquiry, Tang Kun chuckled heartily and jested. These gifts are not meant for other women, are they? Xu Rong, unable to suppress her amusement, shot a playful glare at her husband, though the smile at the corner of her lips betrayed her delight. All right, everyone gets a share. However, a few items were specifically purchased for your sister, so do not covet them. Chapter 41. The first gift received. Xu Rong wept. Sister-in-law, do tell us what wonderful gift you have brought for my sister. Su Jiao, the playful and charming younger sister-in-law, was the first to inquire. In that moment, not only Su Feng and Su Yin wore expressions of concern, but even Xu Rong's heart brimmed with anticipation. To be frank, ever since marrying the man before her, aside from the initial blissful days of their union, the rest of her life had been fraught with hardship and humiliation. The days had been far from bearable. They had been marked by a relentless struggle for survival. Ever since Tang Kun began frequenting the company of Wang Ergu, Jiao, Wei Jun, and others, their days were consumed with drinking and gambling, and upon returning, he would unleash his pent-up rage upon Xu Rong. Had it not been for her concern for her three younger sisters' safety, Xu Rong might have long since succumbed to despair, fleeing or even contemplating a final escape from it all. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, the man before her seemed to have undergone a transformation, as if he had shed his former self. Not only did he treat her with tenderness, but he also showered his three sisters-in-law with affection, leaving Xu Rong profoundly moved and filled with hope for her current life. Little did she know, her husband had blossomed like an old tree in spring, transformed beyond recognition. My dear, these gifts are specially chosen for you. Do you like them? Upon hearing her sister-in-law's urging, Tang Kun hurriedly selected a few carefully prepared gifts from a pile, beaming as he presented them to Xu Rong. As she beheld the floral dress, embroidered cloth shoes, and her beloved peach crisp pastries, Xu Rong found herself speechless, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears of joy that cascaded down her cheeks. My love, why are you crying? Do you not like these gifts? Seeing her weep instead of express delight at his thoughtful offerings left Tang Kun utterly bewildered. He glanced at his three sisters-in-law, ultimately turning to Xu Rong with an anxious expression, unable to contain his curiosity. Before Xu Rong could respond, Su Yin and Su Jiao also expressed their concern. Elder sister, are you all right? Brother-in-law has brought you so many gifts, and we are all so happy. Why do you weep? This is making brother-in-law uncomfortable. Although Su Feng, the second sister, remained silent, she understood her sister's plight all too well. What life had been like for the eldest sister was not a mystery to others. As the second child in the family, Su Feng retained vivid memories. Whenever the sisters found it difficult to make ends meet, it was Xu Rong who secretly took things from home to support them, enduring countless beatings for their sake. Yet, Xu Rong bore the burden alone, never uttering a word of her suffering. Now, seeing her brother-in-law Tang Kun turn his life around and return from an outing not thinking of himself, but instead bearing so many gifts for the women, it moved Su Feng deeply. Indeed, upon realizing that her husband and sisters misunderstood her tears, Xu Rong quickly wiped her face and smiled as she explained, Darling, these are tears of joy. It is the first time I have received a gift from you since joining the Tang family. How could I not be happy? Upon hearing the circumstances, Tang Kun inwardly scolded his former self for being heartless. Yet he could not help but chuckle, declaring, My dear wife, rest assured, from this day forth, I shall fulfill any desire you have for gifts. Even the stars in the sky, I would pluck them down for you. Should I fail to keep my word, may the heavens strike me with thunder. Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao, the three sisters-in-law, gazed at their brother-in-law's romantic proclamation with envy, admiring how he cherished their sister so dearly. Upon hearing her husband's fervent vow, Xu Rong hurriedly stepped forward, covering his mouth with her right hand, playfully admonishing, Darling, do not say such things. Our lives have finally begun to show promise. Henceforth, both you and my sisters must take good care of yourselves, understood? Seeing her reaction, Tang Kun laughed heartily. My love, do you adore these gifts? Xu Rong accepted the floral dress and embroidered shoes from her husband, her eyes sparkling with delight as she exclaimed, Husband, who wouldn't cherish such splendid items? Yet she inquired, But why did you manage to buy so much with so little money on your trip to the city? Anticipating her curiosity, Tang Kun smiled slightly, and replied, "My dear, the answer shall be revealed shortly, if you please. You have received your gifts, but your sisters are eagerly awaiting theirs." At this, Xu Rong instantly grasped the situation, noticing the three sisters blushing, and her face blossomed into a radiant smile. "All right, you are the master here. We shall follow your lead." The sisters, thrilled yet bashful, were excited at the prospect of finally receiving new clothes, a rarity in their lives. Given their impoverished circumstances, their attire had either been patched up old garments or hand-me-downs from Xu Rong, the eldest, to Xu Feng, and then to Xu Yin and the youngest, Xu Jiao. Their clothes were not only shared among the four daughters of the Xu family, but had been worn for an extended period, making their lives quite arduous. Otherwise, Xu Rong's current outfit would not be so faded, having long lost its original hue. Their shyness stemmed from the fact that, as young women, they were now accepting charity from their brother-in-law, which left them feeling somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, at this moment, seeing Tang Kun present them with vibrant shirts and durable trousers, along with shoes adorned with bows, the three charming young ladies were filled with excitement. Had it not been for Tang Kun's presence, they would have likely rushed to change into their new attire on the spot. Tang Kun, perceptive to the sisters' unspoken desires, smiled and suggested, "Shall I step outside while you try on the clothes and shoes to see if they fit well?" Xu Feng, Xu Yin, and Xu Jiao erupted with joyous cheers. However, Xu Rong firmly grasped her husband's arm and whispered, "Dear, let us wait until tomorrow. We have to prepare dinner shortly. We wouldn't want to soil our new clothes, would we? Besides, if we were to wear new outfits, it would be better to change after our baths tonight." Xu Feng Yin and Jiao, what do you think? In the throes of excitement, I failed to consider an important detail. Xu Feng, Xu Zan, and Xu Jiao cherished their new garments and shoes immensely, cheerfully exclaiming, "It seems our eldest sister is quite thoughtful." However, just as the three sisters-in-law were reveling in their joy, a sudden uproar erupted outside the door. The onlookers were puzzled, only to see village chief Wang Baofa hastily approaching, accompanied by a throng of villagers. It turned out that although Tang Kun had concealed his activities quite well, he had nevertheless entered the village pushing a cart. While the contents of the nylon bag remained a mystery to the villagers, the brand new bicycle on the cart was unmistakable. Little did Tang Kun anticipate that news of his bicycle purchase would spread throughout the entire village while he was distributing gifts to the women. "Ah, Tang Kun, I hear you've returned from the city with a bounty of treasures and have struck it rich?" Village Chief Wang Baofa's eyes fixated on the remaining gifts atop the Kong as he stepped into the room. Tang Kun felt a pang of unease within, yet managed to maintain an air of composure. "Village Chief, there's nothing of the sort. Merely a stroke of luck that allowed me to exchange some items for a bit of pocket change." "Humph, you cannot deceive us, young man. Do you think those bicycles outside simply appear by the wind? And the items on the Kong must amount to over 100 yuan. We are all from the same village, and today you must share with everyone if there are any avenues for profit that could benefit our community. Our village has languished in poverty for so many years. It cannot be that only your family thrives." Sighing helplessly, Tang Kun had initially planned to improve his own circumstances before extending a hand to the entire village. He had not anticipated the news traveling so swiftly. However, upon hearing the old village chief's words, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. With a smile, he replied, "Old village chief, I do indeed have an idea that could help everyone earn some extra income, though I'm uncertain if everyone would be willing to participate." Chapter 42. Regarding the first pot of gold, Tang Kun exuded an unusual confidence. Upon hearing the news, the old village chief, Wang Baofa, immediately brightened and responded eagerly. "Tang Kun, who would be unwilling to engage in a profitable venture? You are well aware of the village's plight. Life has become painfully arduous for everyone. If we could earn a little extra, it would surely enhance our living conditions, and we would be profoundly grateful to you." The villagers, crowded both inside and outside their homes, upon learning of the opportunity to make some pocket money, hurriedly urged Tang Kun, "You are the only high school graduate in the village, a figure of great potential in everyone's eyes. Please, enlighten us." In the past, when Tang Kun had mingled with Wang Ergu and others, leading a life of idleness, Villagers had used him as a cautionary tale to educate their children, urging them to avoid his path. However, after his rebirth, a mere trip to the city to purchase a brand new bicycle and some daily necessities had dramatically altered the villagers' perception of him. Witnessing the transformation in his life, the once downtrodden Tang Kun had unexpectedly become a figure of admiration among the villagers, which struck him as quite amusing. Indeed, the vicissitudes of life and the theater of existence are remarkable. Nevertheless, Tang Kun bore no resentment towards the villagers for their fluctuating attitudes. He understood their current sentiments quite well. Thus, he smiled and said, "Old village chief, fellow villagers, here's the plan. In your spare time, you can venture into the mountains for hunting or gather medicinal herbs. Regardless of the quantity, you may bring them to me, and I, Tang Kun, will purchase them at a generous price, ensuring that you are well compensated." How does that sound? In truth, during his return journey, Tang Kun had been contemplating how to swiftly extricate himself from Shangshui village and uncover his first pot of gold, thereby propelling himself towards the realization of his ambitious commercial aspirations. Although he currently had no worries about sustenance, the distinction between working alone and having a multitude laboring for him was stark. As the ancients wisely stated, those who employ their minds govern others. Those who toil with their hands are governed. To soar to great heights, Tang Kun understood he must unite many others to serve his purpose. As a reborn individual, he was acutely aware that in the 1980s, venturing into business would surely yield fruitful results. Moreover, with the advantages afforded by his rebirth, he had no reason to doubt his ability to discern the pulse of the times and seize abundant opportunities. The street vendor economy thrived in the 1980s, propelling many tycoons to wealth. In the 1990s, investments in the stock market guaranteed substantial profits. After the turn of the millennium, the internet economy soared. At this moment, Tang Kun had already identified the most suitable investment prospects. With his emergence, those who would later become renowned figures in business would likely find themselves dutifully serving him. Post-2003, the national real estate market flourished, changing by the day. Tang Kun believed that as long as he was not mediocre, accumulating wealth would be inevitable. This conviction was the very foundation of Tang Kun's extraordinary confidence following his rebirth. At that moment, the villagers were blissfully unaware of the thoughts swirling in Tang Kun's mind. Upon hearing of such a promising opportunity, they erupted into excited chatter, voices overlapping in animated discussion. "Tang Kun, do you truly possess such a substantial sum of money? What if the villagers gather the medicinal herbs and you decide not to accept them? Wouldn't our efforts be in vain?" Upon hearing the villagers' inquiries, before Tang Kun could respond, the elderly village chief, Wang Baofa, glared fiercely at the questioning villager, his eyes ablaze with intensity. With a stern countenance, he admonished Wang Matzi, "Cease your disruption. Are you not aware of Tang Kun's capabilities? In such a short span, he has managed to acquire Phoenix brand bicycles and even provided new garments for his wife and sister-in-law. If it were you, would you dare to claim the same?" Upon receiving the chief's rebuke, Wang Matzi instantly bowed his head in shame, rendered speechless. After all, living in the same village, who was unaware of Tang Kun's remarkable transformation? In truth, at that moment, the most astounded individual was none other than the old village leader, Wang Baofa. Prior to his venture into the city, when Tang Kun had come to borrow a cart, Wang Ernie had looked down upon him, but Wang Baofa had reassured his beloved daughter, asserting that Tang Kun was not merely a bookworm, but a true gem among men, urging her to keep her expectations high. Wang Baofa had presumed that even if Tang Kun were to soar to great heights, it would take time. Little did he anticipate that within a mere 2 days, such astonishing changes would transpire, leaving him utterly astonished. His reprimand of Wang Matzi was not merely an opportunity to curry favor with Tang Kun, but also a testament to his unwavering confidence in the young man's capabilities. Observing this, Tang Kun smiled gently, waved his hand, and cheerfully declared, "I naturally understand everyone has concerns. Therefore, let us draft a written agreement. Should I refuse to accept the herbs, I shall compensate everyone at double the market price. Is that agreeable? After all, We are all from the same village, and Tang Kun, would never allow anyone to suffer loss. Hearing his words, the villagers felt a wave of relief wash over them. One could not help but inquire, Tang Kun, we have a deal then. Tomorrow morning, I shall take my family into the mountains to hunt. Initially, when Tang Kun had borrowed a gun from the village chief for hunting, many had dismissed it as folly, mocking him in silence. They never anticipated that the true jesters would be themselves. At that moment, regret washed over many as they realized their misjudgment. No problem. I'll take as many as you can provide, Tang Kun said, his face aglow with confidence. Seeing that matters were settled and noticing the abundance of goods piled on the bed, Wang Baofa swallowed hard and proclaimed, "All right, everything has been agreed upon, so everyone may return home. We cannot linger here, as it might discomfort Tang Kun and his family." Upon hearing the chief's words, the crowd caught sight of the four Su sisters blushing deeply, prompting a hearty laugh from all. "Wait a moment," Tang Kun called out, noticing several children in the crowd eyeing the small candies and various sweets on the bed. Instantly comprehending, he gathered a handful of candies and distributed several to each of the eager little ones. To the two closest children, he even bestowed an extra handful of sweets. Many parents, witnessing the joy on their children's faces, expressed their gratitude with smiles, their gazes towards Tang Kun filled with respect. It is universally acknowledged that, at this juncture, typical rural households have little disposable income to purchase such items. Esteemed village chief, this is a token of my gratitude. Were it not for your cart, my journey to the city would not have been so seamless. Observing the venerable chief Wang Baofa preparing to depart, Tang Kun hurriedly presented a jar of canned goods, warmly extending it into the elder's hands. In this era, such canned provisions are undoubtedly a prized offering. Upon receiving such a precious gift from Tang Kun, Wang Baofa swiftly declined. "Tang Kun, during this period, I have already benefited immensely from your generosity. With wild boar meat, venison, and rabbit meat, I feel quite embarrassed. Perhaps you should keep these for your family, as they too have their own burdens to bear. I shall merely return with the cart." It is a jest indeed. As the leader of the village, Wang Baofa is well aware of the adage about forsaking the large for the small. Should he exhibit excessive greed now and leave a negative impression on Tang Kun, how could he expect to prosper alongside him in the future? Truth be told, Wang Baofa was quite tempted by the apple preserves Tang Kun had offered, yet the old man ultimately resisted the allure of his desires, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance as he departed, ever mindful of Tang Kun's family's needs. Chapter 43. My dear, where did all this money come from? My dear, do we truly possess such a fortune that we can afford to make acquisitions? After all the villagers had departed their homes, Xu Rong approached her husband with an anxious expression, pressing him with questions. While others might be oblivious, Xu Rong was acutely aware that her husband had merely ventured into the city yesterday to procure some wild boar and deer meat. What substantial sum could those items possibly yield? The woman had anticipated that Tang Kun would return home with merely a few dozen yuan to alleviate their household struggles. To her astonishment, not only had her husband purchased a bicycle, but he had also acquired 2 sets of clothing for each of his 4 sisters-in-law, not to mention an assortment of snacks and delicacies. Altogether, these expenditures constituted a considerable fortune. How could Xu Rong not be anxious? Indeed, brother-in-law, just moments ago, the old village chief spoke casually, and you readily agreed. In these times, we wield little power and can only look after ourselves. Upon hearing her elder sister's inquiry, Su Feng, the younger sister, could no longer contain her concern and voiced her worries. After all, she was well aware of the perils and challenges that accompanied hunting in the mountains alongside her brother-in-law. Observing her elder and second sisters expressing such sentiments, Su Yin and Su Jiao, who had moments ago been brimming with pride, now wore expressions of shock, their faces drained of color. The women did not wish for their newfound happiness to be so abruptly curtailed. "Huh, what is this? Do you all have no faith in me?" Remember, the old village chief is brimming with confidence. Noticing the furrowed brows of the 4 beauties before him, Tang Kun chuckled, teasing them lightheartedly. "Brother-in-law, what an inappropriate time for such levity. It's not that we lack faith in you, But within such a brief span, even if you possessed extraordinary abilities, it would be impossible to amass a significant sum of money. Su Jiao, the outspoken sister-in-law, chided him without mincing words. Ha! Then, allow me to show you this. Suddenly, Tang Kun performed a sleight of hand, revealing a large stack of banknotes from his coat. Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao were left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief, while even the eldest, Xu Rong, stared in astonishment. My dear, where on earth did you acquire such a substantial amount of money? You haven't resorted to theft or robbery, have you? Estimating that her husband held at least 1 or 2,000 yuan. Xu Rong's initial expression of joy swiftly morphed into one of pallor as she realized the implications of her words, her voice trembling. Upon hearing the words theft and robbery, Su Feng nearly collapsed. Such acts could warrant the death penalty. Just as her brother-in-law had turned over a new leaf and become the family's pillar of support. If he were to stray down the wrong path again, how would they survive? In that moment, even the usually vivacious Su Yin and Su Jiao, upon witnessing their elder sister's terror and Su Feng's staggering form, were engulfed by worry. Tang Kun had anticipated that revealing such a sum would elicit cheers and joyous embraces from the women. Yet instead, he had inadvertently terrified the 4 remarkable beauties before him. As a reborn individual, Tang Kun quickly realized that he had momentarily lost his composure. If he had presented a couple of hundred yuan, the women would undoubtedly have been overjoyed. However, revealing such a substantial amount of money not only failed to elicit joy, but instead terrified them, leading them to suspect that his wealth was ill-gotten. Recognizing the root of the issue, Tang Kun felt a pang of regret, though his face remained adorned with a smile as he jested. Wife, what's the matter? Now that we have money at home, why aren't you happy? Unexpectedly, Xu Rong stepped forward, grasping his arm with both hands, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him as she whispered, Kun, our good days have only just begun. You must not act foolishly. Such ill-gotten gains should be returned whence they came. As long as you treat me sincerely, even if we have to live on meager rations, I, Xu Rong, will be content and at ease. Before Tang Kun could respond, the 3 sisters, Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao, stepped forward in unison, declaring brother-in-law. We wholeheartedly support our elder sister's opinion. Just a couple of days ago, you mentioned that although we may be poor, our aspirations must remain unshaken. Witnessing the sisters' fervor, Tang Kun couldn't help but be amused. You are all simply delightful. I must tell you the truth. This money was neither stolen nor robbed. It is the fruit of my own intellect and hard work. Upon hearing this, Xu Rong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly inquired, Kun, is that truly the case? But you've only been away for 2 days. How could you have earned so much? This must be at least 1 or 2,000 yuan. Tang Kun nodded slightly, smiling as he replied, Wife, let me be honest with you. During this trip to the city, I earned a total of 100 yuan. He deliberately omitted mentioning the 40 yuan lost to Ling Qiuyan to spare the women unnecessary worry. What? 100 yuan? My goodness. How on earth did you manage to earn so much? They implored him to elaborate. Tang Kun, now emboldened to reveal this considerable sum, had already prepared his explanation during the journey. The truth is, he began, intending to assure his women. Nevertheless, he found himself recounting the source of this wealth. Kun, are you saying that much of this money was given as deposits by others? Who possesses such capacity to provide so much at once? This is truly astonishing. After hearing her man's account, Xu Rong remained in shock, her expression one of disbelief. It is none other than the formidable Master Chui from the black market. His power is beyond our imagination. Undoubtedly, in order to convince the women of the legitimacy of this substantial sum, Tang Kun had no choice but to weave an elaborate fabrication with Chui Xinghe as the central figure. Brother-in-law, so your agreement to acquire everyone's supplies was premeditated? Precisely. Noticing his clever sister-in-law, Su Jiao's astute reaction, Tang Kun cast an admiring glance towards her. Oh my goodness, I never imagined we could suddenly possess such a fortune. I was truly terrified just moments ago. At that instant, upon discovering that the money was secure, the four radiant flowers of the Xu family finally burst into laughter, and the room was once again filled with lively chatter. "My dear, you are our chief steward. You shall manage this one. 500 yuan. As for the remaining funds, I have other plans." The moment Xu Rong received the 150 crisp bills from Tang Kun's hand, her palms began to tremble uncontrollably, her face a delightful canvas of astonishment and joy. To be honest, since reaching adulthood, she had never held such a considerable amount of money in her hands. Chapter 44. Repaying the charming widow, seeing her elder sister wielding the power of finance. With great care, she counted the substantial sum, filled with joy. Su Yan, the youngest, cheerfully remarked, "Brother-in-law, since we have amassed such wealth, can we not settle Wang Ergu and the other's gambling debt of 80 yuan in advance? To be honest, back when you, Wang Ergu, Zhao Daju, and Wei Jun were gambling at the commune's cowshed, there was genuine concern that you might lose, and we sisters would have to pay the price. It is truly surprising that you have resolved this matter in such a short time. It is simply splendid. I have worried for nothing during this period." In truth, not only Su Yan, but the others too, felt a sense of unease at the thought of the considerable debt and the schemes of Wang Ergu and his cohorts. At this moment, witnessing the abundance of money at home and realizing that they would no longer have to concern themselves with such debts brought a wave of relief to the four women. "Haha, with you as my brother-in-law, how could anyone dare to let such beautiful women bear the burden of debt?" Tang Kun reassured them. "Do not worry. I will find a time to settle the debt with Wang Ergu once and for all." Hearing Tang Kun's praise, Su Feng and Su Yan reminisced about the amusing events that transpired during their hunting trip, their cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "All right, dear, it is merely a small sum. You have already counted it several times," Tang Kun remarked, only to discover that his little wife, Xu Rong, was still engrossed in counting the money, prompting him to tease her. Xu Rong, upon hearing this, blushed deeply but replied with a smile, "I have never seen so much money before. We are all family here, and there are no outsiders. What does it matter if I count it a few more times?" Observing his wife's endearing obsession with money, Tang Kun smiled slightly and playfully remarked, "My dear, we shall never lack for funds in the future. I suspect that soon, even counting money will seem tedious to you." Su Jiao, the younger sister-in-law, quickly retorted, "Brother-in-law, who in this world does not love money? If it were me, I would count it until my hands cramped, and I would still wake up laughing." At this moment, Tang Kun merely smiled in silence. After all, no matter how eloquently he spoke, it was far more significant to actualize those words in the future and allow the women to revel in their success. Noticing that his wife was still counting the money and recalling that he owed the charming widow Wang Shuzhen 10 yuan, Tang Kun rose and quietly said, "Dear, you all continue to pack things up. I will step next door to repay Sister Wang." Under normal circumstances, with dusk approaching, Xu Rong would have felt displeased about her husband visiting the neighbors. Yet she understood that at this critical moment, Wang Shuzhen, as a widow, had willingly offered her private savings to help her husband through a difficult time, and this gesture of friendship was something Xu Rong would always cherish. Thus, she promptly responded, "That sounds good. Daodu is craving something delicious. Be sure to bring him a treat, and do not go empty-handed. Once we finish preparing dinner, we will call for you." Tang Kun was quite pleased with his wife's gentle and virtuous nature. "Uncle Tang, you have finally arrived. I wanted to go over earlier, but Mother wouldn't allow it." Upon seeing Tang Kun carrying pastries, canned goods, and delightful sugar figurines, Do rushed over, eagerly accepting the gifts. After a moment of excitement, he began to recount his grievances. The charming widow, Wang Shuzhen, could only manage a bittersweet smile at the situation. In truth, as neighbors, Wang Shuzhen and Do had caught sight of Tang Kun shortly after his return home, astonished to see him return laden with treasures. The sight of the bicycle on the cart left the widow utterly amazed. She pondered the source of Tang Kun's unexpected fortune, filled with curiosity to uncover the truth. However, upon overhearing the playful banter between Tang Kun and Xu Rong, she reconsidered and retreated to her own home. Later, when Do, enticed by the scent of candy, expressed his desire to visit next door, she resolutely stopped him. This was partly because the village elder, Wang Baofa, had come to pay a visit, but more importantly, she had borrowed money from Tang Kun just days prior. She feared that showing up unannounced might give the impression of seeking repayment. Tang Kun had been so generous in aiding her and her son, even offering to take them hunting in the mountains, and she wished to avoid any misunderstandings. To her surprise, not long after, Tang Kun himself appeared at their door. "Dodo, why have you opened the gifts with guests still present?" Wang Shuzhen was about to speak when she noticed her son devouring the pastries, which made her feel somewhat awkward, prompting her to scold him gently. "Sister-in-law, those are indeed for Dodo. Let him enjoy them. Besides, he is just a child." Hearing this, the charming widow nodded appreciatively. She quickly shifted the topic, smiling as she inquired, "Brother Tang Kun, I hadn't expected your visit to the city would last 2 days. By the way, are we still going hunting tomorrow?" Tang Kun readily nodded in affirmation, replying, "Sister-in-law, we shall continue tomorrow." With the reassuring response, Wang Shuzhen felt a deep sigh of relief. To be honest, seeing Tang Kun had purchased a vehicle earlier that day had made her anxious. She feared that with newfound wealth, he would no longer venture into the mountains for hunting, leaving her and her son to long for meat, which would seem but a distant dream. "That's splendid. I'll fetch you a cup of water." At that moment, the widow radiated vitality, suddenly realizing she had neglected her guest's needs. "Sister-in-law, truly there's no need," Tang Kun hastily interjected. However, Wang Shuzhen feigned ignorance, rising to retrieve the kettle for hot water. Unbeknownst to her, as she bent down to lift the kettle, her alluring figure became accentuated, presenting a tempting view to the man behind her. Stunned by Wang Shuzhen's spectacular form, Tang Kun found himself taken aback. He had not anticipated that her beauty could rival that of Su Yin. She was indeed breathtaking, her looks on par with his own wife, and she was among the 6 most beautiful flowers in the village. On ordinary days, one might don loose-fitting attire that conceals a fine figure. However, in this moment of bending down, her alluring physique was revealed in its entirety. Tang Kun, being a man in the prime of his youth, found himself blushing furiously at this sight, hastily turning his head away, unable to bear the gaze any longer. Meanwhile, Dodo was indulging voraciously. The woman's back turned towards him, and fearing that the charming widow might discern his intrigue, the man quickly lowered his head, forcing himself to refrain from stealing glances at the captivating beauty before him. "Brother, have a cup of hot water." Before long, Wang Shuzhen approached with a porcelain cup filled with water, a radiant smile gracing her face as she directly handed it to Tang Kun. Inhaling the delicate fragrance emanating from her, his mind conjured images of her earlier enchanting demeanor, and at that moment, Tang Kun felt his face flush crimson, yearning to flee. Yet, he had come to repay a debt, with the money nestled in his pocket, and his companion beside him was proving to be uncooperative, proudly oblivious to the situation. Thus, Tang Kun could only accept the cup, attempting to mask his awkward predicament. Observing his flushed countenance, Wang Shuzhen remained unaware, never imagining that her presence was the catalyst for the palpable tension in the air. Chapter 45. Wang Shuzhen. Why do I also receive a gift? Sister-in-law, this is the 10 yuan you lent me last time, and now it has returned to its rightful owner. After sipping a cup of warm water and clearing her mind of distractions, Tang Kun's fervent emotions gradually returned to their original state. Sensing that the time was right, the man slowly extracted a neatly prepared banknote from his pocket and handed it directly to the charming widow, Wang Shuzhen. Wang Shuzhen was taken aback, gently refusing with both hands. "Brother, there's no rush for my money. You should keep it for emergencies. Besides, I noticed you brought back many things and even a bicycle. Surely, you must have spent quite a bit. If you repay me now, what will happen to Wang Ergu? Have you forgotten that you still owe that scoundrel money?" Recalling that she had lent him her private savings just 2 days prior, Wang Shuzhen could not help but inquire further as Tang Kun came to repay her. Feeling the woman's concern, Tang Kun was deeply touched at that moment. Truly, a neighbor is better than a distant relative. However, since he was not in financial need, he firmly placed the money into the woman's hands with a smile, saying, "Sister-in-law, I am well aware of the situation with that scoundrel. Your family is struggling. You should take this money." Noticing that her hands were firmly grasped by the man, the charming widow blushed and instinctively lowered her head, remaining silent. After a moment, glancing at her son contentedly enjoying his food, Wang Shuzhen softly replied, "All right then, I will accept it for now. If you ever need anything, just let me know." Hearing her response, Tang Kun chuckled, "Sister-in-law, that's the spirit." Yet, he suddenly realized that he had been holding her delicate hand all along, and quickly released it with an embarrassed expression. What was I thinking? If anyone else were to see me entering a widow's home at night while holding her hand, it would be an indefensible situation. At that moment, it was not only Tang Kun who felt awkward. The charming widow, Wang Shuzhen, also felt her heart racing, a tempest of emotions swirling within her. As the saying goes, regardless of gender, 30 is like a wolf and 40 like a tiger. Although Wang Shuzhen was not yet 30, at the tender age of 26, she was in the prime of her youth, as ripe as a sweet peach. While Tang Kun had immediately released her hands, the sudden contact with another man could not fail to elicit a reaction within her. Reflecting on the handsome and valiant man who had come to her aid, bringing wild boar meat and treats for her son, as well as offering to accompany her on hunts, she felt immense gratitude. Sometimes, her thoughts would wander uncontrollably. Alas, if only Tang Kun were her man. Life was unbearably difficult without a pillar of support at home. To make matters worse, the ruffians like Wang Ergu would occasionally come to harass her. If a man were to stand by my side, providing thoughtful protection, who among the ruffians in the village would dare to impose upon us? Yet, as this dreadful thought surged through Wang Shuzhen's mind, she was suddenly gripped by fear, her body shivering involuntarily. Women are often proud and possess a strong sense of self-respect. How could one ever think to disrupt another's family? Furthermore, Xu Rong and her three sisters have shown exceptional care for their son, Dodo, which weighed heavily on Wang Shuzhen's conscience. Thus, during the night, the charming widow frequently suppressed her inner impulses, fearful that those around her might detect any hint of her true feelings. "Sister-in-law, you've helped me immensely in a critical moment, and I find myself at a loss for how to express my gratitude. I've just returned from the city and noticed that you and Dodo have been wearing worn clothes. So I took the liberty of purchasing a new outfit for both of you. Please try them on shortly and see if they fit." Before departing, Tang Kun pondered for a moment and decided to reveal the gifts he had concealed. As Wang Shuzhen gazed at the two sets of new clothes, one large and one small, her astonishment was palpable. Her enchanting eyes fixated on the garments in Tang Kun's hands, leaving her speechless, unsure of how to respond. To be frank, it would be disingenuous to claim that she did not harbor feelings of appreciation. However, she felt it inappropriate to accept such valuable gifts without having done anything in return. Could it be that this man truly had feelings for her? The suddenness of this thought startled Wang Shuzhen. "Sister-in-law, do you not like them?" Tang Kun inquired, noticing her hesitation and silence. "Oh, it's not that, brother Tang Kun. I do like them. It's just that they are far too precious, and I feel embarrassed to accept them. Furthermore, while no one would think twice about you buying clothes for Dodo, how would the villagers perceive me, a widow, receiving such gifts? What would your wife and sisters-in-law think? Might they misconstrue our relationship? Wouldn't this tarnish your reputation?" After hearing Wang Shuzhen's concerns, Tang Kun smiled gently and reassured her. "Sister-in-law, I care little for what others may think. We live for ourselves. You know that I, Tang Kun, am indifferent to public opinion. Besides, you have been of great assistance to me, and I must express my gratitude. If others in the village had helped me, I would certainly repay their kindness. For instance, I frequently bring gifts to the old village head. As for your concern about my family misunderstanding, you could simply say you purchased these for yourself. This matter is ours to know." With his words reaching this point, Wang Shuzhen nodded in gratitude, her smile brightening her face. "Very well, brother Tang Kun. Since I am rather thick-skinned, I shall accept them. That's the spirit," Tang Kun remarked, noticing the woman before him becoming increasingly radiant. Aware that time was passing, he gradually rose, exchanged a warm greeting with Dodo, and swiftly exited the room. Upon witnessing this, Wang Shuzhen rose to her feet, setting aside the garments in her hands, and accompanied Tang Kun to the threshold of the door. As she gazed at the silhouette of the departing man, the woman stood rooted to the spot, rendered speechless for an extended moment. Chapter 46. Wang Erge's scheming. How dare that shameless Tang Kun covet my woman. Once that scoundrel emerges, I shall teach him a lesson he will not forget. Unbeknownst to Tang Kun, as he entered Wang Shuzhen's home, intending to repay his debt, he was unexpectedly spotted by Wang Ergu, Zhao Dazhu, and Wei Jun. In truth, these three ruffians had long harbored lustful thoughts for the stunningly beautiful and alluring widow. However, Wang Shuzhen's fiery temperament, which often led her to threaten self-harm, had deterred them from acting on their desires, fearing that such actions could escalate into a scandal, tarnishing their futures. Despite their failure to succeed, they relished the opportunity to occasionally make lewd remarks in her presence, much to their delight. Today, however, as they prepared to employ their usual tactics, they were taken aback to see Tang Kun stepping into the widow's abode. This left them momentarily speechless. It was baffling. Tang's own residence boasted 4 exquisite beauties, so why would he seek out the widow? Was there some ulterior motive at play? Witnessing this scene ignited fury within Zhao Ergu and the others. According to Zhao Dazhu and Wei Jun, they should storm in and deliver a sound thrashing to Tang Kun to vent their frustrations. However, the cunning Wang Ergu had other plans. You two lack any foresight. Tang Kun is a towering figure. We may not gain any advantage by confronting him directly. Furthermore, this fellow is unpredictable. He once threatened me with a shotgun, and now he is in the widow's home. If those two don't take the hint, we could find ourselves in dire straits. Recalling the fear that had once rendered him weak, Zhao Dazhu shivered involuntarily. Truth be told, in the village of Shanshui, he feared nothing but Tang Kun's volatility. Boss, what do you propose we do then? We can't let Tang Kun benefit at our expense. If he wins over the widow, will we turn for solace? Upon hearing Zhao Dazhu's lament, Wang Ergu scoffed. Dream on. I am still in the village. Let us see who dares. Finally breaking his silence, Wei Jun voiced his own frustrations. Boss, to be honest, I no longer dare to hope for the Xu family's 4 sisters. Must we also let Wang Shuzhen slip through our fingers? That would be utterly humiliating. Why not take action tonight? With his subordinates urging him on, Wang Ergu's eyes gleamed with malice as he replied, Humph. The woman I desire shall not easily escape my grasp. However, given Tang Kun's altered demeanor and newfound favor from the old village chief, it is prudent for us to bide our time. He is not alone in the widow's house. Why not seize this opportunity to craft a scheme? Noticing that the boss had formulated a plan, Zhao Dazhu eagerly inquired, Boss, what brilliant idea do you have? Speak up. Let's hear it. Upon seeing Zhao Dazhu's probing gaze, Wang Ergu, brimming with confidence, chuckled. It's quite simple. If Tang Kun does not emerge in a while, it surely means he is entangled with that brazen woman, Wang Shuzhen. At that moment, we shall raise our voices to alert the villagers, ideally drawing in the 4 enchanting sisters of the Xu family, so they can witness the true nature of their man. If it indeed transpires this way, I suspect the Xu sisters would not treat Tang Kun favorably, possibly giving us the opportunity to win over those lovely ladies ourselves. Recalling the exquisite beauty of Xu Rong, Xu Feng, Xu Yin, and Xu Jiao, with their graceful figures, not only did Wang Ergu's mouth water, but Wang Dazhu and Wei Jun also displayed expressions of longing. But what if Tang Kun emerges shortly? Zhao Dazhu interjected. After all, that lovely widow has a son at home. Surely, she wouldn't act recklessly in front of him, no matter how desperate she might be. Moreover, considering how close our homes are, would Tang Kun truly dare to seduce the widow next door? Wang Ergu, upon hearing this, smacked Zhao Dazhu's head and scolded, Well, you know, such matters are akin to Zhou Yu and Huang Gai. One wishes to strike, and the other is willing to endure. Who can truly ascertain the details? Furthermore, even if they are innocent, we can still create some scandal. Receiving a reprimand, Zhao Dazhu finally quieted down, eagerly watching Wang Ergu, waiting for further instructions. Tomorrow, the 3 of us will spread the word that Tang Kun is eyeing both the feast and the pot, entangled with the neighboring widow. Regardless of the outcome, we must first tarnish this fellow's reputation. In doing so, not only can we suppress Tang Kun's arrogance, but we can also sever any ties between them, making it easier for us to act. Realizing Wang Ergu's intentions, Zhao Dazhu and Wei Jun quickly lavished him with praise, exclaiming, "The boss certainly thinks deeply." Wang Ergu, standing tall, proudly declared, "Of course. Otherwise, why would I be the boss?" Just as the three were hiding beneath the tree, exchanging compliments, they suddenly spotted Tang Kun stepping out of his house. Could it be that I have overthought this? Vong murmured, observing Tang Kun's swift exit. Boss, it seems capturing him in the act tonight is impossible. Should we proceed as you suggested and spread rumors to tarnish this fellow's reputation? Wang Ergen nodded in agreement. Taking a few steps before seemingly remembering something, he turned to Zhao Dazhu and Wei Jun, saying, "Come, let us confront this fellow and probe into Tang Kun's true character." As Tang Kun exited Wang Shuzhen's home and prepared to return home, he glanced over and unexpectedly saw Wang Ergu, Zhao Dazhu, and Wei Jun approaching him with cheerful expressions. Initially intending to ignore them and walk away, he was taken aback when Wang Ergu called out loudly, "Tang Kun, leaving in such a hurry. What is the matter? Do you have something to hide? On this late evening, what on earth were you doing at the home of that widow, Wang Shuzhen?" Upon hearing this, Tang Kun halted in his tracks, turned around, and with a frigid glance, coldly retorted, "Wang Ergu, what I do is none of your business. Step aside." Wang Ergu, initially intending to probe Tang Kun for information, found himself met with nothing but disdain. Infuriated and vexed, he pointed an accusatory finger at Tang Kun's face, exclaiming, "Tang Kun, let me make this clear. Wang Shuzhen is a woman I have my sights set on. From now on, keep your distance from her, or else don't blame us for taking action against your little sisters." Chapter 47. Come at me if you dare. Tang Kun had initially intended to disregard the three ruffians before him, but upon hearing Wang Ergu's threats and the implication that they might harm his sisters-in-law, a fierce determination enveloped him. With a countenance ablaze with fury, he advanced rapidly towards Wang Ergu and his companions. "Tang Kun, what do you intend to do? Are you looking for a fight?" Standing at a height of nearly 178 centimeters, Tang Kun towered over Wang Ergu by a considerable margin, exuding an aura of intimidation. Wang Ergu, feeling a surge of panic, instinctively took a step back, attempting to mask his fear with a loud outburst. However, upon recalling that Zhao Dazhu and Wei Jun were present to back him up, he felt a modicum of reassurance and forced himself to stand firm. "Wang Ergu, I must have been blind to have once considered you three as brothers. Mark my words, the Su family's four sisters are my Achilles heel. Should you dare lay a finger on them or harbor any ill intentions, I will not hesitate to end your miserable lives, even if it costs me my own. Do you understand? If you have the guts, direct all future grievances at me alone." Wang Ergu had initially intended to catch Tang Kun off guard and probe the nature of his relationship with the beautiful widow, Wang Shuzhen. Little did he know that his scheme would backfire, resulting in a reprimand akin to that of a scolded child, igniting his ire. "Tang Kun, you are utterly shameless. You monopolize the 6 beauties of Shushui village, and yet you're still not satisfied, eyeing the neighboring widow. Are you leaving any path for us brothers to survive?" Tang Kun was momentarily taken aback by Wang Ergu's words. While it was true that the eldest, Xu Rong, was his wife Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao were his sisters-in-law, how could he possibly monopolize them? Realizing this, he seized Wang Ergu by the collar, his face contorted with rage. "Wang Ergu, you had better remember this. Su Feng and the others are my sisters-in-law, of impeccable character. They are destined to marry in the future. If you dare to tarnish their reputations with your reckless talk, I will break your legs right here and now." Seeing their leader being manhandled like a mere chicken, Zhao Dazhu and Wei Jun contemplated intervening. However, a single icy glare from Tang Kun rendered them immobile, demonstrating the effectiveness of his prior intimidation with a shotgun. With Tang Kun thoroughly asserting his dominance and witnessing his two ineffectual subordinates hesitate to assist, Wang Ergu steeled himself and declared, "Tang Kun, I know you are ruthless. But I, Wang Ergu, am not to be trifled with. In Shushui village, the most beautiful women are indeed those 6. Any man would secretly covet them. The village flower, Wang Nini, is the cherished daughter of the village chief, and with the Wang family's considerable influence, I would never dare to entertain thoughts of her. Moreover, One must not betray a brother's wife. We once pledged brotherhood, and I would never covet your wife, Xu Rong. Some time ago, the reason for seeking out Xu Feng and Xu Yin to brazenly intrude upon the commune's cattle shed was that you were utterly indifferent to their well-being. Now that you have returned to the right path and are willing to protect the four sisters of the Xu family, I, Wang Ergo, am prepared to grant them clemency in light of our past camaraderie. However, one must remember that there are no free lunches in this world. Everything comes with conditions. In truth, Wang Ergo's words were a mix of truth and deception. Had it not been for his fixation on Xu Rong, he would not have clandestinely orchestrated a scheme that left Tang Kun burdened with gambling debts. His meticulous plotting was solely aimed at forcing Tang Kun to forfeit his own woman as payment. If Tang Kun had not experienced a rebirth, given his previous disposition, Wang Ergo and his associates would likely have succeeded long ago. Yet, neither Wang Ergo nor Xu Rong could have anticipated that overnight. Tang Kun would undergo a transformation, as if he were a completely different person. This unexpected change altered the course of events. "Oh, speak, what are your conditions?" Tang Kun inquired coldly, releasing Wang Ergo with a sudden force. Wang Ergo, adjusting his collar with a composed demeanor, responded, "Tang Kun, the four sisters of the Xu family may be considered your kin, but Wang Shuzhen is surely not, is she? My condition is that you maintain a respectful distance from that alluring widow. It would be best not to provoke her at all. To be frank, my friends and I have had our eyes on her for quite some time." Upon hearing their leader's words, Zhao Dazhu and Wei Jun nodded in agreement. However, Tang Kun found himself in a predicament upon hearing Wang Ergo's stipulation. Wang Ergo was correct. Xu Feng, Xu Yin, and Xu Jiao were indeed his sisters-in-law, and his protection of them was justified, leaving no room for objections. Yet, Wang Shuzhen was merely a neighbor and a widow. She had every right to associate with whomever she pleased, even flirtatiously. Moreover, although the villagers recognized that Wang Ergo was a scoundrel, he remained unmarried, and she was likewise unwed. Their interactions were entirely within the bounds of social norms. Contemplating this, Tang Kun let out a cold laugh and replied, "Wang Ergo, I have neither the time nor inclination to meddle in your sordid affairs. As long as it is consensual, I, Tang Kun, have no objections. But should you force the issue, not only would Wang Sa be displeased, but the law would also not spare you. You may be unaware, but the state has commenced a rigorous crackdown focusing on theft, robbery, and the maltreatment of women. Considering our prior acquaintance and shared village, I urge you to tread carefully and avoid crossing paths with the law." Wang Ergo's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Tang Kun's words. He was evidently anxious about the crackdown, but still retorted defiantly, "Tang Kun, do not attempt to intimidate me with threats of the law." Tang Kun snorted quietly, responding, "Wang Ergo, believe what you will. However, I warn you not to assume I am oblivious to your past misdeeds. Should you dare to lay a hand on Wang Sa, rest assured, before the nation intervenes, I shall personally flay your skin." At that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. It turned out to be the four Xu sisters, who, having heard of the commotion, rushed over from their abode. Xu Rong, leading the way, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Tang Kun unscathed. She glared at Wang Ergo and exclaimed, "Wang Ergo, have you come to trouble my family as Tang Kun again? Do you not find the last beating sufficiently severe?" Wang Ergo, upon noticing the Xu sisters, especially the fierce demeanor of Xu Rong and Xu Feng, felt a pang of trepidation. Nevertheless, he feigned bravado and declared, "Today, I shall spare Tang Kun for the sake of your beauty. But mark my words, Tang Kun, our affair is far from over." With that, he retreated, accompanied by Zhao Dazhu and Wei Jun, in a hasty manner. The four Xu sisters sighed in relief as the trio of ruffians departed, immediately surrounding Tang Kun. Xu Rong could not suppress her reproachful tone, saying, "Ah, Kun, how could you confront them alone? What if you have been injured?" Tang Kun, upon hearing this, chuckled heartily and replied, "My dear, worry not. These three ruffians are of no concern to me. With my presence, I vow to ensure that no one shall bully you." Chapter 48. Take your gambling debt and get lost. Alas, such is fate. just as Tang Kun led the four sisters of the Su family into the house. In the adjacent room, the charming widow Wang Shuzhen quietly wiped away the tears from her cheeks, her expression filled with sorrow. Moments ago, Tang Kun had come to repay her debt, even secretly purchasing a new outfit for her and her son, which had delighted her for quite some time. Her heart swelled with hope for her current life. However, upon overhearing the conversation between Wang Ergu and Tang Kun, her previously elated heart sank like a stone. Wang Shuzhen was acutely aware that in this era, a woman without a man to rely on was akin to a life without roots, like a leaf adrift in the water, or a floating weed in the wind, utterly helpless and at the mercy of others. In truth, when the conflict erupted between Tang Kun and Wang Ergu, the charming widow sensed it immediately. She had intended to rush out and assist Tang Kun. Yet, recalling her peculiar circumstances and Wang Ergu's prolonged harassment, she ultimately hesitated. It was only when Xu Rong arrived with her sisters to provide support that the tense situation began to ease. In that moment, Wang Shuzhen felt a measure of relief. But hearing the exchanges among the group left her in deeper despair. "Oh, Tang Kun, your good intentions are acknowledged by your sister-in-law. From now on, perhaps it would be best for this calamity to keep its distance from you." With this thought, the charming widow discreetly hid the new clothes Tang Kun had gifted her, leaving only the outfit for her son, Dodo. The intention was all too clear. Damn it, that scoundrel Tang Kun has repeatedly thwarted my plans. He will meet his end sooner or later. And you too, cowardly in a critical moment, have truly brought shame upon me. After Wang Ergu Jiao and Wei Jun slinked away, Wang Ergu seethed with anger on the way home, unable to restrain his curses. Jiao, noticing his leader's fury, felt somewhat embarrassed by his earlier cowardice. With a quick shift of thought, he attempted to console him, saying, "Boss, although we didn't catch them in the act. Didn't you say earlier that we could spread rumors? If we tarnish Tang Kun and Wang Shuzhen's reputations, I wonder who in the village would still support them." Upon hearing Jiao's words, Wang Ergu's spirits lifted significantly, and he nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "Now, that's more like it. Tomorrow morning, we'll spread the word that Tang Kun is secretly involved with that charming widow Wang Shuzhen. Who knows? That little brat Do might even be Tang Kun's illegitimate child." Jiao grinned at this, but Wei Jun looked alarmed. "Boss, after all, we are from the same village. Isn't what we're doing a bit excessive? Moreover, if Tang Kun discovers we are spreading rumors and speaking ill of him, what shall we do if he comes to confront us?" Knowing that Wei Jun, despite his loyalty, was timid as a mouse, Wang Ergu kicked him sharply, scolding, "Wei Jun, your cowardice is truly remarkable. As the saying goes, no man is truly a man without a touch of ruthlessness. If one wishes to win over Wang Shuzhen, one must employ certain tactics. Moreover, spreading rumors is as easy as speaking, yet dispelling them requires great effort. Once the word spreads, who could possibly trace it back to us?" Indeed, after being swayed by Wang Ergu's persuasive arguments, Wei Jun ultimately came to a realization. Unable to restrain himself from giving Wang Ergu a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Boss, you truly excel at this. Your perspective is remarkably far-sighted." Upon hearing this, Wang Ergu beamed with pride and remarked, "This matter is of little consequence. Our immediate priority is to secure the charming widow without delay." However, just as Wang Ergu concluded, a sudden thought crossed Wei Jun's mind, causing a shift in his expression. He hastily interjected, "Boss, have we forgotten something?" Before Wang Ergu could respond, Jiao Daju impatiently queried, "Wei Jun, why are you so jumpy? What is it?" Seeing Wang Ergu's gaze upon him, Wei Jun spoke earnestly. "The villagers are gossiping that Tang Kun has come into wealth. Not only has he purchased a brand new Phoenix bicycle, but his home is also brimming with various luxuries. Boss, this fellow owes us 80 yuan in gambling debts and refuses to repay a single cent. Yet he spends freely on extravagant items. Doesn't that seem rather unjust? Furthermore, we plan to spread rumors tomorrow about Tang Kun's secret affair with the charming widow. What if he discovers we are behind it and refuses to pay up? After all, news of his lavish purchases has spread like wildfire throughout Shangshui village." Prompted by Wei Jun's reminder, Wang Ergu smacked his forehead, recalling that after teasing the charming widow tonight, He intended to visit Tang Kun's home to collect the debt, hoping for a stroke of luck. Alas, how could I have forgotten this matter? While he has money, it is imperative to settle the accounts. Let us return immediately and demand our dues from that scoundrel Tang Kun. Thus, under Wang Ergu's leadership, Zhao Dezhu and Wei Jun swiftly made their way to Tang Kun's residence. Wang Ergu, why have you returned? Are you seeking trouble? At this moment, Xu Rong had already prepared dinner, and the family was gathered around the Kong table, sharing laughter and conversation. As Wang Ergu and his companions barged in, before Tang Kun could inquire, Su Feng stood up, glaring fiercely and reprimanding them. Su Feng, you are a woman. I shall not converse with you. Tang Kun, you know very well why we have come back. The deadline of 10 days is fast approaching. It is time for you to repay your debt. Inside the house, as Wang Ergu spoke, his shifty eyes scanned the surroundings. Ultimately, they landed on the gleaming new Phoenix bicycle, refusing to move away. What are you staring at, you dog? We agreed upon a 10-day deadline. There are still a few days left, so why the rush? Tang Kun rose, stepping down from the warm Kong, putting on his shoes, and walked directly towards Wang Ergu, his face contorted with anger. Xu Rong, Su Yin, and Su Jiao, losing their appetite, immediately stood up and followed behind Tang Kun. At this moment, Wang Ergu exhibited no fear, loudly proclaiming, Tang Kun, repaying debts is but a matter of principle. I heard you struck it rich during your trip to the city. At first, I found it hard to believe. Yet upon seeing this bicycle, I am finally convinced. If you cannot produce 80 yuan now, consider this bicycle as payment for your debt. As he spoke, Wang Ergu, unable to restrain himself, approached the bicycle eagerly. Initially, his wager had involved the 4 sisters of the Su family as collateral. However, upon laying eyes on the bicycle, he was evidently enamored and changed his mind on the spot. Wang Ergu, dare to move it and see what happens. My brother-in-law's bicycle is valued at 180 yuan, and you owe merely 80 yuan. To think you could settle your debt with this bicycle is sheer folly. The haughty reprimand from Su Jiao left Wang Ergu, Zhao Dezhu, and Wei Jun utterly astonished. Good heavens, how expensive! Tang Kun, observing the scene, promptly retrieved 8 crisp bills from his pocket and, with an air of authority, tossed them before Wang Ergu and his companions. Disdain etched upon his face. Wang Ergu, take your gambling debt and get lost. From this moment forward, we sever all ties. Go as far away as possible. Should you dare trespass into the Tang residence again, I shall not hesitate to crush you. Chapter 49. The 4 blossoms dressed in splendor. Wang Ergu gazed in astonishment at the 8 bills of great unity that had fluttered down before him. His eyes then shifted to the brand-new bicycle beside him, but he ultimately returned his focus to the ground, where he, along with Zhao Dezhu and Wei Jun, quickly knelt to collect the cash, fearing that Tang Kun might change his mind. For the 3 of them, this sum represented a considerable fortune, enough to indulge in a carefree existence for quite some time. Disregarding the eager glances from Zhao Dezhu and Wei Jun, Wang Ergu unceremoniously stuffed all the bills into his pockets. The 2 men, witnessing this, could only seethe in silence, their expressions filled with resentment. What was the rush? They could distribute the spoils once they were outside. As soon as he spoke, the previously menacing and domineering Wang Ergu transformed his demeanor entirely. Approaching Tang Kun with a beaming smile, bowing low as he said, Brother Tang, who would have thought that in such a short span, you would strike it rich? Might you consider, in light of our past brotherhood, granting us an opportunity to share in this fortune? Seeing Wang Ergu, who had earlier been calling him by his full name, now addressing him as Brother Tang with such humility, left the 4 sisters of the Su family wide-eyed and speechless. Could there truly be such brazen individuals in this world? Despite issuing an eviction order, they remained utterly shameless. As Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao harbored their silent criticisms, the eldest sister, Xu Rong, suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. She stepped forward, her voice sharp as she admonished, Wang Ergu, do not harbor delusions. If it weren't for your deceit, Ah Kun would not have incurred such debts. Now that my man has finally seen the light, do you intend to lead him astray once more? You are not welcome here. Leave at once. Witnessing that his woman had already stepped up before he could utter a word, Tang Kun could only smile wryly. As a man reborn, he understood her concerns all too well. She feared that newfound wealth would corrupt him and lead him back to his former ways. Aware of her worries, Tang Kun responded in kind, pointing toward the door with a frosty demeanor, declaring, "Wang Ergu, Jiao, Wei Jun, it is time for you to depart. As the saying goes, every creature has its own path. We are not of the same ilk. If you truly wish to engage in legitimate pursuits, wait until you have genuinely reformed before seeking me out." Having lowered himself to such a degree, he had hoped for some semblance of respect from Tang Kun, only to be met with disdain. Wang Ergu snorted coldly, waving his hand and addressing Zhao Daju and Wei Jun, "Brothers, let us leave. If this place does not welcome us, there are other places that will. Tang Kun, do not underestimate us. Remember, fortunes can change swiftly. We shall see who prevails in the end." Ignoring Wang Ergu's threats, Tang Kun remained unfazed. How could a sparrow comprehend the aspirations of Swan? He had grand ambitions awaiting him, with no time to waste on the idle chatter of these ruffians. Sister-in-law, the feeling of being debt-free is truly delightful. Upon noticing Wang Ergu and the others emerging from the courtyard, Su Jiao approached the Kong table, first glancing at her three elder sisters, and then turning to the head of the household, Tang Kun, with a beaming smile. Little did she know, her words not only garnered nods of approval from Su Feng and Su Yin, but even the eldest sister, Xu Rong, wore an expression of heartfelt sentiment at that moment. "Indeed, my dear younger sister speaks the truth. To be honest, these past few days have felt like a dream to me. There is an overwhelming sense of unreality." Tang Kun, fully resonating with this sentiment, gently wrapped his arms around his wife's slender waist, smiling as he remarked, "My dear little sisters, are you already satisfied? I assure you, this is merely the beginning. Greater days await us all." Observing Tang Kun's calm demeanor and unwavering confidence, Xu Rong smiled contentedly, her forehead instinctively leaning against her husband's chest. "Oh dear sister, we are still dining. Must you flaunt your affection before us? Is this intentional?" Su Jiao's playful teasing elicited uproarious laughter from everyone present. In the past, brother-in-law Tang Kun would often resort to harsh words and actions towards the eldest sister, not treating Xu Rong as a woman at all, prompting her three younger sisters to wish for nothing less than to rescue their sister from his grasp. Now, witnessing their affectionate bond, the three felt both satisfied and rather bashful. "Haha, are you already feeling shy? Just wait until the three of you marry. I suspect you will be even more romantic than us." Upon hearing the mention of marriage, the four sisters of the Su family displayed varied expressions, falling silent. Xu Rong naturally hoped that her younger sisters would find good husbands. However, Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao appeared rather bewildered. Truth be told, despite their brother-in-law's transformation, memories of their elder sister's past suffering filled them with dread regarding marriage. Fortunately, this sentiment did not linger for long, as Tang Kun's subsequent gesture left the three sisters deeply moved. "Su Feng, Su Yin, Su Jiao, here are 300 yuan. Each of you shall receive 100. Now that you're all young ladies, how can you be without some pocket money? In the future, when you go to the market in town, feel free to buy what you like without holding back. Our family is prosperous now." Tang Kun's commanding words nearly brought tears to the eyes of the Su sisters. Noticing her three younger sisters gazing at her, Xu Rong smiled gently and said, "Why are you all looking at me? Since it is from your brother-in-law, you should accept it. He is right. You three are now young ladies and should have some spending money. In the past, when our family was poor, even if I wanted to give you some, I couldn't. Now that the hard times have finally come to an end, you must not deprive yourselves any longer." After hearing their elder sister's heartfelt words, Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao each took their 100 yuan, moved to tears. Though Tang Kun understood that women often weep with joy, witnessing their tear-streaked faces still stirred a deep discomfort within him. Intentionally shifting the topic, he said, "All right, dry your tears. From now on, not a single drop should fall. After we finish eating, you four still need to take a bath, right? Once you've bathed and donned fresh clothes and new shoes, let us bid farewell to the old selves." Indeed, upon hearing his words, the women immediately broke into smiles. some even appearing a bit bashful. Xu Rong gazed gently at Tang Kun and softly remarked, "Ah Kun, what about you? You should also take some time to tidy yourself up." In response, Tang Kun chuckled heartily. "I'll heat the water first. You all take your time eating." With that, he made his way to the kitchen. Once there, he skillfully kindled the fire and added wood, and before long, the water was boiling. In the 1980s, living conditions were rather rudimentary, especially in rural areas. Bathing merely entailed washing one's hair and perhaps wiping down with warm water, far from the luxurious standards of later times. Before long, Tang Kun ladled the hot water into a wooden tub and called out, "The water is ready. You can bathe now." One by one, the four women entered the makeshift bathroom with their clean garments, giggling and shyly preparing to wash. Meanwhile, Tang Kun settled onto a stool outside, both keeping watch for the women and ensuring there were no misunderstandings. After all, the atmosphere within the house was vibrant, and, as the sole man present, he wished to spare the women any awkwardness. Before long, the women emerged from their baths, adorned in fresh attire, each glowing with radiance. Gazing upon the four stunning beauties before him, Tang Kun was momentarily rendered speechless, his throat bobbing as he involuntarily salivated. His sister-in-law, Jiao, twirled in front of him, her smile radiant, and playfully asked, "Brother-in-law, do I look good?" Tang Kun nodded with a smile, striving to limit contact with his sister-in-law. To be honest, with four exquisite women parading before him, any man would likely find it challenging to maintain his composure. Chapter 50, A Night for Couples, Sweet Conversations, Kun. "We are all done washing. You may go in now. Do you need me to assist you?" At this moment, Xu Rong donned a charming floral dress and wore the new shoes her husband had bought in the city. As she gracefully combed her lustrous black hair, she approached with a radiant smile, akin to the purest lotus emerging from tranquil waters, resembling an ethereal being descended from the heavens, breathtakingly beautiful. "Do I even need to say it? Quickly come inside and lend me a hand." To be honest, the moment Xu Rong walked towards him, Tang Kun felt an overwhelming rush of blood coursing through his veins, struggling to maintain his composure. Upon hearing his wife's inquiry, he could no longer contain himself and responded softly. Upon catching sight of her husband's yearning gaze and hearing his words, Xu Rong realized the underlying meaning behind them. Flushed with embarrassment, she felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. This indicated that her husband had always held her in his thoughts and harbored a deep desire for her beauty and allure. Stealing a glance at her three younger sisters, Xu Rong noticed that Feng, Xu Yan, and Jiao were engrossed in showcasing their new outfits, laughing and chatting, seemingly oblivious to the conversation between the couple. She let out a sigh of relief. Feng, you all stay outside. I will go in and help your brother-in-law wash his hair. I shall be out shortly," Xu Rong said, following Tang Kun as they walked into the room, turning her head to address her sisters. Xu Yan, unaware of the situation, chuckled, "Elder sister, does your brother-in-law really need your assistance to wash his hair at his age?" Tang Kun and Xu Rong exchanged embarrassed glances, unsure of how to respond, their hearts tumultuous. This little girl has grown up. Does she truly not understand? Or is she intentionally teasing? Before Xu Rong could find an excuse to reply, Feng pushed Xu Yan gently and shot a disapproving glance at their youngest sister, whispering, "You talk too much." She then turned to her elder sister and said, "Elder sister, you go help brother-in-law. We three will enjoy some fresh air outside." It was only after the couple entered the room and closed the door, with Xu Feng's quiet reminder, that Xu Yan belatedly realized the implications, her face turning crimson with embarrassment. Meanwhile, the youngest, Jiao, pretended to be oblivious, smiling silently. Given that the Tang family had but a single room, even when the couple wished to express their affection, they could only do so discreetly. Now that they finally had a moment of intimacy, why would they deliberately interrupt? "My dear wife, you are utterly radiant, like a celestial fairy." Once inside, with the woman preparing hot water and enjoying her wife's hair washing service, Tang Kun couldn't help but shower her with compliments. Hearing her husband's praise, Xu Rong felt a delightful warmth in her heart, but playfully retorted, "Humph. They say a man's words are often deceiving. Given my exceptional qualities, why did you deliberately neglect me in the past, heed the village gossip, and resort to violence against your wife. Now, Tang Kun regards himself as a precious jewel, tender and considerate, allowing Xu Rong to jest without fear. Had the previous man not transformed, Xu Rong would never have dared to tease him so boldly. She would have likely been kicked aside in this very moment. At this instant, Tang Kun, with his head resting in the basin, was momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing his wife's grievances. Although he had been reborn, the former Tang Kun was still a part of him. How could he deny the mistakes of his past self? As he pondered these thoughts, preparing to articulate a response, Xu Rong perceptively interjected, "Darling, I was merely joking with you. Please do not be upset. Regardless of what transpired before, it is all in the past. The man you are now is truly the one I desire and cherish, the man I, Xu Rong, long for. As long as you continue to dote on your wife and show kindness to my sister, I shall be endlessly grateful." Upon hearing his wife's heartfelt words, Tang Kun felt tears welling up. What a wonderful wife he had. How could he have been such a fool in his previous life, failing to appreciate her? Often, one only realizes the weight of loss once it has occurred. Noticing her husband's eyes glistening with emotion, Xu Rong playfully pressed his head deeper into the basin, laughing. "Stay still. I'm giving you a shampoo. I've finally donned a new outfit, so don't get it dirty. Besides, I know what you want to say. Washing a man's hair is not as cumbersome as it is for a woman." In less than 5 minutes, under Xu Rong's attentive care, Tang Kun had not only washed his hair, but also refreshed his body with a warm towel, feeling utterly rejuvenated. "Wife, while my hair is still damp, shall we indulge in something amusing?" After tidying himself up, Tang Kun's true nature emerged, his eyes ablaze as he gazed at the enchanting woman before him. Knowing her husband harbored impure thoughts, Xu Rong glanced towards the door, softly saying, "Xu Feng and the others are still in the courtyard. If they overhear us, it will be mortifying. Kun, perhaps we should wait until evening?" Before she could finish, Tang Kun stepped forward, embracing her tightly, laughing, "My dear wife, how can I resist such beauty? Moreover, it is far more convenient now than it will be later." Feeling her husband's touch igniting a strong response within her, Xu Rong recognized the rarity of such a moment alone and surrendered to the embrace. Seeing that his wife did not oppose him, Tang Kun grew bolder, lifting her skirt in eager anticipation. Xu Rong, taken aback, whispered to Kun, "This is the first precious gift you have given me. Please be careful not to damage it. I need to wear it tomorrow." Tang Kun chuckled upon hearing this, leaning closer to the woman and softly murmuring, "My dear wife, out with the old and in with the new. In the future, if you desire countless dresses, I shall procure them for you." With such words from Tang Kun, what could Xu Rong possibly do but acquiesce to her husband's extravagant whims? The outcome was, of course, predictable. Xu Rong had scarcely donned her new dress for over half an hour when it became completely drenched, necessitating a change into another outfit that Tang Kun had recently purchased. How utterly embarrassing. "This is all your fault. What if my sister catches a glimpse of this?" Tang Kun embraced Xu Rong, gently reassuring her, "Do not worry. It will go unnoticed." Just as the couple was adjusting their attire, a sudden knock echoed from the door, startling Xu Rong and causing her to glance nervously at Tang Kun. He gestured for her to remain calm and called out, "Who is it?" Soon, Su Feng's voice rang out from outside. "Brother-in-law, sister, we plan to stroll to the east end of the village. Would you like to join us?" Tang Kun promptly replied, "No, y'all go ahead. Remember to return early." Once they heard the footsteps fade away, both sighed in relief. Tang Kun gazed at Xu Rong's bashful demeanor, his heart brimming with affection. Just as he was about to express his fondness again, a commotion outside the courtyard interrupted them. A group of village women had come to visit Xu Rong for a chat and to strengthen their ties. The Tang family had risen in stature, and with Tang Kun's willingness to purchase game and herbal medicine, everyone was eager to ingratiate themselves with him. However, the village men were reluctant to present themselves, leaving their wives to take on the role of socializers. Xu Rong cast a helpless glance at Tang Kun before hurriedly fixing her hair and heading out to greet her guests. Upon seeing Xu Rong in her new attire, the women teased her about some auspicious event. Xu Rong's cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered a response. The courtyard soon filled with laughter and merriment. While Tang Kun stood aside, chuckling to himself, reflecting on how simple yet delightful their life had become. Before long, night enveloped the village, and the perceptive women gradually rose to leave, casting meaningful glances at Tang Kun as they departed. Soon, the courtyard was left with only the couple. Tang Kun took Xu Rong's delicate hand and smiled. "My dear wife, the moonlight is so enchanting tonight. Shall we retreat inside, perch by the window, and admire the moon while awaiting the return of your sister? Are you out of your mind?" Xu Rong, well aware of her husband's intentions, shot him a playful glare, though her lips curled into a smile of happiness. Chapter 51. A sudden turn of events, ceasing the hunt. "Sister, we've been out for quite a while now. I reckon it's time we head back. It's simply too cold out here." This evening, the four sisters of the Xu family had bathed and donned fresh attire, initially reveling in their spirits. However, to avoid any impropriety, the second sister, Xu Feng, insisted on taking her younger sisters, Xu Yin and Xu Jiao, for a stroll. The three were acutely aware that this so-called walk was merely a pretext to afford their older sister and brother-in-law some precious moments of solitude, allowing them to relish their time together. Little did Xu Yin anticipate that the evening breeze would bring such a chill, prompting her to halt and cast a pitiful glance at Xu Feng. Hearing her sister's complaints, Xu Feng glanced at the moonlit sky, sensing that the time had come to return. She nodded slightly and softly suggested, "Very well. We have been out for over an hour. Let's head back." Xu Yin and Xu Jiao's faces lit up with joy upon hearing this. Under the luminous moonlight, clad in their pristine garments, the three sisters appeared like ethereal beings against the dark backdrop, truly breathtaking. "Fenger, Yinner, Jiao, you three have returned." As the sisters approached their doorstep, they were greeted by their elder sister Xu Rong, who, upon hearing their footsteps, approached with a radiant smile, clearly in high spirits. Seeing their sister's joyful demeanor and contented expression, Xu Feng, Xu Yin, and Xu Jiao exchanged glances filled with a sense of accomplishment, their hearts swelling with happiness for their elder sister. That night, perhaps due to their refreshing baths or the allure of their new attire, or perhaps because they were oblivious to the subtle sounds beyond the blue curtains, Xu Feng, Xu Yin, and Xu Jiao found themselves tossing and turning, unable to succumb to sleep. The following morning, the crowing of roosters from the village soon penetrated their abode. Remembering that he was to take his sister-in-law, Xu Jiao, the charming widow Wang Shuzhen, on a hunting expedition, Tang Kun promptly arose, dressed, and stepped outside to prepare for their ascent. "Jiao, are you not accompanying your brother-in-law on the hunt today? I just heard that he has already risen. Why are you still asleep? If he departs without you, where will you find solace?" Hearing the commotion from next door, the second sister, Xu Feng, noticed her younger sister Xu Jiao still lost in a sweet slumber. She quickly nudged her awake, wearing an expression of mild reproach. Having barely entered the realm of dreams, Xu Jiao was roused by her sister's call, her displeasure evident as she opened her beautiful eyes and implored, "Sister, I am truly exhausted. Please allow me to sleep a little longer." Without waiting for a reply, she closed her eyes and drifted back into a deep sleep. At the outset, when Tang Kun borrowed a hunting rifle from the old village chief and ventured into the mountains, it was Xu Jiao who expressed the most fervent desire to accompany her brother-in-law, insisting on joining him for the hunt, resistant to any persuasion to the contrary. Reluctantly, Tang Kun resorted to having his wife Xu Rong devise a schedule, allowing the younger sisters to take turns accompanying him on the hunting trips. To everyone's surprise, when it was finally Xu Jiao's turn, the little girl displayed not a trace of enthusiasm, leaving Xu Feng both amused and perplexed. Little did Xu Feng know that Xu Jiao's initial eagerness to hunt in the mountains stemmed not only from a desire for novelty, but also from a genuine wish to procure sustenance for her family during a time of crisis. After all, not long ago, their household had been on the brink of starvation. How could Xu Jiao refrain from contributing? Yet now, with her brother-in-law Tang Kun undergoing a remarkable transformation, the Tang family was no longer burdened by worries of hunger, enjoying ample food, even meat at every meal, a monumental shift in their fortunes. Particularly after Tang Kun's recent trip to the city, where he not only purchased new garments for his sisters, but also gifted his wife a substantial sum of 500 yuan. This alleviated Su Jiao's sense of urgency, filling her heart with a profound sense of security. Clad in new attire and with 100 yuan in pocket money, what need had she to venture into the mountains to hunt? At this moment, her reluctance to rise from bed was due not only to the late hour of her slumber, but also to a fear of soiling her hard-earned new clothes and shoes during the hunt. However, mindful of her second sister Su Feng's possible reprimand, she dared not voice her concerns. Observing her fourth sister fast asleep and unresponsive, Su Yin sprang to her feet, brimming with anticipation, and said to Su Feng, "Second sister, since little sister is unwilling to go, I shall take her place." Just as Su Feng was about to respond, Su Yin, without waiting for an answer, leapt off the warm Kong and eagerly made her way outside. Clearly, the young girl was quite enthusiastic about the prospect of hunting in the mountains. "Brother Tang Kun, there are many people heading to the mountains today. Shall we set off now?" In the neighboring courtyard, Wang Shuzhen had prepared breakfast for Dodo early in the morning, standing by the door, awaiting Tang Kun's arrival. After all, their family circumstances had slightly improved. Her son could finally enjoy meat and the nutrition it brought, all thanks to her hunting endeavors with Tang Kun. How could the charming widow not cherish this opportunity? However, upon hearing Wang Shuzhen's words, Tang Kun's expression shifted slightly as he inquired, "Sister-in-law, are many people from the village heading to the mountains today?" Without hesitation, Wang Shuzhen replied quietly, "Brother Tang Kun, I believe there will be quite a crowd. I got up around 5 this morning, and by then, people were already heading out. I just spoke with Lu Saw from the village, who mentioned that she knew you were purchasing game and medicinal herbs. So many families have mobilized their entire households. The early start was to beat others to the mountains and gather more, ultimately returning to exchange for more money and improve their lives. I estimate at least half the village must be heading up there." Oh no, Tang Kun had not anticipated such fervor among the villagers, who were evidently eager to set off into the night with their families. Given this development, it would be futile for him to follow suit into the mountains. It would be more prudent to remain at home, ensuring a steady stream of purchases instead. Upon contemplating this, Tang Kun hastily remarked, "Sister-in-law, we shall not ascend the mountain for hunting today. You should remain at home to take care of Dodo." Hearing that they would not venture out, and pondering the possibility of returning home empty-handed, Wang Shuzhen grew anxious and immediately inquired, "Brother Tang Kun, why the sudden change of heart? Is it that you find me inadequate?" Realizing that the charming widow had misconstrued his intentions, Tang Kun quickly clarified, "Sister-in-law, with so many people heading to the mountains, how much game can anyone truly expect to catch? Moreover, the more individuals there are, the more firearms there will be. It could become perilous on the mountain. What if, by mischance, someone were to injure another?" It was evident that Tang Kun's concern stemmed from a desire for safety. Upon recognizing her misunderstanding of the man's thoughts, Wang Shuzhen felt a flush of embarrassment. Yet considering her future prospects, she pressed on, "Brother Tang Kun, with everyone else going to the mountains, what am I to do if I do not accompany them? Surely, I cannot remain at home, idly waiting for death." Tang Kun, with a gentle smile, reassured her sister-in-law, "There is no need for haste. When the villagers return with their catches or medicinal herbs, they will come to sell them to me in the evening. At that time, you could still come by to assist. I shall ensure you receive fair compensation, guaranteeing that you will not suffer any loss." Chapter 52. Wang Ergatrails, the Beautiful Widow. Attempting to commit violence upon hearing that such a splendid opportunity awaited her, Wang Shuzhen's face lit up with excitement, and she hastily inquired, "Brother Tang Kun, is this truly the case?" Tang Kun chuckled and replied, "Sister-in-law, we are neighbors. Why would I deceive you?" He added with Dodo at home, "You can assist in acquiring game, which will also allow you to care for the child more effectively." Wang Shuzhen, understanding the logic behind his words, beamed with joy and exclaimed, "Brother Tang Kun, you are indeed considerate. Very well, I shall follow your lead from now on, and I will heed your guidance." With that, the cheerful widow returned to her abode. "Brother-in-law, Su Jiao is still lounging in bed. May I accompany you to the mountains for hunting today?" After concluding her serious conversation with Wang Shuzhen, Tang Kun had just reached the door when he noticed Su Yin, all prepared and smiling, approaching him. Tang Kun initially paused in surprise, then smiled and said, Yin Zi, from this day forth, our family shall no longer need to venture into the mountains for hunting. It was still early. If she felt tired, she could afford to sleep in a little longer. Upon hearing this astonishing news, Su Yin was taken aback and grasped Tang Kun's arm, her face filled with urgency as she pressed, Brother-in-law, why is that? If we do not go hunting, how shall our family sustain ourselves? How could Su Yin not be anxious? The transformation of their household was indeed a result of their hunting endeavors. Was it possible that with a bit of money, her brother-in-law had changed his mind and intended to abandon their efforts entirely? The more she contemplated this, the more frantic she felt, akin to an ant on a hot pan. Noticing the distress on his sister-in-law's face, Tang Kun gently patted Su Yan's shoulder, signaling her to remain calm, and slowly explained, Yanzi, do you not recall that I spoke with the old village head a few days ago? From now on, our family will purchase all the game and medicinal herbs collected by the villagers. Having just heard Sister Wang mention that half of the villagers had gone to the mountains, it seemed unnecessary for them to join in the fray. Upon hearing Tang Kun's clarification, Su Yin realized that her brother-in-law had not given up. The weight on her heart finally lifted, and she could not help but pat her proud chest, breaking into a smile. Brother-in-law, you nearly frightened me to death. I shall go and share this delightful news with my sister. In truth, there was no need for Su Yin to relay the message again. The door was not far from the warm Kong, a heated bed, and at this hour of around 6 in the morning, both Xu Rong and the still slumbering Su Jiao had overheard their conversation clearly. Su Jiao even wore a smug expression as she turned to her second sister, Su Feng, and said, Second sister, see, this girl has foresight, doesn't she? Hee. You all continue with your tasks. I shall take another nap. Having dressed and neatly folded her bedding, Su Feng shook her head at the scene, promptly leaping off the warm Kong to head to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for everyone. In the adjacent room, Dodo, seeing his mother return, looked puzzled and asked, Mother, weren't you going to the mountains with Uncle Tang to hunt? Why are you back so early? Wang Shuzhen noticed her son had already finished his breakfast. Lying under the covers and gazing at her, she smiled gently, swiftly tidying up the bowls and chopsticks from the Kong table, then cheerfully remarked, Son, from now on, Mother will no longer go hunting in the mountains. Dowda looked puzzled and asked, Mother, does that mean we won't have meat to eat at home anymore? Upon hearing this, Wang Shuzhen felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. She approached the Kong, stroked her son's head, and said with a smile, How could that be? Uncle Tang has asked me to help with some work. Once I receive my wages, we will be able to buy meat. Upon hearing that there would still be meat to eat, Daodu's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, Mother, Uncle Tang is so good to us. If only he were my father, how wonderful that would be. Wang Shuzhen was initially taken aback, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She quickly admonished, Daodu, you must never say such things again. Do you understand? If the neighbor's here, how could I possibly show my face at Uncle Tang's place to work? Seeing his mother's serious expression, Daodu hastily assured her, Mother, I understand. Observing her beloved son's maturity, Wang Shuzhen affectionately tousled his dark hair and said, Daodu is so well-behaved. However, she soon recalled her reliance on Tang Kun, aware of how easily others could gossip. Remembering that Tang Kun would only have work available in the evening, Wang Shuzhen pondered briefly before saying to Daodu, Son, you stay home and behave. Mother will head to the mountains now. Let's see if I can strike luck and bring you back a wild rabbit. Is that all right? Daodu, thrilled at the prospect, beamed with delight. Wang Shuzhen then prepared her belongings, taking only a kettle of hot water and a corn bun, and without informing Tang Kun, set off towards the mountains. Little did the charming widow know that her impulsive decision would nearly lead her into a perilous situation. At the western edge of Shui village, in a dilapidated little house, Wang Ergu slowly sat up from the cold Kong, his eyes bleary. After waking, he felt the 6 bills of yuan in his pocket, a smug expression crossing his face. In truth, he had secured 80 yuan in gambling debts from Tang Kun the previous night. Ignoring Zhao Dazhu and Wei Jun's discontent, he carelessly tossed each of them a bill, pocketing the remaining 60 yuan. For the first time, he had not drunk or played cards. He had returned home, excited, and fallen asleep immediately. Now awake, The image of the charming widow Wang Shuzhen filled his mind. Huh, with 60 yuan in hand. Perhaps I should test my luck with that widow. Who knows? Maybe I can dazzle her with this money. The thought of her flirting with that scoundrel Tang Kun filled him with jealousy. If the two were secretly involved, all his efforts would be in vain. With this thought in mind, Wang Ergu quickly dressed, leaped off the warm Kong, and hurried towards Wang Shuzhen's home. In the early morning, where could that woman be heading alone? As Wang Ergu approached Wang Shuzhen's home, he unexpectedly spotted her briskly walking towards the eastern end of the village, leaving him in a state of perplexity. However, he remained silent, choosing instead to follow her discreetly. Within a mere 10 minutes, Wang Shuzhen reached the vicinity of the commune's cow shed, completely unaware of the presence trailing behind her. The dilapidated cow shed, once the abode of the three sisters, Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao, now stood deserted since their relocation to the Tang family home. Noticing the area was devoid of onlookers and recalling a recent incident where he nearly confronted the Su sisters here, Wang Ergu's mind began to scheme. He quickened his pace and abruptly positioned himself in front of the striking widow, grinning as he inquired, "Shuzhen, what might you be off to so early in the day?" Startled by the man blocking her path, Wang Shuzhen was momentarily taken aback. Upon recognizing the ne'er-do-well, Wang Ergu, her demeanor shifted to one of indignation, and she retorted sharply, "Wang Ergu, where I go is none of your concern. Good dogs do not block the way. Step aside." To her surprise, Wang Ergu, unfazed by her ire, approached with a lascivious grin, pressing closer as he spoke. "Shuzhen, your husband has been dead for several years now. It must be quite challenging for you to manage alone with a child. Look, I have come into some money. Why not consider living with me? I assure you, you and your child will never go hungry again." As he spoke, he produced 6 banknotes from his pocket, flaunting them with a smirk. "Get away from me, Wang Ergu. I, Wang Shuzhen, have no need for your money," she declared vehemently. Seeing the beautiful widow unmoved by his advances, Wang Ergu's expression darkened with frustration. Glancing around and finding the area empty, malice welled up within him. He forcibly seized her, growling, "You shameless woman, you truly do not know your place. If that is the case, do not blame me for resorting to violence." With that, he dragged Wang Shuzhen towards the cow shed. Despite her desperate struggles, she was no match for his strength. In a moment of despair, she cried out, "Help! Someone! Please save me!" Chapter 53. Twice disrupted, Wang Ergu went mad. "Sister-in-law, breakfast is ready. Come quickly to eat." Early in the morning, Su Feng entered the kitchen and skillfully prepared several poached eggs and a plate of corn cakes. With a cheerful demeanor, she emerged from the kitchen and gently addressed Tang Kun. Upon witnessing his sister-in-law's thoughtfulness, Tang Kun smiled faintly and remarked, "Feng, you rose so early and even cooked. You have worked hard." However, Su Feng, noticing her brother-in-law's formality, cast him a playful glance and retorted, "Brother-in-law, we are all family. There is no need for such courtesy. Moreover, as the head of the household, it is only natural that we women take care of the cooking, is it not?" Taken aback by Su Feng's response, Tang Kun found himself at a loss for words and chose to remain silent as he followed her into the main room. At that moment, Su Yin had already set the breakfast on the table, while his wife Xu Rong and sister-in-law Su Jiao had finished washing up, eagerly gathering around the table, awaiting their turn to eat. "Kun, do you think the villagers have all gone hunting this morning? Will we have plenty of game to collect this afternoon? How much should we prepare in advance?" Xu Rong lifted a bowl of poached eggs and handed a corn cake to her husband, inquiring with genuine concern. Upon hearing her words, the 3 sister-in-laws paused their meal, their eyes fixed on the sole man in the room. Accepting the bowl and corn cake from his wife's hands, Tang Kun took a bite of the cake and replied with a smile, "My dear, hunting in the mountains also depends on luck. However, with so many people out there today, we should not lack in harvest. I anticipate we will have at least several hundred yuan's worth." At the mention of spending hundreds of yuan, Xu Rong's expression instantly turned pained, her face reflecting distress. The 1,500 yuan her husband had just given her had yet to warm in her hands, and now it was to be spent. She felt a deep conflict within. Having endured hardship for so long, and naturally held great concern for their finances, feeling a palpable sense of unease. Tang Kun, perceptive to his wife's thoughts, merely smiled and remained silent. Some matters did not require immediate discussion. It was enough for him to ensure his wife's satisfaction in due time. Noticing her elder sister's troubled expression over the finances, Feng quickly interjected to ease the tension. "Sister, since we are in business, the more we invest, the greater our returns. One cannot act like a greedy beast. Only taking in without giving out can one? Wouldn't you agree, brother-in-law?" Before Tang Kun could respond, Xu Rong, realizing her sister's intent, shot Feng a fierce glare and playfully scolded, "You little brat, who are you calling a greedy beast? Am I someone who is obsessed with money?" To which Feng, Su Yin, and Jiao chorused in unison, "Sister, that is indeed true." Seeing her younger sisters tease her, Xu Rong's cheeks flushed with annoyance as she turned to Tang Kun, exclaiming with mild irritation, "A Kun, these three ungrateful wolves speak of me, so why do you not defend me?" As the flames of war encroached upon his very existence, Tang Kun chuckled heartily and proclaimed, "My dear wife, wealth is but a transient possession. Our household shall never lack for riches, so there is no need to place such a heavy emphasis on it. Furthermore, Fenger is absolutely right. The money we expend will undoubtedly return to us manifold. Fear not, for I shall take care of everything." Upon hearing his words, the four sisters of the Su family instantly blossomed into smiles, nodding in satisfaction. "After we finish breakfast, I shall make my way to the communal cattle shed and tidy it up. It shall serve as our temporary storage for goods henceforth. Otherwise, leaving everything in the yard would lead to unpleasant odors." Tang Kun proposed this idea out of concern for the potential exposure of his system space. After all, his system space maintained a constant temperature, making it ideal for preserving game and facilitating transport. However, how could he explain the sudden disappearance of a large quantity of game if he were to showcase his abilities in front of the women? With the ruse of the communal cattle shed, all could be easily explained. "A Kun, our yard is so spacious. Why must we use the communal cattle shed?" Xu Rong, his wife, voiced her first out. Feng chimed in, "Brother-in-law, I believe the elder sister has a point. Storing it in the cattle shed is neither secure nor convenient for transportation." Seeing her elder sister and second sister speaking up, the younger sister, Jiao, with a playful glint in her eyes, said, "Brother-in-law, we are not pampered ladies of fortune, but ordinary farmers. We wouldn't mind a little unpleasant smell, would we? Perhaps we should keep it home?" Su Yan, who had remained silent, nodded in agreement. In truth, the sisters opposed the idea of using the communal cattle shed for several reasons. But more significantly, it was a place steeped in sadness for the women and a site of humiliation for the three younger sisters. They were reluctant to revisit such a location. Had it not been for Tang Kun's timely intervention before, Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao might have already suffered at the hands of Wang Ergaju and Wei Jun, enduring a life of disgrace. Thus, when Tang Kun mentioned the communal cattle shed, the four sisters naturally voiced their vehement opposition. Tang Kun quickly grasped this sentiment, but recognized the importance of safeguarding his secret. A flash of inspiration struck him, and with a smile, he proposed a compromise. "After breakfast, I will first clean the cattle shed thoroughly. If the goods are few, we shall keep them in the yard. If there are too many, then we shall opt for the cattle shed." Seeing their man firmly stand his ground, Xu Rong and her three sisters exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement. "Very well, then." With the major decision made, Tang Kun smiled with satisfaction. Considering the work ahead, he hastily devoured his breakfast, finishing it in a swift manner before leaping off the heated Kong. "A Kun, shall we accompany you? After all, there is strength in numbers, and it would expedite the cleaning of the cattle shed." However, upon hearing his wife, Xu Rong's suggestion, Tang Kun glanced at the four lovely ladies on the Kong and chuckled. "You need not accompany me. I can manage alone. Moreover, you have just bathed and donned fresh attire. There is no need for you to engage in such laborious and dirty tasks. Instead, tidy up the house, and perhaps borrow a large scale from the village chief, as it will be of use this afternoon." Xu Rong, upon hearing this, found merit in his reasoning and nodded with a smile. At that moment, as Tang Kun made his way to the communal cattle shed. Little did he know that a fierce life-and-death struggle was unfolding within. Wang Ergu, cease your actions at once. I, Wang Shuzhen, for the sake of our shared village, can overlook past grievances. If you dare to continue, are you not concerned about facing dire consequences? At this instant, Wang Ergu had already dragged the beautiful widow into the cattle shed, mounting her while pinning her hands down, his other hand beginning to remove her clothing. Realizing her innocence was slipping away and feeling powerless against the ruffian before her, Wang Shuzhen altered her strategy, attempting to reason with her assailant. Hey, you little beauty, even if I face dire repercussions, I shall have my way with you today. How can you be so enticing? Seeing that Wang Ergu remained unfazed and his actions grew more frenzied, despair enveloped Wang Shuzhen as she cried out, "Help! Someone please!" To her dismay, Wang Ergu, upon hearing her cries, sneered and taunted, "Wang Shuzhen, this is the cattle shed on the outskirts of the village. There are hardly any passers-by. I hear many have ventured in the mountains to hunt this morning, so even if you scream at the top of your lungs, no one will heed your pleas. It would be futile to resist. Surrender to me, Wang Ergu. Rest assured, I have money on me and shall ensure you are treated well." Before she could respond, Wang Ergu, in a fit of eagerness, seized her lips with his own. Wang Shuzhen struggled fiercely, determined not to give him the upper hand. What was that sound of a woman crying out from within the cattle shed? Approaching within 10 meters of the shed, Tang Kun suddenly heard commotion from inside, his expression shifting to one of suspicion. "Help! Is that the sound of Wang Saw?" He pondered, recalling she was supposed to be at home caring for Dodo. Despite his confusion, he quickened his pace and charged inside. With a resounding kick, he flung the door open, and upon witnessing the scene within, Tang Kun stood utterly stunned. Wang Ergu, on the brink of triumph, was momentarily distracted by the sound of the door being kicked in, turning around to find the familiar figure of Tang Kun standing behind him, his face a mixture of shock and fury. Chapter 54. A fierce confrontation with Wang Ergu. The charming widow reluctantly releases the tiger back into the mountain. Tang Kun. "You scoundrel! How is it always you? Why do you consistently ruin my grand plans?" Recalling the last encounter in the cow shed, it was once again Tang Kun who emerged unexpectedly, rescuing Feng and her sisters, Su Yin and Su Jiao, from my grasp, leaving me with nothing but false hopes. Who could have anticipated that just as I was about to savor the alluring widow before me, Tang Kun would intrude once more, igniting my fury? "Tang Kun, my brother, please save me." Woo! Overwhelmed and utterly defeated, Wang Shuzhen, in a state of despair, wept tears of joy upon seeing Tang Kun descend from the heavens, calling out to him in desperation. Tang Kun's attention was drawn to her disheveled attire. Her top was in tatters, and her pants had been nearly stripped away by Wang Ergu, revealing her long, fair legs on the brink of calamity. It was evident that had he arrived, even a moment later, Wang Ergu would have completely prevailed. With this thought, Tang Kun declared loudly, "Sister-in-law, do not worry. As long as I am here, no one shall lay a finger on you today." He then fixed his piercing gaze upon Wang Ergu, reprimanding him sternly. "Wang Ergu, you better get down here. Will you come willingly, or shall I drag you to the police station?" Having been thwarted by Tang Kun twice, Wang Ergu's anger was already boiling. Realizing that he could not accomplish his nefarious intent with Tang Kun present, he shot a venomous glance at the widow before turning to Tang Kun, saying maliciously, "Tang Kun, Feng and the others are your sisters-in-law. You have every right to rescue them. But Wang Shuzhen is merely a widow with no ties to you. Why do you insist on ruining my good fortune? Is there truly something between you?" Tang Kun, towering at an impressive height of 178 centimeters, was a formidable opponent for the scrawny and shorter Wang Ergu. Attempting to intimidate Tang Kun with his words, Wang Ergu hoped to drive him away and relish his prize in peace. However, Tang Kun, fully aware of Wang Ergu's intentions, scoffed and retorted, "Wang Ergu, you are utterly ignorant of the law. Violating a woman's will is a grave crime, regardless of whether the victim is an acquaintance or not. I will not turn a blind eye. Moreover, Sister Wang is my neighbor and someone who helps me. How could I stand idly by? Be wise and surrender." Follow me to the police station to confess, and you may receive a lighter sentence. Seeing Tang Kun resolutely determined to thwart his plans, Wang Ergu's face darkened with murderous intent. He bellowed, "Tang Kun, you scoundrel! Time and again you have spoiled my endeavors. Today, I shall fight you to the death." With that, he charged towards Tang Kun. As Wang Ergu lunged at him like a rabid dog, Tang Kun remained calm, sidestepping the attack effortlessly. Wang Ergu's assault missed its mark, and he pivoted angrily to glare at his adversary. In that moment of distraction, Wang Shuzhen seized the opportunity to hastily don her clothes and rise to the sidelines, watching the confrontation unfold. Upon witnessing the terrifying visage of Wang Ergu, the charming widow softly exclaimed, "Brother Tang Kun, be careful." However, her concern only served to amplify Wang Ergu's simmering wrath. Observing the woman's affection for Tang Kun, he bellowed, "Tang Kun, this brazen hussy cares for you so much. It appears you two are indeed a pair of illicit lovers. Here today, only one of us shall live." No sooner had Wang Ergu spoken than he lunged at Tang Kun once more. Steadily grounding himself, Tang Kun awaited the adversary's approach. As Wang Ergu closed in, Tang Kun seized his arms, leveraging his shoulder to execute a powerful throw, sending Wang Ergu crashing to the ground. Swiftly, he mounted his opponent. Given Wang Ergu's frail physique, he found himself utterly powerless beneath the imposing Tang Kun. Fueled by memories of Wang Ergu's deceitful schemes that had ensnared him in an unjust debt of 80 yuan, and recalling the near humiliation suffered by his younger sisters-in-law at the hands of this scoundrel, Tang Kun's fury ignited. He raised his fists and unleashed a barrage of blows upon Wang Ergu. Hud, hud, hud. The relentless punches rained down upon Wang Ergu. Witnessing this, Wang Shuzhen reflected on her own previous harassment at Wang Ergu's hands and felt a wave of relief wash over her as she saw him receive his comeuppance. "Go ahead, you bastard, kill me. If you do, you shall pay for it too." Wang Ergu, battered and bruised, his lips bleeding, maintained a defiant demeanor. Tang Kun, grasping the situation, swiftly altered his strategy, redirecting his assault from Wang Ergu's face to the softer flesh of his body. "I'm going to die. Tang Kun, I was wrong. For the sake of our past brotherhood, spare me this once, will you?" After a relentless flurry of punches, Wang Ergu finally succumbed and pleaded for mercy. "Spare you? You, a harbinger of misfortune. If I let you go this time, who knows which woman will suffer next?" Tang Kun declared. "Wang Ergu, I offer you two choices. Either apologize to Sister Wang immediately and accompany me to the town police station, thereby voluntarily surrendering, or I shall break one of your legs and drag you there myself. Choose wisely." Seeing no avenue for escape as Tang Kun showed no mercy, Wang Ergu's desperation mounted. Unable to fight back or flee, he glanced at the charming widow, an idea forming in his mind. With tears in his eyes, he turned to Wang Shuzhen, pleading, "Shuzhen, Wang Ergu was wrong. May I apologize to you? Rest assured, I shall never again harbor ill intentions towards you." Understanding Wang Ergu's nature, Wang Shuzhen scoffed, turning away without granting him a glance. "Shuzhen, I know you despise me, but have you ever considered that sending me to the police station is just retribution? What will you do then? Though you are a widow, you still have dodo. If you were to learn of today's events, how could you ever face anyone again? What would this child think?" Indeed, upon hearing Wang Ergu's words, Wang Shuzhen instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Yes, there is still dodo. If our son were to discover what transpired today, he would surely be unable to hold his head high. With this thought in mind, Wang Shuzhen cast a pleading glance at Tang Kun and softly implored, "Tang Kun, while my feelings towards Wang Ergu are filled with contempt, he is not wrong in this regard. We must not let this affect dodo. Please let him leave swiftly. The sight of this man truly repulses me." Chapter 55. The misunderstanding of the charming widow. After much effort, Tang Kun had finally pinpointed Wang Ergu's Achilles heel. Yet, to his astonishment, the scoundrel's words swiftly altered Wang Shuzhen's initial resolve. The man was acutely aware of the adage that failing to eliminate a serpent could lead to future peril. And thus he hastily advised, "Sister-in-law, have you truly thought this through? Sending that scoundrel Wang ergo to the police station now would not only be justified, but would also spare you future troubles. If you let him go, and he seizes the opportunity to harm you again, Tang Kun, may not be able to arrive in time to rescue you. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuzhen's heart wavered. Indeed, had it not been for Tang Kun's timely intervention, she might have faced unspeakable dishonor at the hands of this ruffian today. However, the thought of sending Wang ergo to the police, where he could face legal repercussions, filled her with dread regarding her and her son Dodo's future. What if Dodo were to hear some scandalous gossip? How would she maintain her dignity then? Wang ergo, sensing Tang Kun's relentless pursuit, was engulfed by panic. Although he was a lowly thug, he understood the grave consequences of being sent to the police station. Should he be convicted, the lightest sentence would be a decade or more in prison, and in severe cases, he might even face the death penalty. The intensity of the crackdown on criminals in the 1980s was unprecedented. Confronted with this horrifying prospect, Wang ergo felt a surge of regret for allowing his baser instincts to govern him. Seeing the beautiful widow, Wang Shuzhen, still in a state of indecision, he quickly cried out for mercy. "Shuzhen, we are from the same hometown. Please trust me just this once. I swear by heaven that I will never harbor any lewd intentions towards you again, nor will I ever lay a hand on you. If I do, may I be struck down by divine wrath." He added, "Moreover, even if you disregard my character, think of your child." Witnessing Wang ergo's tearful supplication and hearing his fervent promises, Wang Shuzhen finally steeled her resolve. Coldly, she gazed at him and demanded, "Wang ergo, do you truly guarantee that you will not harass us again? I promise. If I fail to uphold this, let me be cast into the depths of hell." In that moment, desperate to extricate himself, Wang ergo was willing to utter any pledge, his face brimming with sincerity. Upon hearing this assurance, Wang Shuzhen felt a sense of clarity. She turned to Tang Kun and softly said, "Brother Tang Kun, you heard him. Since Wang ergo has promised not to bother us again, let us grant him one more chance. If he dares to cross the line again, you can deal with him then. Besides, I would prefer not to make this embarrassing situation public." Tang Kun shook his head, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he sighed inwardly. Alas, this woman remains too naive. What weight does the promise of a ruffian truly carry? Yet, with the parties involved expressing their wishes, what could Tang Kun do? With a fierce shout directed at Wang ergo, he exclaimed, "Wang ergo, I hope you take heed. May you never find yourself in my grasp again. Depart now, and do not let our paths cross again." Witnessing his own words had finally moved the enchanting widow, Wang ergo felt a surge of joy at the thought that he might avoid a trip to the police station. Hastily rising from the ground, he nodded and bowed to Wang Shuzhen and Tang Kun, disregarding the pain in his body as he swiftly exited the commune's cattle shed, eager to flee this place of turmoil. "You deceitful pair, await your reckoning. Once I, Wang ergo, uncover your illicit dealings, I shall ensure your ruin. Especially you, Tang Kun, you scoundrel, who has thwarted my endeavors time and again. I vow that you shall not escape my wrath. As for your women and sisters-in-law, none shall be spared." Little did Wang Shuzhen anticipate that after Wang ergo's hasty departure, his fury would only intensify, cursing all the while as he walked. His resentment towards Tang Kun reaching a boiling point, even contemplating the Su sisters. "Brother Tang Kun, I am immensely grateful to you. Were it not for your timely intervention, my sister-in-law would have surely faced Wang ergo's bullying today and would have been too ashamed to show her face again." Upon seeing that Wang ergo had finally left, Wang Shuzhen's heart, which had been in turmoil, finally found solace. However, as she recalled the harrowing events that had just transpired, a cold sweat broke out on her back, filled with dread, and she could not help but weep. Tang Kun, unable to bear the sight of a woman in tears, especially one as renowned for her beauty as Wang Shuzhen in their village, felt compelled to offer comfort. "Sister-in-law, were you not at home, tending to the children? How did you end up here?" At Tang Kun's inquiry, Wang Shuzhen felt both embarrassed and indignant. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly explained, "Brother Tang Kun, did you not say you would only be going to your place in the afternoon? I thought to seize the opportunity in the morning to venture up the mountain and perhaps procure some game." Who could have foreseen that I would be targeted by Wang Ergo so soon after stepping outside? I never imagined this ruffian would be so bold as to drag me into the commune's cattle shed with malicious intent. Fortunately, you arrived, otherwise, I would have been left utterly humiliated. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuzhen broke down in tears. Tang Kun, witnessing her distress, shook his head with a wry smile. He recalled the times when his sisters-in-law, Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao had been present in the cattle shed, and how Wang Ergo had dared to act with such impunity. What might he do when Wang Shuzhen was alone? However, considering the dignity and future happiness of his sisters-in-law, Tang Kun chose to remain silent. Observing Wang Shuzhen's continuous weeping, he felt a pang of sympathy for her struggles and softly approached her, gently wiping away her tears. Sister-in-law, please do not cry. You should return home to care for the children. Moreover, at this moment, within the confines of this commune's cattle shed, we find ourselves as the sole occupants, a solitary man and woman. If the villagers were to stumble upon us in this state, with you weeping so sorrowfully, they might mistakenly believe that I, Tang Kun, have wronged you. In such a case, there would be no absolution for me, even if I were to plunge into the Yellow River. As the man approached to gently wipe away her tears, Wang Shuzhen felt a flush rise to her cheeks. Upon hearing his words, her sorrow transformed into a smile. She dabbed at the tears on her lovely face and playfully scolded, "Brother Tang Kun, you are not that kind of person. Besides, I am but a woman of a certain age. How could you possibly take a liking to me?" Upon hearing her diminish her own worth, Tang Kun could not help but exclaim, "Sister-in-law, you are far from being a faded beauty. You are renowned as a great beauty throughout the 10 miles and 8 townships, in the prime of your blooming youth. Please do not abandon hope." However, as soon as the words left his lips, Tang Kun realized how easily they could be misconstrued. Indeed, upon hearing such praise, Wang Shuzhen's eyes sparkled with delight as she softly inquired, "Brother Tang Kun, do you truly feel this way?" Chapter 56. The absence of a man at home truly seems unbearable. Sister-in-law, this is not merely my sentiment. It is a stark reality. Among the 6 flower-like beauties of Shangshui village, you are undoubtedly a celebrated figure. How could you possibly be unaware of this? Do you truly lack confidence in your own grace and beauty? Although Tang Kun recognized the misunderstandings that lingered in a woman's heart, the conversation had ventured thus far, compelling him to speak candidly to comfort the woman before him. Upon receiving the affirming response from the man, the charming widow's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her heart blossoming with joy. As a woman who does not yearn to be praised. Moreover, in recent times, Tang Kun had frequently extended assistance to her and her son, allowing their once struggling household to finally savor the taste of meat. Her son Dodo's face had regained a hint of color, and his personality was gradually becoming more vivacious, which filled Wang Shuzhen's heart with elation. Though Tang Kun had ceased his hunting ventures that morning, he had promised her a job, enabling her to earn some extra income to support her family. Was this not a deliberate gesture of care? Just moments ago, when Wang Ergu attempted to impose violence upon her, it was Tang Kun who descended like a savior, intervening at the crucial moment. How could she ever show her face again if it were not for him? Now, with the man praising her as a beauty renowned across the countryside, the implications were unmistakable. The charming widow could not help but entertain a flicker of speculation. This man, who discreetly provided her with new garments and showed such concern for her and her son, could it be that Tang Kun harbored feelings for this widow? Yet, his wife Xu Rong was undeniably beautiful as well. Was it possible that Wang Shuzhen was merely indulging in fanciful thoughts? At this moment, her heart was tumultuous, akin to a stormy sea. Truth be told, although Wang Shuzhen's life was fraught with hardship, her pride had always been resolute, and she had maintained her virtue. Otherwise, with her figure and appearance, remarrying with Dodo in tow would not have been an impossibility. After all, since her husband's departure, there had been no shortage of matchmakers seeking her hand. Yet, she had steadfastly declined all proposals. The charming widow was acutely aware that if Dodo were a daughter, remarrying would likely entail fewer hardships for the child. However, Bringing a son into the equation meant that very few men would be willing to raise another man's child. An affection for the boy would be scarce. It was this realization that had compelled Wang Shuzhen to uphold her principles over the years, resolutely rejecting the advances of men like Wang Ergu and the suitors from the surrounding villages. Until today, as unexpected events transpired. In this moment, Wang Shuzhen finally understood that the absence of a man in the household, a pillar of support, indeed seemed untenable. If there were a man at home, ruffians like Wang Ergu, Jiao, and Wei Jun would not dare to intrude upon her with such frequency, subjecting her to humiliation. She would not have had to expose herself to danger, allowing Wang Ergu to seize the opportunity to threaten her. With this newfound perspective, when she heard Tang Kun extolling her virtues, Wang Shuzhen's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the man before her. Tang Kun was once quite a rogue, spending a considerable amount of time in the company of Wang Ergo, Jiao, and others, indulging in drinking and gambling or engaging in petty thefts. He was often abusive towards the women in his household, showing no compassion for his 3 impoverished sisters-in-law, embodying extreme indifference and selfishness. This behavior led Wang Shuzhen to harbor a deep disdain for this neighbor, secretly condemning him for his lack of humanity and backbone. However, a remarkable transformation has occurred. Tang Kun now appears as if he has metamorphosed into a different person altogether. He not only cherishes his wife, but also tends to his sisters-in-law with care, emerging as a dedicated provider for his family. His generosity extends to the elderly village chief, Wang Bao Fa, and he shows considerable concern for the vulnerable around him. Now, he is preparing to lead everyone towards prosperity, which naturally stirs the hearts of women. It is well known that women are invariably drawn to strength. Moreover, the man before them is robust and strikingly handsome. What woman could resist such a lure? In recent days, although Wang Shuzhen has felt a flicker of affection, she dares not act impulsively, suppressing her emotions to maintain composure. What if Tang Kun misinterprets her intentions and perceives her as a woman of loose morals? Would he continue to care for her and her daughter thereafter? Little did she know, today Wang Ergo nearly sullied her reputation, but inadvertently revealed Tang Kun's genuine feelings, filling the widow's heart with joy. As the saying goes, a man pursues a woman across mountains. A woman pursues a man through veils. Believing she has glimpsed into the depths of Tang Kun's heart, Wang Shuzhen resolved to seize this rare opportunity of solitude to intertwine her fate with his. With this thought in mind, she softly inquired, "Brother Tang Kun, does sister-in-law truly possess the beauty you describe? Do you find yourself attracted to women like her?" Upon noticing the woman before him gazing at him with affectionate eyes and deliberately uttering ambiguous words, Tang Kun instantly realized he had dug himself a considerable pit. He stepped back, forced a wry smile, and quietly replied, "Sister-in-law, please do not jest. We are neighbors, and I am a married man." If these words were to spread, I would merely have to explain myself to Xu Rong. But what would you do? Sensing Tang Kun's wariness, Wang Shuzhen steeled her resolve and stepped closer, locking her beautiful eyes onto him. She gently said, "Tang Kun, I, Wang Shuzhen, am also a woman. It is evident that you harbor feelings for me, otherwise. Why have you been so attentive to me these past few days, providing me with food, taking me hunting in the mountains, and secretly gifting me new clothes? More importantly, you even know my measurements and shoe size so well, and yet you claim to have no thoughts of me?" Hearing the widow's words, Tang Kun was left speechless in shock. Goodness, I never anticipated that my unintentional kindness would be misconstrued as ulterior motives. He thought to himself, had he known, he would have refrained from getting involved in such matters. Nonetheless, with a forced smile, Tang Kun replied, "Sister-in-law, you are truly mistaken. The reason for offering some food is simply that we are neighbors. Moreover, with Dodo eagerly at the door, how could I, a grown man, possibly be stingy? As for going hunting in the mountains, was it not my sister-in-law's request? Additionally, the act of gifting clothes is also a reflection of my sister-in-law, having lent me money. You have generously lent me your family's savings. What harm is there in me providing you and Dodo with a few new garments?" Observing Tang Kun's earnest expression, at that moment, Wang Shuzhen found herself uncertain whether the man before her spoke only the truth or was merely too timid to express his genuine feelings. Chapter 57. I will not entangle you. I just desire a shoulder to lean on. To be honest, at this moment, the enchanting widow found herself in a predicament. Wang Ergo and a multitude of men from the surrounding villages had long coveted her, yet she had repeatedly rejected their advances. Now, having finally opened her heart to Tang Kun, seeking solace in a man's embrace, she was met with utter indifference. As a woman, she had summoned the courage to lay her feelings bare, only to be met with silence. At this moment, Wang Shuzhen's expression darkened, a mixture of embarrassment and anger washing over her, tears welling in her beautiful eyes. After a prolonged silence, she slowly lifted her gaze. Her eyes filled with deep emotion as she looked at the man before her, softly inquiring, "Brother Tang Kun, is this truly how you feel? Do you really have no thoughts at all about your sister-in-law? Or do you believe that I am too old for you, being a few years your senior?" Having experienced life, the charming widow knew that once certain barriers were crossed, there was little left to hold back. Her words became more forthright. At this juncture, she was acutely aware that with both of them having broached such candid topics, and given their solitary circumstances, the opportunity was exceedingly rare. If their relationship could not progress further now, it would be nearly impossible to cultivate any connection with Tang Kun in the future. Gazing at the alluring and emotionally charged mature woman before him, and witnessing her dejected demeanor, Tang Kun felt an internal conflict. He had merely come to clean the communal storage shed, yet unexpectedly found himself embroiled in a melodramatic scene of Wang Ergo humiliating the widow. In rescuing her from her plight, he was taken aback to discover that this beautiful woman harbored thoughts of offering herself in gratitude. This revelation left Tang Kun astounded. He had a wife, Xu Rong, whose beauty and figure could rival that of the widow, along with 3 stunning sisters-in-law observing from the sidelines. How could he dare entertain any special notions regarding Wang Shuzhen? If word got out, how would his wife, Xu Rong, react? Wouldn't it throw his household into disarray? However, with the striking beauty before him openly expressing her feelings, if he were to outright reject her, wouldn't it break her heart? With these thoughts swirling in his mind and hearing Wang Shuzhen's persistent inquiries, Tang Kun managed a wry smile and gently explained to sister-in-law, "What man could resist a woman as virtuous and graceful as you, akin to a celestial being? But you are aware that I, Tang Kun, am already married. How could I entangle myself with another woman? We are from the same hometown. If this were to become public knowledge, how could we face others in the future? The hour is late, and Dodo is home alone. Perhaps it would be best if you returned early?" Upon hearing Tang Kun's explanation, Wang Shuzhen finally felt reassured. It turned out that this man did not harbor feelings for her out of disdain, but rather out of concern for what others might think. As long as he did not reject her outright, there was hope. With this thought in mind, Wang Shuzhen's eyes sparkled with determination. She gently approached Tang Kun, took his hands in hers, and softly declared, "Brother Tang Kun, as long as you do not disdain your sister-in-law, that is all that matters. Rest assured, dear sister-in-law, I am well aware of the situation. Our clandestine relationship is known only to the heavens, the earth, you, and me. Surely, no one else will discover it. As long as you are willing, I promise not to cause you the slightest trouble. You understand that I, Wang Shuzhen, am a widow with a child, and I do not aspire to any formal recognition or hold you accountable. If you are willing, even if I become your woman, I shall never entangle you in my life. Do you realize how arduous it is for a woman to live alone with a child? To be truthful, I simply desire a shoulder to lean on when weary. Among all, you are the only one who brings me solace. Tang Kun, I have entrusted my heart to you. I have spoken all that needs to be said. Are you now willing to accept me? I, Wang Shuzhen, seek but a clear answer from you. If you truly do not wish for this, I shall turn and leave immediately." Upon hearing the woman's heartfelt words, Tang Kun found himself in a quandary. Her hands gripped his tightly, and he felt the warmth of her touch. When a woman actively expresses her affection, it would be disingenuous for a man not to feel even a flicker of emotion. Yet, Tang Kun understood that Wang Shuzhen's motives were not solely rooted in affection. Rather, She hoped for his assistance in caring for her and her child, and in alleviating their dire circumstances, even using his influence to fend off the persistent harassment from Wang Ergu and others. Seeing that the man before her remained indecisive yet did not release her grasp, Wang Shuzhen steeled herself. She chose to take the initiative, wrapping her arms around Tang Kun and nestling against him. The unexpected embrace left Tang Kun somewhat flustered. He could feel her warm body pressed against him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. "Dear sister-in-law, please do not rush me. Let me ponder this matter carefully, if you will. Besides, even without this special relationship, I would still look after you and Dodo." He knew this was merely an excuse. Yet Wang Shuzhen was determined to compel him to make a decision. Therefore, she tilted her head slightly, her lips nearly brushing against Tang Kun's ear as she whispered, "Tang Kun, please accept me. I shall bring you sweet delights." Without awaiting his response, her hands began to explore restlessly. What harm is there in caring for another woman and her child? It is not such a significant matter. Being a man of youthful vigor, Tang Kun found it increasingly difficult to resist when the beautiful widow expressed her desires and offered herself to him. Thus, he encircled her waist with his arms and pressed a fervent kiss upon her lips. Seeing Tang Kun finally take the initiative, Wang Shuzhen smiled and reciprocated with a kiss of her own. They embraced for quite some time before Wang Shuzhen stepped back, preparing to remove her outer garment. Eager to please Tang Kun, "Dear sister-in-law, this is not the right place. You ought to put your clothes back on." Upon realizing Wang Shuzhen's imminent arrival, Tang Kun swiftly grasped the woman's hands, effectively halting her. "Why?" Wang Shuzhen inquired, her expression one of confusion as her gaze lingered on the man, softly pressing for an explanation. "Just moments ago, Wang Ergu was here tormenting you. I, with unabashed boldness, dealt him a severe thrashing and sent him packing. If I were to act like him and occupy your presence, would I not be even more despicable than Wang Ergu?" Upon hearing Tang Kun's reasoning, Wang Shuzhen erupted into a delightful laugh, her smile radiant as she playfully retorted, "Tang Kun, how could Wang Ergu possibly compare to you? That scoundrel sought to claim me, but I, Wang Shuzhen, would never acquiesce to his desires. Yet, with you, dear brother-in-law, I am entirely willing." Chapter 58. The unexpected discovery of my sister-in-law, Su Jiao, that is out of the question. Engaging in such activities here is exceedingly perilous. Upon hearing Wang Shuzhen's indifference, Tang Kun firmly declined. In truth, there was another reason that Tang Kun refrained from articulating. This dilapidated communal barn had not only served as the dwelling for his three sisters-in-law, Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao, but it had also been a place of humiliation inflicted upon them by Wang Ergu, Jiao, and Wei Jun. Had it not been for his and Xu Rong's timely arrival to deliver grain, inadvertently stumbling upon that scene, the three sisters-in-law might have already faced grave consequences. Now, with the alluring widow actively seeking his affection, should he yield to Wang Shuzhen's advances here, Tang Kun would be plagued by guilt. Observing the confusion on the widow's face after his refusal, Tang Kun sighed inwardly and softly explained, "Sister-in-law, the environment here is far too inadequate. I cannot allow you to be put in such a situation. Furthermore, although the communal barn is on the outskirts of the village and seldom frequented, that rascal Wang Ergu has just been driven away. What if he returns, bringing Jiao and Wei Jun along to seek revenge? If we were to be discovered by them, what would we do?" Upon hearing Tang Kun's reasoning, the distressing scene flashed in Wang Shuzhen's mind, and she nodded repeatedly, her heart filled with trepidation, sensing that the dashing man before her had indeed accepted her feelings after he had just kissed her. Wang Shuzhen smiled and nestled into Tang Kun's embrace, softly saying, "Tang Kun, you truly are considerate. It was I who was too forward. But what do you propose we do now? We can't possibly go to my place, can we? Dodo is still at home." With a smile, Tang Kun playfully pinched the woman's cheek and replied, "Sister-in-law, good things come to those who wait. Besides, I am a man, and I am not in a rush. Why must you be so eager? Matters such as these require careful deliberation." Feeling teased by the man in her arms, Wang Shuzhen's cheeks flushed, and she playfully chided, "Tang Kun, How can a man speak of his woman in such a manner? Moreover, I have preserved my purity all these years. Not to mention that I wish to entrust myself to you, ensuring we can both find peace. Who knew you would not appreciate it? Truly, a dog-biting El Dongbin. Unable to recognize a good heart. Observing her reaction, Tang Kun cupped her face in his hands and planted a passionate kiss on her lips, jesting. How dare you scold me? This shall serve as your punishment. In truth, he was well aware that Wang Shuzhen feared he might change his mind upon leaving and was attempting to solidify their unique bond in this manner. However, since Tang Kun had resolved to care for the woman before him, he had no intention of wavering. After a moment of contemplation, he quietly declared, "Sister-in-law, it is said that a gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot. Although I may not be a paragon of masculinity, I am still a man. Once I have made a promise, I shall see it through to the end. You need not worry. As for when I may fully possess you, we must await the right moment." Upon hearing the man's assurances, Wang Shuzhen, though feeling a tinge of regret within, obediently nodded and smiled, saying, "Tang Kun, between us, you hold all the reins. Frankly speaking, encountering you in this lifetime is truly a blessing." At that moment, reassured by the man's unwavering heart, her face blossomed like a peach flower as she shyly uttered her words. Tang Kun, upon hearing this, could not help but let out a bitter smile internally, pondering the unknown consequences of accepting this woman into his life. Just then, a low growl emanated from his stomach. Wang Shuzhen was momentarily taken aback, but soon covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. "You must have been so busy this morning that you haven't had anything to eat." Tang Kun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and admitted, "I did have a little something in the morning, but now I find myself quite hungry." Wang Shuzhen gently patted the man's shoulder and softly suggested, "Come, let's go to my house. My sister-in-law will prepare something delicious for you. Besides, Dodo enjoys playing with you too." Tang Kun, fully aware of the woman's good intentions, thought of his pressing matters and replied, "Sister-in-law, you should head back first. This afternoon, I need to acquire the game that the villagers have hunted, and I must clear out the cattle shed. Otherwise, if there is too much, I want to have anywhere to store it." Unexpectedly, Wang Shuzhen pouted and said, "Tang Kun, when there are no outsiders around, you should just call me Shuzhen. Being addressed as sister-in-law makes me feel ancient." Tang Kun did not refuse her suggestion, but merely nodded slightly in agreement. "By the way, your yard is so spacious. How much game can the villagers possibly bring back? If they're truly isn't enough space, you can always store it in my yard. Since I have become yours, my home is your home. It will be convenient for both storage and transportation." Wang Shuzhen was unaware that Tang Kun's choice of the cattle shed was not merely for storage, but a ruse to conceal the immense secret of his spatial system. If the items were truly stored in plain sight, how could he possibly employ his extraordinary abilities? However, such thoughts were not easily articulated by Tang Kun. Sensing the woman's genuine kindness, he gradually explained, "Shuzhen, I am merely preparing for the future. While the current load is manageable, as more people venture out to hunt, the game will inevitably increase, and space will become scarce. For now, storing it here is prudent. Once I earn some money, I can transform the cattle shed into a dedicated warehouse." Upon hearing that the man had already devised a plan in his heart, Wang Shuzhen's face lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, "Tang Kun, your foresight is remarkable. How about I stay and help you tidy up this place?" Tang Kun did not oppose her suggestion. Thus, the two began to work together to organize the cattle shed. Despite being a woman, Wang Shuzhen worked diligently, seamlessly coordinating her efforts with Tang Kun. They first cleared away the clutter that had accumulated in the cattle shed, then swept the ground until it was spotless. Immersed in their tasks with great zeal, "What on earth is going on with my brother-in-law? He clearly refused the assistance of us sisters, yet allowed a widow to remain here. Could it be that there is some hidden intrigue between the two?" Little did Tang Kun and Wang Shuzhen know that while they busied themselves with work, a pair of beautiful eyes were fixed intently on their every movement from behind a large tree outside the shed. It turned out that, having not seen Tang Kun return for an extended period, Xu Rong had deliberately sent her younger sister, Jiao, to investigate. However, by the time Jiao arrived, Wang Ergo had already departed, and Wang Shuzhen and Tang Kun, having exchanged sweet nothings, had ceased their flirtations and were diligently cleaning the entire cattle shed. Otherwise, Tang Kun would have been caught red-handed by his sister-in-law before he could accomplish anything. Chapter 59. The first eel approaches Tang Kun. Hold on a moment. Let me brush off the dust from your clothes. In less than half an hour, Wang Shuzhen and Tang Kun swiftly tidied up the cow shed. As they stood before their accomplishments, both were filled with exuberance, gradually stepping out of the building. However, the charming widow suddenly noticed that the man was covered in dust from head to toe. She gently tugged at Tang Kun's sleeve and softly remarked, "Upon seeing you like this, how can I simply ignore it?" Upon hearing the woman's reminder, Tang Kun looked down and realized he was indeed besmirched with various particles. With a hearty laugh, he replied, "It's nothing. A wash will suffice." Unexpectedly, Wang Shuzhen shot him a disapproving glance, disregarding his protest, and began to lightly pat the dust off his clothes with her right hand, chiding him as she did so. "Now that you have me as your woman, how can you be so careless? You must understand, a truly virtuous and tender-hearted woman would never allow her man to appear disheveled. Those onlookers won't blame the men. They will say the women fail to maintain their homes." Tang Kun was taken aback by her words. Not far away, Jiao, hidden behind a large tree, seethed with indignation as she watched another woman, Li Dai Tao Jiang, perform tasks only an older sister should undertake. She ground her teeth in frustration, her beautiful eyes glinting with cold fury. Initially, she contemplated confronting the two, but then realized such a move might alert them. So she suppressed her boiling anger and continued to observe from the shadows. "Let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Wang Shuzhen, you vixen. On the surface, you appear respectable, like a proper woman, yet behind the scenes, you dare to seduce my brother-in-law. You truly have the audacity. How foolish we sisters have been to trust you." While Jiao seethed, Wang Shuzhen busily brushed off the dust from Tang Kun, a smile illuminating her face. Seeing that he was nearly spotless while she still bore a fair amount of dust, Tang Kun contemplated brushing it off her as well, but ultimately feigned ignorance. Earlier, the woman's gaze had been so fervent, nearly offering herself. Now, if he were to show even a hint of initiative, who could predict what would transpire? He had been away for some time, and his family awaited his return. Furthermore, they were outside the cow shed. If a villager happened to pass by and witness their intimate interaction, wouldn't he expose them? Little did Tang Kun know, his sister-in-law, Jiao, was lurking nearby, closely monitoring him. If he were to act as he imagined, maintaining a close demeanor with Wang Shuzhen, he would surely be caught red-handed by Jiao. "How heartless of you, not even offering to brush off my dust, merely watching." Wang Shuzhen could not help but express her playful reproach as she continued to pat the dust from her own clothes. "Sister-in-law, let us stop the jesting. It's getting late. We should return soon. The villagers who went hunting will likely be back shortly." Upon hearing Tang Kun mention the matter of urgency, Wang Shuzhen nodded in agreement. Indeed, Tang Kun had already promised her, so why should she be in such a rush? What if I truly push the man too far and frighten him away? Could it be that I am merely overthinking and misinterpreting my brother-in-law and the others? I observed Tang Kun and Wang Shuzhen laughing and chatting as they walked towards the village, yet they exhibited no particular behavior that raised suspicion. Jiao stood behind a large tree, her face a mask of astonishment, unable to refrain from murmuring to herself, "Should I share this recent incident with my sisters?" The last time Tang Kun took the charming widow up the mountain for a hunt, Feng and Xu Yin harbored doubts about the relationship between my brother-in-law and Wang Shuzhen. In the end, the third sister, Xu Yin, shadowed them the entire way, only to find nothing of consequence. Instead, the charming widow had proactively borrowed a substantial sum of 10 yuan from my brother-in-law to repay a debt. This act effectively dispelled the sisters' suspicions and led to a complete turnaround in their attitude towards Wang Shuzhen. Perhaps it is best to remain silent. Should the two truly be innocent, my indiscretion might displease my eldest sister, and if my brother-in-law were to learn my meddling, I could be seen in a negative light as the younger sister-in-law. Such unnecessary trouble. With this thought, Jiao felt a sudden sense of relief. "Jiao, Where have you been? Upon returning home, Tang Kun noticed Su Jiao's absence and casually inquired as she entered alone. Ah, I just took a stroll outside. Su Jiao pondered briefly and told a small fib. Tang Kun paid no mind to her response, but Xu Rong, the eldest sister, looked on with suspicion. She had clearly instructed her younger sister to head towards the cattle shed. Why was this girl being dishonest? Nevertheless, since the younger sister had spoken, Xu Rong chose not to press the matter further. Is Tang Kun home? After Tang Kun and the women had finished their lunch, they heard the voices of several men calling from the courtyard. Evidently, some villagers who had gone hunting early in the morning had returned. Yes, we are home. Tang Kun responded promptly. Xu Rong hurried to clear the table, preparing to welcome the guests. Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao, aware that the acquisition transaction was about to commence, felt a thrill of excitement and jumped off the warm Kong to see what was happening. Tang Kun, the three of us went up the mountain and hunted 3 spotted deer and 6 rabbits. How much do you think they are worth altogether? Since witnessing Tang Kun's success with hunting and the subsequent purchase of a brand new bicycle, Lu Fu, Du Shuang, and Li Ao had become envious. Even more thrilling for them was Tang Kun's public declaration in front of the old village chief that he was willing to purchase all the villagers' game. This revelation offered the trio a newfound opportunity to earn a living. Thus, at the crack of dawn, before the village roosters had even crowed, the 3 of them set out into the dark, guns in hand, as the first group to ascend the mountain. Young and having previously served as militia members, Lu Fu, Du Shuang, and Li Ao were skilled marksmen. Who could have imagined that in just one morning they would achieve such a bountiful harvest? Had they been able to carry more, they likely would have continued hunting. Upon returning to the village, Lu Fu and his companions did not even enter their own homes, but hurried directly to Tang Kun's residence. Their purpose was twofold: to exchange their game for payment and, more importantly, to ascertain whether the price offered by Tang Kun was fair. The trio had discreetly conspired beforehand that should Tang Kun prove to be miserly in his dealings, they would seek alternative markets for their cash. As Lu Fu aptly articulated, if that scoundrel Tang Kun can venture into the city to trade, surely we 3 men are more than capable. Unbeknownst to Tang Kun, he was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the minds of others. Casting a glance at the 3 spotted deer and 6 rabbits laid before him, he gave Lu Fu and his companions a thumbs up, cheerfully stating, "Gentlemen, with this bounty, exchanging for a few hundred yuan is certainly within reach." Upon hearing that they could earn several hundred yuan in a mere morning, Lu Fu, Du Shuang, and Li Ao exchanged excited glances. This sum of money not only promised to procure a substantial amount of grain, but would also significantly enhance their household living conditions and allow for the purchase of various necessities. How could they not be exhilarated? Come on, Tang Kun, let's get this weighed. Lu Fu was the first to react, urging him on. With a slight smile, Tang Kun turned to his sister-in-law, Su Feng, and Su Yin, instructing, quickly fetch the borrowed scale. To his surprise, Su Jiao had already approached, balancing the scale on her shoulder with a grin, saying, "Brother-in-law, I have the scale right here." Noticing Su Jiao's keen acumen, Tang Kun cast her an appreciative glance. Ultimately, with the collaboration of Lu Fu, Du Shuang, and Li Ao, the total weight of the 3 deer and 6 rabbits was calculated. In the black market, spotted deer fetched 2 yuan per pound, while Tang Kun offered Lu Fu and the others 1.5 yuan per pound, pocketing a modest profit of half a yuan as his labor fee. The rabbit meat was appraised at 1 yuan per pound, given its minimal weight. The trio was exceedingly pleased with this pricing, continually expressing their gratitude to Tang Kun. Although they were unaware of the black market rates, they knew that pork at the local market was priced around 1.2 yuan per pound. Thus, Tang Kun's offer of an additional 30 cents per pound was indeed satisfactory. "Wife, please bring me 490 yuan. Understanding her husband's need for cash, Xu Rong had already prepared a bundle of notes. However, she could scarcely fathom that 3 spotted deer and 6 rabbits could yield such a substantial profit. With a mixture of astonishment and reluctance, she handed over the 49 bills to her husband. Tang Kun, attuned to his wife's sentiments, simply smiled and promptly transferred the money to Lu Fu. "Haha, brother Tang Kun, I cannot thank you enough. I owe you a drink sometime." As Lu Fu, Du Shuang, and Liao received the money. Their hands trembled slightly. After counting it thrice to confirm the amount was correct, they erupted in joyous exclamations, grinning broadly at Tang Kun. You're welcome, you're welcome. Tang Kun replied with a smile. Chapter 60. The astonished villager's brother-in-law. I am truly upset. Upon witnessing Lu Fu, Du Shuang, and Liao exuberantly exiting the courtyard with a great unity, the younger sister-in-law, Su Jiao pouted her lips, shot a glare at Tang Kun, and resolutely turned away, refusing to even glance at her brother-in-law. Clearly, the young lady was incensed. Xu Rong, Su Feng, and Su Yan exchanged wry smiles, caught in a moment of hesitation. How could Tang Kun not comprehend the sentiments brewing within his beloved? Thus, he feigned ignorance, approaching Su Jiao with a cheerful demeanor, gently inquiring, Su Jiao, what have I done to provoke your ire? Unbeknownst to him, his question ignited the fierce flames of Su Jiao's indignation. She cast a sidelong glance at him and retorted playfully, brother-in-law. Others open their doors for business to earn a living. Yet you set the prices so exorbitantly high. We are practically losing money. The price of pork at the town market is merely around 2 yuan per pound, yet you dare to purchase it at 5 yuan per pound. Is this not a loss? Upon hearing this, Tang Kun let out a hearty laugh, affectionately ruffling Su Jiao's bangs. He then turned to the three women, who regarded him with skepticism, and explained with a smile, Jiao, there is a rationale behind my pricing strategy. To be candid, I deliberately set the price at this elevated level. Not only is it profitable, but it also attracts a substantial volume of business. Xu Rong's eyes sparkled with realization as she eagerly pressed on, Kun, are you implying that at this price, we still stand to gain? Tang Kun nodded, whispering, indeed, I would never involve myself in ventures devoid of profit. Furthermore, the price of the cicadier is certainly higher than that of pork. Consider this. If I were to set the price too low, what would ensue? As he concluded his reasoning, the four enchanting women fell into deep contemplation. Brother-in-law, I understand now. If you set the price too low, the villagers' enthusiasm for hunting in the mountains will surely wane. Some may even decide against trading with us, opting instead to sell their catch at the market themselves. It would merely be more troublesome. Among the sisters, Su Jiao, the youngest, was the quickest to articulate her thoughts. Precisely. If we set our prices too low and pocket the majority, the villagers are not fools. Their motivation will diminish, leading to a scarcity of resources. Though we may profit initially, the long-term repercussions could be detrimental, akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. We must recognize that without the villagers aiding us in hunting, our income will dwindle. It is fair to say that every villager venturing into the mountains to hunt or gather medicinal herbs is effectively working for us. In truth, our success hinges on volume, profiting from the price differential. Thus, we must adopt a broader perspective. Only when everyone perceives the prospect of profit will our income truly flow steadily like a gentle stream. Moreover, we are all fellow villagers, and I, Tang Kun, sincerely wish for a better life for my compatriots. Upon discerning the thoughts of the men, the four sisters of the Su family held Tang Kun in even greater esteem. In truth, the reality unfolded just as Tang Kun had anticipated. When the villagers learned that Lu Fu, Du Shuang, and Liao had earned an astonishing 490 yuan in merely half a day's time, the entire Shangshui village erupted with excitement. It is essential to note that even in the city, such a sum would be considered substantial. During the 1980s, a typical office worker's monthly salary barely reached 30 to 40 yuan, accumulating to merely 3 to 400 yuan a year. Yet Lu Fu, Du Shuang, and Liao, having only ventured into the mountains under the cover of darkness to hunt, achieved such remarkable gains. How could the villagers not be astonished? It was no wonder that Tang Kun could reap such rewards from his hunting endeavors, with abundant meat on their tables, and his wife adorned in new garments. Even acquiring a brand new bicycle, what a lucrative venture it was. We too must ascend the mountains to hunt. In that moment, many villagers, unable to remain idle, hastened toward the mountain peaks. Before long, the news of Tang Kun's high-priced acquisition of game flew through the village like wildfire. swiftly reaching the heights as well. The villagers hunting in the mountains, upon hearing the news, were filled with exhilaration. Those who had been hesitant about continuing their pursuits were suddenly invigorated, diligently searching for more game, eager to earn additional income to sustain their families. At this juncture, some who had initially intended to descend the mountain promptly changed their minds, ready to tempt fate once more. That afternoon, numerous villagers began arriving at Tang Kun's home, each bearing their catch. Tang Kun, along with the four sisters of the Xu family and the lovely widow Wang Shuzhen who had come to assist, found themselves busily engaged, yet smiles adorned every face. Gazing at the mountainous pile of game, Tang Kun realized that his plan had finally come to fruition. "Ah Kun, I never expected we would gather so much today." As evening approached, his wife Xu Rong glanced at their bountiful harvest, and amidst her joy, a shadow of concern crept into her eyes. "What troubles you, my dear? Have you run out of money?" Tang Kun, perceptive to the worry reflected in her gaze, inquired with a cheerful tone. Xu Rong shot him a sidelong glance, glanced at the lovely widow beside her, and softly replied, "Ah Kun, the 1,500 yuan you gave me a few days ago has been entirely spent today. Even that is insufficient, as Xu Feng, Xu Yin, and Xu Jiao have all contributed their pocket money as well. If more villagers come, I truly do not know what to do." Upon hearing this, Tang Kun chuckled heartily and gently reassured her, "My dear, there is no need for concern. The villagers who ventured into the mountains today have mostly returned. Financial matters are of no worry. I shall make a trip to the city first thing tomorrow. Once these matters are resolved, it will undoubtedly lead to a greater unity, shall it not?" Upon realizing her man's understanding, a faint smile finally graced Xu Rong's delicate visage. Chapter 61. The four sisters of the Xu family yearned to visit the city to speak candidly. The reason Tang Kun hastily resolved to venture into the city was not solely to address the pressing financial crisis at hand, but rather to expedite the sale of his spoils, thereby converting them into a source of unity, which would in turn placate the populace. Although he possessed a system space that rendered him indifferent to the potential decay of his catches, the people surrounding him remained oblivious to this fact. The prospect of accumulating such a substantial inventory without any subsequent activity would indeed be far more alarming. After all, nearly the entire village had gathered in his courtyard today, and Tang Kun had suddenly become the talk of the town, with all eyes fixed upon him. Moreover, if he lacked liquid funds, how could his wife procure additional game the following day? "Eldest sister, what did brother-in-law just say? Is there still money in our household?" Upon observing the conversation between her elder sister and brother-in-law, Xu Feng, Xu Yin, and Xu Jiao immediately pulled their eldest sister aside in the courtyard, urgently seeking answers. It is often said that a full granary alleviates anxiety. Yet, the three sisters found themselves devoid of any financial reserves, although their courtyard brimmed with tangible wealth. The trio remained deeply unsettled. Xu Rong, well aware of her younger sister's concerns, cast a glance toward Wang Shuzhen, who was diligently cataloging the various types of game nearby, and whispered, "Rest assured, sisters, brother-in-law mentioned that he will journey into the city first thing tomorrow morning to sell all this game and convert it into cash. By then, not only will we be able to turn things around, but we should also be able to make a profit." Upon hearing this, the sisters' anxieties began to dissipate, and they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Previously, the Xu sisters had never possessed substantial funds, and thus, the question of their household's financial standing seemed trivial, as inquiries would yield no fruitful answers. However, now that the entire village was aware of their game procurement endeavors, the villagers were eager to come forth. And if the family could not provide timely payments, how would they justify themselves? Moreover, if their capital could not be effectively circulated and news of such spread, would it not spell doom for brother-in-law's nascent business? The prospect of losing the recently regained stability was simply intolerable for the Xu sisters. Hus, Xu Feng, Xu Zan, and Xu Jiao found themselves in a state of alarm, pressing their eldest sister for clarity. Otherwise, burdened by such immense pressure, how could they find peace to sleep that night? Now that they were aware of brother-in-law's strategic plans, Xu Yin and the others finally allowed themselves to smile with delight. Suddenly, The second sister, Feng, glanced at the dais hall and seemed to have an epiphany. She turned to her eldest sister, Xu Rong, and exclaimed anxiously, "Eldest sister, with so many items, it would be exceedingly arduous for brother-in-law to transport them all to the city alone. Why don't we accompany him? Although we are but women, we can surely lend a hand by pushing the cart. Furthermore, having us along would prevent brother-in-law from feeling too lonely on the journey." Hearing her younger sister's suggestion, Xu Rong instantly felt a pang of regret as she slapped her forehead, chuckling wryly, "Look at me. In my haste, I completely overlooked this matter. Very well. After dinner, I shall have a thorough discussion with your brother-in-law. Given the multitude of items, if necessary, we can borrow another cart, allowing the four of us to share one vehicle while your brother-in-law takes another. This way, it will be more convenient for everyone." Upon hearing this, Su Yan and Su Jiao nodded repeatedly. Su Jiao, in particular, appeared exuberantly thrilled, exclaiming, "Elder sister, this is absolutely the best plan. We can not only assist brother-in-law significantly, but also seize the opportunity to explore the city. To be honest, I have never set foot in the city my entire life. I have heard that there is everything in the city, and I must see it with my own eyes. More importantly, I want to observe how brother-in-law earns his living." Hee. Truth be told, during Tang Kun's last visit to the city, he not only purchased numerous new garments for the women, but also acquired the first brand-new bicycle in the village, leaving the four sisters of the Su family utterly astounded beyond words. When a younger sister expressed her thoughts, Su Feng and Su Yan also displayed excitement. Though they did not voice it, their eyes revealed an undeniable yearning, which Xu Rong keenly observed. After all, the allure of the city in the 1980s was immensely captivating for many rural inhabitants. There were even older individuals who, it could be said, had never ventured beyond their town in their entire lives. Su Jiao and her companions were determined not to follow in the footsteps of the elders. "All right, let us hasten to prepare dinner. If your brother-in-law agrees in the end, I will ask him to borrow a cart from the village later." With that, the eldest, Xu Rong, made a decisive statement. Upon hearing this delightful news, Su Feng, Su Yan, and Su Jiao erupted in joyous cheers and promptly returned to the kitchen to prepare the meal. "Sister-in-law, all the household funds have been used to procure game. You will have to wait until tomorrow for your 5 yuan wage," Tang Kun murmured softly to Wang Shuzhen, who was diligently checking the types and quantities of the game, as the four Su sisters conferred on their strategies. This afternoon, in the presence of his wife, Tang Kun had informed Xu Rong that Wang Shuzhen's daily wage was 5 yuan. Had this been the past, Xu Rong would have vehemently opposed it, for their family had always been financially constrained. However, now that the Tang family had transformed dramatically, with Tang Kun bringing back substantial sums of money from his trips to the city, Xu Rong refrained from objections. Moreover, considering the hardships faced by a woman like Wang Shuzhen raising a child alone, Xu Rong felt a deep sense of empathy and support for her husband's generosity. At this moment, upon hearing that she would not receive her wage, and noticing that the Su sisters were preoccupied with their own matters, Wang Shuzhen discreetly shot her man a glance and gently said, "Tang Kun, why must we maintain such clarity between us? If you're short on cash, I can bring you my savings later." Seeing the understanding nature of the beautiful young woman before him, Tang Kun smiled slightly and replied in a hushed tone, "Sister-in-law, I appreciate your kind intentions. Rest assured, once tomorrow arrives, I shall once again be the wealthiest man in the village." Upon hearing this, Wang Shuzhen beamed and responded, "Excellent. In the future, strive to earn well. As for the wages from my sister-in-law's side, feel free to share a little when you have it. If not, it matters not. I, Wang Shuzhen, willingly labor for my man, even in the absence of monetary reward." Tang Kun could hardly fathom that this enchanting widow before him would dare to tease him within his own courtyard. He was suddenly seized by a shiver, rendered speechless, and awkwardly turned away. Watching the retreating figure of the man, Wang Shuzhen smiled shyly, then resumed her tasks with diligence. "Kun, my sisters and I have just conferred. Tomorrow morning, we would like to accompany you into the city to sell our wares. Would that be agreeable?" An hour later, Su Feng and Su Yan had prepared dinner, and the family gathered to partake in the meal when Xu Rong, with a radiant smile, put forth her suggestion. The women were under the impression that their considerate gesture would surely evoke gratitude from Tang Kun. However, to their astonishment, as soon as Xu Rong finished speaking, Tang Kun, who had just taken a sip of porridge, choked violently, coughing uncontrollably, gazing at the four beautiful women before him, all brimming with anticipation. Tang Kun could not help but inquire, "My dear, what has prompted this sudden notion?" It is important to note that a trip to the city entails a round journey of over 60 miles. Accompanying you all would indeed pose a significant inconvenience. Chapter 62. An honorable guest arrives. Su Yao was overwhelmed with joy. "Brother-in-law, what is there to be concerned about? With all these goods, it must be quite laborious for you to haul them into the city alone. If my sisters accompany you, we can share the burden and enjoy your company. This way, you won't feel so lonely." Seeing her brother-in-law's reluctance, her younger sister Su Jiao became anxious and hurriedly urged him. Su Feng and Su Yan, overhearing the conversation, nodded in agreement with eager expressions. Xu Rong, fully aware of her husband's worries, smiled and explained, "Hey Kun, making a trip to the city, even if it's over 60 miles, is nothing we cannot handle. You needn't fret about exhausting us sisters. You are my man, and if you're not afraid of hardship, how can I, Xu Rong, as your wife, shy away? Besides, you could easily borrow another cart. If we sisters pull one cart while you pull another, the speed will hardly be affected. More importantly, Jiao just mentioned that she has never been to the city despite growing up. This is a perfect opportunity for the younger sisters to broaden their horizons." Hearing this from his sister-in-law Su Jiao and his wife, and witnessing the eager looks from Su Feng and Su Yan, Tang Kun felt a mixture of warmth and unease within. How could he not feel happy with for women so concerned about him? If only he did not possess the secret of the system space, he would undoubtedly agree with them wholeheartedly. After all, who wouldn't want to enter the city accompanied by four beautiful women? However, the reality was that he harbored a significant secret, one that he could not let the women discover. If Xu Rong were to learn of his system space and that he had been given a second chance at life, she might be utterly shocked. Moreover, his destination was the black market, a place rife with danger. Bringing his wife and sister-in-law along would not only risk revealing his identity, but would also attract unsavory characters to them, given their beauty. While he possessed the system, he was not invincible. His skills were far from extraordinary. What troubled Tang Kun even more was that after his last visit to the black market, he had been targeted by the female thief Ling Qiuyan and her crew. Had he not concealed the 100 yuan in the system space and hastily fabricated an excuse, he might have found himself in dire straits or even lost his life. Yet, Tang Kun dared not voice any of these thoughts to the women before him. Alas, who would have thought that the goodwill of his beloved would become the greatest challenge he faced? How could he dissuade their fervent desire to accompany him? At this moment, as he pretended to eat dinner, his mind raced to concoct a reasonable excuse to keep the women at home. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he instantly devised a plan. The man set down his bowl and chopsticks, gazing earnestly at the four stunning women before him. "My dear wives, I truly appreciate your kind intentions. As you are aware, our goods can only be sold on the black market. We dare not display them openly. Otherwise, should the enforcement team catch us, we would face charges of speculation. Not only would our materials be confiscated, but I might also suffer dire consequences. If I were to act alone, it would be much easier. However, bringing along you lovely ladies poses a risk. If trouble arises, I cannot focus on protecting you. Moreover, you are unaware of the unsavory characters that frequent the black market. With your beauty, you could easily attract the attention of ruffians, making it an unsafe venture. I understand that Jiao and the others are eager to explore the city and broaden their horizons, but the timing is simply not right. Yes, you. When the opportunity arises and we have earned some money, I will take you on an enjoyable tour of the city. Is that agreeable?" Upon hearing that the city was also unsafe, Xu Rong's heart filled with concern. She grasped Tang Kun's hand, worry etched on her face. "Ah, Kun, you must be careful." The other three sisters, recognizing the gravity of the situation, nodded in agreement, refraining from further discussion about accompanying him into the city. Finally, the matter was settled. At that moment, Tang Kun breathed a sigh of relief, smiling at Xu Rong. My dear, our home serves as a stronghold. Tomorrow, many will come to sell their catches. Your presence here will not only help greet our fellow villagers, but also allow you to prepare for the purchases in advance. If I return later than expected, you can weigh and categorize the items first. When I return with the money, we can finalize the transactions, saving both time and effort. Xu Rong and Feng exchanged glances, finding his reasoning sound, and smiled in satisfaction. The next day, before dawn, Tang Kun rose early, swiftly organizing the goods he intended to take to the city. While Xu Rong and the others were still asleep, he meticulously arranged some valuable game and mountain goods, secretly storing them in the system space, and placed ordinary items atop for concealment. After a brief exchange with his wife and sisters-in-law, he quickly pulled the cart out the door. At this hour, aside from a few men heading into the mountains to hunt, the roads were mostly deserted. Upon exiting the village, ensuring no one was around, Tang Kun tucked the cart into the space, mounted his bicycle, and pedaled towards the city. With a light step and his mind racing with plans on how to sell his goods at the black market, he considered the abundance of his items and the urgency of time. Perhaps it would be wiser not to waste time at the black market and contact old Master Chui directly. With his thought, he could not help but quicken his pace. An hour later, he swiftly arrived at the small office building of old Master Chui in the southern part of the city. After locking his bicycle, he glanced up at the building before hastening into the hallway, knocking gently at the door on the second floor. As per old Master Chui's previous instructions, he awaited a response. Yao, go see who is knocking at this early hour, grumbled Master Chui, shaking awake the woman in his arms. While in Shangshui village, Tang Kun had risen early to maintain a low profile. Although it was already bright when he arrived in the city, the hour had yet to reach 8. Fine, I understand. Su Yao, having been roused from a deep slumber by the man's call, felt a surge of irritation, though she dared not express it openly. She donned her sleepwear and casually threw on a coat before making her way to the door. Brotherly, what a surprise to see you. To her astonishment, upon opening the door, she found the handsome Tang Kun, whom she had met previously, and her face lit up with delight. Chapter 63. The Allure of Su Yao to Tang Kun's astonishment. The person who opened the door for him early in the morning was none other than the alluringly cold and captivating secretary, Su Yao, of Master Chui. At that moment, having just awakened, Su Yao was clad in an exceedingly sheer nightgown, her long, slender, snow-white legs exposed, exuding an irresistible charm. Tang Kun found himself momentarily entranced, his gaze lingering on her figure before he realized his indiscretion and quickly averted his eyes, somewhat embarrassed as he inquired, Secretary Su, is Master Chui in? I have a matter to discuss with him. Upon noticing the handsome gentleman's fleeting glance at her body, Su Yao's cheeks flushed with a hint of bashfulness. Clearly aware of the effect her beauty had on him, a knowing smile crept across her lips as she stepped aside to allow Tang Kun entry, softly saying, Master Chui is still resting. Please have a seat, brotherly. I will fetch him shortly. Seated on the sofa in the living room, Tang Kun's mind began to wander. What was Su Yao doing here at Master Chui's, still in her nightgown? Their relationship seemed far from ordinary. Surely it was more than just a superior-subordinate dynamic. After all, in his previous life, Tang Kun had been a successful businessman, well acquainted with the intricate relationships often shared between employers and their secretaries. As the saying goes, when there's work to be done, the secretary is indispensable. When there's none, one might as well teach the secretary a thing or two about foreign languages. As Tang Kun's thoughts drifted, Master Chui emerged from the bedroom, yawning. Spotting Tang Kun, he greeted him with a smile. Brotherly, what brings you here so early? Surely you aren't here to sell me something valuable again? Mindful that he was on Master Chui's territory, and noticing that both Su Yao and Chui Xinghe were still not awake, Tang Kun succinctly explained his purpose for visiting. Upon hearing this, Master Chui's eyes lit up with the prospect of profit, and he clapped a hand on Tang Kun's shoulder, cheerfully declaring, All right, leave this to your elder brother. I'll take everything you have, and rest assured, the price will be more than fair for you. Then, turning to Su Yao with a knowing glance, Master Chui jovially instructed, Yao, please prepare a cup of tea for brotherly. Understanding the unspoken cue, Su Yao responded affirmatively and gracefully made her way to the adjacent room to brew the tea. Previously, when Tang Kun had presented a plethora of rare resources in the black market, both Cui Xinghe and Su Yao had been pleasantly surprised, recognizing Tang Kun's potential as a veritable cash cow. Thus, after attending to their business matters, Su Yao suggested they should investigate Tang Kun's background. At the time, Cui Xinghe had readily agreed, invigorated by the prospect. Who could have anticipated that merely a few days later, Tang Kun would return, laden with an even greater bounty? This revelation was nothing short of astonishing for both of them. While Cui Xinghe had ostensibly asked Su Yao to prepare tea as a gesture of hospitality, he was, in fact, signaling her to discreetly relay information to their subordinates, ensuring they could track Tang Kun immediately after the transaction, uncovering the secrets he harbored. Damn it, who has time for tea so early in the morning? I'm on a tight schedule. Tang Kun was uncertain about the secret signals exchanged between the two individuals. Merely gazing at Su Yao's departing figure, his heart laden with questions. However, he refrained from probing further, choosing instead to await the initiative of Master Cui to broach the subject of their transaction. Moments later, Su Yao approached with a steaming cup of tea, her face adorned with a radiant smile as she presented it to Tang Kun. Seizing a moment when Cui Xinghe was distracted, she discreetly cast a flirtatious glance at him, brimming with allure. Upon witnessing this, Tang Kun hastily lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze. After all, they were in the office of the black market lord, with the very man beside him. Tang Kun was not foolish enough to provoke Master Cui's woman. What if it turned out to be a trap? Should Master Cui catch him in a compromising situation, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, while Su Yao possessed a commendable figure and beauty, she paled in comparison to his own wife, Xu Rong. Even when compared to the charming widow Wang Shuzhen, she seemed to lack a certain appeal. Little did Tang Kun know that Su Yao's subtle allure was not orchestrated by Cui Xinghe. Rather, it was simply a result of Tang Kun's tall, robust, and handsome appearance. Cui Xinghe, having entered middle age and bearing scars on his face, could not be compared to Tang Kun aside from his wealth and power. This disparity inevitably stirred peculiar thoughts within Su Yao. Moreover, Tang Kun consistently provided a substantial amount of resources, making her perceive him as a promising investment worth nurturing in secrecy. "Brotherly, care for some tea?" Su Yao inquired with a beaming smile, noticing Tang Kun seated somewhat stiffly on the sofa. He accepted the tea politely, expressing his gratitude. Meanwhile, Master Cui rubbed his hands together, eagerly interjecting, "Brotherly, do enlighten us about the treasures you've brought this time and their quantities." Tang Kun proceeded to detail the types and quantities of resources he had brought. Cui Xinghe's eyes gleamed with excitement as he nodded continuously, unable to resist teasing, "Brotherly, with such a large quantity, it surely cannot be solely your handiwork. Have you secretly organized a group to venture into the mountains for hunting?" In response, Tang Kun merely smiled and sipped his tea. Being a figure in the underworld, Cui Xinghe recognized he had overstepped and laughed heartily, adding, "See, I've been overly concerned. Brotherly, there are rules in the underworld and market trends to consider. I hope you can forgive my indiscretion." Tang Kun quickly responded with a smile. "Master Cui, you worry too much. I simply wish to clarify where we will conduct our transaction. Is it still at the previous black market location?" Given that all his resources were now within his system space, this was a question he needed to clarify. To his surprise, Cui Xinghe waved his hand dismissively and replied cheerfully, "Brotherly, there is no need for such formalities. From now on, your goods can be delivered directly to my warehouse. There, specialized personnel will handle the details. Su Yao will provide a list of goods and prices, and the warehouse will weigh them accordingly. Once confirmed, you merely need to sign and collect your payment." Tang Kun, upon hearing this, was overjoyed, for this arrangement would undoubtedly offer him much greater convenience. At that moment, Su Yao swiftly prepared the order based on Tang Kun's verbal instructions. As she handed over the delivery list, her fingers lightly brushed against Tang Kun's hand, causing him to shiver slightly. Yet he maintained a facade of composure as he accepted the list to peruse. "Brotherly, If there are no issues, let us proceed to the warehouse for weighing and pricing, proposed Chui Xinghe in a clear voice upon seeing Tang Kun finish reviewing the list. Very well. Second Master Chui. I shall head down first to bring in the cart. The village is in urgent need of funds. Tang Kun promptly responded to Chui Xinghe's suggestion. Before long, the group arrived at the dimly lit underground warehouse on the first floor, where a damp odor lingered in the air. Several burly men were watchfully eyeing the newcomers. Second Master Chui wore a smile, albeit one laced with calculation. Brothers, come over for weighing and pricing, he called out to his subordinates. This batch of goods consisted primarily of acquisitions from the villagers, along with a portion derived from system rewards. For over half an hour, Tang Kun, Second Master Chui, and Su Yao remained silent, quietly observing the workers as they weighed and stacked the goods. Boss, the total is 680 yuan. After verifying the accounts with the workers, Su Yao approached Chui Xinghe and softly said. Upon hearing this, Chui Xinghe glanced at Tang Kun, who nodded in approval, and then cheerfully declared, Yao Yao. Let us settle the accounts. With a bright smile, Su Yao swiftly opened her purse, counting out 360 large bills and 80 yuan in change. She approached Tang Kun with a beaming smile, saying, Brother Li, would you like to count it? Tang Kun smiled gently, accepting the cash and replying, Secretary Su. There's no need. I trust you and Second Master Chui. After all, we have a long partnership ahead of us. With the transaction settled, hearing Tang Kun's promptness, Second Master Chui remarked with a grin, Brotherly, may our cooperation be fruitful. Should you have more goods, do not hesitate to reach out to your elder brother. Absolutely. Second Master Chui, until next time. Tang Kun nodded in response, shook hands with Chui Xinghe, and turned to leave. Observing this, Second Master Chui discreetly signaled to those around him. As Su Yao accompanied Tang Kun to the door, she softly remarked, Brother Li, feel free to contact me privately when you have the time. With that, she subtly cast a flirtatious glance. Tang Kun felt a flutter of anxiety within, but merely murmured an acknowledgement before hastily departing. This place of intrigue was not one he wished to linger in. Meanwhile, the subordinates arranged by Second Master Chui had already stealthily followed Tang Kun, tailing him closely all the way. Chapter 64. Ling Qiuyan's Noble Intervention Boss. What prompts us to rise so early? Since losing track of Tang Kun last time, Ling Qiuyan inexplicably began leading Lao Gui, Lao He, and obeying aimlessly around the black market at dawn. Typically, as thieves, their operations were primarily conducted at noon and night, with mornings reserved for recuperation. Now, with their leader suddenly altering the schedule, how could Lao Gui refrain from expressing his doubts? Little did they know, Ling Qiuyan's intentions were driven by a desire to test her luck, hoping to encounter Tang Kun once more. Although their previous encounter had not yielded significant gains, the unfamiliar man had generously treated her to beef noodles and exhibited no fear of her as a female thief, evoking a flicker of admiration in her heart. She was even willing to allow him to act under her name upon parting. Lao Gui, you are quite the chatterbox. After several fruitless days searching for Tang Kun, Ling Qiuyan's mood had plummeted. Thus, when she overheard Lao Gui's questioning, she could not help but reprimand him. Sensing the tension, Lao He and Abing quickly pulled Lao Gui aside, whispering, Lao Gui, can't you see the boss is in a foul mood? Why provoke her further? Lao He, with an innocent expression, remarked, rising so early has drained my energy completely. We haven't had a successful heist in days. I believe you two should offer the boss some suggestions. We've merely wandered aimlessly without making any progress. If this continues, we might as well disband altogether. Unable to contain himself, Lao He nudged Lao Gui and glanced at Ling Qiuyan in the distance, whispering, I've finally pieced it together. The boss seems smitten with that pretty boy. Otherwise, why would she be so listless these past few days? Lao Gui and Abing's eyes brightened at this revelation. Eagerly pressing, Lao He, which pretty boy are you referring to? Lao He rolled his eyes at them and clarified. Who else but that fellow named Tang Kun? Didn't you notice how the boss was particularly taken with him? He asked for her name and even offered to cover her fare. Honestly, in the 2 years I've followed the boss, I've never seen her show such enthusiasm for a man. Upon hearing this, Lao Gui and Bing exchanged knowing glances, realization dawning upon them. Suddenly, Ling Qiuyan turned, catching sight of the three huddled conspiratorially together. Approaching them, she demanded, "What are you three whispering about?" Lao Gu, Lao Hei, and Bing, sensing her presence, quickly plastered on friendly expressions, responding, "Boss, we weren't saying anything. Just brainstorming on how to snag a big catch today." Upon hearing this, Ling Qiuyan couldn't help but wear a bitter smile, shaking her head as she retorted, "Let us go. After we return and have breakfast, I shall personally take action at noon, ensuring that none of you shall go hungry." Hearing this, Lao Gui, Lao Hei, and Bing were instantly elated, trailing behind Ling Qiuyan as they prepared to head home. "Boss, look over there. Who is that?" Just as the group was about to return, Bing casually glanced back and was taken aback to see a dashing young man swiftly passing by on a brand new Phoenix bicycle. "Bing, what are you fussing about?" Ling Qiuyan couldn't help but chide her subordinate. However, Bing was unperturbed, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he pointed at the departing figure of Tang Kun and exclaimed, "Boss, the man who just rode by on the bicycle seems to be that guy named Tang Kun. You asked us to chase after him last time." Upon hearing the name Tang Kun, Ling Qiuyan's eyes sparkled with interest. She turned her gaze in the direction of the bicycle and, with an eager expression, fixed her gaze on Bing, confirming, "Bing, you truly did not mistake him?" With unwavering conviction, Bing affirmed, "Boss, I am certain. If you don't believe me, we can chase after him right now to investigate." With an affirmative response igniting her enthusiasm, Ling Qiuyan declared, "Excellent. We shall split into two groups and ensure we intercept this individual." Just as she finished speaking, she noticed that two other men on bicycles were stealthily following Tang Kun. Could it be that this fellow has attracted the attention of others? Being well-versed in the ways of the streets, Ling Qiuyan immediately sensed something amiss, her mind racing with suspicion. With this thought, she swiftly altered her initial intent, addressing Lao Gui, Lao Hei, and Bing with a serious countenance. "Did you three see that? It appears someone is keeping tabs on Tang Kun. This prime target belongs solely to us. If anyone dares to covet him, we shall deal with them directly." Lao Gui, Lao Hei, and Bing find a secluded spot and handle those two, inquiring about their true identities to discern who exactly is plotting against Tang Kun. Upon hearing this, Lao Gui, Lao Hei, and Bing exchanged glances filled with determination before swiftly dispersing, propelling themselves forward. Meanwhile, Ling Qiuyan focused her attention on Tang Kun, discreetly tailing him. "Umbekans torstai Tang Kun." As he rode his bicycle, he remained blissfully unaware of the several parties trailing behind him. Having secured a substantial sum of 3,680 yuan that day, his spirits were high, as he eagerly anticipated returning to Shangshui village in time to purchase more game from the villagers. If he could manage a few more transactions, it wouldn't be long before he became the wealthiest man in the village. Ha ha ha. Chapter 65. Speaking the truth, hey, don't move. Otherwise, I'll incapacitate both of you. In a narrow alleyway, Lao Hei, Lao Gui, and Bing seized the moment when Brother Chui's men turned a corner on their bicycles. They swiftly charged out, kicking over one of the bicycles, and before the stunned men could react, they dragged them to the entrance of the alley, commencing a brutal interrogation. Having been unjustly knocked off their bicycles and nearly injured, Brother Chui's two subordinates glared furiously, ready to retaliate. However, their aggression was swiftly quelled by the sight of two glistening daggers pressed against their throats, rendering them immobile. All were seasoned players in the underworld. In that moment, faced with the intimidating presence and weaponry of their assailants, the two men understood they had become targets. With feigned cordiality, they pleaded, "Good fellows, let us discuss this calmly. We certainly do not wish to create misunderstandings and jeopardize our good relations." Lao Hei, observing their sudden compliance, realized these men likely held significant standing as well. Thus, he refrained from inflicting any severe harm, instead fixing them with a cold stare and quietly demanding, "Listen, we bear no personal grievances against you. Just tell us who you work for and why you are covertly following that man ahead, and you shall be free to go. But should you choose to be obstinate, I cannot guarantee your safety. The two subordinates exchanged glances. Recognizing the swagger of their captors indicated they were not mere blusterers. After a lengthy pause, one of the men, emboldened by a silent cue from his companion, steeled himself and replied, "Gentlemen, we are under Brother Chui's command. Are you three also eyeing that plump target named Li?" A gasp escaped their lips. They had inadvertently crossed paths with a notorious underworld figure, Chui Xinghe. This situation had turned dire, as they had unwittingly entangled themselves with a local power. Upon hearing the men's admission, Lao He, Lao Gui, and a Bing shared a moment of trepidation. While they were mere street thieves living by theft and robbery, Chui Xinghe was a different beast altogether, half businessman, half gangster, with substantial influence that few dared to provoke. Now acutely aware of their adversaries' true identities, Lao He, Lao Gui, and a Bing found themselves in a precarious position. To release them now would not only be a loss of face, but would also displease their own leader. Moreover, they had already resorted to violence against Brother Chui's men. Yet, if they did not release them immediately, the repercussions of Chui discovering their identities would undoubtedly be dire. After much contemplation, Lao He finally resolved to take a firm stance, glaring at Brother Chui's subordinates and declaring, "Return to Brother Chui and inform him not to pursue this man any further. This prize target has been under our watch for quite some time. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ruthless and lacking respect for Brother Chui. Now, you may leave." Upon hearing this, the subordinates of Master Chui were momentarily taken aback, then smiled broadly, saying, "Thank you, brothers, for your leniency. By the way, may I inquire your names? We would like to report back to Master Chui and pay our respects in the future." "Pay respects? Nonsense. They are merely seeking to uncover our secrets." Old He, upon hearing this, erupted with icy fury, shouting, "Get lost. If you don't leave now, I shall leave you both lying here." Witnessing Old He's sudden change in demeanor, radiating a murderous intent, the two were struck with panic, scrambling out of the alley in disarray, hastily retrieving the fallen bicycle and fleeing the scene. "Old He, had we known it would come to this, we should never have waded into this murky water," Old Gui remarked, unable to restrain his critique as he watched the retreating figures of Master Chui's subordinates. "It's done now. There's no point in lamenting. We must return immediately to report to the boss. She will decide our course of action." Old He's words garnered immediate agreement from both Old Gui and Ah Bing. Suddenly, Ah Bing appeared deep in thought, a puzzled expression crossing his face as he asked, "Old He, Old Gui, that fellow is clearly named Tang Kun. Yet why do Master Chui's men refer to him as Li? Could it be a mistake?" Upon hearing this, Old He let out a cold laugh, stating, "There is definitely something amiss. Let us approach and have the boss inquire about this Tang character. The truth shall be revealed." Just as Old He, Old Gui, and Ah Bing were interrogating Master Chui's subordinates in the alley, Ling Qiuyan materialized 2 meters in front of Tang Kun, arms crossed. Her beautiful eyes coldly fixated on the man upon the bicycle, remaining silent. "Ling, is that you?" Tang Kun exclaimed in surprise, abruptly halting his bicycle, a look of astonishment and a hint of panic flashing across his face. His unease did not stem from the fear of being robbed. After his previous encounter, he had prudently concealed the substantial sum of 3,600 yuan in his system space before departing from Master Chui's territory, leaving only 80 yuan in small change for emergencies. His nervousness arose from the realization that his deceit had been thoroughly uncovered. Previously, he had fabricated a story to Ling Qiuyan, claiming he was merely working for someone else to earn a meager living. Yet now, he was brazenly cycling a brand-new Phoenix bicycle parading through the streets, and had been caught in the act. Everyone knew that in the 1980s, it was rare for an ordinary person to ride such a fine bicycle. "Why do you not flee upon seeing me, the female bandit?" Ling Qiuyan, noticing Tang Kun's momentary hesitation before he obediently dismounted and approached her, could not help but feel a sense of triumph, although her expression remained icy as she teased, "Why do you linger?" Tang Kun, spreading his hands in a gesture of self-deprecation, replied, "Ling, this is your territory. Where could I possibly escape to? Besides, one may evade the initial encounter, but not the subsequent one. It is better to face each other honestly now. Whether to strike or to kill, I leave it to your discretion." Upon hearing this statement from Tang Kun, Ling Chuyan's beautiful eyes sparkled, and her fondness for the man before her multiplied. She gently clapped her hands, approached with a radiant smile, and remarked, "No wonder you are the man I, Ling Chuyan, have set my sights on. You possess true courage." Was this female bandit actually interested in him? After Ling Chuyan's words, Tang Kun appeared astonished, gazing at the female thief before him, his heart filled with doubt. Just as he was about to inquire further, Lao He, Lao Gui, and a Bing hurriedly approached. "Boss, we have ascertained that the other party belongs to Lord Shui. Moreover, this fellow should not be named Tang Kun, but rather Li," Lao He declared, pointing an accusing finger at Tang Kun, his expression one of fury. Meanwhile, Lao Gui and a Bing positioned themselves on either side of Tang Kun, forming a tight circle to prevent his escape. Upon hearing Lao He's revelation, Ling Chuyan's expression shifted dramatically. Her fair face darkened as she coldly demanded, "Tang Kun, what on earth is going on? Is your surname Tang or Li? Why has Lord Shui dispatched someone to follow you?" Acknowledging that the secret could no longer remain concealed, Tang Kun sighed inwardly, gazing at the enchanting female thief before him, and softly replied, "Miss Ling, this matter is quite intricate. Perhaps we could find a private place where I can fully disclose the entire story to you." Chapter 66. Heed my advice, retire from the game. Seeing Tang Kun's earnest expression, which seemed devoid of deceit, Ling Chuyan felt a wave of relief wash over her, smilingly responding, "Very well. I shall trust you this once and grant you an opportunity to make amends. However, it is still early in the morning, and I have yet to have breakfast." Upon hearing this, Tang Kun burst into laughter and promptly replied, "That is easily arranged. Allow me to treat everyone to a meal. Shall we return to the previous beef noodle restaurant? This time, I shall ensure everyone receives extra meat. What do you say?" Noticing Tang Kun's generous demeanor and recalling their initial encounter where he had shared his beef with her, Ling Chuyan beamed and responded, "I have no objections. After all, it is not my money being spent. Why not indulge?" Old Black, Old Ghost, and A Bing, upon hearing her words, wore expressions of delight, their gazes towards Tang Kun now tinged with warmth rather than caution. After all, they had been toiling alongside their leader from dawn till dusk, their bellies yearning for sustenance. "Boss, we would like 5 bowls of beef noodles, each with an extra portion of meat." In no time, the group, familiar with the route, arrived at the restaurant where they had dined previously. As they entered, Tang Kun approached the checkout area and addressed the young woman behind the counter. He then produced a substantial amount of cash, courteously handing it to her. The attractive waitress was momentarily stunned upon hearing the amount he wished to spend on additional meat. In truth, she had recognized this tall, robust, and strikingly handsome man the moment he stepped through the door. "Can you truly consume so much on your own?" she inquired with genuine concern as she took the cash from Tang Kun. "Dear lady, I am not alone in this feast. I have 4 companions with me," Tang Kun replied, gesturing towards Ling Chuyan and the others standing behind him. Upon glancing back, the waitress noticed Old Black, Old Ghost, and A Bing and fell silent, busily searching for change. The group casually selected a table by the window and settled down. Ling Chuyan, seated across from Tang Kun, gazed at him and quietly asked, "What is your surname, Tang or Li?" Tang Kun let out a wry smile and replied, "Miss Ling, did I not inform you previously? I remain true to my name and lineage. I am Tang Kun, the Tang of the great Tang dynasty and the Kun of the universe. Why would I deceive you?" Ling Chuyan, recalling that day, could not help but chuckle softly, teasing, "If your surname is Tang, why do the men under Master Chui insist that you are Li?" Old Black, Old Ghost, and A Bing, intrigued by their leader's inquiry, leaned in attentively. Amidst their conversation, the cheerful waitress arrived, presenting 5 steaming bowls of beef noodles, accompanied by 5 plates of sliced beef. Swiftly, Tang Kun, with keen reflexes, served a bowl to Ling Chuyan and thoughtfully added a portion of beef to her bowl. Upon witnessing the scene of a man exhibiting tender care, Ling Chuyan felt an overwhelming joy within her heart. In her usual outings with Lao He, Lao Gui, and a Bing, these fellows never regarded their leader, Ling Chuyan, as a woman, let alone consider such matters. Brother Tang, our leader is inquiring about you, Lao He remarked, as he placed a bowl of beef noodles before himself and stirred it with his chopsticks. Miss Ling, the reason why Master Chui has taken an interest in me is that I have sold him a significant amount of mountain goods recently. You must be aware of Master Chui's influence. As a country bumpkin entering the city, having managed to earn a bit of money, how could I not be cautious? So, I concocted a random name just to muddle through. However, regarding Miss Ling, I, Tang Kun, have not concealed anything. In fact, just a moment ago, upon learning from Lao He and the others that someone from Master Chui's entourage had been secretly following him, he had already comprehended the situation entirely. Thus, at this moment, Tang Kun did not hold back and began to speak earnestly, hoping to garner the support of Ling Chuyin and her companions. After all, he had already attracted Master Chui's attention. If he were to offend this group of rogues now, his chances of conducting business in the city again would be utterly dashed, unless, of course, he decided to relocate to another city. But was that even feasible? Is that so? Ling Chuyin replied thoughtfully, her voice barely above a whisper. Lao Gui, intrigued, press further, Brother Tang. How much mountain goods did you actually sell to Master Chui? If it's not a substantial amount, someone of his stature wouldn't bother with a minor character like you. Upon hearing Lao Gui's inquiry, Lao He and a Bing instantly halted their meals, their expressions filled with urgency as they turned to Tang Kun, awaiting his response. In that moment, even Ling Chuyin, despite chewing on her beef, was highly attentive to the unfolding conversation. Not much. You all know that last time, I sold a total of 140 yuan worth of mountain goods. This time, it's slightly more than that. Goodness, what a bold claim. After Tang Kun's revelation, Lao He, Lao Gui, and a Bing exchanged astonished glances. They could hardly fathom that this young man before them possessed such wealth. Tang Kun, you managed to earn so much in a single trip to the city. No wonder even Master Chui has taken notice of you. By the way, now that you've come clean with us, aren't you worried that I might rob you right here? Ling Chuyin said with a smile, her gaze fixed on a man across from her as she savored the beef noodles in her bowl. Indeed, this fellow is quite affluent. The thought of robbing Tang Kun fluttered through her mind, and her heart raced at the prospect of a lucrative opportunity right before her. At that moment, contemplating the long-desired bounty within reach and hearing their leader's provocative words, Lao He, Lao Gui, and a Bing were all aflame with excitement. How could Tang Kun not perceive the shifting emotions of Lao He, Lao Gui, and a Bing? His decision to speak candidly was a gamble, one that could yield great rewards. If he won, his path into the city would be remarkably smoother. Having lost, the worst consequence would merely be the loss of a few dozen yuan on his person as tuition. After all, the substantial sum of 3,600 yuan was securely hidden within the system space. As long as he chose not to relinquish it, no one could take it away. Thus, upon hearing Ling Chuyin's mocking words, Tang Kun offered a faint smile and quietly replied, Miss Ling, the reason I speak candidly is that I regard you all as friends, and I am well aware that you are not of such a nature. To speak frankly, while this amount may seem considerable, it does not belong solely to me. It is the fruit of exchanging the mountain goods gathered by the villagers. I, Tang Kun, merely earn a modest fee for my efforts. Old Gui, upon hearing this, scoffed and said, Tang Kun, you know what we do? We too must survive. Without money, shall we all simply starve? Since you possess such a sum, it will be wise for you to leave it with us. Rest assured, our leader holds you in high regard and will ensure you have sufficient travel expenses. Tang Kun, in response, fell silent, his gaze coldly fixed upon the woman before him, awaiting Ling Chun's verdict. She, sensing his anticipation, pondered for a moment before slowly articulating. Tang Kun, considering our acquaintance, why not leave half of your money? This way, we brothers would secure a means of survival, and you could return with an explanation for the villagers. Would it not be a win-win situation? To her surprise, Tang Kun erupted into laughter and retorted, Miss Ling, are you not aware that calamity is about to befall you, yet remain oblivious to it? Heed my advice and consider an early retirement from this line of work. Chapter 67. Are you supporting me? Tang Kun, I, Ling Chuyin, never anticipated that in an attempt to evade a calamity, you would resort to alarmist rhetoric. It's merely a few thousand yuan. You speak of great peril and washing one's hands of the matter. If we were to heed your words, how will we sustain ourselves? What will we eat or drink? I have already compromised my principles, disregarding the sentiments of Lao He and the others, taking a significant step back. Yet, the man before me remains ungrateful, audaciously threatening me. Ling Xiuyan's previously buoyant mood dissipated in an instant, replaced by exasperation as she fixed her gaze upon Tang Kun, unable to suppress her sarcasm. Indeed, although our numbers do not rival those of Master Chui, we are nonetheless formidable in the southern part of the city. None dare underestimate us. Tang Kun, who is truly facing a grave crisis now that you are in our grasp. Seeing their leaders speak, Lao He, Lao Gui, and a Bing echoed her sentiments, their expressions sour as they glared at Tang Kun. In that moment, upon Ling Xiuyan's command, they would undoubtedly disregard any minor camaraderie over a bowl of beef noodles and would strip Tang Kun of everything he possessed. Tang Kun, upon hearing this, shook his head and let out a bitter laugh. The group before him, while indeed a band of thieves living by robbery and theft, were not irredeemable criminals. They were merely desperate individuals, driven to such means out of necessity, striving for mere survival. Moreover, just moments ago, Master Chui's subordinates had been tailing him, and at a critical juncture, it was Ling Xiuyan and her companions who had come to his aid, prompting Tang Kun to offer a well-meaning warning. Little did he know, they had misconstrued his intentions, leaving him in a somewhat absurd predicament. In truth, Tang Kun's assertion of impending disaster was not mere hyperbole. It is widely acknowledged that beginning this year, our nation has embarked on a rigorous 3-year crackdown, resulting in the apprehension of over 1.77 million individuals engaged in various criminal activities, with more than 1.74 million receiving sentences. The scale of this operation and the severity of the punishment are virtually unprecedented. The backdrop of this situation is rooted in the early 1980s, during the wave of reform and opening up, when the number of unemployed individuals in the country exceeded 20 million. With many lacking employment, idleness became rampant. Over time, the tendency to form cliques began to emerge within society, with some second-generation officials colluding with criminals, leveraging their status to exert influence locally, leading to a spike in criminal activities that posed a severe social issue, creating a climate of fear among the populace. In this crackdown, robbery, theft, and sexual assault have been prioritized for punishment. Unfortunately, Ling Xiuyan, Lao He, Lao Gui, and Bing fall squarely within the scope of this stringent enforcement. While Tang Kun does not harbor any particular fondness for Ling Xiuyan, he certainly does not wish to see this loyal and beautiful woman suffer unjustly. In light of this realization, Tang Kun took a deep breath and earnestly stated, "Miss Ling, I assure you I am not deceiving you. A crackdown has already commenced in the major cities, and it will soon extend to our area. Robbery and theft are primary targets of this initiative. If you persist in your current activities, it is only a matter of time before you are apprehended. At that point, resolving the matter will not merely involve a few thousand yuan. It could very well jeopardize your lives." To his surprise, Lao He scoffed and retorted, "Tang Kun, you are merely a country bumpkin. What do you know of crackdowns? Stop trying to frighten us. We are not easily intimidated." Ling Xiuyan furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with skepticism. "Tang Kun, what evidence do you possess to substantiate your claims?" As soon as she spoke, all eyes turned to Tang Kun. In truth, although Lao He feigned indifference, he was keenly alert. After all, no one desires to meet an untimely demise. Everyone was acutely aware that in this era, whether through robbery or theft, once apprehended, the likelihood of facing dire consequences was exceedingly high, unlike in later times when sentences typically involved mere imprisonment without the risk of death. Feeling the intensity of their gazes, Tang Kun pondered momentarily and recalled certain reports he had encountered in his previous life. He then remarked, "I have heard that a wave of criminals has recently been apprehended, and the crackdown will only intensify. Consider this. Have you not noticed an increase in scrutiny around you lately?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of Ling Xiuyan and the others shifted slightly. They did indeed sense that inspections had become more frequent and stringent. Tang Kun, this is true. Several gang members have been captured recently. But what of it? Such occurrences are hardly extraordinary. Those of us in this line of work have always faced risks. Haven Tiwi. Moreover, whether through crackdowns or otherwise, the authorities may not necessarily catch us. Lao He, a Bing, do you not agree with this reasoning? In truth, Tang Kun's earlier remarks had already resonated with Ling Qiuyan's inner thoughts. Yet Lao Gui's rebuttal momentarily led the group to feel that their luck might not be as dire as they feared, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Observing the glimmer of hope in the hearts of Lao He, Lao Gui, and a Bing, Tang Kun instantly comprehended that these individuals would not heed warnings until they faced the harsh realities themselves. After all, he alone had borne witness to the terrifying efficacy of the crackdown and understood the true meaning of zero tolerance for crime. Thus, Tang Kun chose to disregard the trio and turned his attention to the female thief, Ling Qiuyan, gazing at her with sincerity. Miss Ling, having shared so much, do you believe in me, Tang Kun? If you trust my words, I do not concern myself with the actions of others. However, I earnestly hope you will choose to reform and abandon this life of crime. You are still young, and with your talents, it is certainly not beyond your means to earn a living and provide for yourself. Yet, if you do not believe me, then let us finish this bowl of noodles, and you may pursue whatever endeavors you wish, completely unassociated with me, Tang Kun. Indeed, feel free to take whatever money you can find on me. Upon hearing the words, Lao He, Lao Gui, and a Bing were visibly elated. Just moments ago, Tang Kun had acknowledged that the profit from selling mountain goods this time would surpass those of the last, which amounted to 140 yuan. Hence, this time, they could expect at least 2,000 to 3,000. With such a substantial sum at their disposal, would it not mean a windfall? They could indulge in sumptuous feasts and even sneak out for a bit of enjoyment without a care. However, how could Ling Qiuyan be oblivious to the subtle thoughts of her three subordinates? Yet, sensing the genuine concern in the man's words, she wore an expression of conflict. After a moment of contemplation, she gazed into Tang Kun's eyes and spoke softly. Tang Kun, I cannot ascertain the truth behind your words, but I, Ling Qiuyan, can clearly feel your concern for me. However, I was orphaned at a young age and survived through begging, thievery, and even brawls, honing my skills in the process. Now, you ask me to suddenly turn over a new leaf, to abandon my brothers, and wash my hands of this life. Have you considered what I, Ling Qiuyan, will have left if I were to leave this line of work? What would sustain me in the future? Should I follow the path of Secretary Xu Yao, selling my body, or like many women around me, marry a decent man and devote myself to family life? You know well that these are not the choices I desire. Without pursuing this line of work and lacking any source of livelihood, do you expect you, Tang Kun, to support me? Chapter 68. The female thief takes the initiative upon hearing Ling Qiuyan's probing questions and playful banter. Tang Kun was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that the enchanting female thief before him would have such a tumultuous past. Though a flicker of sympathy stirred within him, he was reluctant to forge a deeper connection with Ling Qiuyan. After all, he had a wife, Xu Rong, and 3 younger sisters to care for. His ambitions in the business realm had yet to fully materialize. He had no desire to invite trouble by entangling himself with the captivating thief. Just as he was about to respond, Lao He, Lao Gui, and a Bing erupted in laughter at their leader's predicament, drawing the attention of a nearby beautiful waitress who peered over in curiosity. Particularly, Lao He looked at Tang Kun with a mocking grin and couldn't help but tease. Tang Kun, you truly are like a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Who doesn't he know that our boss is a rare beauty, renowned far and wide? And here you are, in your timid manner, thinking you could set your sights on her. Do you have any idea that men from all over Jing'an City line up to pursue our boss? Yet, she has turned a blind eye to them all. And you, a mere country bumpkin, are no exception. Tang Kun, realizing that Ling Qiuyan was merely testing his sincerity, had no intention of coveting the heart of a woman. Hearing Lao He's ridicule, he chose silence and returned to his meal, having already expressed his thoughts clearly enough. Whether they understood or not was of no concern to him. Ling Qiuyan, observing Tang Kun's taciturn response, found herself both amused and exasperated. Truth be told, while Lao Hei's words were somewhat exaggerated, they bore a semblance of truth. More importantly, Ling Qiuyan sought to glean the true sentiments of Tang Kun through Lao Hei's remarks. She continued, Tang Kun, I am well aware that this line of work is but a fleeting youth's endeavor. If you genuinely wish to liberate me from this life of hardship and allow me to retire gracefully, is not an impossibility. However, there is a prerequisite. At her declaration, not only was Tang Kun astonished, but Lao Hei, Lao Ge, and a Bing were equally taken aback, their mouths agape in bewilderment. They had accompanied Ling Qiuyan for several years and had never once heard her express a desire to exit the underworld. They could scarcely fathom that she would consider forsaking them for a man she had only met twice. In that moment, Lao Hei, Lao Ge, and a Bing exchanged glances between Tang Kun and Ling Qiuyan, eager to hear more. Miss Ling, what is this prerequisite? Tang Kun, driven by curiosity, could not help but inquire further. Ling Qiuyan, upon hearing his question, flashed him a radiant smile and replied, Did I not just mention it? From now on, you shall support me. As long as you, Tang Kun, are willing, I, Ling Qiuyan, will gladly abandon this life and become solely yours. What say you? A hush fell over the room at Ling Qiuyan's bold proclamation. Tang Kun could never have anticipated that the woman before him, a daring female thief, was truly capable of love and passion. Lao Hei, Lao Ge, and a Bing stood in astonishment, utterly bewildered. They could never have imagined that one day their leader would entertain the notion of reform, even actively pursuing a man. What, are you unwilling? Or perhaps afraid? If you, Tang Kun, do not harbor such thoughts, then it would be best for you to take your leave as far as possible. As for whether I shall be captured by Uncle Hat and rewarded with a mere peanut, or continue my reign in the underworld, that is of no concern to you. Having mustered the courage to lower her guard and express her affections, she was taken aback when the man before her remained silent, igniting her ire. Seeing Ling Qiuyan's outburst, Tang Kun snapped back to reality and hastily explained, Miss Ling, it's not that I, Tang Kun, look down upon you. Rather, I am already married. My wife is at home. How could I possibly marry you? Besides, we have only met twice. And you are so stunning and capable. How could you possibly fancy a poor lad like me? These words echoed the unspoken thoughts of Lao Hei, Lao Ge, and a Bing, who were eager to know the truth, but wary of Ling Qiuyan's fiery temperament. Now that Tang Kun had voiced their curiosity, the three hurriedly turned to their leader, eager to uncover the genuine reason. Upon hearing Tang Kun's explanation, Ling Qiuyan let out a sigh of relief, her face brightening with a smile as she softly replied, Ah, so that is the case. Tang Kun, I misjudged you earlier. In truth, whether you have a wife or not is of no concern to me. A woman like myself does not care for the ephemeral, so-called titles. In this life, as long as I can be with the man I adore, I would find great contentment. Ling Qiuyan had only revealed part of her sentiments, leaving her feelings for Tang Kun unelaborated. Thus, Tang Kun pressed further, Miss Ling, as Lao Hei mentioned, there is a long line of men in Jing'an City who are fond of you. Why have you chosen me over them? Feeling the gaze of the four men upon her, Ling Qiuyan's cheeks flushed, and she replied softly, Because, in my entire life, you are the first man who has genuinely cared for me, Ling Qiuyan. It was right here, when we first crossed paths, that you treated me to beef noodles and even shared half of your meat with me. To be honest, at that moment, I had already developed feelings for you. Little did Tang Kun realize that a simple bowl of beef noodles had captured the heart of the female thief, Ling Qiuyan. Lao Hei, Lao Ge, and a Bing were equally astonished, never imagining that their seemingly aloof leader could be so easily won over by a rural lad with just a bowl of noodles worth 28 yuan. They felt a pang of regret. Had they known, they would have scrimped and saved to treat their leader to a bowl of beef noodles much earlier. The three could hardly fathom that even if they had offered Ling Qiuyan 100 bowls of beef noodles, it would have made no difference. In truth, the reason why Ling Qiuyan is enamored with Tang Kun transcends mere kindness. It is intricately linked to Tang Kun's tall and handsome stature, as well as his astute and intelligent responses, each a compelling attribute, though unspoken by the woman herself. Miss Ling, you speak so candidly that it leaves me at a loss for words. Upon witnessing Ling Qiuyan's gaze, filled with deep affection, Tang Kun found himself uncertain in his choices. Tang Kun, follow your true heart. Should you choose to accept me, I, Ling Qiuyan, shall accompany you, vowing to completely reform and abandon all matters of the world. However, if you regard me with indifference, let us part as strangers, each unacquainted with the other. Chapter 69. Offering a high price to recruit Ling Qiuyan, what began as a delightful meal filled with laughter and conversation unexpectedly transformed into a matchmaking event. To make matters more astonishing, it was the fierce female leader of the underworld who pursued him, leaving Tang Kun in a state of amusement. As he gazed at the enchanting and alluring female thief, who was now delivering her final ultimatum with a serious expression, he realized that Ling Qiuyan was earnest in her intentions. It was utterly inconceivable for him to marry the woman standing before him. After all, not only would the state disapprove, but he also had at home the stunningly beautiful and gentle Xu Rong, who was the ideal wife. Yet deep down, Tang Kun understood that to reject the captivating thief would risk embarrassing her, and perhaps even before she could take action herself, his companions Lao He, Lao Gui, and a Bing would not hesitate to exact their vengeance, potentially leading to his demise. After all, this way, the three could not only reap a small fortune, but also ensure that their leader would not abandon them. Truly a double-edged sword. Having been granted a second chance at life, Tang Kun's intention was to cherish his time with his wife and sisters-in-law, not to engage in violence. Furthermore, Ling Qiuyan had already made her stance clear. She did not care for titles, but simply wished to be by his side. If he could take care of the charming widow Wang Shuzhen, then why not welcome another, Ling Qiuyan, into his fold? Recently, his hunting endeavors were solely aimed at providing sustenance for the women in his life. Now, acquiring various mountain goods at elevated prices from the villagers was merely a means of accumulating initial capital, as these livelihoods were not sustainable in the long run. Tang Kun was acutely aware that to achieve true wealth, he must venture beyond Shangshui village and Jing'an city, setting his sights on the economically vibrant southern regions and even across the ocean. For a reincarnated individual like him, this era was rife with opportunities. It would be a challenge not to prosper. In the coming years, establishing township enterprises, trading government bonds, or even wholesaling clothing and daily necessities in southern cities before reselling them in the vast Northwest. Each of these avenues held the potential for wealth. Moreover, from the moment of his rebirth, Tang Kun had set a goal for himself, to become a millionaire within a year or two, thereby laying a sturdy foundation for a grand commercial empire in the future. It is essential to understand that in this era, having 10,000 yuan placed one at the pinnacle of the socioeconomic pyramid, let alone a millionaire. Thus, what Tang Kun needed to do was to race against time, seizing every opportunity to amass wealth. However, he knew all too well that if he did not accumulate substantial startup capital in these formative years, how could he possibly enter the stock market of the 1990s, a veritable gold mine, without adequate funds? How could he partake in the real estate and internet booms that followed the turn of the millennium? Tang Kun was acutely aware that it was still the early 1980s, but once 1992 arrived, it would herald an era of frenzied commercial ventures. As the lyrics of a song go, in 1992, that was a spring when an old man drew a circle by the southern sea of China. In such a peculiar circle, the departure of hundreds of thousands of civil servants and the suspension of over 10 million individuals from their salaries have led to a situation where the presence of these social elites diminishes Tang Kun's inherent advantages. The outside world is undeniably captivating, yet is fraught with peril. Without someone to safeguard him, Tang Kun is acutely aware that no matter how much wealth he accumulates, it could ultimately be for naught. A decade later, Brother Chong audaciously kidnapped the son of Li Chaoren, demanding a staggering ransom of 10 billion. This incident sent shockwaves through Hong Kong and reverberated both domestically and internationally. Given the tumultuous state of social security in this era, such occurrences are alarmingly common. As a reborn individual, Tang Kun is unwilling to confront similar risks or place his life in the hands of others. Moreover, he is merely at the outset of his journey, possessing only a few thousand yuan. Having already been apprehended twice by Ling Qiuyan, he now finds himself under the scrutiny of Master Chui's men. Should his wealth increase, he could attract even more nefarious figures seeking to exploit him. The present female thief, Ling Qiuyan, is not only beautiful and formidable, but has also taken an immediate liking to him, making her the most suitable guardian for him. With this thought, Tang Kun's mind began to formulate a plan. However, just as he was about to speak, Lao He interjected. "Boss, think carefully. If you follow this country bumpkin, will you still be able to live freely?" After uttering this, Lao He elbowed his companions, Lao Gui and a Bing, urging them to join in. They quickly caught on and chimed in, "Boss, is it worth it to become an ordinary woman and be at the mercy of a mere man? Is this really the proud Ling Qiuyan who never bowed to anyone?" Ling Qiuyan, who had been eagerly awaiting Tang Kun's response, was now incensed as she glared at the three subordinates, disrupting the moment, and sternly commanded, "Lao He, Lao Bing, you three should be silent. My lifelong happiness is not for you to dictate." Realizing she might frighten the man away, she immediately softened her expression towards Tang Kun and gently asked, "Tang Kun, have you made up your mind? Please, give me a straightforward answer." Upon hearing this, Tang Kun smiled slightly, his heart brimming with admiration for her boldness. However, he thought to himself, how intriguing it would be to conquer this spirited mare. With newfound resolve, Tang Kun surveyed the group before him and softly remarked, "Miss Ling, since you've put it that way, as a man, I could never bear to hurt a woman's heart." Ling Qiuyan's face lit up with joy, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. In contrast, Lao He, Lao Gui, and a Bing wore expressions of despair, as if mourning a great loss. They understood that if their leader departed, they would merely be scattered and powerless. Yet, since Tang Kun had suggested they wash their hands of this endeavor, he would naturally provide them with an alternative path. This statement left Ling Qiuyan and the others puzzled. What alternative path? Did you not just promise me that I, Ling Qiuyan, would be your woman from now on? Are you having second thoughts? Tang Kun could easily discern the questions and fury reflected in the woman's eyes, prompting him to raise his right hand, signaling her to allow him to finish speaking. He then turned his gaze towards Lao He, Lao Gui, and a Bing, inquiring with a smile, "Dear brothers, I am curious, what kind of earnings do you typically make after a day of hard work?" Upon hearing this, Lao He, Lao Gui, and a Bing exchanged puzzled glances. What was this sudden inquiry about the income of a band of thieves? Was he contemplating reporting them, or was he considering joining their ranks? Although they initially intended to react with indignation, the fiery warning glare from Ling Qiuyan quickly subdued their spirits. "Lao Gusai, Brother Tang Kun, you know as well as I do that these days, money is scarce for everyone. On a fortunate day, we might rake in a few dozen yuan. For instance, the very first day we met, we managed to extract a few dozen yuan from you." Tang Kun paused in surprise. So it turned out that he was their primary benefactor. Ling Qiuyan, noticing the look Tang Kun cast her way, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her gaze in silence. Alas, when luck is not on our side, we often return empty-handed for several consecutive days. The past few days of early mornings and late nights have yielded not a single cent. Lao He's remark was akin to throwing fuel on the fire, causing Ling Qiuyan's beautiful eyes to flash with cold annoyance, prompting her to shoot a glare at her subordinate. Having absorbed their accounts, Tang Kun began to formulate a plan. With a chuckle, he addressed them, "Gentlemen, would you be willing to work alongside me, Tang Kun, in the future? I shall offer each of you a monthly salary of 100 yuan. What? 100 yuan? The astonishment was palpable on the faces of Lao He, Lao Gui, and a Bing at such a generous offer. Chapter 70. Heartbroken. The boss has been abducted. Haha, how could I, Tang Kun, engage in such unlawful activities? The high remuneration I offer is merely an incentive for you to assist me in legitimate endeavors. Upon hearing Tang Kun's explanation, Lao He, Lao Gui, and a Bing collectively exhaled with relief. After all, in the underworld, such exorbitant prices could indeed lead to heinous acts. Tang Kun, Is this truly the case? Are you not merely jesting with us? At a critical moment, the astute Lao Gui could not resist probing further, seeking to discern the truth. It was well understood that at this juncture, a civil servant or factory worker earned a mere 30 to 40 yuan each month. Now, Tang Kun was offering them 3 times that amount. A fool would refuse such an opportunity. The 3 men were acutely aware that while the life of a thief offered a semblance of freedom, it often came with dire consequences. If apprehended by Uncle Hat, one could face imprisonment or worse. With such a promising opportunity laid before them, how could they not seize it? Naturally, though I, Tang Kun, hail from a humble farming background, I am a man of my word and would never renege on my promises. Observing the earnest expression of the young man before him, and recalling that this individual had already garnered thousands during his previous ventures into the city, Tang Kun's generous nature became apparent. Lao He Lao Gui and Bing exchanged glances, silently communicating, before turning to Tang Kun with smiles, saying, "Brother Tang Kun, with such favorable conditions, it would be foolish to decline. Following you ensures we earn money while being alongside the boss. Truly a win-win situation." We wholeheartedly agree. However, before Tang Kun could respond, the woman across from him, Ling Xuyan, expressed her discontent. With a serious demeanor, she glanced at her 3 subordinates and addressed Tang Kun sternly. "Tang Kun, I do not agree." Upon her declaration, not only was Tang Kun bewildered, but Lao He, Lao Gui, and Bing also wore expressions of confusion, turning to their leader in disbelief. "Miss Ling, why do you disagree? Is it that you find my offer insufficient?" Ling Xuyan, upon hearing this, shot Tang Kun a disdainful look and slowly elaborated. "How much money do you currently possess? Why put on airs and act like a big shot? If you are willing to take in Lao He, Lao Gui, and Bing, merely providing them with a few yuan for pocket money each month suffices. Tang Kun, you are destined for greater things. If you have excess funds, it would be wiser to reserve them for significant matters." After listening to Ling Xuyan's explanation, Tang Kun felt deeply moved. Little did he expect that after just agreeing to let this woman accompany him, she would already be turning her attention outward, seemingly prioritizing others over him. His face broke into a smile. Lao He, Lao Gui, and Bing could hardly believe their eyes and ears, astonished that their typically righteous leader, before even becoming Tang Kun's woman, had begun to direct her focus against her own subordinates, especially old Gui, who, with a face full of frustration, began to complain, "Boss, after much difficulty, we finally have an opportunity to earn some money. Why must you meddle? Besides, Brother Tang Kun can provide us 3 brothers with a monthly salary of 100 yuan. Surely, yours cannot be less than ours?" Upon hearing this, Ling Xuyan let out a cold laugh and replied, "Since I have decided to be Tang Kun's woman, what is mine is his, and what is his is mine. Moreover, do you truly find a monthly gift of merely a few yuan insufficient?" Old He, Old Gui, and Bing were immediately incensed, their teeth grinding in frustration. But with no outlet for their anger, they could only lower their heads and slurp their noodles. Were it not for the fact that they could neither overpower Ling Xuyan nor out-argue their boss, they would have stormed out long ago. "Ha, my dear brothers, do not take offense. Miss Ling is merely jesting with you. This matter is ultimately decided by me, Tang Kun. Each of you shall receive a salary of 100 yuan per month, and when I, Tang Kun, begin to earn substantial profits, I shall raise your wages, shall I not?" In that moment, Tang Kun, having resolved to recruit the 3, was not inclined to be miserly. He had long perceived that despite their tempestuous natures, Old He, Old Gui, and Bing held Ling Xuyan in high regard and were obedient to her. As he aspired to undertake grand endeavors, he recognized the necessity of having capable individuals by his side. Given that the 3 were well acquainted with one another, it was far more advantageous to keep them close. In truth, Ling Xuyan also wished for Old He, Old Gui, and Bing to lead prosperous lives. But her earlier refusal stemmed from a desire to avoid causing trouble for Tang Kun. Now, seeing his determination, she ceased her objections and gently inquired, "Tang Kun, will such a generous salary not pose a burden on you? After all, a trip to the city to procure mountain goods may not yield substantial earnings." Tang Kun chuckled heartily. casting a glance at Ling Qiuyan and softly replied, "Rest assured, Miss Ling, in the future, the wealth I acquire will undoubtedly surpass your expectations." Observing the confidence radiating from the man before her, Ling Qiuyan felt reassured and, with a bright smile, urged, "Let us eat. The noodles have been sitting for far too long and are nearly cold." After speaking, she thoughtfully picked a few slices of beef from her bowl and placed them in front of him. Tang Kun smiled faintly and picked up his chopsticks, devouring the meal with vigor. After all, he had family relying on him for financial support, and he needed to return promptly to procure the mountain goods from the villagers. Having finally encountered the man she had longed for, who was willing to accept her and had provided a new path for old He and his companions, Ling Qiuyan felt a surge of excitement. Just as she prepared to whisper sweet nothings to Tang Kun to deepen their bond, she noticed old He, old Gui, and a Bing seated nearby, and suddenly admonished, "You three, go elsewhere. Do not disturb my meal with Tang Kun." Upon hearing this, old He, old Gui, and a Bing were initially taken aback, but then they shook their heads with a bittersweet smile, each clutching their bowls as they moved to a table nearby to continue their meal in silence. Alas, women, their moods change faster than the turning of pages in a book. With a man of her fancy, she forgets about us three brothers. Upon hearing the complaints of the old man, the old ghost let out a bitter smile and softly lamented, "Alas, it is truly disheartening that our boss has been whisked away right before our very eyes." As the three of them sighed and bowed their heads over their noodles, a stunning waitress suddenly approached Tang Kun and Ling Qiuyan, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Excuse me, sir, may I inquire what your profession entails? How is it possible to offer a salary of 100 yuan per month? Do you think I might join you?" The waitress observed that her job seemed rather effortless, yet her current monthly earnings amounted to a mere 18 yuan. Upon overhearing Tang Kun's astonishing offer of such a generous salary, which promised potential increases, she was understandably taken aback. After a tumultuous internal struggle, she mustered the courage to approach Tang Kun and Ling Qiuyan, hoping to test her fortune. "Look at you. You certainly have an allure for women," Ling Qiuyan thought to herself, seething with jealousy as she witnessed another woman boldly approaching Tang Kun, especially in her presence. If such encounters could occur in the open, who could fathom what transgressions might transpire in secrecy? Having already resolved to become Tang Kun's partner, she felt a surge of anger at the sight of the young and beautiful waitress interrupting their moment. In a fit of rage, she cast down her chopsticks and glared at the waitress. After a brief pause, Ling Qiuyan turned her gaze towards the waitress and provocatively remarked, "Young lady, what we engage in is rather perilous work, involving illicit activities. Are you truly eager to be a part of it?" The waitress, upon hearing these words, instantly paled. Her delicate features drained of color. She fervently waved her fair, tender hands in denial, retreating backward while whispering, "I don't want to. Working at a restaurant is quite sufficient for me." Chapter 71. Ling Qiuyan's first kiss. The trio of Lao He, Lao Gui, and a Bing erupted into laughter upon witnessing the young girl, her face as pale as a ghost, fleeing in utter disarray. Their leader had always seized the opportunity to bully them, which had left them feeling somewhat disgruntled. However, seeing Ling Qiuyan's jealousy manifest on her face as they teased the beautiful and innocent young lady instantly lifted their spirits. "What are you doing? Look at how frightened she is. Is it really necessary to speak so absurdly?" Tang Kun shook his head with a wry smile, unable to suppress his discontent as he observed Ling Qiuyan's attempt to frighten the lovely waitress by claiming they were involved in heinous acts of murder and robbery. "What? Have you taken a liking to this delicate young girl? If so, shall I fetch her for you?" Ling Qiuyan's playful banter elicited no further response from Tang Kun, who, instead, swiftly finished every last bit of beef noodles in his bowl, fearing that her jest might have gone too far and stirred the man's displeasure. Ling Qiuyan chose to remain silent and joined in the meal. Moments later, as Tang Kun and his companions prepared to leave, he intended to approach the bar to offer some comfort and explanation to the waitress. To his dismay, the beautiful waitress, upon catching sight of Tang Kun, was overtaken by fear, her body trembling uncontrollably. Clearly, Ling Chuyan's earlier jest had struck a chord with the young lady. Tang Kun sighed at the sight and turned to Ling Chuyan, whispering, "Alas, look at what you've done. Do refrain from such antics in the future. It will be best if we do not return to this restaurant." Ling Chuyan smiled in response, ultimately nodding in agreement. Behind them, Lao He, Lao Gui, and Abing observed their once mighty leader, now seemingly submissive and compliant to Tang Kun, shaking their heads in bemusement. Lao Gui could not help but murmur, "It seems the boss has changed his demeanor. I cannot tell whether this is a blessing or a curse." As they exited the small eatery, Tang Kun glanced up at the sky, estimating it was nearly 10 o'clock and believing he could return to the village in time. He turned to Ling Chuyan and inquired softly, "Miss Ling, where do you all reside?" Upon hearing Tang Kun's question, Ling Chuyan's heart raced. Thinking that having just agreed to be his woman, he was now eagerly seeking to claim her. Her face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze in silence. Unaware of her tumultuous thoughts, Tang Kun looked instead towards Lao He, Lao Gui, and Abing. Lao Gui promptly responded with respect, "Brother Tang Kun, we have no place to go and are all staying at Abing's home. It's in an old, run-down building on the southern side of the city, just a kilometer away from the black market." Tang Kun, intrigued, could not help but ask, "Does your leader reside with you as well?" Abing, without much thought, nodded and smiled, saying, "Brother Tang, of course, the boss is living with us." Upon hearing this, Ling Chuyan immediately looked up, shot him a glare, and gently explained to Tang Kun, "Tang Kun, do not heed Abing's nonsense. We are residing in the same house, but the three of them share one room, while my bedroom is separate. Rest assured, I, Ling Chuyan, am not a woman of loose morals. It would be a joke if this were left unclear. Tang Kun might misinterpret my character." Tang Kun, taken aback for a moment, quickly realized that he had not intended any such implication. He had merely expressed casual concern for their well-being to facilitate future communication when entering the city. However, upon Ling Chuyan's remark, he suddenly had a thought and hurriedly retrieved 600 yuan from his pocket. After counting, he handed 500 yuan to Ling Chuyan and 100 yuan to Lao He. The unexpected generosity left the four of them momentarily stunned, staring at the man in a daze. Previously, they would resort to seizing or stealing, and now someone was willingly offering money. It was indeed a novel experience for them. "Miss Ling, it is quite inconvenient for a young lady like you to live with 3 grown men. We should find a place to rent. Once we have more funds, we can buy a courtyard, making it easier for our future work and living arrangements." Ling Chuyan understood that the man before her would soon return to procure mountain goods and initially intended to refuse. However, considering that a young lady like herself was cramped in a single room with several men, it did seem somewhat inappropriate. Moreover, given that she had now publicly become Tang Kun's woman, remaining at Abing's house felt increasingly untenable. Thus, she replied gently, "All right then, I shall heed your advice. I will look for a place shortly, and when you come to the city, you will have a place to stay." For the first time in her life, Ling Chuyan felt a mix of shyness and joy as she accepted money from a man. Tang Kun, pleased, nodded in approval and then addressed Lao He and the others, explaining, "Brothers, upon our return, we still need to procure mountain goods, so I will give you 100 yuan as pocket money for now. Next time we enter the city, I will strive to advance your wages." Upon hearing this, Lao He and the others were filled with astonishment. To be honest, they had never received wages while accompanying Ling Chuyan on their adventures, let alone in advance. "Brother Tang, rest assured, we will wholeheartedly follow you from now on," Lao He exclaimed, his excitement palpable. At that moment, he no longer addressed Tang Kun by his name, but respectfully referred to him as Big Brother. Seeing this, Lao Gui and Abing hastened to express their loyalty as well. "Brother Tang, as long as we are around, if anyone from Chui Heir's side dares to act sneakily against you, I will ensure they pay dearly." Tang Kun loaned heartily, clapping Lao He and the others on the shoulder, and declared, "My 3 brothers, the days of violence are behind us. From now on, we shall earn a living with dignity. As long as no one wrongs me, I shall not wrong others. Let us all strive together, believing that our future days will undoubtedly improve." Having expressed what needed to be said, Tang Kun bid farewell to the crowd and prepared to ride back to Shangshui village. "Tang Kun, wait a moment. I have something to say to you. Unexpectedly, Ling Chuyin called out, her voice tinged with reluctance. Tang Kun promptly set down his bicycle and turned to face the woman behind him. You two fools, did you not see the expression on the boss's face? What are you still doing here? Lao He and a Bing stood foolishly in place, eager to investigate, but were swiftly pulled aside by Lao Gui, who chastised them in hushed tones. Miss Ling, do you have something to discuss? Tang Kun inquired as Ling Chuyin stepped closer. Tang Kun, I am truly happy today and wish to present you with a special gift. At that moment, Ling Chuyen's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze fervent, her beautiful eyes deeply fixed on the man before her as she spoke softly. A special gift? Tang Kun murmured in surprise. To his astonishment, Ling Chuyen summoned her courage. Cupping his face in her hands, and planted a fervent kiss on his lips. With a radiant smile, she whispered, Tang Kun, this is my first kiss, and now it belongs to you. Without allowing the man a moment to respond, she shyly dashed away. As he watched her retreating figure, Tang Kun stood there, bewildered and dazed, lost in a cloud of confusion. Chapter 72. The poor go unnoticed in the bustling city. While the rich have distant relatives in the deep mountains, Ling Chuyen, born an orphan, has endured the vicissitudes of human emotions from a tender age, growing accustomed to the world's inherent ugliness. Over the years, she has navigated through life's trials, concealing her fragile and sensitive heart beneath a veneer of strength. Little did Tang Kun know that his mere act of kindness towards this woman led Ling Chuyen to harbor him in her heart, culminating in her bold declaration of affection today, as she bestowed upon him her most cherished first kiss. In this moment, Tang Kun felt a profound mix of emotions, both touched and ashamed. He was moved by the unwavering loyalty of a fierce woman like Ling Chuyen. Once she recognizes a man in her heart, she is bound to remain steadfast for life. Yet, he was also filled with shame for this woman. Without regard for any title, had thrown herself into his embrace like a moth to a flame, while he himself harbored little affection for her. Instead, he had chosen to acquiesce due to calculated interests. At that moment, Tang Kun was left uncertain about the righteousness of his actions. Alas, it is indeed challenging to endure the affections of a beauty. Now that events have unfolded thus, it is perhaps best to let things take their natural course. With thoughts of his beautiful wife, Xu Rong, awaiting him at home, and the alluring widow, Wang Shuzhen, who also had him on her mind, Tang Kun sighed heavily, mounting his bicycle and hastening towards Shangshui village. In Shangshui village, at Tang Kun's ancestral home, the atmosphere was lively at noon, with a cacophony of voices filling the courtyard. A group of individuals, both young and old, male and female, gathered around a square table, cheerfully consuming steamed buns and savoring the stir-fried, wild boar strips prepared by the four Su sisters. These individuals were not mere villagers delivering mountain goods. Rather, they were an assortment of relatives who had inexplicably appeared. Upon entering, they fervently proclaimed themselves to be Tang Kun's kin, displaying an unusual warmth. Intiali, Su Feng, Su Zan, and Su Jiao, the three sisters, regarded them with skepticism, doubting their true identities. After all, since their eldest sister had married into the Tang family, these so-called relatives had seldom visited, with some even being unknown to them. Their sudden influx certainly raised suspicions of ulterior motives. However, Xu Rong, fearing that these individuals might indeed be legitimate relatives, worried that any neglect on her part could tarnish her husband Tang Kun's reputation. Thus, she ultimately chose to welcome them with open arms, resolving to make decisions only upon Tang Kun's return. Xu Rong, by our familial hierarchy, you ought to call me aunt, declared an elderly woman seated at the head of the table, savoring the delicacies while casting a beaming glance at Xu Rong, who stood across the table, feigning authority. Aunt. In her moment of distress, Xu Rong had not seen this so-called aunt's presence. Yet now, with life slightly improved, the woman emerged. Although Xu Rong felt displeased internally, she still respectfully addressed her. Second mother, by lineage, shouldn't Xu Rong call me cousin? Remarked a middle-aged woman sitting beside the elderly lady, her eyes fixed intently on Xu Rong, radiating expectation. Clearly, This woman also yearned for Xu Rong to address her as cousin. Xu Rong, perceptive to the motives of those around her, could not be oblivious to their intentions. Before the elder before her, she could still call out, but to her surprise, a peer had the audacity to act presumptuously. Xu Rong was not one to indulge such behavior, deliberately feigning ignorance. The middle-aged woman, noticing Xu Rong's disregard, darkened in expression, initially inclined to erupt in anger, only to be restrained by a sharp elbow from the man beside her. Instant realization dawned upon her. She was the one seeking a favor, and thus she fell silent, grasping her chopsticks and voraciously piling her plate with food, as if to unleash her pent-up frustration upon the delectable dishes. What audacity! We have provided for the second sister and the third sister so generously, and yet these people are utterly disrespectful. They've been here for over an hour, as if they intend to overstay their welcome. I dare say this is akin to a weasel paying a visit to a chicken, with ill intentions. Will our current actions attract trouble for the brother-in-law? Su Jiao had been in a foul mood since these relatives entered her home, and now, witnessing this scene, she could no longer contain her grievances towards Su Feng and Su Yan. In truth, had it not been for the opposition of her elder sister, Xu Rong, Su Feng and Su Yan would have long since expelled this group. Where were these people when the brother-in-law was struggling to make ends meet? Now that they have heard he has earned some money, they appear more hypocritical than ever. At this moment, unable to restrain herself any longer, the third sister, Su Yan, muttered under breath, "I cannot let this go unchallenged. Second sister, third sister, you stay here. I shall visit Sister Wang to inquire about a few matters." Without waiting for Su Feng and Su Yan's response, Su Jiao swiftly departed towards the neighboring yard. Sister Wang, having lived in the village for many years, are those people in the yard truly relatives of the brother-in-law? Upon arriving at Wang Shuzhen's home, Su Jiao wasted no time and got straight to the point. As a neighbor, Wang Shuzhen initially intended to remain uninvolved, but considering the implications for Tang Kun's immediate interests, and with her sister-in-law, Su Jiao, seeking answers, she spoke softly. "Su Jiao, some of these individuals do indeed share a familial bond with your brother-in-law, though they have had little contact over the years. However, for what I observed, most of them are distantly related, unlikely to have any significant connection, given their demeanor. It seems they have come today with some request of your brother-in-law. Indeed, it is said that when one is impoverished, they go unnoticed amidst the crowds. But wealth attracts distant relatives from the mountains." Wang Shuzhen could never have imagined that her words would prove prophetic, as these visitors were unexpectedly linked to her as well. "I see. Sister Wang, since their ties are not close, I shall inform my elder sister to expel them from our home," Su Jiao declared. Not pausing for Wang Shuzhen's reply, she dashed out of the house like the wind. "Oh dear, this little girl." Watching Su Jiao's retreating figure, Wang Shuzhen wore a look of concern, shaking her head with a wry smile. "Ding, ding, ding. Wife, I'm home." Racing back to the village, just a few meters from the yard, Tang Kun could hear a multitude of voices emanating from his home, his face lighting up with excitement. He had assumed that villagers had come to trade mountain goods at this hour, and he pressed the bicycle bell vigorously, hoping to catch his wife's attention. "Brother-in-law, you have finally returned." However, to his surprise, it was not Xu Rong who came out to greet him, but rather his sister-in-law, Su Jiao, who dashed out from the widow's home, her face brimming with delight upon seeing Tang Kun. Jiao, with so many people at home, why aren't you assisting your sister with the mountain goods? Why are you running out to visit?" Tang Kun inquired. Hearing this, Su Jiao's expression soured, and with a haughty snort, she retorted, "Brother-in-law, it's only noon. Who is delivering mountain goods at this hour? And who exactly is at home?" Tang Kun, upon hearing this, cast a dubious glance at his sister-in-law. With a resigned smile, Su Jiao took the bicycle from Tang Kun and whispered, "Brother-in-law, just go inside and see for yourself. I hear it's your so-called relatives." Understanding her implication, Tang Kun's demeanor darkened as he strode into his own courtyard. He was all too aware of the true nature of his relatives. "Kun, you're back. Brother-in-law, it's truly wonderful to have you home." Xu Rong, Su Feng, and Su Yan, upon spotting Tang Kun entering the yard, rushed forward with excitement. Tang Kun nodded in acknowledgement. his gaze sharp as it swept over the gathering around the square table. Observing the table laden with an array of delectable dishes, he noted that there was no place for his woman or sister-in-law. Turning to Xu Rong, he coldly remarked, "Is this the steamed white bun you prepared? The dishes you cooked?" Since Tang Kun had turned over a new leaf, Xu Rong had never witnessed such anger from him. Uncertain whether he was reproaching her for neglecting their relatives or for not sufficiently entertaining them, she felt a pang of guilt and softly nodded in response. "Yes. I see you, Xu Rong, have grown tired of enjoying good fortune to serve such fine food to the dogs." With this remark, an instant silence enveloped the courtyard. Even the relatives who had been poised to rise in welcome were momentarily frozen, unsure whether to remain seated or to stand obediently. Unable to contain her amusement at the sight of their stunned expressions, Jiao, hidden nearby, stifled a laugh and mused to herself. These folks were just so arrogant. Now that brother-in-law has arrived, they have all wilted. It seems brother-in-law truly packs a punch. Chapter 73. All are driven out. I, Tang Kun, have no relatives like you, Tang Kun. How can you speak in such a manner? Regardless of the circumstances, we are all family. The elderly lady, seated at the head of the square table, could no longer contain herself upon hearing Tang Kun compare the group to swine and dogs, and upon noticing his sullen demeanor. She approached him, trembling with age and supported by her cane, to reprimand him. The middle-aged woman who had just coerced Xu Rong into addressing her as cousin now witnessed the elder personally chastising Tang Kun. Seeing that he merely sulked and offered no retort, she assumed he was intimidated and continued with an air of superiority. "Indeed, it was merely a few buns and a bit of meat. Why all the fuss? Such stinginess. If anyone else had invited us, we would hardly have cared." Jiao, the younger sister-in-law, was incensed by the middle-aged woman's lack of shame. Recognizing that her brother-in-law, a man, might find it awkward to confront her, she boldly stepped forward, pointing her finger at the woman's forehead, and admonished, "At your age, how can you speak such nonsense? You claim not to covet these items? Who is it that consumed the most and did so in the most disgraceful manner?" At this, the middle-aged woman felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. After all, it had been a long time since she had savored meat. And upon seeing Xu Rong serve the steamed buns along with sautéed wild boar, she had lost all composure and devoured the food without a thought for appearances. Now, confronted by a young girl, her anger flared as she retorted sharply, "You insolent girl! Your sister is merely a daughter-in-law of the Tang family, and you are but a sister-in-law, an outsider. This is the Tang household. What right do you have to speak here?" If the villagers were to hear that the household is led by a sister-in-law, it would be the source of endless ridicule. What about Tang Kun's dignity? Hearing these words, Jiao felt a mixture of anger and frustration, momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, with so many guests present, her brother-in-law had remained silent. Why should she, as a sister-in-law, be the one to stand up? If she were to tarnish his reputation, would she not be harming her elder sister? After all, the reason her brother-in-law had often mingled with the likes of Wang Ergu and had resorted to violence against her sister was due to the idle gossip of the neighbors. If he truly listened to such nonsensical remarks, what future would her sister have? The eldest sister, Xu Rong, noticed the escalating tension and gestured to Xu Feng and Xu Yin to take their younger sister away to avoid further disgrace. Subsequently, she turned her gaze to her husband, hoping Tang Kun would intervene and resolve the matter. Upon hearing his wife speak such nonsense, the middle-aged man noticed Tang Kun's ashen face and realized that his woman had stirred up trouble. Recalling the original intention of their visit, he swiftly pulled his wife behind him and whispered reproachfully, "Xioi, what are you babbling about? Have you forgotten why we are here?" At this reminder, the woman named Xioi suddenly came to her senses, realizing that the crowd had gathered out of necessity for Tang Kun's assistance, and she cautiously glanced at him. "Have you all finished your performance?" Tang Kun's voice resonated with authority. "Xu Rong is my wife, and Xu Feng, Xu Yin, and Xu Jiao are indeed my beloved sisters-in-law. But they're also my closest kin. How is it that I, the master of this house, have no objections, yet you strangers dare to presume to take charge?" Tang Kun observed the reactions of his relatives with keen eyes. Seeing all eyes fixed upon him, he could not help but erupt with a thunderous voice. Upon hearing her brother-in-law defend her so fiercely, Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao felt their eyes welling up with tears, deeply moved by his words. Sensing the atmosphere becoming heavy, the elderly matriarch approached Tang Kun, her voice soft. Xiao Kun, Xiaoyi has always been straightforward. Besides, she is your cousin. We must not allow outsiders to mock us. Furthermore, with your words so harsh, how do you expect those around us to perceive the situation? I have watched you grow up. I even held you when you were a child. Let us put the earlier unpleasantness behind us. Now that you have returned, shall we discuss matters of importance? Her words ignited a spark of eagerness among the so-called relatives, who turned their hopeful gazes toward Tang Kun. What important matters? He replied, bewildered, his tone somewhat frosty. Xiaoyi, sensing his reluctance, quickly pushed her man aside and approached Tang Kun with a forced smile. Cousin Tang Kun, we heard from the villagers that you are acquiring mountain goods every day and in need of considerable manpower. As relatives, could you not allow us to assist? After all, it's more reassuring to have family working for you than to pay a widow 5 yuan a day. As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently flickered toward the neighboring widow's yard. Meanwhile, Wang Shuzhen, who was eavesdropping from the corner of the wall, couldn't he believe how closely this matter pertained to her, her mouth agape in astonishment. It turned out these relatives had come seeking the very 5 yuan wage that she received daily. Yet, how had this information leaked to them when it was generally unknown? Realizing that the 7 aunts and uncles before him were envious of the 5 yuan he paid to Wang Shuzhen, Tang Kun felt a mix of anger and incredulity. Pointing at the middle-aged woman before him, he scanned the crowd coldly and slowly articulated, "Where were you all when my family fell into hardship? I recall that during my high school years, when I, Tang Kun, could not gather the tuition fees due to my family financial struggles, I sought assistance from you. My relatives, what was the outcome? Either you deliberately avoided me, or you incessantly lamented your own poverty. Had it not been for the kindness of our neighbors, I, Tang Kun, will have lost my chance to pursue education altogether." Upon uttering these words, many lowered their heads in silence, their gazes too timid to meet mine. Turning to the elderly woman before me, I coldly remarked, "And you, my so-called aunt, when my parents were alive and your family faced difficulties, we extended our utmost support, even at the cost of our own comfort. Yet, when my parents passed away, not only did your family refuse to lend a hand, but you also sought to undermine us, suggesting that it would be best to sever ties. Were you not fearful of my persistence in seeking your assistance? Aunt, did you not express these very sentiments in my presence back then?" The elderly woman, confronted with these past grievances, hung her head in shame, rendered speechless. "Now that my circumstances have improved slightly, you all flock to me, hoping to earn a mere 5 yuan a day?" I scoffed, for such fortune does not exist. I, Tang Kun, would rather extend my generosity to my neighbors or fellow villagers than offer you a semblance of kindness. Now that you understand my sentiments, if there is nothing further, you may return to your own affairs. I have much to attend to here. Remember this well. I, Tang Kun, do not consider you my relatives." The elderly woman, visibly embarrassed, stammered, "Xiao Kun, we were wrong in the past, but we are all family. Can't you extend a helping hand to us?" Yet, I remained unmoved, responding coolly, "Elderly one, some matters cannot simply be overlooked with a mere acknowledgement of past wrongs. If everyone could escape accountability with a simple apology, the very concept of remorse would lose its significance. As you can see, I, Tang Kun, am no fool, nor do I possess such magnanimity. Now, leave this place. You are not welcome here." Chapter 74. Wealth in Hand. "Come in heart, you wretched little brat. You are utterly heartless. Shua, let us disregard such ungrateful relatives. Since they disdain us, let's take our leave." The old lady initially believed that as Tang Kun's aunt, her status as an elder would compel him to offer her some consideration, arranging for family members to come and earn a living. To her dismay, after 2 attempts to approach him, she received nothing but cold indifference. Consequently, she decided to abandon any pretense and revealed her true nature. Gripping her cane tightly and pointing it at Tang Kun's chest as she unleashed a torrent of curses, she then rallied those around her to sever all ties with Tang Kun. Seeing this, Xiao, and the others, realizing their hopes of earning money were dashed, wore expressions of deep disappointment. They had intended to join the old lady in berating Tang Kun to vent their frustrations. However, just as they were about to speak, they caught sight of Tang Kun's icy glare directed at them, causing Xiao to instantly clamp her mouth shut. Indeed, this scoundrel had come into wealth, and she could no longer afford to offend him as she had in the past. Recognizing that the old lady and Xiao were the key figures in this gathering, Tang Kun, after intimidating the so-called cousin with his frigid gaze, turned his cold eyes upon the old lady and snorted contemptuously. "Old hag, were it not for your frail age, I would have already kicked you out of this courtyard. Spare me your posturing. Leave immediately. Your presence irritates me." Enduring repeated humiliations from Tang Kun, the old lady felt her blood pressure spike, leaning heavily on her cane with one hand while clutching her chest with the other. Her face contorted in anguish. Onlookers gasped in shock and quickly rushed to her side. "Second mother, are you all right?" Xiao, noticing something amiss, was the first to inquire. Her complexion drastically altered. Grandma, a teenage girl, was so frightened that she burst into tears. The four Xu sisters, Xu Rong, Xu Feng, Xu Yan, and Xu Jiao, worried about the old lady's well-being and the potential scandal it could bring, cast anxious glances at Tang Kun, hoping he would step in to offer some words of comfort and alleviate the tense atmosphere. Tang Kun, however, was acutely aware of their intentions. He understood that if he displayed even a hint of kindness or yielded in any way, they would undoubtedly take advantage of him. Everything he had done thus far would become futile. Thus, as he observed the group frantically surrounding the old lady, Tang Kun remained aloof, choosing not to intervene or utter a single word. "Let us go. If we don't leave now, I fear these old bones of mine may be left behind." After a prolonged silence, with Tang Kun still refusing to soften his stance, the old lady sighed inwardly, grasped Xiao's arm, and weakly declared, "Lure away. Come help your grandmother." "We are leaving now." Xiao turned, cast a fierce glare at Tang Kun, and called out to the sobbing girl to assist the old lady as they made their way out of the courtyard. Watching the throng of departing figures, Tang Kun was left in a state of astonishment. What on earth? The old wretch was merely putting on an act earlier, and now he dares to provoke? With such remarkable acting skills, if he waits another 10 or 20 years, he could undoubtedly emerge as a leading figure in the film industry. Reflecting on the elderly lady's earlier performance, even as a reborn individual, Tang Kun couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. "Brother-in-law, you are truly impressive. It seems these opportunists require your firm hand to set them straight." Seeing the courtyard finally return to tranquility, his sister-in-law, Xu Jiao, approached eagerly, linking her arm with Tang Kun's, her face beaming with pride. Xu Feng, the second sibling, and Xu Yan, the third, also rejoiced at the resolution of the trouble. Only the eldest, Xu Rong, felt a tumult of emotions, with a tinge of fear lingering in her heart. Noticing the concern in his wife's eyes, Tang Kun chuckled softly, instantly grasping what was on her mind. He stepped forward, taking her delicate hand in his, and smiled. "My dear wife, earlier, in front of those people, I purposely scolded you without giving you an ounce of favor. You are not upset with me, are you?" Upon hearing her husband's explanation, Xu Rong's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight, and she playfully inquired, "Ah, Kun, so that was intentional? I thought you were genuinely angry with me. You truly frightened me." Recalling the selfish man who had once struck and scolded her, Xu Rong felt a wave of dread, fearing that her husband might revert to his former self. Tang Kun laughed heartily, pulling her into his embrace and softly reassuring her, "My dear, with your gentle nature and ethereal beauty, I, Tang Kun, would be pained to see you distressed, let alone humiliate you. In this world, you're the closest person to me." Xu Rong blushed at his words, her heart swelling with joy. Witnessing her brother-in-law showering affection in front of them, Xu Feng and Xu Yan quickly averted their gazes, too shy to look. Meanwhile, Xu Jiao boldly approached Tang Kun, directly asking, "Brother-in-law, how did your trip to the city go? Did you manage to earn any money? You must know that we are completely out of funds at home. If the villagers come to sell mountain goods, and we cannot provide the money, it would be utterly embarrassing." Indeed, Su Jiao's words instantly captured the attention of her three sisters, who gazed at Tang Kun with eager anticipation. Tang Kun smiled mysteriously and replied, "Let us go inside." The four Su sisters, puzzled yet obedient, followed him into the house. Once inside, Tang Kun walked over to the heated Kong and magically produced a thick stack of banknotes from his pocket, placing them all on the surface. "Wow, such a large sum?" We struck it rich. Su Yin and Su Jiao exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Ah Kun, how much did we earn this time?" Xu Rong may not be as exaggerated as her two younger sisters, yet the excitement in her eyes was unmistakable as she approached her man and gently inquired, "Darling, there are a total of 300 bills here. This time, we have earned 3,080 yuan." Upon hearing that Tang Kun had returned from the city with such a substantial amount, nearly 1,000 yuan more than last time, Xu Rong and Su Feng were overjoyed, dancing with delight. In reality, the women were unaware that Tang Kun had understated his earnings by 600 yuan. After all, the female thief, Ling Qiuyan, was intent on following him, and reluctantly, Tang Kun had provided her with 500 yuan for rent to secure her a place to stay in the city. This also served as a foothold for him. As for the recently recruited Lao He, Lao Ge, and a Bing, all of whom had backgrounds as thieves, Tang Kun preferred to keep these matters hidden from the women, fearing their reactions. He resolved to disclose the truth when the time was right. "Sister-in-law, since we have so much money at home now, can we repay the money we lent out? Yesterday, while purchasing mountain goods, Xu Rong had insufficient funds, so she had borrowed 100 yuan from her sisters, Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao. Now that her brother-in-law had returned with such a sum, Su Jiao, with a playful glint in her eyes, looked at Tang Kun and mischievously remarked, 'You little rascal, always thinking about money.' Xu Rong playfully chided upon hearing her sister's request. Although Su Feng and Su Yin remained silent, their eyes occasionally darted toward the stack of bills on the bed. After all, the sisters had been impoverished for so long that the absence of hidden savings left them feeling uneasy. Tang Kun, witnessing the scene, let out a hearty laugh and counted out 20 bills, handing them to Su Jiao with a cheerful declaration. Jiao, your sister borrowed 100 yuan from you yesterday, and now your brother-in-law gives you 200 yuan, with the remainder serving as interest." Upon receiving the 20 bills, Su Jiao's face lit up with surprise as she exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, are these all for me?" Tang Kun nodded slightly, smiling without a word. "Since it's your brother-in-law's pocket money for you, take it." With a grin, Xu Rong playfully urged her younger sister. Tang Kun then counted another 20 bills for Su Feng and Su Yin, with Su Jiao in front. The two younger sisters accepted the money with beaming smiles. The women understood well that their brother-in-law was not lacking in funds. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to ask for even a penny more. "Wife, the rest is all yours. You are now the fortune bringer of the Tang family." After repaying his sisters-in-law, Tang Kun happily placed all the money into Xu Rong's hands. Gazing at the pile of cash, Xu Rong felt a wave of sweetness wash over her. It was not the money that mattered to women, but rather the significance that their men placed on them. As the greats say, when there is grain in the house, the heart is at ease. In my view, having money in hand brings peace of mind as well. Upon witnessing the affectionate scene between her brother-in-law and older sister, the younger sister-in-law, Su Jiao, could not resist teasing, which instantly provoked a hearty laughter from the crowd. Chapter 75. The Scandal Between Tang Kun and the Charming Widow at the eastern edge of Shui Village. While Tang Kun and the four Su sisters reveled in their shared joy, Wang Ergu, Jiao, and Wei Jun sat beneath a large tree at the village entrance, smoking and engaging in hushed conversation. "Boss, what on earth happened to your face?" Jiao inquired, concern etched across his features. "We've asked you several times, yet you remained silent. Did that scoundrel Tang Kun have a hand in it?" Wang Ergu took a deep drag from his cigarette, turning to Wang Ergu with a worried expression. Wei Jun nodded in agreement, echoing the sentiment. A couple of days prior, Wang Ergu had stealthily followed the alluring widow, Wang Shuzhen, to the commune's cattle shed, nearly taking advantage of her. However, at a critical moment, he was interrupted by Tang Kun, who not only rescued the widow, but also gave Wang Ergu a thorough beating. leaving him bruised and battered. The memory of that encounter, along with the two occasions where Tang Kun had thwarted his advances, left Wang Ergu seething with frustration. Yet, such humiliating matters were not something he was willing to disclose as the leader. Upon hearing Jiao's repeated inquiry, Wang Ergu's irritation flared, and he retorted, "If I told you, would you still ask? I will say it once more. I was drunk and fell, all right?" He then shifted the topic. "By the way, did you? Wei Jun, didn't Ti instruct you both to discreetly spread rumors about Tang Kun and the widow having an affair? Days have passed, yet there has been no movement. I haven't even seen Xu Rong causing a stir with Tang Kun." Jiao sighed at Wang Ergu's change of subject, offering a quiet explanation. "Boss, the times have changed. In the past, we could fabricate anything about Tang Kun. After all, everyone knew he was a good-for-nothing. But now it's different. Tang Kun has transformed, and he has money. Wei Jun and I have whispered to many, yet not a single soul believes us. Some even argue, with his 3 beautiful sisters-in-law, why would he pursue a widow with a child? In truth, Zhao Daju refrained from voicing a thought lingering in his mind. The villagers viewed him and Wei Jun as triflers, often drinking and gambling. How credible could their words possibly be? Moreover, with Tang Kun purchasing various mountain goods at high prices, he inadvertently offered everyone a path to wealth, making him a veritable god of fortune whom no one would dare offend. I refuse to believe that Tang Kun has no weaknesses, Wang Ergu declared vehemently. In the past, I might have been uncertain about his relationship with that flirtatious widow, but now Wang Shuzhen frequently visits his home. There is undoubtedly something amiss. After finishing his statement, Wang Ergu discarded his cigarette, but crushing it underfoot with a fierce expression. Not far off, Xiao supported the elderly matriarch, approaching with an expression of anger, muttering curses under her breath. A group of villagers, buoyed by excitement, made their way to Tang Kun's home, hopeful that he would consider their familial ties and offer them some work, allowing them to earn a meager income and improve their circumstances. Unbeknownst to them, a group of over a dozen individuals found themselves not only without any means of earning a living, but also facing a torrent of invective from Tang Kun, leading to their expulsion in utter disgrace. How could this not incite the ire of Xiao and the elderly matron? Second mother, I am convinced that Tang Kun is no virtuous character. He must have his eyes set on the beautiful widow next door. Perhaps they share some illicit and sordid connection. In hushed tones, the two speculated that seductive vixen, appearing all prim and proper, who knows what depravity lurks beneath. Hearing Xiao's words, the matron sighed deeply and cautioned, "Xiao, you must refrain from making baseless accusations without evidence. As you have witnessed, Tang Kun is a man who recognizes no kinship. Now that this wretched boy has come into some wealth, it would be wise for us to avoid provoking him. Moreover, Xu Rong is renowned for her beauty across the countryside. Even a fool like Tang Kun would not so recklessly pursue a widow without cause. If word of this were spread, how could he ever hold his head high again?" Yet, Xiao, with a defiant expression, retorted, "Second mother, you fail to grasp the situation. If Tang Kun had no questionable ties with that temptress, why would he seek her assistance, offering a generous wage of 5 yuan daily? You must have noticed that aside from his wife, Tang's household already includes 3 sisters-in-law. Is it merely for a paltry amount of mountain goods? With so many people at home, does Tang Kun truly need to recruit external help? This is nothing short of a clumsy admission of guilt." Xiao's analysis garnered nods of agreement from those around her, especially from her husband, who vehemently declared, "Who would have thought such a scoundrel could exist among our kin?" Thankfully, we did not linger to assist. Otherwise, we would have faced utter humiliation. Moreover, what is this arrogance? Does he think himself superior merely because he has acquired a bit of wealth? Encouraged by her husband's support, Xiao's voice rose an octave in indignation. Exactly. Who would covet such a man? If Tang Kun were present to hear this exchange, he would likely mutter in disdain, "Indeed, it is true that one cannot expect harmony from a family so disparate." Little did Xiao and her companions realize that their disparaging remarks about Tang Kun and the slander against Wang Shuzhen were being overheard in their entirety by Wang Ergu and his companions loitering by the roadside. Once the group departed, Wang Ergu, overjoyed, pointed at Xiaoyi and her companion's retreating figures, exclaiming, "Jun, did you hear that?" Even Tang Kun's relatives are confirming that he and the beautiful widow Wang Shuzhen are entangled. This is a fortuitous opportunity we cannot afford to miss. Upon exchanging knowing glances, Zhao Dazhu and Wei Jun burst into laughter. "Boss, since the matter is now as certain as the sun rising, what are we waiting for? We must share this monumental news with the villagers. Let everyone know that Tang Kun, with a mere 5 yuan, has managed to seduce that brazen woman, Wang Shuzhen." One cannot help but wonder whether Xu Rong, upon receiving this news, would create a stir with Tang Kun. Should Tang Kun's 3 sisters-in-law discover that their brother-in-law is a lecherous scoundrel, might they consider returning to the commune's cattle shed? In truth, despite failing to win over the enchanting Feng, Su Yan, and Su Jiao during their last encounter, and even suffering a severe beating at the hands of Tang Kun, Jiao had made a public promise to Tang Kun that he would no longer provoke Feng and her ilk. Yet, this fellow remains unable to erase the memory from his mind, harboring an incessant longing for them. Chapter 76. Rumors run rampant. The Su sisters respond urgently faced with the vile curses and calculated malice from their relatives, alongside the insidious schemes of individuals like Wang Ergu and Zhao Dazhu. The parties involved, Tang Kun and Wang Shuzhen, remain blissfully unaware of the unfolding chaos. After his wife, Xu Rong, prepared a few delightful dishes, Tang Kun relished his lunch and then promptly leaped onto the heated Kong, drifting into a deep slumber. His intention was to rejuvenate himself for the afternoon's task of energetically acquiring the assorted mountain goods brought by the villagers. Understanding her husband's exhaustion, Xu Rong gently closed the door, signaling to her sister to keep their voices down so as not to disturb Tang Kun's midday rest. The 4 women then returned to the kitchen, deftly tidying up the dishes while engaging in soft-spoken conversation, their faces radiant with joy. Since Tang Kun expressed his willingness to purchase mountain goods and medicinal herbs at generous prices, many able-bodied villagers had taken to the mountains for hunting, bustling with excitement. Their aim was to procure wild game to exchange with Tang Kun for a bountiful reward, thereby improving their living conditions. Consequently, while the men were away, the village was predominantly inhabited by women and children. Naturally, the likes of Wang Ergu, Zhao Dazhu, and Wei Jun, who were known for their idle ways, had no interest in venturing into the mountains and instead loitered about the village. However, upon unexpectedly learning from Xiaoyi about the scandalous liaison between Tang Kun and Wang Shuzhen, the trio split up, converging on areas where women congregated to discreetly propagate rumors. Wang Ergu was acutely aware that the village women had a penchant for gathering to gossip about everyday matters, making it the perfect breeding ground for such rumors. What? Tang Kun is having an affair with that widow neighbor? One middle-aged woman, seated at her doorstep and crafting shoe soles, paused her work, her face a picture of astonishment as she turned to Wang Ergu, who was squatting nearby. The 3 younger women surrounding her regarded Wang Ergu with skeptical expressions, awaiting further elaboration. In response to their doubts, Wang Ergu hastily retorted, "Lu Sa, what is so unbelievable about this? Though Wang Shuzhen is a widow, she is exceptionally beautiful, having once been one of the village's 6 flower girls. This woman has lived without a man for years, at her young age. How could she not entertain unusual thoughts? Besides, you know how men are. Who doesn't stray?" Upon hearing Wang Ergu's assertion, the women erupted into laughter. One young lady in her 20s chiming in, "True, men are always eyeing what is not on their plates. There isn't a decent one among them. But it's truly unexpected that Tang Kun would forego his 3 lovely sisters-in-law to secretly dally with a charming widow." Liu Sao, Ingji, remarked with a knowing glint in her eye. To each their own. Perhaps Tang Kun simply prefers beautiful women who are older than himself. Ha ha ha. Observing the scene, one need not stir the waters themselves. The women had already begun to weave their own narratives, engaging in animated conversation. With a mischievous grin, Wang Ergu slowly rose and made his way towards the next cluster of women. "Zhao Dazhu, what gives you such unwavering certainty?" One exclaimed. "I believe Tang Kun is not that kind of man. He is loyal and affectionate, not only cherishing his wife, but also showing great care for his three sisters-in-law. Moreover, he is generous, willing to assist the villagers in earning a living. It was Zhao Daju who, in contrast, was deemed a despicable man along with Wang Ergu. As the villagers knew all too well how they often lingered around the young widows of the village. At the western end of the village, Zhao Daju animatedly recounted the scandal between Tang Kun and Wang Shuzhen, embellishing the tale, expecting the women to believe him. To his surprise, Wang Mozi's wife was the first to rebuke him, even turning the tables to criticize him and Wang Ergu. This infuriated Zhao Daju, who initially intended to retaliate, but, with a swift change in demeanor, smiled and said, "Wang saw, believe it or not, these rumors come straight from Tang Kun's relatives. Whether you choose to believe them is entirely up to you. Just think for a moment. Tang Kun's household already has 4 women. Why would he spend an extra 5 yuan a day to have that alluring widow, Wang Shuzhen, help out? Wouldn't it be more sensible to keep that money for himself? Doesn't that suggest something?" Zhao Daju, accustomed to a life of idleness, easily wielded his words. Indeed, upon hearing him speak, the group of women nearby began to chatter animatedly. Even Wang Mozi's wife, who had earlier defended Tang Kun, appeared hesitant, unsure of how to counter Zhao Daju's assertions. Witnessing this turn of events, and recognizing that he had achieved his aim, Zhao Daju leisurely rose, whistling as he departed. Simultaneously, Wei Jun was not idle either. He approached a group of women chatting at the eastern end of the village, further embellishing the tale. "Did you know that Tang Kun and Wang Shuzhen often shut themselves away in a room, engaging in who knows what clandestine activities? Is that true? Tang Kun seems so respectable," one woman remarked in disbelief. Wei Jun confidently replied, "Absolutely. I have seen with my own eyes how Tang Kun sneaks into Wang Shuzhen's home, staying for quite a while. When he emerges, his demeanor is rather peculiar. With their houses so close, it's simply too convenient for such activities." At this revelation, the women erupted into a flurry of gossip, each contributing to the discussion. In the afternoon, men began returning to the village one by one, bearing various catches, heading straight for Tang Kun's home. The village wives, upon learning of the situation, gathered in small groups to assist, more importantly, eager to see how much their husbands would earn this time. However, the women's gazes frequently drifted towards Tang Kun and Wang Shuzhen, laden with intrigue. Some women even cast sympathetic looks towards the 4 sisters of the Xu family, whispering among themselves with a hint of schadenfreude. This unusual behavior immediately captured the keen attention of Xu Feng, Xu Yan, and Xu Jiao. "Sisters, what has befallen the women in our village? Why do they regard our brother-in-law and us with such peculiar gazes today? Could it be that something significant has transpired?" Unable to contain her curiosity, Xu Jiao pulled her 2 sisters aside and whispered her inquiries. Xu Feng, upon hearing this, wore a look of skepticism, scanning the crowd without detecting any suspicious signs. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind as she turned to Xu Jiao and said quietly, Jiao, why don't you go inside and fetch some candies? Ask the person you are closest to about the situation. I have an inkling that the villagers are concealing something momentous from us." Upon hearing this, Xu Jiao acted without hesitation, returning to the house to grab a handful of candies, which she stuffed into her pocket. Upon exiting, she encountered Wang Mozi's wife, engaging her in cheerful conversation and inviting her into the kitchen for a discreet chat. "What? Sister Wang, from whom did you hear this? Is it true?" Moments later, startled exclamations emanated from the kitchen. "For heaven's sake, keep your voice down. This is not my claim. It is Wang Ergu and Zhao Daju who are spreading it everywhere." After stuffing the candies into her clothing, Wang Mozi's wife swiftly exited the kitchen, glancing around to find many villagers gathered around Tang Kun and others, exchanging mountain goods, which prompted her to exhale a sigh of relief. Understanding the gravity of the matter, Xu Jiao composed herself, feigning nonchalance as she summoned her elder sisters, Xu Feng and Xu Yan, into the room and closed the door to discuss in whispers. "This cannot be true. My brother-in-law is certainly not that kind of man." Xu Feng and Xu Yan exclaimed in unison after hearing Xu Jiao's account. "Sisters, regardless of whether our brother-in-law is such a man, The issue is that the entire village is abuzz with this rumor. If elder sister learns of this, who knows what chaos will ensue? At that moment, Su Jiao's face was devoid of any semblance of a smile, replaced instead by a deep-seated worry. It is all the trouble caused by that scoundrel Wang Shuzhen. Sisters, if all else fails, I shall expel this temptress. Hearing her younger sister's impulsive words, Su Feng quickly intervened. Jiao, what are you thinking? With so many people in the courtyard, your actions would only affirm that there is some illicit relationship between our brother-in-law and that widow. Stopped in her tracks by her elder sister, Su Jiao, filled with indignation, coldly retorted, Sister, then what do you propose we do? We cannot simply remain idle while rumors proliferate. Chapter 77. Su Jiao stealthily approaches. Wang Shuzhen boldly retorts in this moment. Su Feng found herself devoid of the earlier panic and indignation. Gradually, she regained her composure, pacing back and forth within the confines of the room, contemplating her strategy. Suddenly, she halted, casting a glance at her two younger sisters, and whispered, Yinzi, Jiao, regardless of the veracity of this matter, there are many people outside. We must maintain an air of nonchalance, especially before we ascertain the truth. We cannot allow eldest sister to learn the reality. Once everyone departs, Jiao, you must visit Wang Shuzhen and clarify the situation in her presence. Yinzi and I will remain by eldest sister's side, just in case. Upon hearing this, Su Yin and Su Jiao nodded in agreement. Su Feng then turned to Su Jiao, speaking gently. Jiao, your task is the most challenging. If there is indeed nothing amiss between brother-in-law and that widow, it would be best to simply clarify the matter. However, if the rumors hold any truth, and there is an ambiguous relationship between them, you must implore her to deny it. This is not only for their reputations, but also to safeguard Do's dignity. Otherwise, not only will our family's business suffer, but it may also jeopardize the marriage of eldest sister and brother-in-law. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Yin and Su Jiao displayed expressions of anxiety. Particularly, Su Jiao, with a hint of worry, pressed, Second sister, if brother-in-law truly has another woman, should we merely turn a blind eye? Is this fair to eldest sister? She has devoted herself to him, yet he cavorts with another woman, especially a widow. Su Jiao, cannot swallow this indignation. Su Feng sighed deeply, taking Su Jiao's hands in hers, her demeanor reflecting despair. Jiao, you are well aware of our family's circumstances. If eldest sister were to part ways with brother-in-law, where would she go? Where the three of us go? Shall we return to that dilapidated cow shed in the commune? Moreover, without brother-in-law's protection, what if those ruffians, Wang Ergu and Zhao Daju, were to harass us again? What then? The thought of such distressing matters left Su Feng and Su Jiao in a state of hopelessness. Su Yin, after a moment of contemplation, quietly suggested, Second sister. Third sister, perhaps this is merely a rumor? Brother-in-law has brought substantial wealth to the family. Could it be that someone is envious? Besides, did not Wang Mozi's wife mention that they heard this news from Wang Ergu? Those ruffians rarely speak the truth. How could there be any veracity in their words? After Su Yan's analysis, Su Feng and Su Jiao felt their tension ease, exhaling in relief. Yinzi, you may be right. Wang Ergu and Zhao Daju have harbored ill intentions towards us before and have been dealt with by brother-in-law. Perhaps they are attempting to tarnish his reputation through these rumors. You are correct. Let us refrain from hasty conclusions and allow Jiao to clarify matters with Wang Shuzhen first. Upon hearing this, Su Jiao nodded resolutely and replied, Second sister, third sister, leave this matter to me. Once that woman finishes her tasks, I will approach her. However, what if brother-in-law and this widow truly have an affair? What shall we do then? How can we dismantle this shameless duo? Seeing that her younger sister, Su Jiao, had regained her composure, Su Feng promptly retrieved the 200 yuan pocket money that Tang Kun had given her the previous day. She glanced at Su Yin and Su Jiao, whispering, Jiao, if such a scandal indeed exists, let us offer all our money to this woman. 600 yuan is a substantial sum for a widow. I refuse to believe that with this amount, Wang Shuzhen would not hesitate. After all, she has her son Do to consider. Whether for the sake of money or her child, I trust this woman will ultimately make the right choice. After Su Feng's comprehensive plan was shared, both Su Yin and Su Jiao nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the youngest, Su Yin, reluctantly pulled out 20 freshly warmed bills from her pocket and solemnly handed them to Su Jiao. Su Jiao also produced her 200 yuan, combining all the notes together, and with a grave expression, exited the room. In stark contrast to their usual boisterous demeanor, this time during the acquisition of mountain goods, Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao remained silent, their glances occasionally darting towards brother-in-law Tang Kun, but more frequently directed at Wang Shuzhen. Wang Shuzhen had long sensed this shift and presumed that her clandestine affair with Tang Kun had been uncovered by her sister-in-law. Thus, she lowered her head to focus on her tasks, avoiding eye contact. "Honey, what is wrong with Su Feng and the others? They seem fine this afternoon, but now each one appears burdened by heavy thoughts." Upon hearing her husband's quiet inquiry, Xu Rong glanced at her three sisters, her expression equally perplexed. "It's nothing. I'll ask them while preparing dinner tonight." Soon, evening arrived. The entire afternoon had been a whirlwind of activity for Tang Kun and the others. However, upon seeing the bountiful array of prey filling the small courtyard, the men felt a profound sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Wang saw, "May I visit your home for a while?" Just as Wang Shuzhen and Tang Kun were preparing to leave after exchanging pleasantries with Xu Rong, Su Jiao suddenly approached and whispered. Wang Shuzhen's heart raced. Could it be that this young girl has uncovered some clue? Yet, I and Tang Kun have not yet crossed any lines. Despite such thoughts, she responded, "Of course." With her sister-in-law Su Jiao departing her small courtyard under Tang Kun's puzzled gaze, she soon entered Wang Shuzhen's home. "Dodo, the little fox at home needs someone to look after him. Can you help your sister?" Seeing Dodo playing alone in the room, Su Jiao approached the little one with a warm smile and gently spoke. Dodo's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly turned to his mother. At this moment, Wang Shuzhen finally discerned that Su Jiao had something significant to discuss. Otherwise, she would not have deliberately sent her son away. With a smile, she nodded at her son. As she watched him swiftly depart, Wang Shuzhen let out a long sigh, then slowly turned to face Su Jiao, her expression serene, and softly spoke. "Su Jiao, what is it you wish to discuss? With only the two of us here, you may speak candidly." Su Jiao was momentarily taken aback. The young girl never anticipated that the charming widow before her would be so forthright. After a brief pause, Su Jiao fixed her gaze upon Wang Shuzhen's eyes and boldly inquired, "Sister Wang, I wish to know, is there any ambiguity in the relationship between you and my brother-in-law?" Wang Shuzhen had long been prepared for such a question. Upon hearing Su Jiao's inquiry, she responded with unwavering decisiveness. "No, your brother-in-law is handsome and prosperous. Why would he be interested in a widow like me? Even if he were to stray, his first targets would undoubtedly be you three lovely sisters. You, Su Feng, and Su Yin are all so beautiful and still innocent young maidens. What man would not be captivated?" Taken aback by this unexpected response, Su Jiao's mouth fell open in astonishment. The young girl could hardly believe that this charming widow not only answered swiftly, but also shifted the focus of the conversation onto herself. Yet, upon hearing the praise about her youth and beauty, and being referred to as an innocent maiden, Su Jiao felt her cheeks flush and instinctively lowered her head. Wang Shuzhen expressed herself this way for two reasons. Firstly, she had not yet engaged in any substantial relationship with Tang Kun, thus feeling emboldened. More importantly, even if a relationship had developed, Wang Shuzhen would resolutely deny it. After all, to admit such a connection would not only implicate Tang Kun, but also significantly affect her son. In truth, the moment Wang Shuzhen chose to be with Tang Kun, she had already resolved in her heart, seeking neither fame nor fortune, merely wishing to be the woman behind the man, allowing Tang Kun to extend a helping hand and care for her and her son in critical moments. Chapter 78. A secret pact between two women. Upon witnessing Su Jiao being swayed by her mere words, Wang Shuzhen finally felt a sense of relief wash over her, exhaling deeply with a smile illuminating her face. But wait, it was I who approached to inquire. How could I allow this woman to seize the initiative? After her initial excitement, Su Jiao suddenly realized something, and her demeanor shifted. She lifted her head once more, her expression grave as she gazed intently at the striking widow across from her, and earnestly stated, "Sister Wang, if there is no ambiguity in your relationship, why do so many in the village speak of it in such a manner?" In that moment, Wang Shuzhen comprehended why, earlier that afternoon, many women in the village had regarded her with such peculiar glances, and why Tang Kun's sister-in-law had approached her with hostility. Could it be that the incident between Tang Kun and herself in the cowshed had been inadvertently witnessed? It seemed improbable. Little did Wang Shuzhen know that Su Jiao had been hiding behind a large tree outside the commune's cowshed, and by the time the young girl arrived, the intimate exchange had already concluded, leaving Su Jiao blissfully unaware. Nevertheless, the experienced widow was not one to be easily rattled. Hearing Su Jiao's accusations, based solely on village gossip without any substantial evidence, gave her the confidence to respond with a slight smile, countering, "Su Jiao, do you truly believe every word the villagers utter? Even if you doubt me, Wang Shuzhen, a widow, surely you must have faith in your brother-in-law. Tang Kun, who once strayed from the right path and mingled with the likes of Wang Ergu and his ilk, has since transformed. He not only supports your sister, but also dotes on you three sisters-in-law with great care. Does he not? Surely, you must feel this in your own hearts. Our families live so close. I, as an outsider, see it quite clearly. Do not fall prey to other schemes, lest you alienate your brother-in-law. Once a man's heart is turned cold, it is a Herculean task to win it back." Wang Shuzhen, embodying the wisdom of a mature woman, deftly reversed the situation with her eloquence, even chastising the flustered Su Jiao. Indeed, upon hearing that there was no connection between them, and realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Jiao became flustered and stepped forward, grasping Wang Shuzhen's hands earnestly, pleading, "Sister Wang, this is all what Wang Ergu and his companions have claimed. We sisters were hesitant to believe it. We merely sought to confirm with you." Once again, the name Wang Ergu, that ne'er-do-well, ignited a fire of indignation within Wang Shuzhen. These rascals, Wang Ergu, Zhao Dazhu, and Wei Jun, had not only harassed her with their unwelcome advances, but just days ago, Wang Ergu had nearly assaulted her. Had it not been for Tang Kun's timely intervention, she would have been left utterly humiliated. Consumed by these thoughts, Wang Shuzhen's anger simmered, wishing she could exact a terrible vengeance upon Wang Ergu to relieve her pent-up frustration. "Su Jiao, let us clarify this matter. I'm fine here. You should return home promptly. Remember, do not doubt your brother-in-law lightly. Tang Kun is indeed a commendable man." Upon hearing Wang Shuzhen's comforting words, Su Jiao expressed her gratitude with a nod. "Sister-in-law, I understand," she exclaimed before turning to leave. Once she saw that Tang Kun's sister-in-law had finally departed, and that she had successfully navigated the immediate crisis, Wang Shuzhen discreetly wiped the beads of perspiration from her forehead, sighing in relief. Suddenly, as Su Jiao reached the doorway, she seemed to recall something important, promptly turning around to return to Wang Shuzhen, her demeanor earnest as she declared, "Sister-in-law, the reason Wang Ergu and Zhao Dazhu are spreading rumors about you with such elaborate detail is primarily due to your assistance here and the fact that my brother-in-law offers you a daily wage of 5 yuan. Even some of my brother-in-law's relatives have voiced their discontent, believing that if there were no special relationship between you two, he would not act in such a manner. How could one prefer to aid outsiders over their own kin? Moreover, you are well aware that there are 4 of us sisters at home. We do not lack for help." Wang Shuzhen was taken aback by Su Jiao's unexpected return and the forthrightness of her words. With a slight smile, she inquired, "Su Jiao, what is it that you truly wish to convey?" Hearing the widow's probing question, Su Jiao bit her lip, steeling her resolve. Fixing her beautiful gaze upon Wang Shuzhen's exquisite features, she spoke earnestly. "Sister-in-law, starting tomorrow, could you please refrain from coming to our home? Maintaining some distance from my brother-in-law would quell the gossip. In truth, this would not only benefit my brother-in-law, but would also not disrupt your life with Dodo. Would it not? Sister-in-law, do you not agree?" Gazing at the hopeful expression on the face of the lovely young girl before her, Wang Shuzhen felt a bittersweet pang, realizing that she had just found support only to face an unfeeling separation. With a rueful smile, she finally replied, "I understand. Su Jiao, if there is nothing else, you may return. Su Jiao, elated by this response, quickly retrieved 600 yuan that she and her sisters had pooled together, placing it earnestly into Wang Shuzhen's hands. Sister-in-law, I know that you and Dodo are in a difficult situation. This is our pocket money. Please accept it. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not turn to my brother-in-law. Instead, reach out to me, Su Jiao, or any of my sisters. Just whisper a word, and we shall lend our assistance. After all, a close neighbor is worth more than a distant relative. Indeed, Wang Shuzhen had underestimated the young girl before her, who displayed remarkable cunning. Through their exchange, she had effectively compelled Wang Shuzhen to acquiesce. While Wang Shuzhen contemplated saying something further, she realized that additional words would be futile. Moreover, Su Jiao was indeed Tang Kun's sister-in-law, and she did not wish to create tension that would leave the man caught in the middle. Thus, she smiled gently and returned the 600 yuan to Su Jiao, saying with a grin, Su Jiao, I cannot accept this money. If I were to do so, it would only serve to validate the village's rumors. Besides, I may be impoverished in material wealth, but I possess ambition and do not wish to be looked down upon. Rest assured, from tomorrow onwards, I will not come to your home to assist. Upon receiving a gratifying response, Su Jiao's face illuminated with delight, her exquisite eyes sparkling with brilliance. She clasped the hands of the charming widow, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Sister Wang, you are truly wonderful. I shall take my leave now. As Su Jiao spoke, she turned on her heel, casually tucking 600 yuan into her pocket, and strolled towards her courtyard with an air of triumph, reminiscent of a victorious sovereign returning home. Wang Ergu, Zhao Dezhu, Wei Jun, you wretched scoundrels. Why must you persist in making life difficult for a solitary widow like me? In that moment, the room was silent save for Wang Shuzhen, who concealed her face in her hands, succumbing to an anguished weep. Chapter 79. The charming widow secretly apologizes to Tang Kun. How did it go? Jiao? What did that woman say? Upon returning to her little courtyard, Su Jiao's elder sisters, Su Feng and Su Yin, who had been anxiously waiting by the gate, swiftly pulled her to a secluded corner to inquire. At that moment, Su Jiao wore a beaming smile, glanced toward the house, and, noticing the absence of onlookers, turned to her sisters and whispered, Elder sister, third sister, it's all settled. Seeing the confident demeanor of their younger sister, Su Feng and Su Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yin quickly pressed on, Jiao, what exactly transpired? You must tell us everything. Is there any unclear relationship between your brother-in-law and that widow? Su Jiao shook her head emphatically, denying elder sister, third sister. There is absolutely no relationship. Wang Shuzhen said it herself. It's all a fabrication by Wang Ergu and his ilk, who are envious of my brother-in-law's flourishing life. They are deliberately tarnishing his reputation. These scoundrels surely intend to use such vile tactics to sow discord between us and our brother-in-law, hoping to gain some advantage and find an opportunity to strike at us sisters. Su Feng and Su Yin were incensed upon hearing this. Su Yin especially seethed. Wang Ergu is a notorious scourge of this village. Why hasn't heaven smitten this wretched fellow yet? With a sigh of despair, Su Feng then turned to Su Jiao and quietly asked, Jiao, did that woman say anything else? Prompted by her elder sister's inquiry, Su Jiao suddenly recalled an important detail she had yet to share. With a smile, she exclaimed, Elder sister, third sister, I have already spoken with Sister Wang. To dispel the rumors, she will no longer come to help starting tomorrow. What? Su Feng and Su Yin gasped in astonishment. After a moment of pause, Su Feng nodded in satisfaction and remarked softly, That's good. This way, those gossiping women in the village will have no grounds to speak. However, she added, I truly did not expect that widow to be so ambitious and understanding. Jiao, it's not easy for a woman raising a child alone. Did you give her the 600 yuan we pooled together? Su Jiao shook her head, retrieving the 600 yuan from her pocket, and distributed 200 yuan each to her elder sisters, lamenting, Elder sister, third sister, this woman is proud and will not accept our charity. Please take it back. We can assist her again when the opportunity arises, as a token of our gratitude for her understanding and support. Su Feng and Su Yin nodded in agreement. With their worries alleviated, Su Yin, now in high spirits, cheerfully asked, Jiao, you were in there for quite a while. What else did you discuss? Do share with us. Su Jiao looked at her two sisters, hesitating to speak. Jiao, we are your sisters. Do you really intend to keep anything from us? Su Feng sensed that her younger sister was certainly concealing something, and thus she sternly interrogated her. After contemplating for a moment, Su Jiao ultimately resolved to speak the truth. Sister San, and Sister Wang have all said that brother-in-law is indeed a good man. We must not hastily cast doubts upon him, lest we dishearten him. Moreover, Sister Wang mentioned that she is merely a widow with a child. How could brother-in-law possibly be interested in her? This woman even suggested that if brother-in-law were to have an affair, the first targets should be us three younger sisters. After all, we live under the same roof. And not only are we three beautiful, but we are also pure. Which man wouldn't he be enamored? Upon finishing her words, Su Jiao bashfully lowered her head. Hearing that brother-in-law had no connection whatsoever with the widow next door, Su Feng and Su Yin felt an unusual surge of excitement. However, upon hearing the last two remarks from their younger sister, they exchanged a glance, their cheeks instantly flushing crimson, leaving them at a loss for words. Recollecting the times they had all shared on the same warm Kong, the three women became suddenly cautious, each lost in her own thoughts. At that moment, the silence was palpable. Sister, the eldest is still in the kitchen cooking. I must go assist her, Su Yin exclaimed, promptly making her exit. Jiao, you must not speak of what you just said to anyone, especially not to the eldest sister or brother-in-law. Otherwise, it would be utterly mortifying. Su Feng, feeling a bit embarrassed after her outburst, glanced at her younger sister Su Jiao before retreating into the house. In that moment, Su Jiao was left feeling a mix of emotions, almost on the verge of tears. You two mischievous girls, are you hiding something from me? In the kitchen, upon seeing Su Feng and Su Yin enter, Xu Rong could not help but inquire. Typically, her two younger sisters were exceptionally considerate, already helping her in the kitchen without needing to be asked. Yet today, she found herself toiling alone, observing the flushed faces of Su Feng and Su Yin, both of whom were silent. Xu Rong, as the eldest, could not resist asking further. Sister, it's nothing. Su Yin and Su Feng replied in unison, their responses lacking conviction. However, in the midst of sought-ing vegetables, Xu Rong was oblivious to the fact that her younger sisters spoke with little confidence. After their words, Su Yin, disregarding the firewood piled high in the stove, continued to add more. Meanwhile, Su Feng, holding a white steamed bun, hastily made her escape. After dinner, Tang Kun sensed an unusual atmosphere in the house and felt compelled to step outside for some fresh air. Usually, mealtime was filled with laughter and chatter, but today, aside from a few exchanges with his wife, Xu Rong, Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao, the three younger sisters appear to have silently agreed to remain mute, their heads bowed as they quietly ate. This exceedingly unusual scene immediately captured the attention of the couple. Recalling the burdened expressions of the three younger sisters earlier in the afternoon, Tang Kun had even asked Xu Rong about it, and she had promised to find an opportunity to inquire further. As he prepared to depart, Tang Kun deliberately exchanged a knowing glance with Xu Rong, signaling her to take the opportunity of his absence to inquire after her sisters and ascertain the true nature of the situation. Xu Rong instantly understood, returning Tang Kun a reassuring look. In truth, despite the rampant rumors circulating throughout the village about Tang Kun and the charming widow, the man himself remained blissfully unaware. This was partly due to Su Feng and others' deliberate suppression of the news. More importantly, Tang Kun had become the village's revered benefactor. Who would dare to utter such disheartening tales in his presence, inviting trouble upon themselves? Consequently, Tang Kun remained in the dark. Uncle Tang Kun, this is a note my mother asked me to secretly give to you. In the midst of a solitary stroll in the courtyard, Dodo dashed into the small yard and, upon seeing Tang Kun alone, promptly thrust a small note into his hand before swiftly retreating. Upon realizing the note was sent covertly by the charming widow, with her son as the messenger, Tang Kun wore a look of skepticism. He unfolded the note, revealing a message penned in pencil. Meet me at the commune's cattle shed shortly. Taken aback by the content of the note, Tang Kun glanced back at the house. Noticing the women inside engaged in hushed conversation, and exhaled a sigh of relief. What, he wondered, did Wang Shuzhen intend to discuss? 10 minutes later, feigning a leisurely stroll, Tang Kun made his way to the eastern edge of the village. After carefully surveying his surroundings and finding no one in sight, he swiftly entered the cattle shed. Tang Kun, you finally arrived. Inside the dimly lit shed, the moment he stepped in, a woman leapt towards him, nestling into his embrace, whispering softly. Feeling the warmth of her supple form and recognizing her familiar voice, Tang Kun was taken aback and quietly inquired, Shuzhen, what on earth is going on? Why have you summoned me here? At his prompting, Wang Shuzhen's eyes brimmed with tears. She began to weep softly as she confessed, Tang Kun, I owe you an apology. I called you here in the dead of night to express my remorse. Chapter 80. Wang Ergo's existence weighs heavily on my heart. An apology? For what? Shuzhen, you had not wronged me in any way. Hearing the late-night whispers, the charming widow discreetly summoned herself to the dilapidated cow shed of the commune, solely to offer an apology. Tang Kun was left utterly bewildered, caught between laughter and tears. Yet, feeling the warmth of the woman in his embrace, her tears cascading like delicate blossoms, he gently wiped away her sorrow with tender hands, offering soft words of comfort. Since I, Wang Shuzhen, have resolved to be your woman, how could I ever wrong you? She said, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. You may not know, but rumors about us have begun to circulate, with a shocking degree of detail. The village is rife with tales of our affair. Realizing the depth of her distress as he felt the heat of her tears, Tang Kun's heart softened considerably. Taken aback, he exclaimed, What? We have yet to deepen our bond, yet the gossip has already spread? Is someone truly watching us from the shadows? With urgency coursing through him, he implored, Shuzhen, please tell me everything you know, understanding the man's anxiousness. Wang Shuzhen wasted no time and recounted the visit from Jiao, detailing the exchanges between the two women with clarity and precision. With a sigh of relief, Tang Kun's heart found solace as he learned that his sister-in-law, Jiao, had merely sought to confirm the rumors. He discovered that the mischief stemmed from Wang Ergo, Jiao, and Wei Jun, who conspired against him, with the assistance of relatives he had expelled just days prior. Until Wang Ergo and Jiao are dealt with, my heart shall remain in turmoil, he thought, recalling how the trio had orchestrated a gambling scheme that left him with an 80 yuan debt. He remembered the near humiliation of Feng, Su Yin, and Jiao at the hands of these ruffians, and how just days ago, Wang Shuzhen had narrowly escaped a violent assault from Wang Ergo, who had vowed to never harass him again. Who could have anticipated that this scoundrel would once again conspire against him in the shadows? At that moment, Tang Kun's animosity toward Wang Ergo surged to its zenith. As for his treacherous relatives, he had known from the moment he severed ties with them that they were utterly unreliable, likely harboring ill intentions. After all, having lived two lives, how could he not grasp the treachery of human nature? In this world, those who first extend their hands to help you are often strangers, while those closest to you may harbor the greatest disdain for your success. A renowned figure once lamented that the greatest evil of humanity is the inability to tolerate others living better than oneself. In that instant, Tang Kun felt this truth resonate deeply within him. With this realization, a decisive plan began to take shape in Tang Kun's mind. With both hands gripping Wang Shuzhen's shoulders, he gazed earnestly at the enchanting woman before him, illuminated by the moonlight amidst the darkness. In a hushed tone, he spoke, Shuzhen, I'm exceedingly pleased and grateful for your response to Jiao. Since you have already made arrangements with Jiao to refrain from coming here to assist, this is indeed for the best. Given the rampant rumors circulating, it would be wise for us to maintain a certain distance during this time. Once I have resolved everything, I shall find you another path. Upon hearing that the man before her wished to distance himself, Wang Shuzhen's expression turned pale. She clutched Tang Kun's arm tightly, her face filled with sorrow as she implored, Tang Kun, please don't leave me, will you? Rest assured, I, Wang Shuzhen, do not seek any official title. I will not cling to you in the future. I only wish to be the woman behind you. Tang Kun. With that, the beautiful widow began to softly weep. Having sneaked out of her home to this dilapidated barn of the commune, the sight of the woman sobbing quietly left Tang Kun somewhat speechless. Was she not drawing attention to herself? What if someone were to stumble upon them at this very moment, thereby validating Wang Ergo's claims and catching them in the act? Shuzhen, why do you weep? He asked. I have not said I would leave you. Moreover, I am a man, having kissed you and touched you not long ago. How could I leave you without an explanation? Upon hearing Tang Kun's words of consolation, Wang Shuzhen's tears transformed into a smile, her tear-filled eyes gazing at the distinguished man before her as she gently inquired, Tang Kun, is this truly the case? You really will not abandon me? Understanding that words at this moment would be futile, Tang Kun opened his arms and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Indeed, as he held her tightly, Wang Shuzhen felt an overwhelming sense of security. Do not worry, Shuzhen, even if you do not come to assist me. I shall ensure you receive daily wages. As long as I, Tang Kun, am here, I promise you and your child will never go hungry. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuzhen's heart swelled with emotion as she softly replied, Tang Kun, I am not a woman who is solely focused on money. You know, I have 10 yuan saved, which is more than sufficient. Save your money for your business. As long as you hold me dear in your heart, I, Wang Shuzhen, will be content. With that, the charming widow cupped Tang Kun's face in her hands and planted a fervent kiss upon his lips. Alas, it is getting late. We must return. Yet, to her surprise, Wang Shuzhen appeared displeased at this notion. Gathering her courage, she wrapped her arms around Tang Kun's waist and, in a voice barely above a whisper, said, Tang Kun, tonight, I wish to surrender myself entirely to you. It is late enough that no one shall come. Please take me. Only by giving myself completely to you can I, Wang Shuzhen, find peace in my heart. Could hardly overlook the woman in his embrace, who seemed troubled by the fear of being abandoned after a fleeting encounter. A bitter smile crept onto his face, recalling the last time a woman had willingly offered herself to him. It had been after he successfully chased away Wang Ergu, and in the broad light of day, he had found an excuse to decline her advances. Now, shrouded in darkness, he pondered that if he were to reject Wang Shuzhen this time, it might deeply wound her sincere feelings. With this thought weighing on him, expressed his concern. Shuzhen, Do is home alone. Is it wise for you to return so late? Moreover, given the current gossip, if I were to come home too late, Xu Rong might start to suspect something. To his surprise, Wang Shuzhen chuckled softly and replied gently, Rest assured about my family. There will be no issues. As for your worry about being discovered if you return too late, you could always make it a swift affair. Chapter 81. Sister, I wish for your assistance. Upon hearing those words, Tang Kun let out a bitter smile. The woman in his embrace had articulated her request so clearly. If he chose to remain unresponsive, would he still be considered a man? Surely, even someone like Wang Ergu, a mere scoundrel, would look down upon him. With a resolution forming in his heart, Tang Kun gently released the beautiful woman from his arms, turning to gaze out the window. To his relief, the surroundings were eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. Shuzhen, when the time comes, lean against the window and keep watch. If anyone approaches, hide immediately behind the straw mat in the corner. I'll handle things outside. Do you understand? Observing the man's cautious demeanor, Shuzhen felt a surge of warmth. Realizing that Tang Kun had finally embraced her and would be willing to watch over her and her child in secret. With a gentle smile, she replied, Tang Kun, I understand. Rest assured, I will know precisely how to act and will make not a sound. Tang Kun, satisfied with her response, moved closer to Wang Shuzhen. Shuzhen, Wang Ergu is a menace to the village. Last time, you should not have shown him mercy by letting him go. I truly should have reported that ruffian to the authorities. Otherwise, we wouldn't be facing so many issues now. About half an hour later, having hastily donned his clothes, Tang Kun lamented, I regret that Wang Ergu has consistently targeted me. I never anticipated that Wang Ergu would renege on his promises, Shuzhen responded, tying up her hair and straightening her outfit, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Tang Kun, with a serious expression, addressed her, Xu. If we do not eliminate Wang Ergu, we may face endless troubles in the future. Since we have already offended him multiple times, it will be better to confront him head-on. Otherwise, with these three ruffians watching us, our business dealings and clandestine interactions will undoubtedly become a significant headache. You may not realize this, but this scoundrel has long coveted you, and he harbors ill intentions towards Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao as well. He is stirring up chaos in the village, deliberately tarnishing my reputation and hindering our path to prosperity. Therefore, I have resolved to eradicate this menace once and for all. Wang Xuzhen was taken aback, her eyes widening as she turned to Tang Kun, grasping his arm anxiously. Tang Kun, Wang Ergu, Jiao Dezhu, and Wei Jun are three men. You alone cannot take them on. Besides, they are lowlifes, and you are a man with a bright future ahead. Why risk yourself by engaging with them? It was absurd to think that after finally finding a shoulder to lean on, Xuzhen would allow the man before her to put himself in jeopardy. Tang Kun could sense her concern, yet he understood that one cannot remain vigilant against a thief indefinitely. Currently, I find myself ensnared in a whirlwind of busyness, leaving little room for idle chatter with Wang Ergu and his companions. At this nascent stage of my journey, my focus is solely on acquiring the various mountain goods and wild delicacies brought in by my fellow villagers. Once the opportune moment arises and my amassed capital grows sufficiently, I shall endeavor to expand into new ventures and swiftly seize my first fortune. Upon learning the truth from Wang Xuzhen this evening, my initial reaction was one of indignation. I contemplated discreetly summoning Ling Qiuyin, Lao He, and Lao Gui from the city to deliver a stern reprimand to Wang Ergu, Zhu, and their ilk, to vent my frustrations. However, upon further reflection, I realized that I had explicitly urged Ling Qiuyin and the others to renounce their former ways, to cleanse themselves of past misdeeds, and to start anew. How could I then contradict myself and allow them to engage in illicit activities once more? Moreover, the nation has commenced a rigorous crackdown on such behaviors, particularly in major cities, where extensive operations are already underway. Why not seize this opportunity to devise a plan to ensure that Wang Ergu, Jiao Dezhu, and Wei Jun are thoroughly brought to justice? Once these three scourges are eradicated from the village, I would no longer have to worry about the safety of the women at home. Even as I venture into the city for business, I am certain that many villagers, especially the women, would express their gratitude, effectively achieving two objectives with one action. Thus, after completing our essential tasks, I finally share my thoughts with Wang Xuzhen. Sensing her concern, I smiled gently, took her hand, and reassured her, "Xuzhen, do not worry. I shall not act impulsively. I intend to gather evidence of their criminal activities and present it to the police, allowing the law to deal with them." Wang Xuzhen's eyes sparkled with surprise as she exclaimed, "Is that truly possible? But they are so cunning. Will they leave behind any evidence?" I smiled subtly and replied, "If I cannot handle these three rascals, how can I hope to make a name for myself? Rest assured, I have it all planned out. However, to expedite Wang Ergu and his associates facing legal repercussions, I may require your assistance." Upon hearing this, Wang Xuzhen paused momentarily, then cast a playful glance at me, her expression brightening as she responded, "Tang Kun, I'm already yours. Why do you treat me so formally? Just tell me what you need, and I shall comply. I trust that you would never put me in harm's way. Besides, I would do anything to rid the village of these three nuisances and restore peace." Seeing her ready agreement, an unwavering trust filled me with a pang of guilt. I quietly explained, "Xuzhen, this task may carry some risk. Perhaps you should allow me to consider it further. If necessary, we can seek another opportunity. There is no need to rush in these next few days." To my surprise, the more I expressed caution, the more anxious Wang Xuzhen appeared. At that moment, gazing earnestly at the man she cherished, she declared, "Tang Kun, to be honest, Wang Ergu and his companions have harassed me, a widow, on multiple occasions. For a time, I truly felt desolate. Were it not for Dodo's presence and his tender age, I fear I would have long since engaged in a fierce struggle with the likes of Wang Ergu and his ilk. Just imagine, if I am willing to sacrifice my own life, What fear could I possibly have of minor dangers? Tang Kun, rest assured and act boldly. I am convinced that with your unwavering support by my side, I shall encounter no difficulties whatsoever. Upon hearing the woman's heartfelt words, Tang Kun felt a surge of emotions as he gently embraced her, softly stating, "Shuzhen, do not worry. I would rather face peril myself than allow you to endure even the slightest injustice." Chapter 82. The calm before the storm. Upon hearing the tender words of affection from a man in her arms, Wang Shuzhen was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her cheeks. She cradled his face in her hands and planted a fervent kiss on Tang Kun's lips. Gazing into his eyes, she smiled and declared, "Tang Kun, I am truly delighted to be your woman in this lifetime. By the way, just tell me how I can assist you. I will follow your lead." However, to her surprise, Tang Kun shook his head, casting a glance at the sky outside. He spoke softly, "Shuzhen, it is far too late. We have been out for quite some time, and if we linger any longer, we risk drawing attention and exposing ourselves to scrutiny. Moreover, orchestrating a trap for Wang Ergu cannot be accomplished with mere words. For now, we must part ways." Wang Shuzhen immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, they had exchanged countless words and engaged in intimate acts, fully entrusting herself to this man. Time had slipped away, and at least an hour had passed. If they remained any longer, they would surely attract suspicion, jeopardizing their future happiness. Realizing this, the alluring widow nodded in agreement and anxiously inquired, "Tang Kun, you are right. We must leave the barn at once. But what shall we do about tomorrow? I cannot go to your home. How shall we rendezvous? Will you come up with an excuse to visit my house? Or should I wait for you here the same time tomorrow?" Tang Kun, however, shook his head resolutely and explained quietly, "Shuzhen, neither of those options will work. Rumors are rampant in the village, and Jiao has already come to question you. If I were to visit your home, I would be walking straight into a trap. As for this dilapidated barn, we should avoid it in the future. If anyone sees us frequently coming here, even the most astute individuals will quickly catch on." Hearing that their chances for clandestine meetings were dwindling, Wang Shuzhen, who had just experienced the warmth of his affection, felt a surge of anxiety. "Tang Kun," she exclaimed, "if we are so close yet so far apart, how can we even meet in secret? It seems we won't have a moment to converse." Seeing the worry etched on her face, Tang Kun smiled gently, wiping away her tears with tender care. He reassured her softly, "Not at all. Once we have dealt with scoundrels like Wang Ergu, Jiao Daju, and Wei Jun, we will have ample opportunities to meet again. But first, we must return. I need to head into the city early tomorrow to sell goods, and I will likely return just around noon. If it suits you, after lunch, you can find a secluded spot along the main route to wait for me. After I return tonight, I will meticulously review our plan for vengeance to ensure there are no oversights. I can share the details with you then." Seeing that her beloved had devised a thorough plan, Wang Shuzhen smiled with satisfaction and replied, "Very well. I will be waiting for your return tomorrow at noon." The matter was settled. Tang Kun glanced outside once more and, noticing the absence of any figures, quietly instructed Wang Shuzhen, "Shuzhen, you may go ahead. I will follow you from a distance. If we encounter those ruffians, I will have the opportunity to protect you." Upon hearing this, a warm sensation surged through Wang Shuzhen's heart. The feeling of being cared for was truly delightful. A few minutes later, Wang Shuzhen walked briskly towards the village. Her cheeks flushed. Although she was alone, her heart felt remarkably at ease. Tang Kun trailed behind, discreetly safeguarding her. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred until she reached the entrance of her courtyard. She glanced back at the shadow not far behind, chuckled to herself, and hurried into her home. "Brother-in-law, where have you been? I haven't seen you at home," her younger sister, Jiao, innocently inquired. Unexpectedly, as Tang Kun approached the courtyard, he bumped into her, causing his heart to skip a beat. That was close. Hearing Jiao's question, he paused for a moment before responding with a smile. "Oh, I had too much to eat tonight and went for a stroll." Jiao, why are you still in the yard at this late hour?" Jiao, without suspicion, sighed and explained, "Brother-in-law, it's because you weren't home. Elder sister asked me to keep an eye on the mountain goods and pray in the yard." Tang Kun laughed heartily upon hearing this. In truth, He could easily store all the mountain goods in his system space, which would be both convenient and swift. However, doing so would completely expose his secret, making it impractical. Hearing his sister-in-law's complaints, Tang Kun approached her gently, saying, Jiao, I won't let you help for nothing. Rest assured, when I return tomorrow, I shall bring you a delightful gift. Jiao was overjoyed at this promise and quickly replied, Brother-in-law, as a man, you must not go back on your word. Tang Kun, shaking his head with a wry smile, retorted, Jiao, why you keep teasing your brother-in-law? At that moment, Xu Rong, drawn by the sounds, emerged with a smile. Upon overhearing their conversation, she couldn't resist asking, why do you always side with your brother-in-law, dear sister? Jiao shot her sister an annoyed glance, huffing, elder sister, why do you not trust your own sister and always favor brother-in-law? With that, the young girl stormed into the house. Xu Rong, witnessing this, shook her head and chuckled softly. She then approached her husband, whispering a Kun, I have gathered all the necessary information. It's those rascals, heir and his gang, stirring trouble from behind. That scoundrel thrives on chaos. As Tang Kun left the house, he signaled to his wife to clarify the situation. At that moment, seeing no one around, Xu Rong shared the results of her inquiries from the three sisters with her husband. Rest assured, dear, heir and his gang won't be causing trouble for much longer. Upon witnessing her partner's countenance filled with murderous intent, Xu Rong was taken aback, hastily grasping his arm and whispering, Kun, our good days have only just begun. You must not act recklessly or engage with heir and his ilk. Understanding her concerns, Tang Kun gently patted the back of Xu Jiao's hand, smiling as he reassured her, My dear, have no worries. I, Tang Kun, am well aware of the situation. Those ruffians, like heir, are merely worthless. Would I truly risk everything to confront them? Satisfied by her husband's assurance, Xu Rong finally smiled. As the night wore on, the family soon drifted into slumber, as usual. With plans to venture into the city to sell goods, Tang Kun rose swiftly before dawn. The four Xu sisters, aware of his intention, stirred at the sound, eager to assist, but were tactfully declined by Tang Kun. After all, should they witness him displaying his prowess, it would surely jeopardize everything. Chapter 83. A semi-millionaire once again, at a time nearly identical to his previous visit to the city. Tang Kun arrived at the vicinity of the black market in the south of the city, riding his pristine new bicycle. However, this time, mindful of the arrangements made by Master Chui during his last visit, he refrained from ascending to the office to seek out Master Chui or his secretary, Su Yao. Instead, he proceeded directly to the warehouse on the ground floor to deliver his goods. Brotherly, back to deliver again. The burly men in the warehouse, already familiar with Tang Kun, greeted him with enthusiasm, having received Master Chui's prior instructions. Tang Kun nodded in acknowledgement and smiled, saying, Brothers, let us adhere to the usual practice. Please weigh the goods and complete the forms. Also, could you send someone to notify Master Chui so we can settle the payment shortly? This time, the mountain goods and game he procured were significantly more than on his last visit. Additionally, with the system's doubling rewards brought by the Xu sisters and the charming widow Wang Shuzhen, Tang Kun estimated that this time he could earn at least 4,000 yuan. Given that this is no trivial sum, he naturally hoped Master Chui could prepare in advance to avoid any financial awkwardness later on. Sure thing, Brother Li. Please wait a moment. I will send someone upstairs to inform him right away. The enthusiastic man before Tang Kun promptly agreed, signaling a nearby slender fellow to ascend the stairs. Upon receiving the directive, the slender man swiftly departed. What? That Brother Li is delivering goods again? Who is this person that he consistently brings such a wealth of fine items? Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Cui Xinghe stroked his chin, a look of skepticism crossing his face. Su Yao, adorned in a revealing silk nightgown, emerged from the bedroom, standing beside Master Chui. In a sultry tone, she remarked, Master Chui, the last time we sent someone, they were intercepted before they could uncover any secrets about this fellow. In my opinion, Brother Li's background is quite extraordinary. Perhaps we should refrain from provoking him and simply conduct business as usual. After all, we have profited significantly from him. Cui Xinghe nodded slightly in agreement. However, just as he was about to speak, he noticed the gaze of the slender subordinate fixated intently on Su Yao's long, elegant legs and graceful figure, his mouth watering and Adam's apple bobbing. Fury ignited within him. "You dare to covet my woman. You're courting death," Cui Xinghe bellowed, delivering a forceful kick that sent the slender man sprawling to the ground. It was at this moment that the subordinate realized he had offended the boss's woman and hastily knelt, pleading for mercy. "Boss, spare me. Get out of here at once, or I shall gouge out your eyes." Seeing his subordinate groveling, Cui Xinghe's fury diminished significantly, but he bellowed once more. Upon hearing the news, the slender figure was taken aback, his face lighting up with surprise as he hurriedly scampered out of the boss's office. Su Yao, witnessing his flustered demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle softly, teasingly remarking, "Cui Yi, what is the fuss? It won't cost you an ounce of flesh. After all, I am yours, and no one else can claim me." Yet, as she spoke, the image of Tang Kun's gallant and handsome visage inadvertently flashed through her mind. Cui Xinghe, catching wind of her words, grumbled with a hint of displeasure. "Am I so oblivious?" However, one must adhere to the unwritten rules of the underworld. If today I were to steal a glance at you, I might remain silent. But tomorrow, perhaps someone might sneak into your bed behind my back. With that, Cui Xinghe cast a knowing glance at Su Yao. What sort of woman did Su Yao represent? It was clear to her that the imposing figure beside her was subtly admonishing her, prompting a gentle smile to grace her lips as she whispered, "Cui Yi. In all of South City, who would dare to lay a hand on your woman? Well then, since Brotherly has delivered the goods, shall we take a look?" Cui Xinghe, pleased with her response, pulled her into his embrace, playfully smacking her backside with a hearty laugh. "Yao Yao, it is good that you understand this. Now, go change your clothes. I wonder what fine treasures Brotherly has brought this time." 30 minutes later, as Cui Xinghe and Su Yao descended the stairs and entered the warehouse, everything brought by Tang Kun had already been weighed and listed, awaiting Cui Xinghe's inspection and payment. "Brotherly, it is good to see you again. Cui Yi, Miss Su." Upon seeing the main figures arrive, Tang Kun stepped forward with a smile, eager to greet them. After all, regardless of the circumstances, this local power was currently his major client, offering a satisfactory price that filled Tang Kun with contentment. In response to Tang Kun's greeting, Su Yao merely nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent. Clearly, Cui Xinghe's previous admonishment had taken effect. Otherwise, she would have been casting flirtatious glances as she had before. "Yi, here is the list for your review." The burly man, witnessing his boss's presence, respectfully offered the goods list with both hands. Cui Xinghe casually took it, glancing over it briefly before his eyes settled on the final total. 120 yuan? He then handed the list over to Su Yao for her meticulous examination while he followed the burly man to inspect the purchased goods. Wild boar, fox, rabbit, and array of game was on display. To his surprise, Cui Xinghe discovered a black bear lying quietly on the shelf of goods, his eyes lighting up with delight. Yi, the price and quantity are both in order." Not long after, Su Yao approached Cui Xinghe, casting a glance at Tang Kun from a distance as she spoke softly. "Very well. Since there are no issues, let us proceed with the payment." After Cui Xinghe finished speaking, he approached Tang Kun with a smile and said, "Brotherly, could you possibly procure a few more black bears in the future? Bear paws are quite a delicacy. Many leaders have a great fondness for them. Rest assured, we can negotiate a fair price." Tang Kun smiled slightly in response and explained, "Second Master Cui, you know well that capturing such fierce creatures relies heavily on luck. But rest assured, since you've mentioned it, we shall do our utmost." Cui Xinghe nodded with a smile upon hearing this. Before long, Su Yao handed Tang Kun a thick stack of 512 yuan notes from her bag, beaming as she said, "Brotherly, before we knew it, you've already become half a millionaire. Congratulations." Tang Kun accepted the substantial bundle of notes with both hands, responding with a smile, "Miss Su, you flatter me. This money is not solely mine." Upon hearing this, Cui Xinghe and Su Yao exchanged knowing glances and smiled knowingly. Indeed, it seemed that this Brotherly had quite a significant background. With such a considerable amount of money in hand, Tang Kun had no intention of lingering. After bidding farewell to Second Master Chui, he hurriedly departed from the warehouse. Second Master, should we send someone to follow him? Su Yao quietly inquired. Watching Tang Kun's departing figure, Cui Xinghe waved his right hand and replied softly, not necessary for now. Let us observe for a while before deciding. Meanwhile, Tang Kun, unaware of the conversation between Cui Xinghe and Su Yao, rode his bicycle swiftly towards his next destination. Chapter 84. Tang Kun, you truly embody masculinity. In less than half an hour, Tang Kun arrived at the entrance of a quaint courtyard on his bicycle. He gently knocked on the gate, and shortly after, a woman's voice resonated from within. Coming, the gate swung open to reveal a strikingly beautiful young woman with an elegant demeanor. At that moment, she gazed at the handsome young man before her with a radiant smile and softly exclaimed, Tang Kun, you've finally arrived. Come in and see our new home. This enchanting woman was none other than the former female thief, Ling Chuyan, who had now become a formidable ally under Tang Kun's high-priced recruitment, as well as a cherished confidant. As Tang Kun followed Ling Chuyan into the courtyard, he was immediately captivated by the vibrant scenery. The yard was a tapestry of blooming flowers, each more colorful than the last, exuding delightful fragrances. Several towering trees, lush and leafy, stood like green umbrellas casting refreshing shadows over the quaint space. What do you think? Isn't it lovely? Ling Chuyan turned to the man beside her, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Tang Kun surveyed the courtyard, nodding with a smile as he slowly replied, This place surpasses my expectations. We could cultivate some vegetables and raise chickens and ducks here. We could be entirely self-sufficient. Just the thought of such a pastoral life filled him with joy. Ling Xiuyan's eyes sparkled at his words, and she clapped her hands in delight, cheerfully responding, What a splendid idea. I've never experienced such a bucolic lifestyle during my time wandering away from home. However, just as they were conversing, a sudden gurgling sound interrupted them. It turned out that Tang Kun's stomach was growling in hunger. Ling Xiuyan covered her mouth with a laugh and said, How forgetful of me. I was so engrossed in showing you the courtyard that I completely overlooked your breakfast. Please, have a seat. I shall prepare a meal for you right away. With that, she hurried into the kitchen, bustling with energy. Watching her retreating figure, Tang Kun couldn't help but smile, filled with anticipation for their future pastoral life, along with a sense of immense fulfillment. Honestly, what man wouldn't he feel exhilarated by the transformation of a notorious female thief into a gentle and virtuous woman? Before long, Ling Xiuyan emerged, bearing a steaming breakfast and setting it on the stone table in the courtyard. Tang Kun looked down to find golden, crispy fried eggs, fragrant millet porridge, and a few delicately crafted buns. Tang Kun, do try it. I hope it suits your taste, Ling Xiuyan said shyly as she gazed at him. In that moment, all traces of her former audacious demeanor as a daring thief had vanished. Tang Kun picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of a bun, and was delighted by the soft dough encasing the savory meat filling. Delicious. I never expected your culinary skills to be this remarkable, Xiuyan, he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up after finishing his meal. Ling Xiuyan's face radiated with happiness as she replied, As long as you enjoy it, that's all that matters. I never imagined that embracing a gentle and virtuous life could bring such joy and contentment, far superior to the petty squabbles and thievery of the world outside. Upon hearing this, Tang Kun gestured to the woman, inviting her to approach. Ling Xiuyan, without a trace of hesitation, rose with a radiant smile, moved to stand before the man, wrapped her left arm around his neck, and gracefully settled onto Tang Kun's lap, gazing deeply into his eyes in silence. Xiuyan, it appears you hold a fondness for this courtyard, Tang Kun remarked. If it comes to it, we might as well purchase it in a few days' time. Ling Xiuyan, taken aback by Tang Kun's proposal to acquire the courtyard, exclaimed, Tang Kun, do you have any idea of its worth? With a slight smile, Tang Kun looked at the woman before him and inquired, How much? Although Jing'an is not a large city, this courtyard is valued at no less than 8,000 yuan, perhaps even over 10,000. It's certainly a substantial sum. Do we possess such wealth? She asked. To her surprise, Tang Kun chuckled heartily. gently patting Ling Qiuyan's thigh with his left hand, and replied softly, "Qiuyan, we are not quite there yet. However, in 5 days we should be close." Upon hearing this, Ling Qiuyan's eyes sparkled with delight, and she cupped Tang Kun's face in her hands, teasingly saying, "Who would have thought my Tang Kun is so affluent? By your words, it seems I have secured a wealthy partner." Tang Kun could not help but roll his eyes at her comment, laughing as he said, "Qiuyan, how can you say such a thing? Our statuses are equal. No one is to rely on another. Be bold in your negotiations with the landlord. Let us aim to secure this place within 5 days." As a woman and a former orphan, Ling Qiuyan could not help but yearn for a home of her own. Hearing such assertive words from the man in her embrace, she felt a surge of excitement and could not resist planting a fervent kiss on Tang Kun's cheek. "Tang Kun, you truly are a remarkable man. I was right not to misjudge you. Rest assured, I will negotiate the price down effectively." Receiving her praise, Tang Kun smiled subtly, feeling a swell of pride within. Houses from the 80s were remarkably inexpensive. Now, as he prepared to purchase a home, he not only provided security for the woman, but also established a foothold in the city. More importantly, it served as an investment, surely. The value of this place would appreciate over time. In this light, it was certainly a wise decision. Noticing that Tang Kun had swiftly finished his breakfast, Ling Qiuyan quickly tidied up the dishes and took them to the kitchen, then brewed a cup of tea for the man and brought it out. "Qiuyan, we're Lao Hei, Lao Gui, and a Bing up to?" Tang Kun asked, taking a sip of the tea. Ling Qiuyan, sitting on Tang Kun's lap, replied with a smile. "Those three? They no longer need to steal or rob. Thanks to you, they're living quite comfortably. I imagine they are still at home, enjoying a deep slumber." Tang Kun erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing her words. Suddenly, he extracted 100 bills of large denomination from his pocket and handed them to Ling Qiuyan, whispering, "This amounts to 1,000 yuan. Take it for now. Once I earn more, I shall provide you with additional funds." Upon witnessing Tang Kun produce such a substantial sum, Ling Qiuyan was taken aback and inquired, "Tang Kun, where did you acquire so much money?" With a smile, Tang Kun responded, "Naturally, it is the profit from selling mountain goods just moments ago." To his astonishment, Ling Qiuyan promptly returned the money to him, her expression earnest as she insisted, "Tang Kun, the 500 yuan you previously gave me. Aside from what I used for rent, I still have some left. You should take this back for your family's needs. Moreover, you mentioned earlier that you intend to purchase this courtyard soon, which will require a significant amount of money. Therefore, it is best that you keep it." Tang Kun never anticipated that the woman beside him would exhibit such understanding and gentleness. He felt a surge of emotion, reflecting on the materialistic women of later generations. Not only would they not voluntarily give, but they would also scheme to extract money from him. Ah, how much better the women of the 1980s were. Chapter 85. A kiss seals the deal. Joyful moments are all too fleeting. After finishing breakfast and exchanging a few words with Ling Qiuyan, Tang Kun peered outside, realizing that the sun had already risen high in the sky. With the thought of needing to return home in the afternoon to receive the various mountain goods brought by the villagers, and considering that the lovely widow Wang Shuzhen might be waiting for him along the way, Tang Kun gently patted Ling Qiuyan's shoulder, signaling her to rise. In an instant, Ling Qiuyan understood, her face alight with a smile as she stood up from Tang Kun's lap. The prospect of a potentially intimate encounter made her heart race with excitement. To her surprise, as Tang Kun stood, he gazed at the blushing beauty before him and softly said, "Chin, it's getting late. I must return. I shall visit you again the next time I come to town." Ling Qiuyan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. She had anticipated that after his first visit to this courtyard, having enjoyed a hearty meal, he would stay indoors, indulging in tender moments and sharing heartfelt confessions, leaving traces of their affection. After all, their relationship had been openly established, and such developments seemed only natural. Ling Qiuyan could hardly fathom that Tang Kun, contrary to her expectations, was eager to depart, which left her feeling rather displeased. "Tang Kun, there are only the two of us in this courtyard. There are no outsiders to interrupt us. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Do you look down upon me, Ling Qiuyan, for having once been an orphan, unworthy of you?" Or do you still regard my past as a female thief, fearing that being with me would bring you shame? Seeing the beautiful woman before him becoming overly dramatic, Tang Kun could only smile wryly. He took her delicate hand in his, gently explaining, Yin, how could you think such things? Since I, Tang Kun, have chosen to accept you, I certainly do not care about your past. Otherwise, why would I have rushed over to see you right after finishing my work, and even promised to buy this little courtyard? You silly girl. You are merely creating troubles for yourself. Upon hearing Tang Kun's heartfelt reassurances, Ling Qiuyin's mood swiftly transformed from cloudy to clear. With a playful pout, she questioned, then why are you so eager to return? It's quite dull for me to be here alone. Can't you stay with me for just one more hour? After all, it wouldn't delay anything of great importance. Tang Kun, fully aware of the desires in her heart, pulled Ling Qiuyin into his embrace, softly responding, Qiuyin, we will have plenty of time together in the future. Moreover, this courtyard belongs to someone else at present. Once we acquire it and tidy it up, we can truly enjoy ourselves in our own home, which would be far more meaningful. Now that you are mine, Tang Kun, I would never allow you to feel wronged. Indeed, after hearing Tang Kun's affectionate words, Ling Qiuyin felt deeply moved. She cupped his face in her hands, scrutinizing him for a long moment before her eyes welled with tears, flowing incessantly, presenting a heart-wrenching sight akin to a rain-soaked pear blossom. Tang Kun, taken aback by her sudden tears, quickly reached out to gently wipe away the droplets from her cheeks, softly inquiring, Qiyin, what troubles you? Why are you crying? Is there something amiss with me? Tang Kun, speak up. I can amend my ways. You see, I, Tang Kun, cannot bear to see a woman in tears. Observing the man before her, filled with concern and care, Ling Qiuyin could not suppress a chuckle and replied softly, Tang Kun, I am on the verge of tears out of joy. To be honest, throughout my life, no one has ever shown me such genuine care as you have. Hearing that you wish to provide me with a complete home, how could I not feel exhilarated and overjoyed? With that, Ling Qiuyin swiftly leaped into Tang Kun's embrace, once again weeping uncontrollably. Reflecting on Ling Qiuyin's tumultuous past, Tang Kun was overwhelmed with emotion. In that moment, he did not attempt to halt her tears, but instead gently patted her back, offering solace. He understood well that despite her seemingly glamorous exterior, she had long yearned for affection. The trio of Lao He, Lao Gui, and a Bing roamed the world like bloodied warriors, their cold facades merely a facade. At last, this cathartic release of tears allowed her to vent years of pent-up grievances. Indeed, moments later, Ling Qiuyin's spirits lifted significantly. She released her hold on Tang Kun and, feeling a touch embarrassed, gazed at him softly, saying, Tang Kun, did I just provide you with a spectacle? I must look quite unappealing right now. Do you find me repulsive in this disheveled state? Tang Kun, without uttering a word, drew her close, cradling her exquisite face in his hands, and fervently kissed her lips. Initially startled, Ling Qiuyin soon closed her beautiful eyes and surrendered to the passionate kiss of her beloved. This kiss lingered for over a minute until they nearly gasped for breath, finally parting slowly. They gazed deeply into each other's eyes and erupted into laughter. Tang Kun, I love you. In this life, I, Ling Qiuyin, am yours in life and yours in death. Feeling the sincerity radiating from him, Ling Qiuyin resolutely declared her vow. Tang Kun, taken aback, never anticipated that such a kiss would bind Ling Qiuyin's heart to him completely. Qiuyin, I understand your feelings, he replied, prompting her to step forward and embrace him, smiling as she said, now go. Attend to your important matters. Once I finalize the price with the landlord, you can come back. We shall claim this place entirely for ourselves. From now on, this cozy and romantic courtyard will belong solely to us. In that moment, Ling Qiuyin transformed back into the spirited and audacious woman she was, able to grasp and let go with ease. Tang Kun nodded slightly and then strode purposefully out of the courtyard. After leaving, he mounted his bicycle and headed directly towards the bustling district. As he journeyed along, the man's spirits soared, reminiscing about Ling Qiuyin's heartfelt confession, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. The reason Tang Kun refrained from rushing directly to the outskirts of the city was primarily due to his promise to his sister-in-law, Jiao, to bring back a gift this time. How could he be unfaithful to his word? Before long, Tang Kun arrived at the bustling commercial street. He paused before various shops, contemplating what Jiao might appreciate. Suddenly, a charming accessory store captured his attention. Upon entering, he was dazzled by the array of exquisite trinkets. He halted at a counter adorned with hairpins, one of which, embellished with pink crystals, stood out remarkably. Tang Kun thought to himself that Jiao would surely look lovely wearing it, and thus resolved to purchase it to fulfill his promise. Naturally, in addition to the gift for his sister-in-law Jiao, he could not neglect the gifts for the three sisters, Xu Rong, Feng, and Xu Yan. It was imperative to treat them all equally. Otherwise, even if his wife, Xu Rong, remained silent, his sisters-in-law, Feng and Xu Yan, would undoubtedly hold it against him. In less than 10 minutes, Tang Kun efficiently completed his shopping. Subsequently, without a moment's hesitation, he proceeded to a department store and, after some deliberation, purchased 2 bottles of Luzhou Laojiao. Wang Ergu, Zhao Daju Wei Jun, you 3 scoundrels, may these 2 bottles of liquor swiftly send you off to the clink. Chapter 86. Digging a deep pit for Wang Ergu to jump in unbeknownst to the passage of time, it was nearing midday. In a secluded corner, 20 kilometers outside the bustling city of Jing'an, a young woman alternated between resting on a stone and swiftly rising to gaze anxiously in the direction of the city, clearly waiting for someone with great anticipation. Dressed in a brand-new, exquisite dress and sporting a pair of gleaming, polished flat leather shoes, she radiated beauty and charm. Were it not for the hint of impatience in her eyes, she would have appeared as if a celestial being had descended to earth. This woman, without a doubt, was the captivating widow, Wang Shuzhen, renowned throughout the region as one of the 6 flowers of Shangshui village. Even on days when she did not adorn herself, she elicited envy from the likes of Wang Ergu and Zhao Daju. Now, having meticulously prepared and transformed her appearance, she was nothing short of breathtaking. Men passing by were left speechless, their throats bobbing with admiration. Though women cast discreet glances at Wang Shuzhen's attire, their expressions betrayed an undeniable envy. It was already midday, and yet, where was Tang Kun? Had something happened along the way? At that moment, the more Wang Shuzhen pondered this, the more anxious she became. Just as she turned to return to her stone for a proper rest, the familiar sound of a bicycle bell rang in the distance. Upon hearing it, she quickly turned to look behind her, and, to her delight, spotted Tang Kun riding towards her, a broad smile illuminating his face. Tang Kun recognized the stunning beauty from afar, for the new dress and shoes she wore were gifts he had secretly bestowed upon her during their last meeting. Otherwise, he might have hesitated to approach her, fearing he would miss the chance to acknowledge her presence altogether. The ringing of the bell had merely served to confirm her identity one last time. Seeing the man she cherished finally arrive, Wang Shuzhen's face lit up with joy, and she hurried towards him. Tang Kun, you finally returned. Tang Kun, upon dismounting his bicycle and securing it, approached her, a look of surprise crossing his features. Shuzhen, what brings you here? This place is quite far from our village. To this, Wang Shuzhen responded with a radiant smile. Tang Kun, I prepared lunch for Dodo ahead of time, and with nothing else to do, I decided to set out early. I waited for you 10 miles away in our village, but after quite some time without seeing you, I continued toward the city and ended up here. At last, I've seen you, the living embodiment of my hopes. Moved and touched by her dedication, Tang Kun gently replied, Shuzhen, you are truly foolish. You must have walked over 20 miles. Are your feet hurting? Feeling his concern, Wang Shuzhen shook her head with a smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. Until this moment, Tang Kun finally realized that when a woman donned the beautiful dress and new flat leather shoes he had purchased for her, she seemed to transform into an entirely different person, exquisite and captivating, utterly enchanting. Shuzhen, you are truly magnificent. Upon uttering these words, Tang Kun swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the alluring beauty before him. Sensing the fervent gaze of the man and hearing his praises, Wang Shuzhen blossomed into a radiant smile, her heart brimming with joy. As the saying goes, A gentleman would give his life for a confidant, and a woman adorns herself for the one who delights her. Having invested considerable effort in her appearance, her intention was naturally to win Tang Kun's admiration. Receiving his compliment at this moment made Wang Shuzhen feel it was all worthwhile. Tang Kun, the reason I have dressed up like this is solely for you. Do you like it? Tang Kun nodded eagerly in response. Seeing his reaction, Wang Shuzhen stifled a giggle. So, who do you think is more beautiful, Xu Rong or me? Suddenly, she posed a rather challenging question. At that moment, Tang Kun was taken aback, never expecting the typically proud and aloof widow to ask such an awkward query in front of others, leaving him at a loss for words. To declare that both women were beautiful would lack sincerity, although it was indeed true. However, praising the other woman would surely be inappropriate. Wang Shuzhen, observing his discomfort, quickly realized her faux pas and moved closer, taking hold of Tang Kun's arm, softly saying, I was just joking. Please don't be upset with me, all right? Tang Kun nodded with a wry smile, noticing their surroundings were clear of onlookers. Wang Shuzhen leaned in and planted a gentle kiss on Tang Kun's cheek as a gesture of consolation. Instantly, he felt a jolt of surprise and quickly scanned the area. Relieved to find no one nearby, Wang Shuzhen chuckled at his reaction. Then, turning her gaze back to him, she inquired, by the way, you mentioned last night that you would share the specific plans with me here. Have you made up your mind? When it came to serious matters, Tang Kun's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he nodded slowly. Shuzhen, this time we aim to ensnare them all. We need to dig a deep pit, enticing Wang Ergu and his cohort to leap into it. Wang Shuzhen nodded in understanding, then took Tang Kun's arm, leading him to sit on a large stone by the roadside, listening intently. Shuzhen, you look so stunning today. How do you think Wang Ergu and his gang would react if they saw you? Wang Shuzhen quickly grasped the implication behind his words and pressed Tang Kun. Are you suggesting that I should deliberately entice Wang Ergu and his friends? Don't forget, I am your woman now. Can you really bear to push your own woman into the arms of others? Feeling the disdain in her gaze, Tang Kun chuckled heartily, gently patting her hand, and explained with a smile, Shuzhen, how could I possibly make you actively seduce those three rascals? You only need to saunter by them, and they will undoubtedly take the bait. After that, simply prepare a home and wait for these fellows to fall into the trap. Leave everything outside to me. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuzhen felt a sense of relief and gently inquired, Tang Kun, how exactly do we proceed? Leaning closer to her ear, Tang Kun whispered his meticulously devised plan. After listening, Wang Shuzhen furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before concluding that the approach was indeed feasible. Very well, I shall follow your lead. However, Tang Kun, you must ensure my protection. We cannot allow Wang Ergu and his cohorts to gain any advantage. Otherwise, how could I, Wang Shuzhen, ever face you again? In that moment, she entwined her arm with Tang Kun's, playfully chiding him. Tang Kun patted his chest confidently, assuring her, rest assured, Shuzhen, I will not permit you to suffer even the slightest harm. Subsequently, the two meticulously deliberated over additional details, ensuring that their plan was foolproof. Chapter 87. The Banquet at Hongmen. Capturing a rogue at the beautiful widow's home time is of the essence. Let us return, Shuzhen, shortly. You shall sit behind me on my bicycle, and I will escort you for a stretch. When we near the village entrance, you can dismount, all right? Having spoken his piece, Tang Kun sensed the hour was ripe and rose slowly, gazing at the enchanting beauty before him. He whispered. To his surprise, Wang Shuzhen did not respond immediately. Instead, she rose slowly, glancing around, noting the absence of any passers-by, and softly inquired, Tang Kun, do you know why I deliberately chose to wear this dress today? Upon hearing this, Tang Kun chuckled in reply. Because it is a gift I bestowed upon you. Wang Shuzhen smiled coyly at his words, nodding slightly, and remarked, You're only half correct. Half. Tang Kun's face registered astonishment at her response. Seeing that he remained perplexed, Wang Shuzhen's cheeks flushed, and she leaned closer to whisper in his ear. After absorbing her words, Tang Kun was taken aback. What? You are exceedingly bold. In broad daylight. What if someone were to catch us? We would be doomed. Wang Shuzhen, noticing his alarm, pouted playfully and replied with a mischievous grin, It is midday. Many have already returned home. Look around. Tang Kun, where is anyone to be seen? Besides, the surrounding hills are so secluded. Who would notice us? Hearing her reasoning, Tang Kun surveyed his surroundings and indeed found that under the blazing sun, they were alone, prompting a rueful smile to escape his lips. Xu, this simply cannot be. Have you forgotten? Upon our return, we must set a trap for Wang Ergu, Jiao, and Wei Jun to ensnare those ruffians. If we were to engage now, and any evidence were to remain, it would surely dig a grave for us should the authorities arrive to investigate. Wang Shuzhen's face paled at his words. She grasped Tang Kun's arm with urgency, her expression laced with remorse as she explained, Tang Kun, I was momentarily bewitched, allowing my greed to take over. I yearned to possess you entirely, and I failed to consider the consequences. You aren't angry with me, are you? Observing the remorseful beauty before him, Tang Kun laughed heartily, caressing her fair cheek, and replied, Xu, I understand you likely did not foresee this. How could I possibly hold it against you? Deep down, Tang Kun recognized that Wang Xuzhen had remained virtuous for many years. However, having become his beloved the previous night, she was simply indulging in newfound freedom. He understood this well, for both he and Wang Xuzhen were in the bloom of youth, exuberant and passionate. Tang Kun, as long as you do not resent me, I nearly invited calamity upon us. If you truly feel displeased, feel free to scold me thoroughly. Vent your frustrations. In this moment, Wang Xuzhen nestled in the embrace of the man, overwhelmed with guilt as she wept uncontrollably. Tang Kun gently patted the woman's back, and unexpectedly, he let out a chuckle. Upon noticing his laughter, Wang Xuzhen ceased her cries, gazing at her beloved with a puzzled expression, completely unaware of the reason behind Tang Kun's mirth. Xuzhen, if you truly long to take that step, there is indeed another way. It is both swift and secure. However, I fear that upon learning it, your heart may not be entirely at ease. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuzhen wiped away her tears with her hands, her face etched with confusion as she inquired, Tang Kun, I am already yours. As long as you are happy, how could I possibly be unwilling? Hearing the enchanting woman express such sentiments, Tang Kun wore a mischievous grin. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered the secret. Indeed, after absorbing the revelation from Tang Kun, Wang Xuzhen's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape in shock. All right, are you frightened now? Quickly, let us get into the car. I shall take you home. With that, Tang Kun promptly turned and approached his bicycle, preparing to ride home. However, Wang Xuzhen remained rooted in place, her heart torn in conflict. After a moment, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she finally murmured, Tang Kun, I am willing. Tang Kun was momentarily taken aback by her words. He quickly regained his composure, stepping forward to embrace her tightly, whispering, Xuzhen, you are truly wonderful. Let us find a place to rest properly. Wang Xuzhen, her face aflame, nodded gently, unable to meet Tang Kun's gaze. My queen, let us board the carriage. We shall return home at once. Half an hour later, Tang Kun, invigorated, pushed his bicycle, casting a joyful glance at the woman beside him. Wang Xuzhen shot him a resentful look, muttering incomprehensibly, You wicked man, always bullying me. Oomph. After uttering this, she spat several times in rapid succession before closing her mouth and obediently leaping onto Tang Kun's bicycle, wrapping her arms around his waist, seated on the rear. Xuzhen, you must remember, once Wang Ergu, Jiao, and Wei Jun take the bait and enter the house, you must immediately send Dodo to inform us. I will have Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao secretly monitor every move within your home. As soon as these rascals have had their fill of drink, you must proceed according to our plan. At that moment, I shall lead the villagers to burst in and catch them red-handed. As Wang Xuzhen contemplated the events that were about to unfold, a wave of anxiety washed over her, prompting her to urgently ask, Tang Kun, do you think the villagers will believe us? Will the police punish Wang Ergu and the others? You must understand there are 3 of them, and can my solitary word hold weight against theirs? Tang Kun, sensing her unspoken fear despite her outward bravado, reassured her while pedaling the bicycle, Xuzhen, do not worry. Wang Ergu, Jiao, and Wei Jun have been engaging in nefarious activities, disturbing the village women, and have even succeeded on several occasions. Their notoriety has spread far and wide. The evidence against them is irrefutable, and even if they were to protest their innocence, no one would be inclined to believe them. Moreover, who could fathom that one would tarnish their own reputation to accuse these three ruffians? Indeed, after hearing Tang Kun's words of comfort, Wang Shujin felt a weight lift from her heart and softly replied, "All right, I shall heed your every word. As you said, eliminating these three scourges will not only bring us a sense of relief, but also serve as a great favor to our village." An hour later, Tang Kun, riding his bicycle, finally caught sight of the entrance to Shangshui village. With a sudden screech, he grasped the brake handle and came to a halt. Understanding his intent, Wang Shujin gracefully dismounted, casting a heartfelt glance at Tang Kun as she prepared to depart. "Shujin, remember to bring the wine," Tang Kun called out, handing her the bottles of Luzhou Laojiao he had purchased. Wang Shujin swiftly accepted the 2 bottles, nodding slightly, and resolutely made her way towards the village. She was acutely aware that if this banquet turned out poorly, not only would they fail to rid themselves of Wang Ergu, Jiao Feizhu, and Wei Jun, the village's bane, but she might also find herself ensnared in the consequences. Chapter 88. The fish bites the hook, closing the door to catch the dog in the village of Shangshui. Beneath the great locust tree at the eastern edge, Wang Ergu, Zhao Dazhu, and Wei Jun half squatted in the shade, enjoying a leisurely chat. The 3 men smoked their red pagoda cigarettes, huddled together, whispering about something. "Boss, you are truly remarkable," Zhao Dazhu exclaimed. "The rumors about Tang Kun and that charming widow, Wang Shujin, have spread throughout the entire village. It seems that everyone is aware." "Huh." Zhao Dazhu took a deep drag from his cigarette, discarding the butt with a smug expression. Wei Jun quickly chimed in, "Indeed. This time, I want to see how that scoundrel Tang Kun will justify himself. Let's see how he holds his head high in the village after this. It's merely a matter of earning a few paltry coins. Just look at how arrogant he is." However, Wang Ergu shook his head, a bitter smile crossing his lips. "You too underestimate that scoundrel Tang Kun far too much. The village is rife with whispers about him, and Wang Shujin getting cozy in secret. But what does it matter? Not only has Wang Shujin, that promiscuous woman, remained unresponsive, but even the 4 sisters of the Xu family have shown no signs of disturbance. This shouldn't be the case." Upon hearing this, Zhao Dazhu grew anxious. "I say, boss, after we've put so much effort into this, could it be that Wang Shujin and the Xu sisters haven't caught wind of anything yet? If that's true, then our efforts have been in vain." Wang Ergu, in response, retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, inhaled deeply, and slowly released the smoke. He murmured, "Perhaps there is indeed a possibility. It's entirely plausible that while the outside world buzzes with excitement, the parties involved remain blissfully unaware. I refuse to believe that once Xu Rong discovers Tang Kun is fooling around with other women, she won't confront him in a furious uproar. And if Xu Feng, Xu Yan, and Xu Jiao learn that the alluring widow Wang Shujin is secretly enticing their brother-in-law Tang Kun, do you think these 3 women won't go wild and storm over?" At Wang Ergu's words, Zhao Dazhu and Wei Jun's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Boss, if that's the case, our opportunity has arrived," Zhao Dazhu asserted. "To be honest, the 4 sisters of the Xu family are each as beautiful as celestial beings. Alas, we almost had our chance last time, but ultimately we were thwarted. If it weren't for that scoundrel Tang Kun's interference, could those 4 women have escaped our grasp?" Unexpectedly, Wang Ergu slapped the back of Zhao Dazhu's head, exclaiming in frustration, "Zhao Dazhu, how many times must I tell you? We must not focus on Xu Rong and her sisters for now. Once we deal with Tang Kun, the Xu sisters will be nothing more than playthings in our hands. Right now, the pressing matter is to secure Wang Shujin, that promiscuous woman. I refuse to believe that if we can't handle Xu Rong and her sisters for the time being, we cannot manage one widow. If we can conquer all the other women in the village, she shall be no exception. Otherwise, we would be ridiculed by the folks from the neighboring village." Upon hearing Wang Ergu's words, Wei Jun cautiously inquired, "Boss, are you suggesting we pay a visit to Wang Shujin's house tonight?" Wang Ergo swiftly finished his cigarette and nodded slightly. Indeed, since the village is rife with rumors about her illicit relationship with Tang Kun, it is the perfect opportunity for me to gauge the situation. If I can use this pretext to intimidate Wang Shuzhen into submission, it would be splendid. However, should this woman continue to resist, I shall deal with her directly. This grievance Wang Ergo cannot simply swallow. Recalling the last time at the commune's cattle shed when I nearly succeeded with the charming widow, only to be brutally beaten by Tang Kun, fills me with unrestrained fury. Boss, look! Suddenly, Jiao Datsu excitedly slept Wang Ergo's teak. Wang Ergo, visibly annoyed, snapped, Jiao, what in the world are you doing? Yet, as he followed Jiao Datsu's pointing finger, he was taken aback by the sight of a stunningly beautiful young woman approaching. The woman, adorned in a vibrant dress and flat leather shoes, possessed a curvaceous figure, her long, delicate legs revealed as the breeze gently caressed her. Noticing the woman carrying 2 bottles of fine liquor, Wang Ergo lifted his gaze to her enchanting face. And it dawned upon him, was this not the captivating widow Wang Shuzhen? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Recognizing the alluring woman before him as Wang Shuzhen, Wang Ergo's expression transformed into one of delight. He sprang to his feet and briskly approached her, greeting her warmly. Shuzhen, what occasion calls for such elegance today? And look, you brought along some Luzhou Lao Jiao. As the 3 potential prey stood before her, Wang Shuzhen suppressed her excitement and fear, adhering to Tang Kun's prior instructions. She maintained a stern demeanor, disregarding the 3 ruffians, and continued towards her home. Internally, she smirked, Wang Ergo. Today marks the moment I lead you all into the trap. She hoped fervently that these 3 ruffians would follow suit. Unbeknownst to Wang Ergo, Jiao, and Wei Jun, this entire scenario had been meticulously orchestrated for their downfall. Observing Wang Shuzhen's indifference, the trio whistled and leered, jesting Shuzhen. Since you have such fine spirits at home, I shall fetch some snacks and join you shortly for a drink, shall I? Wang Shuzhen, filled with delight upon hearing their remarks, turned her head to cast a cold glance at the 3 men, uttering not a word, but deliberately swaying her alluring hips as she walked away. The sight of her fleeting glance rendered Wang Ergo, Jiao, and Wei Jun spellbound, their mouths watering, their throats tightening. It was only after Wang Shuzhen had distanced herself, her silhouette fading from view, that Wang Ergo finally regained his senses. Immediately, he pulled out 5 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Wei Jun with urgency, exclaiming, Wei Jun, quickly procure some snacks or appetizers for drinking, and deliver them to the charming widow's house shortly. Who knows, we might have unexpected gains tonight. Ha. Without waiting for Wei Jun's response, Wang Ergo and Jiao Dezhu hurriedly chased after the silhouette of the woman. Why am I always the one running errands? He grumbled. Nevertheless, the allure of the widow was too tempting. He resolved to savor the experience later that evening. As he recalled Wang Shuzhen's enchanting figure from earlier, Wei Jun, despite his complaints, quickened his pace towards the village convenience store. The scene that had just unfolded was witnessed clearly by Tang Kun, who had been trailing behind. Tang Kun had not anticipated such serendipity. He had assumed that enticing the trio of Wang Ergo, Jiao Dezhu, and Wei Jun would require some effort. Yet Wang Shuzhen merely flashed a glance, and they were all immediately ensnared. Wang Ergo, once you step through the door of Shuzhen's home, you rabid dog, there will be no escaping this time. I shall close the door and catch the dog. Chapter 89. When heaven offers a path, you choose to stray. When hell has no doors, you dare to enter with a resolute mind. Tang Kun swiftly pedaled his bicycle, taking a detour to hasten home. To his surprise, upon entering the courtyard, he found the 4 Su sisters gathered around the square table, enjoying their lunch. Kun, you're back. Upon seeing her man return, Xu Rong eagerly set down her utensils and approached him, her face alight with excitement. Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao also stood up, their faces beaming with joy. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Tang Kun nodded curtly, quickly securing his bicycle before glancing at the neighboring yard, where he noted that Wang Shuzhen had yet to return. He then stepped before Xu Rong and whispered, Wife, quickly move the table inside. We shall dine within. Xu Rong's expression turned to one of alarm upon hearing his serious tone. Kun, what on earth has happened? Without answering her, Tang Kun moved to the square table, gesturing for Su Feng, Su Yin, and Su Jiao to assist. Though uncertain of her brother-in-law's intentions, the three sisters dutifully helped him relocate the dining table. In less than a few minutes, everyone had followed Tang Kun into the house. Observing the astonished expressions on the four women's faces, Tang Kun offered a wry smile and quietly said, "Please do not ask. Once everything is settled, I will explain, all right?" Su Feng, recognizing that her brother-in-law must have significant matters at hand, promptly replied, "Brother-in-law, we understand. Just tell us what you need us to do." Xu Rong, Su Yin, and Su Jiao also nodded in agreement at that moment. Seeing Su Feng's cooperation, Tang Kun regarded her with approval before scanning the four sisters and softly stating, "Wife, Su Feng, Su Yin, Su Jiao, I have an urgent task for you all. It is of utmost importance and must remain confidential. Can you manage that?" Sensing the tense atmosphere in the room, Xu Rong and the others, despite not knowing the specifics, gently assured him, "Kun, since you insist, we will certainly heed your words. Let's not forget, we are truly one family." Tang Kun nodded in response, smiling as he instructed Su Jiao, "From this moment on, please grab a small stool and position yourself at the corner of the courtyard wall to attentively listen to the happenings in the neighboring house. Should you hear Sister Wang's cries, report to me immediately, understood?" Taken aback by such an unusual task, Su Jiao felt bewildered and considered asking for clarification. However, recalling her brother-in-law's earlier words, she promptly sealed her lips and nodded vigorously. "Very well, hurry along. Remember, do not leave your post." After Su Jiao departed, Tang Kun turned to his wife, Xu Rong, and sister-in-law, Su Yin, quietly directing, "You two, hold off on your meal for now. Please visit village chief Wang Baofa and Wang Matzi and inform them that I, Tang Kun, need to discuss something with them. Ask them to come here at once." Upon hearing his request, Xu Rong and Su Yin exchanged glances before promptly exiting the house. In this moment, the room was left with only Su Feng, the sister-in-law. Su Feng's beautiful eyes were fixed on him, yet Tang Kun paid her no mind as he quietly asked, "Su Feng, do you know the exact location of the police station in town?" Su Feng, unsure of her brother-in-law's intentions,